Welcome to Fiction Audiobooks. If you enjoy the content, like and subscribing would be greatly appreciated. If you have any recommendations for novels, comment below.
Please join my Patreon at https://www.patreon.com/fictionaudiobook.
Chapter 1, I am Kazekage. Sunagakure, Hidden Sand Village. Located in the desert, Sunagakure is the ninja village with the harshest geographical environment among the 5 great ninja villages. The entire village is situated within a massive canyon surrounded by towering desert mountains. On the surface, it appears to be a land of scarce resources and extreme conditions. However, this unique geography also grants Sunagakure a strategic advantage that other ninja villages lack. Firstly, the vast canyon in which Sunagakure is nestled acts like a mother's embrace, providing perfect natural protection. To enter the village, even a flying ninja like Daidara can only pass through the canyon's entrance, a narrow passage less than 10 meters wide, but nearly 100 meters long and close to 1,000 meters high, known as Heaven's Rift. Secondly, the barren environment of both Sunagakure and the Land of Wind discourages other nations from invading. After all, the main objectives of war are land and resources, and in both aspects, Sunagakure and the Land of Wind offer little to desire. Yet, despite this seemingly impregnable defensive position, this advantage has also bred an unwarranted sense of courage among Sunagakure's ninjas, clouding their judgment. As the Fourth Kazekage, Rasa, clad in his white Kazekage robe, arrived at the top floor of the Kazekage Tower with his trusted aide, Baki, the sounds of a heated discussion from the massive conference room could already be heard from afar. This is the best time for Sunagakure. We can't just sit back and watch any longer. That's right. Kumogakure has been provoking Konoha at the border of the Land of Fire, and a war is about to break out. Meanwhile, Iwagakure has also deployed a large force into the Land of Grass, threatening Konoha's borders and clearly trying to take advantage of the situation. Most of Konoha's military strength is now tied up dealing with Kumogakure and Iwagakure. This is our chance. Right now, only Sunagakure and Kirigakure are staying out of this. But with the sea and desert separating us from Kirigakure, we don't have to worry about them interfering. This situation is extremely favorable for us. Whether we fight Konoha, Kumogakure, or Iwagakure, it will work to our advantage. Obviously, we should target Konoha. White Fang may be dead, but we can't just let the deaths of Lords Ao and Aka be forgotten. Konoha is definitely involved in the disappearance of the Third Kazekage. Why hasn't the Kazekage arrived yet? This is such an important meeting. Listening to the impassioned debates from outside the door, Rasa was speechless. He truly wanted to ask, who gave Sunagakure's ninjas the courage to participate in this ninja war? Was it Jesus from the skies or a promise from US government? Forget about Konoha's lower and mid-tier ninjas, just their high-level combatants alone were terrifying. The third Hokage was still in his prime, Minato Namikaze had evolved into the Yellow Flash, the legendary Sannin remained formidable, and there was even a Nine-Tails Jinchuriki. Each of these 6 individuals alone could take on thousands of enemies. It wasn't that Rasa lacked confidence in himself, but he had no assurance of victory against any of them. Not to mention, the Uchiha clan was still intact, and the Hyuga clan remained a powerful force. Even if they ignored Konoha, both Kumogakure and Iwagakure were not adversaries that Sunagakure could easily contend with. If they wanted a fight, what chance did they have? The third Raikage of Kumogakure was someone who could arm wrestle the 8 Tails. The fourth Raikage, along with the Jinchuriki of the 8 Tails and the 2 Tails, had all grown into formidable warriors. As for Iwagakure, while they didn't have many famous ninjas, Inoki alone with his dust release was more than Rasa could handle. Not to mention, they also had 2-tailed beasts and their respective Jinchuriki. And what did Sunagakure have? Magnet release. Puppet techniques. Scorch release. Poison. Shikaku. Compared to the other villages, they weren't even in the same league. How were they supposed to win a fight? Thinking about all this, Rasa couldn't help but sigh. Yes, the current Rasa was no longer the same as before. Just last night, Rasa was still an ordinary office worker. While walking home, something hit him out of nowhere, causing him to black out. When he woke up, he found himself in the world of Naruto, having taken over the body of the recently appointed Fourth Kazekage, Rasa. The same Rasa who, without even taking off his Kazekage robe, was assassinated by Orochimaru. The same Rasa who, in a tragic twist of fate, tried to turn his son Gaara into a tailed beast weapon and even ordered his brother-in-law to assassinate him. At first, Rasa struggled to adjust. For one, he had been just an ordinary office worker. Even though he had inherited the memories of the Fourth Kazekage, he still wasn't used to a world where killing was commonplace. Secondly, Rasa's potential was incredibly underwhelming. Magnet release was practically worthless compared to the world-shattering bloodline limits in Naruto. Based on his inherited memories, magnet release worked by condensing chakra into a highly concentrated form to generate magnetic forces and manipulate metals. It wasn't anything as powerful as Magneto's control over electromagnetic fields. In other words, due to the limitations of chakra, the ceiling for magnet release was painfully low. At best, it could reach Shikaku's level, which was already considered impressive. But compared to what Konoha had, not even counting Indra and Azura, just the Sharingan and Byakugan alone, magnet release didn't even come close. And yet, this was the so-called pride of Tsunagekyu's bloodline limits. Finally, the village itself lacked potential. The harsh environment left Tsunagekure heavily reliant on the daimyo's financial support since it had little ability to sustain itself. On top of that, the village's ninja forces were extremely limited, with very few bloodline limits. If not for puppet techniques and Shikaku's existence, Tsunagekure probably wouldn't even qualify as one of the 5 great ninja villages. Still, regardless of his struggles, Rasa had no choice. He was here now. Fortunately, fate had not completely abandoned him. Just as he had resolved to take responsibility as the 4th Kazekage in this world. His cheat ability arrived, albeit a little late. Rasa discovered a black diamond-shaped mark on the palm of his hand. Luckily, he had watched Boruto, Naruto Next Generations before transmigrating. Thanks to some video explanations, he recognized exactly what it was. It was something belonging to the Otsutsuki clan, the Kama seal. The Kama seal was essentially a backup of an Otsutsuki's data, implanted into another person. Over time, the seal would gradually unfreeze and revive the Otsutsuki within the host's body, similar to the soul-possessing technique seen in Shinsha novels. In other words, right now, I have become a mere tool for some Otsutsuki's resurrection. That wasn't something he remembered from the Naruto storyline. However, Rasa wasn't the type to dwell on things unnecessarily. The most important priority right now was adapting to his new body and identity. As for whether this diamond-shaped mark was truly an Otsutsuki Kama seal, he'd wait and see how it developed before concluding. After all, being possessed by an alien god was weird but not nearly as bizarre as transmigrating into Naruto in the first place. That was also why he had arrived late to such an important meeting, despite it already being midday. He had spent the entire night sorting through the original Fourth Kazekage Rasa's memories and familiarizing himself with his new powers. And the situation did not look promising. On one hand, Tsunagekure was in terrible shape. On the other, Konoha basically had Gundams. Even though he had fully inherited the original Rasa's strength thanks to memory fusion, he still stood no chance against Konoha's monsters. Minato Namikaze's Flying Thunder God and Raiznan, Jiraiya's Sage Mode and Mount Mayaboku's Summoning Beasts, Orochimaru's Immortality and Ryuchi Cave, Tsunade's Unparalleled Medical Ninjutsu and Shikatsu Forest, Kushina Uzumaki's Nine Tails and Uzumaki Vitality, the Uchiha clan's Sharingan, the Hyuga clan's Byakugan, not a single one of these forces was something Tsunagekure could hope to match. And that wasn't even mentioning the so-called professor of ninjutsu, the strongest Hokage, Hiruzen Sarutobi. But at least, he wasn't completely without hope. If the diamond-shaped mark on his palm really was the Otsutsuki clan's Kama seal, then at least before he got possessed, he should be able to wield some of the Otsutsuki's powers, enough to ensure his survival in the early Naruto timeline. The only problem was, how did he even use it? All he remembered from Boruto was that the Kama seal could absorb chakra and ninjutsu, serving as a vessel for the Otsutsuki's resurrection. Beyond that, he had no idea how to activate it. However, chakra, Didn't Tsunagekure have a massive source of chakra? Shikaku, the One-Tail. Maybe it was worth experimenting. The only issue was that, while Rasa was technically the Kazekage and leader of Tsunagekure, not everything in the village was under his direct control. For example, Shikaku wasn't in his hands. It was currently under the control of the village's sealing corps, which was overseen by the elder Ebizo. And Ebizo just so happened to be the younger brother of Chiyo, who commanded Tsunagekure's puppet brigade. In other words, the 2 most powerful factions in Tsunagekure were not under his command. Fortunately, he had leverage over them. As for the upcoming Third Shinobi World War, Rasa had no interest in participating. The outcome was already decided, Tsunagekure had no way of profiting from this war. But as mentioned before, this village didn't always listen to him. Still, he had already made up his mind, if Tsunagekure had to enter the war, then he would decide how it was fought. If anyone disagreed, well, they'd just have to die. While he lacked the confidence to face Konoha's monsters, dealing with a few disobedient elders in Tsunagekure was well within his abilities, especially since the Kama seal could absorb ninjutsu, making it an almost invincible ability at this stage. So, Rasa had made up his mind. The most crucial thing right now was securing his position in Tsunagekure and fully taking control of the village as the Kazekage. Everything else could wait. With this in mind, Rasa steeled his resolve. Just then, a firm, authoritative voice of an elderly woman rang out from the conference room. All this arguing, what a disgrace. Now that the fourth Kazekage has arrived, let's hear what he has to say. The moment Rasa heard that voice, an inexplicable sense of frustration bubbled up from within him, an emotion that clearly came from the original Rasa's memories. "TCH, damn old hag," he muttered under his breath. Standing beside him, Baki broke into a cold sweat. Luckily, Rasa was merely venting and did nothing further. He knew it was time for him to make his entrance. So, he pushed open the doors and stepped inside. Chapter 2, The Village and its Kage. As Rasa pushed open the doors and stepped inside, the once noisy conference room fell silent. All eyes turned to him, but the looks he received were far from reverence. It was only due to his superior status that they were forced to remain quiet. Their dissatisfaction, however, was written all over their faces. After all, the meeting was scheduled for 9 a.m., and it was almost noon. Yet, Rasa felt no shame whatsoever. Having fully integrated with the original Fourth Kazekage's memories and personality, he was unfazed by their stares. His path to becoming the Kazekage hadn't been entirely legitimate, but at the end of the day, he was the Kazekage. As long as he remained in this position, no one would dare openly rebel against him. Sweeping his cold gaze over the crowd, Rasa strode forward and took his seat, the lone chair at the head of the room, symbolizing the highest authority in Sunagekure. From this vantage point, he could clearly see the complex political landscape within the village. There were more than 30 people present in the meeting room, with even the weakest among them being elite jonin. All of them were high-ranking officials who held the power to influence village policy. However, Rasa only truly paid attention to 5 of them. First were the 2 elders seated on either side of him, Chiyo and Ebizo. Next was Chiyo's protege, a strikingly beautiful yet cold-eyed kunoichi with an alluringly exposed outfit and a slender figure, Scorch-Release Bakura. On the other side, seated beneath Ebizo, was a tall and burly man dressed in a long robe. His square-shaped face was stern and expressionless. He was none other than Magnet Release Michikawa. And, I have no idea who this person is, so I think he is an OC. Lastly, there was Baki, his most trusted aide and the leader of Sunagekure's Umbu. A powerful jonin, and the only person in the room who wholeheartedly supported him. As for the rest, though they were all influential figures within the village, they were nothing more than followers of these 5. Unfortunately, of the 5, only Baki was truly on his side. The others either had their own agendas or didn't respect him at all. And at the root of this power struggle was the sudden disappearance of the third Kazekage. Unlike Konoha, Sunagekure's internal power structure wasn't overly complex. The village lacked large clans, and overall, its forces were divided into 2 main factions, the noble faction, represented by the Sand Clan, and the civilian faction, composed of common-born shinobi. Historically, while each Kazekage was appointed by their predecessor, the support of both factions was also crucial to maintaining legitimacy. A Kazekage needed both the nobles and the civilians' backing to be truly recognized as the village leader. This was the case for both the second and third Kazekage. However, the third Kazekage's abrupt disappearance meant that no successor had been designated. This created a power vacuum, leading the civilian faction to push for one of their own to ascend to the position. Among the candidates, the one with the strongest support wasn't Rasa. It was the very woman sitting before him, the so-called hero of Sunagekure, Scorch-Release Bakura. The civilian faction fervently supported Bakura as the next Kazekage. To them, this was a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity to have one of their own lead the village. At one point, her popularity had even surpassed Rasa's. However, the legacy of the Kazekage lineage still held weight. The Sand Clan, which had always held the Kazekage's seat, was naturally unwilling to relinquish its power. Thus, they refused to support Bakura. Then, by a twist of fate, half a year ago, Iwagakure launched a surprise attack on the Land of Wind. During this invasion, Rasa repelled the enemy forces using his magnet release, Gold Dust, gaining immense prestige. Seizing this opportunity, the Sand Clan backed Rasa and elevated him to the position of the fourth Kazekage. This meant that Rasa lacked the support of the civilian faction. Even among the nobles, only half truly supported him. The leader of the opposing half was none other than the men before him, Michikawa. Logically speaking, since Michikawa was also from the nobles faction, he should have supported Rasa now that he had become the fourth Kazekage. However, the real complication lay in the fact that the third Kazekage was missing, not confirmed dead. The third Kazekage was widely regarded as the strongest Kazekage in history. The idea that someone could silently eliminate him without a trace was unthinkable. Thus, even now, many people still believe that the third Kazekage was alive, just missing. Michikawa, having once been a trusted aide to the third Kazekage, was one of those firm believers. In his eyes, Rasa was nothing more than a temporary placeholder, forced into this position out of necessity. To Michikawa's faction, as long as the third Kazekage's death was not confirmed, they would never fully accept Rasa as their leader. As for Chiyo and Ebizo, these 2 elders had lived since the days of the first Kazekage. They operated outside Sunagekire's political system, holding authority over the puppet corps, the sealing squad, and the tailed beast. Their influence was immense, making them virtually untouchable. Naturally, they did not consider Rasa someone they needed to obey. Adding to his troubles, Rasa had only been Kazekage for less than 3 months. He hadn't had time to build a strong personal faction. The only real move he had made was appointing Baki as the head of the Umbu, securing some control over the village's Black Ops forces. Aside from that, his position was still precarious, with enemies on all sides. But that was the past. As Rasa surveyed the numerous Sunagekure shinobi before him, he did not rush to speak. Even though his supporters were few, he was still the Kazekage. Just by sitting in silence and casting his gaze over the room, he exerted immense pressure, especially on those who had just been badmouthing him moments ago. Of course, this didn't include the 5 key figures. Chiyo and Ebizo, both elderly and experienced, simply closed their eyes, showing no respect whatsoever. Pakura, with her seductive open-back outfit, furrowed her brows slightly but met Rasa's gaze head-on, completely unfazed. Michikawa remained stone-faced, sitting firmly in his seat without moving an inch. Only Baki looked visibly tense, his eyes darting nervously. Though Rasa had promoted him, his strength and seniority were the lowest among the 5. Even so, he managed to maintain his composure. For 3 or 4 minutes, the room remained in a tense silence. Just as someone was about to break the quiet and speak, Rasa suddenly opened his mouth. "Elders, Pakura, Michikawa, Baki, you stay. The rest of you may leave." The moment Rasa finished speaking, the entire room stiffened. First, they were surprised. Then, their expressions filled with resentment. They had already tolerated the fact that the Kazekage had arrived hours late for such an important meeting. But now, after saying nothing at all, he was dismissing them. This was outright disrespectful. Some shinobi looked like they wanted to protest, but the instant Rasa's cold gaze swept over them, they felt like an invisible weight had crushed their throats. No one dared utter a single word. One by one, they quietly left the room. Rasa paid them no further attention, and once the room was cleared, he got straight to the point. "I overheard your discussions outside. Everyone was quite vocal. But none of you spoke." Rasa smirked. "Now, I'd like to hear your thoughts." Chapter 3, The Plan. Although Rasa's presence as Kazekage exerted pressure on the ordinary shinobi, it did not affect the remaining 5 people. Among them, except for Baki, the other 4 were either equal to or not much weaker than Rasa. Trouncing them was impossible. Thus, when Rasa posed his question, the 4 remained seated in silence, each maintaining their own posture. Only Baki finally spoke up. "Kazekage-sama, the Umbu are ready. We're just awaiting your orders." Rasa gave Baki a satisfied nod before turning to the remaining 4. "Good. Baki, ensure the Umbus remain on standby since we will have great use for them soon. Now, what about the rest of you?" Despite his inquiry, the 4 still refused to speak, subtly opposing Rasa's authority. However, Rasa was in no rush. He held the legitimacy of the Kazekage title. While the ninja world was chaotic, it still followed a traditional structure, especially within a military village like Sunagekure, where hierarchy and authority held significant weight. So, he continued staring them down, allowing the room to sink into an eerie silence. Perhaps the oppressive atmosphere became unbearable, or maybe they felt the need to acknowledge Rasa as the 4th Kazekage. Either way, the first to break the silence was Ebizo, who spoke in his hoarse voice. "Fourth Kazekage, this is no longer a matter that Sunagekure alone can decide. The daimyo has also expressed interest in involving us." Sunagekure is Sunagekure, and the daimyo is the daimyo. They have no right to order us around." The voice came from Pakura, her tone cold and proud. "That may be true, but our village is located in an impoverished desert. If we want funds for development, we can't ignore the daimyo's support," Michikawa added with a sigh. "Heh." Pakura knew this was the reality and let out a frustrated scoff. Sunagekure's current predicament was dire. Without the daimyo's financial backing, the village struggled to obtain food supplies. Sometimes, even having money wasn't enough, someone had to be willing to sell them food. Now that everyone had spoken, only Chiyo remained silent. Rasa turned his gaze to her, not speaking, just waiting. At this point, Chiyo had little reason to resist any further. With a dry chuckle, she finally addressed him. "Kazekage-sama seems to have already made up his mind. Whether I speak or not, it makes no difference, does it?" With her words, the rest of the group turned their eyes to Rasa, waiting for his response. Rasa was satisfied with how things had progressed so far. At the very least, it showed that his position as Kazekage still held enough weight to command attention. So, he didn't waste time. Instead, he got straight to the point. "I do have a plan. However, before I explain, I must confirm one thing first." He scanned the room and then asked his question. Do you all truly believe we can defeat Konoha? Silence. But this time, the silence wasn't eerie, it was heavy, laced with quiet sighs and unspoken truths. Unlike the others who had been debating so heatedly earlier, the 5 before him were among the village's most experienced and powerful individuals. They had seen too much and knew the true answer to this question. As much as they hated to admit it, Sunagakure was simply not on the same level as Konoha in terms of strength. If not for the current turmoil, where Iwagakure and Kimogakure had already made their moves, Sunagakure would never have considered launching an attack on Konoha. Seeing their reactions, Rasa didn't push for an answer. Instead, he spoke again. It seems you all already know the answer. Since its founding, Sunagakure has fought countless battles against other nations and ninja villages. Many have died, yet what have we truly gained? He paused, letting the weight of his words settle in. Not just our village, even our country remains the same. For decades, our borders have not changed. We are still trapped in this barren desert, with nothing to show for our struggles. Rasa's words made everyone reflect. Though they were all warriors, none of them actually enjoyed war. Wherever there was war, there was death. Each of them had lost loved ones to battle. They knew its cost too well. Then, are you saying we should avoid this war? Ebizo asked, his tone shifting slightly as if he was beginning to understand Rasa's reasoning. No. We will fight, Rasa declared firmly. He had no intention of backing down. If anything, he intended to use this war to solidify his authority as Kazekage. Otherwise, neither the daimyo nor the villagers will accept it. Because of what happened to the third Kazekage, Sunagakure has long held a grudge against Konoha. Rasa paused for a moment before opening his eyes firm. However, this time, we will not fight as we have before. Before we act, we must clearly define our goal. This statement left room for many interpretations. Each person present had their own thoughts on what the goal of the war should be. While some were still contemplating, Chiyo grew impatient. If you have a plan, Kazekage, just say it. I'm getting too old to sit here all day, she grumbled. Rasa gave the old woman a sharp look but refrained from commenting. Instead, he got straight to the point. Since Elder Ebizo mentioned our village's economic struggles, let's address that. Sunagakure is located in a barren desert, making financial growth difficult. While my magnet release allows me to extract gold dust from the sand, this is not a sustainable long-term solution. His gaze darkened as he continued. Because of this, our objective in this war cannot be territorial expansion. This time, we will not fight for the Land of Fire's land. Instead, we have only one goal, plundering its wealth and resources to secure Sunagakure's future. At this, the room fell silent. Regardless of their opinions on Rasa as Kazekage, there was no denying that Sunagakure needed funds and resources. Seeing their reactions, Rasa pulled out a map of the Land of Fire and laid it on the table. This is the Land of Fire's map. Here's the plan, Pakura, Michikawa, and I will each lead a group of shinobi. We will strike fast and hard, reaching this point within a single day. He traced a line dividing the Land of Fire into 2 sections. As we all know, outright defeating Konoha is impossible. Our goal is not victory but stalling for time. Stalling for time. Some of them were confused. Rasa nodded and elaborated. As I said, our objective is wealth and resources. The Land of Fire is extremely wealthy. Even if we only occupy a third of its territory, we'll have access to major cities like Moria, Monobe, and Daika, all filled with nobles and aristocrats. His eyes sharpened. Our mission is to rob them of everything they own. Now, he had their full attention. No matter what opinions they held of Rasa, his plan undeniably benefited Sunagakure's future. Satisfied, Rasa gave his final instructions. Once we reach this area, our only priority will be to stall Konoha's counterattack. During this time, Elder Ebizo and Baki, I need you to lead your teams and strip those cities of all their wealth. Every single valuable must be taken back to Sunagakure. At last, the room no longer held doubt, only anticipation. Chapter 4, Seizing the Tailed Beast. As Rasa's words fell, the eyes of everyone in the room lit up. They did not feel any shame about such actions. After all, they were ninja, synonymous with shadows and deception. Moreover, such tactics were common among all the great nations and ninja villages. In the original storyline, Nagato's parents were killed by Konoha ninja while they were looting supplies. However, Rasa had higher moral standards, so there were some things he needed to make clear beforehand. That said, I have one rule, though we are ninjas born to kill, we also have our own pride. In this mission, we must not harm ordinary civilians. His statement shocked everyone in the room. This was completely contrary to their usual practices. To these individuals, who had long been accustomed to killing, the idea of sparing civilians was foreign. As far as they were concerned, anyone on the other side was an enemy, regardless of their status. Their hearts had long since been numbed by endless slaughter. To them, Rasa's words might have sounded like weakness. However, strangely enough, none of them felt he was being soft-hearted. Instead, a certain indescribable respect for him began to grow. Ignoring their astonished expressions, Rasa continued. Our target is the wealthy nobles. Most of them are notorious for their vices, running gambling dens and brothels that hoard the wealth of entire cities. Moreover, since the last Ninja World War, the world has had time to recover, and these aristocrats must have accumulated significant wealth, gold, grain, minerals, and weapons. We want all of it. He then turned to his most trusted aide. But efficiency is key. Baki, I need you to mobilize the Umbu. Within 7 days, I want intelligence gathered on these cities. Identify key targets. However, no genin will participate in the battle this time. That means all available lower-ranked ninja will be at your disposal. He then explained the rest of the plan. From the moment we cross the border into the land of fire, the clock starts. You will have 7 days. No matter what happens after that, we retreat. So, tell me, 7 days. Will that be enough? Hearing Rasa's plan, even elders like Ebizo found themselves involuntarily convinced at that moment. For the first time, despite their differing factions, they all agreed on a course of action that would benefit the village. Then, suddenly, Chiyo spoke up. And what about me? As one of Sunagekir's ultimate weapons, leaving the puppet brigade out of the strategy was unreasonable. It also seemed like he was mocking the elder Chiyo, either because of her age or because of her reliability. But Rasa had an explanation prepared. I need you, Elder Chiyo, to remain in the village and lead the puppet brigade. You will also be responsible for securing our retreat 7 days later. Konoha will not let us leave so easily, and there's even a chance they may counterattack the Land of Wind. The realization dawned on everyone. Rasa had thought even further ahead than they expected. Chiyo had no objections. Very well. Then let's begin preparations. Secrecy is key. The success of this operation hinges on complete surprise. Konoha has plenty of spies in our village. Rasa then turned to another elder as if he remembered something. Oh, and Elder Ebizo, since we've agreed to involve the daimyo in this war, we mustn't forget our own demands. I understand. I'll negotiate with the daimyo to secure as much funding as possible. Good. Then that settles it. Pakura and Michikawa, you may prepare. Elders Chiyo, Ebizo, and Baki, stay. There is something else I need to discuss. Rasa's words made Pakura and Mikawa frown slightly, but after witnessing his strategic leadership, they had no choice but to respect his authority. Without any argument, they left. Once they were gone, Rasa turned to the remaining 3 and spoke with an undeniable tone of command. I need you to hand over both Bunpoku and Shikaku to me, including all the sealing techniques. The room, which had been relatively calm, instantly tensed as Chiyo and Ebizo, who had seemed frail and weary just moments ago, snapped their eyes open, staring at Rasa in shock. Chiyo reacted immediately, rejecting the idea without hesitation. Impossible. Even though you are the Kazekage, matters concerning Shikaku and the Jinchuriki are far too important. The second Kazekage entrusted this to us, it is best left in our care. Rasa had expected this reaction. After all, if Sunagekure had a single most valuable asset, it was undoubtedly the one-tailed Shikaku. Unlike other tailed beasts, which had been captured and distributed among the great nations, Shikaku had always belonged to Sunagekure. The first Kazekage had personally captured and sealed it, and the second Kazekage's research on Shikaku's chakra had led to the development of puppet techniques and the ability to manipulate sand. Shikaku was deeply significant to Sunagekure. Moreover, as a massive military asset, the one-tail was also a disaster waiting to happen if mishandled. But Rasa needed Shikaku. Despite Chiyo's outright refusal, Rasa remained calm, because he had absolute confidence in his leverage. Leaning back in his seat, he said in a composed tone. I know the truth about the third Kazekage's disappearance. Chiyo and Ebizo's expressions darkened. They couldn't understand why Rasa was suddenly shifting the topic from the tailed beast to the previous Kazekage. The third Kazekage is dead. That much was expected. Though many in the village still clung to the belief that he was merely missing, those who understood the power dynamics of the world knew that a Kage-level ninja wouldn't simply vanish without reason. The only possible answer was that he had been killed. Who killed him? Ebizo couldn't help but ask. Rasa did not answer immediately. Instead, he looked directly at Chiyo and posed a question. Elder Chiyo, do you not already know the answer? His counter-question made Chiyo freeze. Her first instinct was to retort, but then, as if a terrible realization had dawned upon her, her aged body suddenly stiffened. Her eyes widened in disbelief as she stared at Rasa. Seeing this reaction, Rasa knew that she had figured it out, or rather, that she had always known deep down but refused to accept it. After all, when the third Kazekage went missing, one other person had disappeared alongside him. Someone Chiyo never wanted to suspect. So, Elder Chiyo, you understand now. The choice is yours. Do you want me to say it out loud, or will you hand over Shikaku? Though Chiyo was an elder and a powerful shinobi, the weight of Rasa's words pressed heavily upon her. Her face darkened as she responded in a low, dangerous voice. Are you threatening me? No. Not at all. I am simply proposing a trade. Besides, as Kazekage, the power of the tailed beast rightfully belongs under my control. Chiyo had half a mind to refuse outright. But then she recalled the image of a lonely child, isolated from the world. Her resolve wavered. In the end, as if surrendering, she sighed heavily, her already aged body seeming even older. I understand. I will trade you Shikaku. Seeing this unexpected development, Ebizo was stunned. He had never imagined that his once unyielding sister would actually yield. He had no idea what was happening until Rasa's next words revealed everything. I don't know his exact whereabouts, but from the intelligence I've gathered, he has turned himself into a human puppet. Not only that. Rasa paused, then dropped the final bombshell. He has also turned the third Kazekage's corpse into a puppet. At that moment, Chiyo and Ebizo fell completely silent. Even Baki, who had been listening on the sidelines, turned pale with horror. I'm impossible, is the culprit. Sasori. Chapter 5, Shikaku. Shut up. Upon hearing Baki speak that name, Chiyo instantly shouted, as if the name itself was some forbidden taboo. She then glared fiercely at Baki. A ninja of the Kage level emanates extraordinary pressure, and Baki is immediately drenched in cold sweat, unable to say a word. It was Rasa who spoke to ease the situation. It's okay, Elder Chiyo. Please don't worry. Baki's lips are sealed. This information won't leak out. Seeing this, Chiyo withdrew her pressure, sighed deeply, and with a slightly more aged voice, said. I understand. Follow me. Older sister, you, huh? I understand. From this moment on, at least Chiyo and Elder Chiyo could no longer act as obstacles to Rasa's control over Sunagakure. Although Sunagakure is located deep in the desert, it doesn't mean there's no water. Otherwise, the first Kazekage wouldn't have established the village here. In fact, beneath the canyon where Sunagakure is situated, there is a massive underground river. This results in several oases within the village, proving that it is not devoid of greenery. At the deepest part of the Sunagakure Canyon, there is a fairly large lake. Behind the lake is a towering cliff, and halfway up the cliff, there is a huge cave. This is where Sunagakure's first one-tailed Jinchuriki, Bunpuku, is imprisoned. This is the sealing technique for Shikaku, along with the key to undo the seal. Go on your own, humph. Although she had agreed to Rasa's request, she was still being coerced and had to hand over her beloved grandson. Chiyo couldn't bring herself to be polite to Rasa. Once they arrived at their destination, she threw a key and a scroll at Rasa, then turned and left without looking back. Elder Chiyo's brother, Ebizo, felt conflicted upon seeing this. The tailed beasts and their Jinchuriki are critical. I hope you, Kazekage, will act with caution and not lead yourself astray. After this caution, Ebizo also left. Rasa paid no attention to the two of them. At this moment, his focus was entirely on the tailed beast and the Jinchuriki imprisoned in the cave. His control over the village would strengthen as long as he controlled the tailed beast and Jinchuriki. Be alert around the area. No one should approach unless I give the order. After instructing Baki, Rasa waved his hand, and numerous sand grains surged beneath his feet like spring water, lifting Rasa's body and carrying him to the entrance of the cave. The two guards at the entrance were surprised to see the Kazekage's arrival and quickly saluted. Kazekage-sama. What Rasa was about to do could not be seen by anyone, so he waved his hand and said. You two step aside. I need to speak with Bunpuku. The two guards exchanged a glance. Although curious, they weren't courageous enough to disobey the Kazekage's order. Since Rasa had arrived, it was clear that the two elders had already given their approval, so they nodded and saluted. As you command, Kazekage-sama. Once the guards left, Rasa stepped forward and slowly walked deeper into the cave. The cave where Bunpuku was imprisoned wasn't very deep. After just a few steps, Rasa saw the massive wooden barred prison, and inside it was an elderly man with white hair, resembling a monk, along with a giant teapot behind him, which was used to seal Shikaku. Although Rasa, being familiar with the storyline, had mentally prepared for the treatment of the Jinchuriki, he still couldn't help but sigh upon actually seeing the elderly man locked up here for his entire life. The old monk's ragged robes were covered in dust, his gaunt body with visible scars, and the food scattered across the floor made it a sight of misery. Bunpuku. Compared to this old man, Naruto had led a much better life. At that moment, Bunpuku, sensing a stranger's presence, lifted his head weakly and, in a voice full of age, spoke. You seem sorrowful, young man. Rasa didn't respond immediately, instead asking. Do you hate this village? Since the way they've treated you? Bunpuku didn't answer. Instead, he pressed his palms together and closed his eyes, as if meditating like an ascetic monk. Seeing this, Rasa didn't press further. He walked up, noticed the keyhole at the center of the prison, and took out the key that Chiyo had given him. He inserted it. The sealing technique visibly broke with a series of clicks, and the large prison bars slowly retracted into the air. Upon seeing his prison open, Bunpuku was startled and asked. You are. I am the village's fourth Kazekage. I see, you are already the fourth, looks like a long time has passed outside. Bunpuku sighed deeply. Rasa stepped forward and began to observe the old man closely. Unlike Gaara, who worried about Shikaku taking over his body and had sleepless nights, Bunpuku showed no signs of that fear. It looks like you've gotten along with Shikaku. While chatting with Bunpuku, Rasa also took out the scroll Chiyo had handed him and began to examine it. Bunpuku, perhaps feeling a bit lonely and not having had anyone talk to him for a long time, responded. Tailed beasts, like humans, also have emotions. No matter what, if there's mutual understanding, we can coexist peacefully and accept each other. You're an extraordinary person. Unfortunately, there aren't many people in this world willing to understand the tailed beasts like you do. Rasa's words surprised Bunpuku. Because Bunpuku could clearly sense the way Rasa spoke, treating both humans and tailed beasts as equals, something he had never felt from previous Kages, who had always viewed the tailed beasts as terrifying beasts and chakra weapons. Bunpuku took a serious look at this young Kazekage for the first time. Unfortunately, Rasa wasn't paying attention to him. Given Rasa's skill, mastering these sealing techniques wasn't difficult for him. In just about 5 minutes, Rasa had almost fully understood the technique. Finally, he gathered the scroll and turned to Bunpuku, saying, My purpose here is simple. I need Shikaku's chakra. Bunpuku's gaze dimmed again. I see. You're after Shikaku's power. Yes. And with your current condition, if I forcibly undo the seal and extract that much chakra, you might die. So, I hope you can give me Shikaku's chakra yourself. Given how familiar you are with it, you should be able to use Shikaku's power now. Upon hearing this, Bunpuku sighed deeply. Thank you, Kazekage-sama, but unfortunately, even though I've made peace with the beast inside me, it still harbors a grudge against humans and refuses to lend me its power. Is that so? At that moment, Rasa hesitated. Although death and killing were normal in the ninja world, he still couldn't bring himself to make the decision that might kill this pitiful old man. Moreover, while Shikaku's power seemed weak in the original story, Rasa wasn't sure if he could control it once released. He hadn't prepared a new Jinchuriki. Rasa had just become the Kazekage, and if he let Shikaku escape and cause destruction in the village, his reputation would plummet. Sensing Rasa's hesitation, Bunpuku spoke up gently. Kazekage-sama, do you really need Shikaku's power? Rasa nodded faintly. I understand. Then, there's no need to hesitate. I'll do my best to hold on and try not to die. Seeing Bunpuku's resolve, Rasa's gaze sharpened. Although Rasa had effectively usurped the position, the fusion of memories gave him some of the original personality traits. After all, this man had turned his son into a monster. Without further hesitation, Rasa stepped forward and extended his hand. Thank you. Grand Sealing Technique. Release. As Rasa broke the seal on Bunpuku's body, an evil purple chakra poured out from Bunpuku, causing the temperature in the cave to drop several degrees. Seeing all this, Rasa didn't waste any time. He placed his palm on Bunpuku's head. The black diamond-shaped symbol on his palm absorbed the dark chakra that spilled from Shikaku, pulling it into Rasa's body. Chapter 6, Chakra Setting. Over an hour later. Baki, who had been waiting at the cliff base, saw Rasa appear in front of him in an instant. Before he could speak, Rasa's voice sounded cold. From today onwards, Bunpuku and Shikaku will be under your care. Find a suitable place for him, ensure he is well cared for, and do not let anyone approach him. Baki immediately nodded in agreement and summoned the Umbu to take action. Rasa then waved his hand, and countless golden sands appeared beneath his feet. About an hour ago, Rasa's figure had been lifted into the sky through the surge of gold dust like a spring. This time, however, the gold dust directly gathered beneath Rasa's feet, forming a golden sand cloud that carried his body and flew into the air. It should be noted that, prior to this, Rasa could not do this. In the manga, Gaara could only control sand to this extent during the Fourth Great Ninja War, but at that time, Gaara only controlled sand. In contrast, Rasa could now control gold dust and sand. Among the generations of Kazekage, the third Kazekage was called the strongest because his magnetic release controlled not just sand but iron sand. Iron sand has 6 times the density of regular sand. Density represents mass represents weight, and weight translates into destructive and defensive power. Rasa's magnetic release is even more abnormal because, based on iron sand, he advanced his control to gold dust, which has twice the density of iron sand. This means stronger defensive and destructive power. However, this also limits Rasa's further control over the gold dust. That's because the chakra and energy required to control it increase exponentially. As a result, Rasa's control over gold dust is not as flexible as the Third Kazekage or Gaara's. His magnetic release excels in wide-range AoE effects rather than single-target destruction. However, that was in the past. One could only say that this attempt brought Rasa countless surprises. After absorbing Shikaku's chakra through the Kama seal, he immediately felt changes in his body. The change in the magnetic release was just one aspect. He was also eager to feel the power he had just gained. However, the village was not a suitable place for experimentation. Thinking of this, his figure quickly ascended with the help of the gold dust cloud. As a leader of this level, Rasa's fine control over his body allowed him to quickly master the ability to fly with the help of the gold dust cloud. As everything beneath him grew smaller, Rasa experienced, for the first time, just how magnificent the village he now controlled truly was. Looking out, Sunagakure was much larger than Rasa had imagined. In the vast canyon, various stone buildings with a distinctive Sunagakure style and earthy yellow color stood densely, so packed that Rasa was reminded of the steel and concrete cities from his past life. In other words, in terms of population, Sunagakure was not weaker than the other hidden villages, it just lacked resources and an environment. With this in mind, Rasa now had a rough idea of the village he would need to manage in the future. However, developing the village was a matter for later. For now, improving his strength was the most important. With this thought, he flew directly towards the desert at the edge of Sunagakure. Demon Desert. This terrifying name knows the desert surrounding Sunagakure. From the name alone, one can tell how formidable this desert is. This is also why, even in the plot, characters like Sasori and Deidara did not choose to raid Sunagakure by attacking it from the desert's periphery. This force of nature cannot be opposed by human strength. Though ninjas possess strength far greater than ordinary humans, in the face of a deathly, boundless desert, even they must hesitate. The Demon Desert is only a small part of the entire Land of Wind's desert. According to Rasa's memory, over 80% of the Land of Wind is barren desert, which helps explain why the Wind Daimyo was so invested in this war. Who wouldn't be tempted by the lush, fertile lands of the Land of Fire? Fortunately, although this vast desert restricts Sunagakure's outward expansion, it also provides a natural protective barrier, sparing Sunagakure the trouble of stationing guards around the village. Anyway, Rasa quickly used the gold dust cloud to reach the massive desert outside the village. The scorching sunlight and the howling sandstorm made Rasa once again experience the harsh environment of Sunagakure. Although Rasa did not absorb too much of Shikaku's chakra due to concerns for Bunpuku's life and the risk of Shikaku escaping, a tailed beast is still a tailed beast. Even just a small amount of chakra that leaked out, absorbed through the Kama seal, brought Rasa enough surprises. First, Rasa's magnetic release became stronger. As a representative of the pinnacle of the ninja world, as a Kage, Rasa gained a rough understanding of the chakra in this world through his memories. He also understood that the process of refining chakra and releasing it as ninjutsu is quite complicated. In simple terms, the practitioner first needs to mix the physical and mental energy produced by the body's 130 trillion cells, which is the chakra's embryonic form. However, at this point, chakra is just raw energy and lacks any specific attribute. To convert chakra into ninjutsu, it must change from being attributeless to having one of the known 7 basic attributes: yin, yang, fire, wind, lightning, earth, and water. This is why, in the world of ninjas, many people can refine chakra but cannot use ninjutsu. Take the famous taijutsu master, Rock Lee, for example. He simply cannot convert the chakra from attributeless to attribute chakra, which is required to release ninjutsu. This doesn't mean he lacks chakra in his body, otherwise, how could he train in the 8 gates? Most people who become ninjas naturally have the ability to convert attributeless chakra into the corresponding chakra type. The talent to become a ninja, as tested by chakra paper, refers to this ability. For example, Rasa was naturally born with 3 types of chakra: wind, earth, and water. By the time one reaches the Jonin level, after mastering chakra nature transformation, most Jonin can control several chakra attributes. However, there is still a difference between innate and acquired abilities. The difference lies in the fact that an innate chakra attribute automatically converts attributeless chakra into the corresponding attribute, a process that does not require any extra effort from the practitioner. In contrast, someone who learns this ability later must actively convert attributeless chakra into the required chakra during use. This process is known as chakra nature transformation. The time and energy wasted in this process, although it can be minimized through diligent training, still cannot compare to ninjas who are born with multiple chakra attributes. This is also why many Jonin or Kage-level experts, despite possessing multiple attributes, still only use ninjutsu based on the chakra attribute they are most comfortable with. This indirectly demonstrates the terrifying talent of the third Hokage, Hiruzen Sarutobi. Another example of this difference can be seen in the case of bloodline limits and secret techniques. Chapter 7, Bloodline Limit and Secret Techniques. In Naruto, the so-called bloodline limits, Kekkei, refer to techniques that can be inherited through bloodlines or genetics. Note that these are techniques, not chakra attributes. For example, take Rasa's control over magnet release, gold dust technique. He can use magnet release not because his chakra possesses an additional attribute called magnetism, but because he fused his wind and earth chakra attributes together and then performed a nature transformation on the two types of chakra, which allowed them to generate magnetic force. He then used this magnetic force to remotely control gold dust. This is the essence of magnet release. However, across the entire ninja world, it's clear that not all bloodline limits come from family inheritance. Some ninjas can master unique bloodline limits on their own. For example, a representative of the Sunagakure civilian faction, Pakura, who possesses Scorch Release. In fact, Scorch Release is also a bloodline limit, but Pakura herself calls it a secret technique. So, what is the difference? It lies in the fact that, unlike Rasa's magnet release, which is inherited through his bloodline and genes, Pakura developed Scorch Release herself by fusing earth and fire chakra through nature transformation. If Pakura were to have offspring in the future who could inherit her Scorch Release, then her technique would no longer be a secret technique but would become a true bloodline limit. This is the difference between a bloodline limit and a secret technique. In simple terms, there are no naturally occurring bloodline limits in this world. Even the Sharingan and Byakugan are the result of powerful and talented ninjas developing secret techniques, which were then passed down through their bloodlines to become bloodline limits. This is also why Pakura holds such high prestige in Sunagakure. She developed a unique secret technique on her own, and if passed down, it may lead to the birth of a powerful family with a bloodline limit. It is this talent and potential that the village values. Of course, in terms of ability, a bloodline limit is superior to a secret technique, as the distinction lies in innate versus learned abilities. The power from inheritance and genetics is already present, requiring only a small cost to master and release. In contrast, a secret technique requires a vast amount of time, incredible ninja talent, and hard training to control. So, while somewhat awkward, Rasa, the Fourth Kazekage, is not comparable to Pakura in terms of talent. Even though Rasa's magnet release is an innovation on the Third Kazekage's technique, granting him control over gold dust, it is still very different from Pakura's achievement of developing something from nothing. However, the current Rasa, having transmigrated into this world, is different because he now possesses an external aid, Kama Seal. Through this attempt, he has begun to understand the first function of the Kama Seal. It can alter the user's physical constitution and grant them some abilities of the ones they absorb. Rasa doesn't feel ashamed of surpassing Pakura simply because he has a special ability. This is a world where life is cheap, and in the world of ninjas, strength is everything. Although Kama Seal seems quite unstable, compared to the possibility of being possessed in the future, Rasa knows that the power he possesses right now is far more important. Also, although Rasa's magnet release is a bloodline limit, he still needs to fuse the wind and earth chakras together when using it, then perform a natural transformation to generate magnetic force. However, unlike secret techniques, he inherently mastered this power once he awakened magnet release. He doesn't need to possess the exceptional talent like Pakura, who had to develop Scorch Release through hard work, requiring over 100 times the effort Rasa had to put in. But this does not mean Rasa can skip the process entirely, right? Nope. It is because, after Rasa absorbed Shikaku's chakra through Kama Seal, which caused certain changes in his body, he discovered that he could indeed skip this process. Simply put, when Rasa would use magnet release in the future, he will no longer need to actively fuse the two chakra types to generate magnetic force. His body will automatically combine the two types of chakra to produce the necessary magnetic force through high-density refining. In simpler terms, now Rasa's magnet release has become an innate power, just like Shikaku's. This means that Rasa can not only save the energy spent on refining chakra, improving his control over magnet release, but he can also conserve a massive amount of chakra. When refining chakra to a high concentration, energy consumption is inevitable, but with the automatic process, this issue is eliminated. Rasa felt that the amount of chakra required for him to use magnet release at the same strength was now less than half of what it used to be. This is why Rasa can now freely fly with such high-density gold sand. Besides the changes in his magnet release, Rasa also gained two other abilities from Shikaku's chakra. With a wave of his arm, Rasa's sand beneath his feet began to shake violently, then rolled like ocean waves before slowly gathering into a gigantic arm, as large as a mountain, rising from the desert and slamming down powerfully. Boom. Indeed, Rasa had gained Shikaku's unique ability to control sand. While manipulating regular sand was far easier compared to the dense gold dust, it still provided a powerful advantage. With a subtle flow of his chakra, Rasa began to mold the sand around him, slowly forming a colossal sand creature in the vast desert. Upon closer inspection, it was evident that the creature resembled Shikaku, the One-Tail. The sand monster's tail lashed wildly, striking the desert floor violently. However, unlike the real Shikaku, the creature lacked fine details, and its movements were notably awkward, showcasing its crude construction from mere sand. Despite this, it was clear that Rasa now possessed the ability to summon large-scale creatures when necessary. Yet, while the sheer size and presence of the creature were formidable, regular sand couldn't compare to the defensive powerful techniques like the Susanoo, which was known for its perfect balance of offense and defense. Fortunately for Rasa, he had a plan. As his chakra continued to flow, streams of gold sand surged from beneath the sand Shikaku's feet, climbing up its massive form and merging with the regular sand to reinforce it. This fusion made the creature much sturdier. But, well, constructing such an immense entity from pure gold sand was an immense strain on Rasa's chakra, particularly given his current level of control. He wasn't yet a being on the scale of a Jinchuriki who could rely on vast chakra reserves to support such feats. Nonetheless, Rasa understood that a fully gold sand giant, impressive as it was, wouldn't be as effective in terms of offensive power or defensive capability. The combination of gold sand and regular sand, while not perfect, presented a far more viable solution for now. Perhaps one day, when his chakra reserves matched the scale of a tailed beast, he could entertain the idea of creating a fully gold sand giant. But for the time being, this hybrid approach was the optimal choice. Gazing at the enormous sand Shikaku before him, formed from a mixture of gold and regular sand, Rasa thought carefully. After a moment of contemplation, he declared with certainty, "I shall name this move, Magnet Release, Shikaku's Avatar." But Rasa's acquisition of power didn't stop there. Along with the magnet release and sand manipulation, he had inherited another formidable ability from Shikaku. In the blink of an eye, Rasa performed a body flicker technique and appeared atop the head of the sand Shikaku, placing his right hand gently on its head. Chakra surged through his palm, and in an instant, intricate sealing symbols began to manifest, spreading across the entirety of the sand creature's form. This newfound ability was a direct result of Rasa absorbing Shikaku's chakra through the Kama seal. Unlike any Rasa had encountered, the seals held a unique power, the power of sealing jutsu. When Rasa briefly tested the seals, he was astounded by their strength. Even beings at the Six Paths level, such as Uchiha Madara's Rinnegan clone, could be sealed with ease, particularly when combined with sage techniques. The potential of this power exceeded Rasa's expectations, giving him an even greater sense of confidence. With these abilities now at his disposal, Rasa felt more than capable of facing the top-tier ninjas from Konoha. The next phase of his journey was clear: to master these newfound powers, refine his techniques, and prepare for the wars that loomed on the horizon. Chapter 8, The War Begins. 7 days slipped away in an instant. Boom. Across the expansive desert, yellow sand blanketed the earth. The air was searing hot, dry, and stifling. With a deafening roar, the ground trembled. In the distance, like a massive tsunami, clouds of sand and gold surged from two opposite directions. They collided with a force so violent that it sent towering waves of sand spiraling hundreds of meters into the air. The earth beneath seemed to quiver under the immense pressure. After the collision, countless arms, crafted from sand and gold, shot upward at blinding speed, moving so fast that the human eye could barely follow. They spiraled into the sky, twisting and contorting as they crashed into each other with a bone-chilling screech. The grains of sand and gold then transformed into a torrential downpour, raining down from the heavens. But as they fell, something strange happened. Halfway down, the sand and gold particles, under the influence of an unseen force, morphed into sharp, needle-like objects. They rained down like fine, deadly droplets, whistling as they cut through the air, their piercing sound almost unbearable. What had once been a vast, endless desert was now a nightmarish sea of needles, each one capable of cutting through flesh and bone, a sight so horrifying it felt like an unholy landscape, a living hell. At the outer edge of this violent clash of sand and gold, Baki, an elite jonin, swallowed nervously. He stood frozen in disbelief, his eyes wide with awe as he witnessed the terrifying power of the Kazekage's control. It was his first time witnessing such a force in action. He dared not ask how the Kazekage had come to master the sand control technique, originally developed by the second Kazekage. The answer seemed unnecessary, for some questions were better left unspoken. Nearly an hour later, the monumental battle came to an end. The desert, once a battleground, returned to a tranquil stillness. Amidst the vast expanse of yellow sand, Rasa, standing tall upon a swirling cloud of sand and gold, descended gracefully. He approached Baki with his presence commanding and cold. Upon seeing him, Baki immediately knelt in a respectful salute. "Kazekage-sama." Rasa gave a slight nod, his gaze as piercing as ever. How is the preparation progressing? It wasn't intentional cruelty on Rasa's part, it was simply his nature. Cold. Calculating. Merciless. The Rasa who had crossed over into this new life had not been immune to the lingering influence of his former memories. In the past 7 days, the weight of the impending war with Konoha had consumed him entirely. He hadn't even returned home to see his newlywed wife, Karura, whom he had left behind in the original timeline. There had been no time for personal matters. The pressure was simply overwhelming, and the looming conflict too urgent to ignore. Every moment, Rasa immersed himself in the knowledge drawn from the original plot and his own memories. He worked tirelessly to familiarize himself with the full extent of his power while simulating potential battles that might unfold. In his mind, he anticipated every scenario, mentally preparing himself for any response needed, preparing for the inevitable war that loomed. The intelligence has been gathered. We've thoroughly investigated the wealth and actual controllers of the major nobles in the 3 large cities, Shumaru, Manabu, and Daika, along with 14 other medium and small cities. We are ready to strike with absolute certainty. Rasa nodded in approval, clearly satisfied with the progress. He shifted his focus, his voice sharp as he inquired, "What is the status of the ninjas?" "Regarding the Jonin, based on our current count, Lady Pakura commands 25, Lord Ichikawa commands 30, and the Umbu have 28. They are all waiting for your orders, Kazekage-sama. As for the Chunin, we have a total of 325. Rasa considered the information carefully. "How is the Umbu arranged?" "According to your plan, we've assigned 17 Jonin to lead separate teams, each responsible for overseeing one city. Additionally, in coordination with Elder Chiyo's sealing team, each city will have at least 2 Jonin. Shumaru, Manabu, and Daika will each be reinforced with 3 Jonin. As for the Genin, aside from those still enrolled in the ninja school, we have a total of 2,325, organized into 17 large teams." Rasa's expression darkened as he absorbed the details. The numbers were troubling. The lack of Jonin was particularly alarming, and the number of Genin was surprisingly low as well. It was clear that Sunagakure was struggling to maintain a sufficient pool of skilled ninjas. This was not a time of war, but a period of fragile recovery after more than a decade of hardship. In the aftermath of the Fourth Shinobi World War, when the 5 great nations had united to field an army of 80,000 ninjas, the other countries had at least been able to mobilize thousands of ninjas during the rebuilding period. But Sunagakure was still far behind. Rasa hoped that, after this operation, the influx of funds and resources would help Sunagakure rapidly expand its ninja ranks, allowing them to recover more swiftly. You've done well." His praise was brief, but his tone turned colder as he continued, his voice taking on a hardened edge. "Remember this, every single resource allocated for this operation must remain strictly under the control of the Umbu. No one, not even the elders, is allowed to approach it without my explicit orders." Baki, standing before him, nodded nervously, his hands clasped before him. "Understood, Kazekage-sama. But what about Elder Chiyo?" "Don't worry," Rasa replied with a chilling calmness. "She won't interfere." Baki recalled the past events involving Sasori and Elder Chiyo's role in handing over the tailed beast to the Kazekage. He nodded with a knowing look, his unease briefly forgotten. "Is there anything else?" "Lady Pakura and Lord Ichikawa have requested confirmation regarding the exact time of departure. The spies from other villages are beginning to catch wind of our movements. We can't keep this under wraps for much longer." Rasa's eyes narrowed, calculating. "In that case, tell them that the time to attack Konoha will be 3 days from now, at sunset." "Understood." As Baki vanished in a blur of movement, Rasa exhaled deeply, a heavy weight pressing down on his chest. He knew this was only the beginning of something far greater, something that could alter the fate of the entire ninja world. In just 3 days, Rasa would be thrust into the harsh and unforgiving reality of the ninja world. The battle that awaited him was bound to be brutal, but he had prepared himself as best he could. Fortunately, he had already thoroughly familiarized himself with the power of his own body, mastering his magnet release, the sand control technique, and even the Shikaku curse seal. Over the past few days, he had grown increasingly accustomed to ninja combat strategies as well. However, upon reflecting deeply on his current state, Rasa came to a stark realization: his secret techniques were still lacking. But what exactly did he mean by secret techniques? To understand his predicament, consider the 5 Kage, the leaders of the major ninja villages. Take the Third Shinobi War, for instance. He possessed Dust Release, a technique capable of disintegrating anything it touched. This technique was nearly invincible in the current ninja world. If it landed, death was certain. Then, there was the Third Raikage of Kimogakure, who wielded the Lightning Release Chakra mode. This ability granted him speed that rivaled spacetime ninjutsu, such as the Flying Thunder God technique. His defense was nearly impervious in close combat, making him a formidable force on the battlefield. Meanwhile, the Third Hokage of Konoha was an even more terrifying figure. Not only had he mastered a variety of S-rank techniques created by the second Hokage, but his summoning beast, the Monkey King, Enma, could easily counter Rasa's Shikaku form. This made him an unparalleled adversary. Among the 5 Kage, Rasa and the 3rd Mizukage of Kirigakure were the only ones whose techniques were not quite on the same level. Rasa wielded Magnet Release, and the Mizukage controlled Boil Release. While both abilities were powerful in their own right, they didn't hold the same destructive potential as the techniques of the other Kage. Rasa knew that with Sunagekir's surprise attack on the Land of Fire now inevitable, he had no choice but to move forward. Konoha would not stand idly by, they would respond, and Rasa understood the danger of facing the legendary Third Hokage. Although Konoha's high-level battle power appeared somewhat stretched, the presence of the Third Hokage in the village was a stabilizing force that could turn the tide in an instant. If he were to join the battle, Rasa wasn't confident in his ability to win. In light of this, Rasa realized that he needed to find a way to increase his chances, at the very least, to avoid a humiliating defeat. However, there was a significant problem. His current state made it impractical to draw more chakra from the guardian crane. With only 3 days left before the attack, Rasa knew there was no time to acquire more chakra from distant sources, like the meteorite from Star Village, Hoshigakure, or the source of the Ryumayaku, Dragon Veins, of Rorin. As the Kazekage, Rasa couldn't leave Sunagekure at such a critical juncture. The responsibility of leading his village weighed heavily on him. After a long period of contemplation, Rasa realized that there was only one viable option left, the Raise-Non. This was a technique that every transmigrator was familiar with, and Rasa had already made the decision to try and master it. Fortunately, the detailed training method for the Raise-Non was available in the manga, and with guidance from previous transmigrators, Rasa understood the technique better than most. Despite the short time available to him, Rasa believed that with his Kage-level strength and exam-level skill, he might be able to master the technique in just 3 days. More importantly, he had no other choice. And so, in the blink of an eye, the 3 days passed, and Sunagekire's surprise attack on the Land of Fire finally began. Chapter 9, Raid on the Land of Fire, Part 1. Land of Wind, Sunagekure. As the sun began to set, the scorching heat of the desert slowly faded, replaced by a rapid drop in temperature. Under the cold moonlight, the vast expanse of Sunagekure appeared eerily deserted. The streets, usually bustling with life, were now silent, devoid of movement. Under the strict curfew enforced by the village, every household had tightly secured their doors, and the village itself seemed frozen in time. The only sound breaking the silence was the whisper of the wind as it carried sand and grit across the barren landscape. Over the past 3 days, every villager had witnessed the undeniable changes sweeping through Sunagekure. They could feel the tension in the air, a growing unease that hung heavy over the entire village. The imminent war was no longer a distant rumor, it was a reality. Though many were deeply worried, the villagers knew this was a path they could not avoid. As members of a ninja village, they understood that war was inevitable. Sunagekure, the sky path. Hundreds of ninjas stood in precise formation, their eyes sharp and focused, already deployed and ready for action. The sky path was a critical area, and the ninjas had been stationed here for one purpose, the mission that would mark the beginning of Sunagekire's participation in the coming war. The ninjas were arranged into 3 separate formations, each consisting of 5 members. Pakura led the formation to the left, while Baki commanded the one to the right. The area was heavily guarded, and every route was blocked to prevent unauthorized approaches. There was no room for error. In the center of the formations, a dark figure descended from the sky, his presence commanding immediate attention. At the sight of him, every ninja in the area knelt on one knee, bowing in unison. Kazekage-sama, they called in perfect synchronization. Rasa, standing before them in the same ninja attire he had worn when Gaara became the Kazekage, didn't speak much. His expression was cold, his demeanor authoritative. He glanced briefly at Pakura and Baki, his sharp gaze cutting through the tension that had built up in the air. "Follow the plan, now," Rasa commanded. "Move out." "Yes." In an instant, the ninjas sprang into action, vanishing into the shadows as they quickly moved along the sky path. Their speed was unmatched, and they were ready for the deadly mission ahead. Rasa, Pakura, and Michikawa wasted no time, following closely behind the rapidly advancing ninjas. Under the cover of night, countless shadows raced across the vast desert, disappearing into the darkness. Every step was calculated, and every movement was precise. The war that awaited them was drawing near, and Sunagekure was finally taking its first step into the chaos. At the same time, hidden spies embedded within Sunagekire's slums began transmitting information through various channels. Such a large-scale operation could not remain secret for long. Within the span of an hour, all the other ninja villages across the world became aware of Sunagekire's actions. The sudden mobilization was a clear sign, Sunagekure was no longer on the sidelines. It had thrown its lot into the upcoming Ninja World War. The only remaining question was which ninja village Sunagekure would target as its enemy. This was far from a simple decision. Throughout the First and Second Great Ninja Wars, Sunagekure did not limit itself to attacking Konoha. In fact, during the height of its power in the Second Great Ninja War, Sunagekure had launched offensives against all 3 of the major ninja countries, sparking wars with each of the leading villages. However, despite this aggressive history, the other 4 great ninja villages had not remained passive. they had fortified their borders, preparing for any future conflicts. According to the intelligence gathered, Sunagakure was now deploying its strongest forces in the upcoming campaign. Dawn was approaching. The Land of Rivers lay nestled between the Land of Wind and the Land of Fire, a small and insignificant country in the grand scheme of the ninja world. In such a world, small nations had little dignity or autonomy, they were simply battlefields for the great powers to contest. Take the Land of Rivers, for example. Lacking its own ninja village, it was forced to watch as Konoha and Sunagakure ninjas frequently crossed its borders in their respective campaigns. In response to the mounting tension, Konoha's forces stationed in the Land of Rivers had been on high alert, stepping up patrols in preparation for an anticipated attack from Sunagakure. However, the situation was far from ideal. Konoha's forces were stretched thin. They had to leave several ninjas stationed along the Land of Fire's borders, meaning each ninja had to juggle multiple responsibilities. It was an exhausting and precarious situation. With most of Konoha's forces already engaged on the battlefield with Kimogakure, there was no opportunity for reinforcements to be sent to the Land of Rivers. The rising tensions with Kimogakure were too critical to ignore, and the risk of a full-blown war with Kimogakure left Konoha little room to maneuver. The relationship between Konoha and Kimogakure had been fraught with hostility for years, ever since the death of the second Hokage, Tobirama Senju, during the Second Great Ninja War. Although the cause of his death had been an internal conflict within Kimogakure, the fact remained that it was Kimogakure ninjas who had killed him. The grievances did not end there. Over the years, Kimogakure had provoked Konoha on multiple occasions, with one of the most significant incidents being the kidnapping of the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki. This attack tested the patience of Konoha's leadership, and though Konoha refrained from retaliating immediately, they did not forget the offense. The subsequent rampage of the Kyubi Jinchuriki in Konoha was their response, an event that left deep scars in the village's history. As for the other, Kimogakure, for its part, had become more assertive in recent years. Located in the Land of Lightning, Kimogakure was a ninja village with a fierce emphasis on military strength. While the geographical conditions of the Land of Lightning were far more advantageous than those of the Land of Wind, with its plentiful hills and rivers, Kimogakure had long coveted the fertile plains of the Land of Fire. This long-standing desire had been supported by the daimyo of the Land of Lightning, who had relentlessly backed Kimogakure's military expansion. The rise of the hawkish Third Shinobi had only escalated the situation. Under his leadership, Kimogakure's military power reached new heights. Their forces were stronger than ever, and the village had invested heavily in acquiring and controlling tailed beasts. This aggressive stance had provoked tensions with the entire ninja world. However, despite the escalating tension, neither Konoha nor Kimogakure was ready to initiate a war at this time. Both villages knew that the stakes were high and that any conflict would have far-reaching consequences. Until Konoha inadvertently allowed Kimogakure to see victory. First, after the Second Great Ninja War, the newly appointed Hokage, Hiruzen Sarutobi, and Danzo, leader of Root, began a relentless campaign against the Uchiha clan, shocking even Kimogakure. This internal conflict left Konoha vulnerable and weakened in the eyes of other nations. Then came a significant blow to Konoha's strength. Intelligence reports revealed that Tsunade, one of the legendary Sannin, had developed hemophobia following the war. As a result, she could no longer serve on the front lines, and other villages saw her absence as a major advantage. Tsunade's medical ninjutsu had long been coveted by the other major ninja villages, and her inability to fight only made Konoha seem more fragile. Just when Kimogakure thought this news could not be topped, another shocking report reached their ears. Tsukumo Hatake, the revered Konoha's White Fang, a figure whose reputation rivaled that of the legendary three ninjas during the Second Great Ninja War, had taken his own life in his home. The Third Shinobi, upon hearing the news, initially thought it was a false report sent by Konoha, an attempt to mislead or deceive. A man of Tsukumo Hatake's stature could never succumb to taking his own life due to rumors, no matter how strong the pressure was. However, when the news was confirmed, it left the Third Shinobi in shock and regret. At that moment, he realized the beginning of Konoha's decline. That same year, the Third Shinobi, in an attempt to gauge Konoha's true strength, sent agents to the small country of the Land of Hot Water, which bordered both the Land of Fire and the Land of Lightning. The agents were tasked with frequent probing to test Konoha's response. The results were not what Konoha had hoped for. Through these consistent probes, Kimogakure learned that Konoha's response was telling, no one was left to stand in their way. Tsukumo Hatake's tragic death, Tsunade's hemophobia, and the dwindling presence of Orochimaru and Jiraiya, two of the other legendary Sannin, painted a bleak picture for Konoha. These once feared and revered figures were now suppressed by the Elder Council to the point of being irrelevant. The weight of leadership had now fallen upon the shoulders of a young man barely in his 20s, Minato Namikaze, the fourth Hokage. And, yes, I know many things don't align perfectly with the original timeline, but please treat this as an alternate timeline. Initially, the Third Shinobi had believed this to be a mere smokescreen, a trick to mislead other villages. However, as more intelligence came in, he was appalled to discover just how deeply Konoha was fractured. Orochimaru and Jiraiya, once giants in the ninja world, were now barely able to raise their heads, their influence all but extinguished by the Elder Council. To the Third Raikage, it was utterly laughable. Konoha, once the center of power in the ninja world, now appeared like a shadow of its former self. By this point, the Third Raikage saw a clear opportunity for victory. He wasted no time and began mobilizing his ninja forces on a full scale. The soldiers were dispatched through the Land of Hot Water, heading straight for the border of the Land of Fire, preparing for the upcoming war with Konoha. At the same time, the Third Kazekage of Iwagakure, Inoki, also recognized that Iwagakure's chance to strike had arrived. The Land of Fire was the ultimate prize, and Inoki knew this was his moment. He immediately started mobilizing his forces, sending them through the neutral territory of the Land of Grass and towards the border of the Land of Fire, ready to claim a portion of the spoils of the war. Even Kirigakure, the Mist Village, had entered the fray, sending its ninjas as mercenaries to participate in the looming conflict. Kirigakure, which had long been a player in the shadows, was preparing to make its presence felt in the war. Yet, amidst all this activity, Sunagakure remained eerily silent. Its movements were difficult to gauge, and its absence from the preparations caused some concern. However, other ninja villages understood this silence. After all, the sudden disappearance of Sunagakure's Third Kazekage had sent shockwaves through the entire ninja world. It had raised more questions than answers, but now it seemed that Sunagakure had resolved its internal turmoil and was preparing for war in its own time. It didn't take long for intelligence to reach Kirigakure, Iwagakure, and Kimogakure. All three received word of Sunagakure's surprise attack on the border of the Land of Fire, signaling that the village had finally entered the fray. The scales of the impending war had shifted, and Sunagakure was now fully committed to the conflict. Chapter 10, Raid on the Land of Fire, Part 2. At the border of the Land of Fire, when the Konoha ninja sensed the approach of Sunagakure's forces, it was already too late. This was part of the plan that Rasa had formulated, swift strikes to catch the enemy off guard. Sunagakure's ninja showed no mercy in this attack. Combined with the intelligence operatives of Sunagakure, Konoha's spies within the Land of River were swiftly neutralized, and they couldn't send any warnings to the border in time. As a result, Konoha's forces at the border were completely unprepared and were quickly overwhelmed. Within mere minutes, the ground was littered with the bodies of Konoha ninja. The state of these corpses painted a grim picture of Konoha's current state of strength. Most of the fallen were genin, with very few chunin, and there were even some children among the casualties. However, Rasa didn't allow for any sentimentality. He issued a cold order immediately. Rest for 10 minutes, recharge, then proceed with the original plan. Continue the attack. Yes, came the reply. After a night of travel and a series of smaller clashes, Rasa gave his forces a brief respite, knowing that larger-scale battles would likely follow once they reached the Land of Fire's territory. During this time, the Sunagakure ninja ate and replenished their chakra. Rasa turned to one of his Umbu operatives and ordered, "Send a message to the village. Maki can move now." "Yes." Immediately, 3 ninja hawks took off from the Umbu operative's hands, heading toward the village. Unlike Konoha, which had powerful summoning beasts that could dominate the 3 great summoning realms, Sunagakure didn't have anything of the sort. They relied on specially trained ninja hawks to carry messages. The brief 10-minute rest soon ended. Under Rasa's command, Sunagakure's ninja began to move once more, heading deeper into the dense forests. Shortly after, Konoha's patrolling ninja arrived at the scene of the battle and were horrified. They immediately sent word back to the village. Back in Sunagakure, the Umbu operatives waiting at the village gates quickly received the message from the ninja hawk. They rushed to Baki and Ebizo. "Minister, Elder, the information from the Kazekage has arrived." Baki took the message and passed it to Ebizo. Without even looking at it, Ebizo coldly spoke, "In that case, let's move out. This is a golden opportunity for Sunagakure, and we cannot afford to fail." "Yes." Soon, the entire village of Sunagakure witnessed thousands of ninja squads gathering at the village's exit. This sight shocked the spies within the village. What is Sunagakure planning? Are they about to go to war with another country? They couldn't believe what they were seeing. The ninja world was still in a tense phase of friction between the major nations. Even though there had been skirmishes between Konoha and Kimogakure, neither side had launched full-scale war. Yet now, Sunagakure was mobilizing thousands of ninja, looking ready for a decisive battle. What on earth was going on? This left the spies from the other villages utterly confused. Though the spies were confused by the large-scale movement of Sunagakure's forces, that didn't stop them from quickly passing the information along. At the same time, they were determined to cause some disruption within Sunagakure, hoping to interfere with its unexpected operation. But just as they planned, a strange sight occurred. Across Sunagakure, hundreds of ninjas appeared atop buildings, each standing tall beside 1 or 2 humanoid creatures that didn't seem fully human. "That's a puppet," someone exclaimed. At the highest point of one of the buildings, Chiyo, the leader of the puppet forces, coldly surveyed the entire village. Behind her stood 10 puppets, each wearing white robes. Despite her dissatisfaction with Rasa's threats, Chiyo's love for her village was undeniable. She would not allow anyone to disrupt the village's operations during this critical period. Meanwhile, in Konoha, at the Hokage's office in Konohagakure. Shortly after Tsunagekire's invasion of the Land of Fire began, Konoha received intelligence about the attack. The Elder Council immediately gathered to discuss the matter. The aging Hiruzen Sarutobi, now in his prime years, sighed as he looked over the information in his hands. His gaze swept across the faces of the elder members. So, what do we do? Tsunagekire's target is indeed us. Why did he say, indeed? Because after multiple shinobi world wars, the Land of Fire had always been the focal point of other nations' aggression. After all, it controlled the most fertile land in the ninja world. Danzo's response was direct. What should we do? Of course, we should fight back. Tsunagekure is nothing to fear. Stop with these naive comments, Danzo. Fight, yes, but how do we fight? Hiruzen retorted, his voice tinged with frustration. What did nothing to fear even mean? If this had been a year ago, Konoha might have had the strength to say that. But now, with Kumogakure positioned at the borders, Iwagakure watching closely, and even the Kirigakure trying to take advantage of the chaos, there was no guarantee that a misstep wouldn't lead to simultaneous attacks from all 4 great shinobi villages. Koharu Yuditane spoke coldly, taking Danzo's side. It's different, Hiruzen. While Kumogakure, Iwagakure, and Kirigakure may provoke us at the borders, they are still just making noise. Tsunagekure, on the other hand, has already invaded the Land of Fire. This is something far more significant. Hiruzen sighed, understanding all too well. But our village's ninja reserves are too thin at the moment. Hamura Mitokado, always the voice of reason, offered a suggestion. We can't move forces from the Kumogakure border, but we can temporarily withdraw some from the Iwagakure border and combine those with the village's remaining forces. That should be sufficient. That's a plan, Hiruzen said, considering it. But who should lead the forces? Normally, this would have been an obvious decision. Even though Jiraiya wasn't in the village due to his research, Orochimaru was still around. Having Orochimaru lead the troops would have been the most efficient. But the Elder Council, this time, offered a different opinion. Let's call Minato back from the front lines and have Orochimaru lead instead, said Danzo, the Elder, with a tone that carried the weight of command. This decision was clearly a waste of time. Though Minato and Orochimaru could both return to the village quickly, this back and forth would still cost precious time. But the Elder Council insisted on this course of action. The reason was simple: after the Second Shinobi World War, Orochimaru's influence within Konoha was immense. Danzo, who had long harbored ambitions to become Hokage, would never allow Orochimaru's reputation to grow any further. Especially with Jiraiya and Tsunade supporting him, Orochimaru posed a serious threat. On the other hand, Minato, born to a common family, was seen as less of a threat to Danzo's aspirations. Hiruzen understood his friend's ambitions, but the old Hokage was too soft-hearted to push through his point. Besides, the other 2 elders shared Danzo's view. While they didn't have aspirations to be Hokage themselves, they didn't want to see Orochimaru become Hokage either. They knew that if Orochimaru rose to power, their authority in the Elder Council would be swiftly stripped away. Fine. Let's do as you suggest, Hiruzen reluctantly agreed. After all, for Konoha, the village's survival came first. The Land of Fire was vast, and even if Tsunagekure wanted to launch a full-scale invasion, it would not be so easy. A little more time could be afforded. Meanwhile, Rasa noticed something strange on his way. Tsunagekire's ninjas were advancing deeper into the Land of Fire, but they had encountered almost no resistance along the way. Something fishy is going on. Chapter 11, Raid on the Land of Fire, Part 3. The Land of Fire, at the edge of the sprawling Yoshino River forest. Just before nightfall, the Tsunagekure ninjas arrived, adhering closely to Rasa's meticulous plan. In the distance, the dense forest gave way to a boundless, open plain. This vast expanse was the location where Rasa intended to mount their defense against the approaching Konoha forces over the next 7 days. For the Tsunagekure ninjas, masters of wind release techniques, the dense canopy of the forest posed a challenge. It stifled their jutsu, weakening its power. However, an open plain such as this offered the ideal terrain to unleash their full potential. All right, this is it. Rasa commanded, his voice firm. Sensory ninjas, monitor the surroundings for any sign of movement. Everyone else, set up camp, light a fire, and prepare meals. Get some rest tonight, the days ahead will be grueling. The group quickly set to work. They scavenged the forest's edge for materials to establish a functional campsite. Each ninja carried just enough military rations to last 7 days, as Rasa's strategy revolved around a swift victory. Their storage scrolls contained only weapons and essential tools, leaving little room for additional provisions. Fortunately, the forest teemed with wildlife, and the Yoshino River provided ample water. Soon, the camp was bustling with activity. Tents sprouted under the cover of trees, and the aroma of cooking food wafted through the air, lifting the spirits of the gathered warriors. At the heart of the camp, inside the largest tent marked as the Kazekages, Rasa convened a strategy meeting with Bakura, Michikawa, and an ANBU ninja named Yura, who had been dispatched by Baki to take orders directly from Rasa. Once everyone was seated, Michikawa spoke, his tone laced with concern. The Konoha ninjas seem unusually slow to respond. So far, we've received no reports of their movements. This anomaly sparked unease in the group. Rasa's strategy had accounted for the distance between the two nations and the speed at which Konoha could mobilize once they learned of the invasion. By their calculations, the Konoha ninjas should have been tailing them by now, possibly even arriving at the plains within hours. Yet there was no intelligence to confirm such activity. It's strange, Michikawa continued, frowning. Given Konoha's usual efficiency, their lack of response is troubling. Rasa leaned forward, his expression impassive but his golden eyes glinting with thought. The stillness of the Konoha forces hinted at either a hidden danger or an unexpected delay. For now, the group could only wait and prepare, knowing the calm before the storm would soon give way to a fierce and unforgiving battle. Rasa turned his gaze toward Yura and asked, "Does the Umbu have any new intelligence?" Yura nodded and responded promptly, "Kazekage-sama, our agents in Konoha report that the village has begun mobilizing its forces." However, oddly enough, when the message came through, there were no signs of large groups of Konoha ninjas leaving the village. A heavy silence fell over the tent. This revelation only deepened their confusion. Rasa furrowed his brow slightly, but after a moment, his expression relaxed. He understood the larger picture. "Isn't this a good thing for us?" he said, his voice calm yet firm. "Sunagakure isn't aiming for an all-out war with Konoha. The slower they move, the higher our chances of success in the end." Bakura and Michikawa exchanged glances before nodding in agreement. Rasa continued, shifting the conversation. "Where are Baki and Elder Ebizo now?" Yura's eyes lit up with excitement as he reported, "We just received intelligence that the Umbu leader and Elder Ebizo have split up. Under the cover of night, they've successfully infiltrated the Land of Fire's border. Meanwhile, our stationed forces in the 14 strategic cities have begun their movements as planned." A smirk crossed Rasa's face. "Good. Everything is proceeding smoothly." After a brief moment of satisfaction, his sharp gaze shifted to Bakura and Michikawa. "This is a defining moment for Sunagakure," he declared. "If we succeed, we will finally break free from the daimyo's control, and our village will take a major step toward true strength and independence." "Yes." Bakura and Michikawa responded in unison, their voices filled with unwavering determination. Rasa gave a satisfied nod. "All right. Since Konoha is giving us extra time, let's not squander it. Get some rest. Tomorrow, we begin the real battle." Konoha Ninja Village. Under the night sky. Minato Namikaze rushed back to Konoha, accompanied by his 3 teammates, Shibi Aburame, Choza Akimichi, and Suminazuka. Though Minato had already mastered the Flying Thunder God technique, his proficiency was still lacking, and his chakra reserves were depleted. As a result, he was unable to use it effectively for rapid long-distance travel. Hokage Building. Inside the dimly lit chamber, Hiruzen Sarutobi and the Elder Council awaited Minato's arrival. Their expressions were grave. Without wasting time, the Hokage issued simple but urgent orders. Minato listened attentively before nodding. "I understand, Hokage-sama. I'll leave immediately." Hiruzen, noticing the exhaustion in Minato's face, frowned slightly. "Minato, you should rest, even if just for a little while. Also, take a moment to check on Kushina and Kakashi." Minato hesitated for a brief moment, his gaze flickering with emotion. But in the end, he shook his head firmly. "There's no need, Hokage-sama. Since Sunagakure has the audacity to invade the Land of Fire, as a shinobi of Konoha, it is my duty to drive them out." Hiruzen sighed deeply, knowing Minato's determination was unwavering. "Very well," he relented. "You've done well, Minato. I've already contacted Jiraiya, he'll be arriving soon to assist you." Minato's face brightened slightly. "That's great. Having Jiraiya-sama with us gives me even more confidence." Upon reaching Konoha's gate, Minato spotted a familiar face, a burly shinobi from the Akimichi clan. "Doto. It's been a while." Minato greeted. Doto Akimichi grinned. "Yeah, Minato. And big brother Choza, looks like we finally get to fight together again." "Yeah." Choza agreed, patting his younger clanmate on the back. Minato nodded. "Let's move out. Doto, fill me in on the details of the intelligence along the way." With that command, nearly 500 Konoha ninjas departed, slipping into the night, moving swiftly toward the Land of Fire's border. As they traveled through the dense forest, Dodo began relaying critical intelligence. This invasion from Sunagakure is quite strange, he said cautiously. Minato's sharp blue eyes narrowed. Strange. The others also turned their attention toward Dodo, sensing something amiss. Dodo continued. Yes. According to our spies in Sunagakure, their movements have been highly irregular. We haven't seen any large-scale mobilization of supplies. That revelation sent a ripple of unease through the group. Wait, Choza interjected, frowning. That doesn't make sense. Even for shinobi, proper logistics are necessary for war. Food, weapons, medical supplies, without them, an army can't sustain itself on the battlefield. Minato's mind raced, processing the implications. So, you're saying Sunagakure doesn't plan on fighting for long? That's the strangest part, Dodo said grimly. Although there hasn't been a significant movement of supplies, our reports confirm that Sunagakure has deployed at least 2,000 ninjas. What? Gasps erupted from the group. Sunagakure's entire shinobi force was estimated to be around that number in total. If they had deployed all their forces, it raised an even bigger question: how did they intend to sustain such a large army without proper supplies? This doesn't add up, Shibi Abure muttered from behind his dark sunglasses, his voice quiet but thoughtful. Deploying so many troops without logistical support is tactically unsound. What is Sunagakure planning? That's not even the most bizarre part, Dodo added, his tone growing heavier. Our intelligence suggests that, so far, only about 300 of Sunagakure's ninjas have actually been spotted within the Land of Fire. A tense silence followed. Minato and his squad exchanged uncertain glances. 300. Tsum Inuzuka blurted out in disbelief, gripping the fur of her massive ninja dog. You're telling me they sent 2,000 shinobi, but only 300 have entered the Land of Fire? Where the hell are the rest of them? Hey, Choza said suddenly, his brow furrowing. Could Sunagakure have lost their minds and decided to start a war with Kimogakure and Iwagakure simultaneously? The idea was outrageous, but the sheer inconsistency of Sunagakure's movements made it impossible to dismiss outright. Minato, however, remained silent, his mind working through the possibilities. His blue eyes darkened with thought. If that were true, it would actually be to Konoha's advantage. If Sunagakure spreads itself too thin, it'll be easier for us to counter them. But even as he spoke, something about the situation felt off. Chapter 12, Raid on the Land of Fire, Part 4. Of course, no one would think that Sunagakure would do such a thing, right? Even Konoha, during the First and Second Great Ninja Wars, didn't have the courage to attack 3 countries simultaneously. So, what exactly is Sunagakure's objective? For some reason, Minato felt a sense of unease in his heart, but he couldn't quite put his finger on what it was. At this moment, Choza asked, then, who is the enemy this time? Who is leading Sunagakure's forces? Dodo Akimichi replied somewhat awkwardly. That's what's troubling us. Sunagakure's attack was so sudden that our intelligence agents barely gathered any information. However, based on reports from our spies in Sunagakure, it seems that only Chiyo remains among their top brass. And for them to take such large-scale action, perhaps. Minato's eyes flashed as he spoke. In other words, we might be facing the newly appointed Fourth Kazekage. Yes. Dodo nodded gravely, then smiled and said, but I believe you're definitely stronger than him, Minato. The atmosphere lightened instantly, and Choza gave a thumbs up, that's right. Minato, you're the idol of all Konoha shinobi now. This made Minato smile somewhat awkwardly. He quickly waved his hand and said, I'm still far from the level of Jiraiya-sensei and Lord Orochimaru. Then, his expression turned serious as he continued, but since this possibility exists, we must be extra cautious. Agreed. Everyone nodded solemnly. After all, this was war. A single mistake could mean death. Under the cover of night, the Konoha shinobi swiftly advanced toward Sunagakure. The scouts at the front reported back, informing them of the location where the Sunagakure forces had set up camp. They're stationed at Yoshino River without making any moves. After receiving the intel, Minato thought for a moment and made a decision. No need to rush the attack. When we reach about 10 kilometers from Yoshino River, we'll all rest first. If we attack now while the Sunagakure shinobi are well rested, we'll have no chance of victory. We'll wait until dawn to launch our assault. Understood. No one objected. After all, due to Konoha's shortage of combat power, half of the troops under Minato's command were genin. Forcing them to go into battle immediately after marching all night would be no different from sending them to their deaths. That night, the moon hung high in the sky. Sunagakure had also received intel about Konoha's forces approaching. Interesting. After reviewing the gathered information, Rasa smiled and said to Pakura and Michikawa, as expected of the shinobi who have been fighting Kimogakure for so long, they're certainly experienced. Michikawa also examined the intel. Seeing that Konoha's forces had not launched an immediate attack upon arrival but instead set up camp 20 li away for rest, he was taken aback. Should we launch a night raid? Right now, we have the advantage of being well rested. Rasa shook his head. Don't forget our objective. This war is not about how many Konoha shinobi we kill but about buying time for Baki and Elder Ebiso. Since Konoha's shinobi wants to rest, why shouldn't we take advantage of that? While they rest, so do we. However, Pakura expressed her dissatisfaction. In that case, wouldn't it be better to launch a night raid and force Konoha's forces into retreat? With our current strength, we might even wipe them out completely. And then what? Rasa asked softly. Pakura was momentarily stunned before responding with frustration. What do you mean, then what? Rasa sighed. It seemed they were greatly underestimating just how strong Minato actually was. Don't forget, we are in the land of fire. When it comes to reinforcements, Konoha will always have the advantage. And us? For our village to send support, they'd have to cross the desert and then traverse the land of rivers. Pakura suddenly understood Rasa's point and was at a loss for words, but Rasa continued. Besides, how many more shinobi do you think our village can afford to send as reinforcements? Realization dawned on Pakura, and her expression turned slightly embarrassed. Rasa continued, I never intended for us to engage in a full-scale war with Konoha, it's simply not worth it. If we follow your plan and manage to win, all we'll do is enrage Konoha. In the end, the ones who benefit will be Kimogakure, Iwagakure, and Kirigakure. And that's not even considering Konoha's retaliation, those villages might also take the opportunity to attack us. His tone softened slightly as he added. I understand how you feel. A battle between Sunagakure and Konoha may be inevitable, but now is not the time. What we need most right now is war funds and resources, these are critical to Sunagakure's future. When we are confident that we can withstand any counterattack, that is when the final battle will come. Hearing this, Pakura realized she had been too impulsive. However, her pride prevented her from admitting her mistake. Meanwhile, Michikawa calmly agreed. Kazekage-sama is right. Now is not the time for a decisive battle. Rasa smiled and nodded. Exactly. Make sure to pass this message along to everyone. For the next 7 days, our priority in this conflict with Konoha is survival. These shinobi are the future of our village, dying here would be a waste. Understood. Michikawa nodded, his gaze toward Rasa softening as he replied. I'll inform everyone. Pakura, on the other hand, clenched her teeth and narrowed her eyes. Rasa paid no mind to her reaction and said calmly. All right, then. Go and get some rest. Michikawa stood up and left, leaving only Pakura behind. This puzzled Rasa, and he asked, What is it, Pakura? Do you have something else to say? Pakura's delicate face turned toward him for a moment. After hesitating, she bit her lip and reluctantly muttered, They're right. Maybe you really are more suited to be the Kazekage than I am. Without waiting for a response, she scoffed, turned around, and left. Rasa was left with an odd expression on his face. Was that tsundere behavior? However, he didn't dwell on it and instead focused on getting some rest. Under the night sky, on the opposite side of the plains, about 10 kilometers away in the forest. Atop a towering tree, Minato gazed into the distant, dark, and silent woods. Sunagakure's calm reaction to Konoha's arrival only deepened Minato's unease. Somehow, he had a strong feeling. Lurking within that forest wasn't just ordinary Sunagakure shinobi. A terrifying beast was hiding in the darkness, watching Konoha. When will the wars between people ever end? Minato sighed inwardly, then shook his head, casting aside his stray thoughts. He returned to his tent to rest, war had long since turned him into a ruthless machine of battle. The night passed quickly. As the first rays of sunlight illuminated the vast plains, the shinobi of Sunagakure and Konoha had already lined up, staring each other down, ready for battle. Chapter 13, Sunagakure and Konohagakure, Part 1. Before the first light of dawn had even touched the horizon, the well-rested and prepared Sunagakure forces had already gathered in full force. On the Konoha side, the shinobi on watch duty quickly detected the movement coming from Sunagakure, and the entire camp was instantly thrown into action, with everyone mobilizing at once. However, compared to the Sunagakure shinobi, who had rested, eaten, and were fully energized, the Konoha forces had only managed a meager 2 to 3 hours of sleep before being roused. Despite this, they weren't pulled from the front lines but had been directly recruited from within the village, which helped ensure their condition wasn't as bad as it could have been. Once both sides were fully assembled, the Sunagakure forces positioned themselves along the vast plains and the edge of the dense forest. They formed 3 distinct battle phalanxes, ready for combat. In response, the Konoha shinobi immediately adjusted their formations, preparing to face the incoming threat. At first glance, it might have seemed like Konoha had the numerical advantage. But as both sides completed their lineups, the Konoha shinobi couldn't help but swallow nervously, their unease growing with each passing second. This was especially true for the sensory-type ninja. They could clearly feel the immense and overwhelming chakra emanating from the Sunagekure forces. You've got to be kidding me. There are so many Jonin. Did Sunagekure really send every elite they had? Within the Konoha ranks, the expressions of Shibi Aburame, Chozo Akimichi, Tsum Inuzuka, and Dodo Akimichi grew increasingly grim. This is bad. Minato, we're facing Sunagekure's main forces. Minato, too, had sensed the potent chakra signatures radiating from Sunagekure's formations. His face grew serious as he understood the gravity of the situation. Relay this information back to the village, now, he commanded. Understood. Tsum responded quickly, summoning his loyal ninja hound to carry the message back to Konoha. But just as the hound disappeared into the distance, a sudden disturbance from the direction of Sunagekure sent a wave of unease rippling through the Konoha ranks, further unsettling their already tense formation. 3 shadowy figures suddenly descended from the sky, landing with precision at the front of each of Sunagekure's phalanxes. Minato's eyes narrowed, his pupils contracting as he registered the sudden shift. Beside him, Chozo Akimichi spoke with a heavy, concerned tone. This is bad, Minato. This situation is much worse than we thought. Yeah, Minato replied grimly, looks like Doto's prediction was spot on. The fourth Kazekage is here. And the other 2 are no slouches either, Chozo added, his face darkening. Aburame Shibi squinted as he observed the Sunagekure forces with growing concern. Pakura of the Scorch release. Michikawa of the Magnet release. Both are legendary figures across the entire ninja world. While Konoha's forces assessed their opponents, the 3 leaders of Sunagekure were equally focused on the enemy before them. Namikaze Minato. Rasa muttered softly under his breath, a calculating look in his eyes as he regarded the Konoha leader. Hearing his name, Pakura immediately straightened, her attention fully captured as she stepped forward, her gaze locking onto the distant figure of Minato, his golden hair unmistakable in the early light. So, that's the man who's been making waves as Konoha's next big star, she mused aloud. Michikawa, standing nearby, nodded in agreement, his voice tinged with admiration and wariness. Yes, indeed. It's said that Namikaze Minato is only 20 years old, yet he's already earned the title of Yellow Flash after his incredible performance in the battle against Kimogakure. I even heard that Kimogakure issued an official order, any shinobi below Kage level who encounters the Yellow Flash is permitted to retreat on sight without it being considered desertion. Pakura's eyes widened in surprise. She gasped. This guy is that powerful. At nearly 25, Pakura was older than Minato, as was Rasa, who was 3 years his senior. Michikawa, being in the later stages of middle age, had seen more battles than most. Rasa spoke up then, his voice measured and serious. If you do come face to face with him, you're allowed to abandon the mission immediately. Pakura turned sharply, her expression one of disbelief and mild irritation. She exclaimed. Are you saying that I'm no match for this Konoha shinobi? After their discussion the night before, Pakura refrained from arguing with Rasa immediately, but her tone was still sharp. Rasa's answer was blunt. Yes. That's exactly what I'm saying. Pakura frowned, her pride stung. But Rasa continued without hesitation. Neither you nor Michikawa are likely to be his match. The reason Namikaze Minato is called the Yellow Flash is because he has mastered the Flying Thunder God technique, developed by the second Hokage. Flying Thunder God technique. Pakura and Michikawa both repeated the unfamiliar name. Rasa nodded gravely. Exactly. It's a space-time ninjutsu, much faster than the body flicker technique. Let me explain it this way, there's no one in the entire ninja world faster than him. Your attacks won't even touch him, and he can appear right next to you at any given moment. Even the third Raikage might not be able to react in time. Pakura and Michikawa exchanged stunned glances. The third Raikage's lightning chakra mode was famous throughout the ninja world for its speed and power. If even he couldn't match Minato's pace, then the Yellow Flash's reputation was no exaggeration. Then, does that mean if we encounter him, we have no choice but to run? Michikawa asked, his voice tinged with concern. In theory, yes, Rasa confirmed. But there is one countermeasure. Since they were allies, and battle was imminent, Rasa felt it was important to share what he knew. The Flying Thunder God technique depends on marked seals for teleportation. So, during combat, you must remain vigilant, don't let kunai marked with his jutsu formula get near you. In addition, the Flying Thunder God seal can be placed directly on a person, and once marked, it never disappears. So. Both Pakura and Michikawa froze in horror as the implication sank in. Are you saying that Namikaze Minato could teleport to assassinate us at any moment? Pakura muttered under her breath. Rasa didn't need to answer verbally. The unspoken truth was evident, Minato's speed and the unpredictability of his teleportation made him a deadly threat. Now it all made sense. They could understand why Kimogakure had feared him so much. This was a technique that could change the entire course of a battle in the blink of an eye. Fortunately, Rasa was no stranger to dealing with formidable foes. He wasn't about to let his comrades face Minato without the proper preparation. "I'll handle Namikaze Minato," Rasa declared, his voice unwavering. "As for the Konoha shinobi near him, they're yours. Michikawa, take the 2 Akimichi clan members, your magnet release will be most effective against their large builds. Pakura, the Abirame clan ninja is yours, your scorch release will be highly effective against their insects." Neither of them objected, though Pakura couldn't help but purse her lips and mutter under her breath, clearly displeased. "I hate bugs," she grumbled. Rasa glanced at her, unamused, before he addressed his orders with unwavering authority. "Yura." "Yes, Kazekage-sama," came the sharp response. From now on, in every battle, the Umbu must record all relevant data and gather intelligence on the enemy. "Understood." "Understood, Kazekage-sama." Yura responded quickly, ready for the task. Meanwhile, on the Konoha side, Minato observed the mounting tension between the two forces. Realizing that the situation was escalating rapidly, he stepped forward, his posture determined and unwavering. Whoosh! In the blink of an eye, Minato used the body flicker technique, appearing at the center of the battlefield with a flash. His piercing gaze swept across the Sunagakure forces as he called out, his voice cold and commanding. "Kazekage of Sunagakure. You've led your shinobi to invade the land of fire, are you declaring war against Konoha?" Pakura glanced at Rasa, her expression curious. "He's calling for you," she said, her voice carrying a hint of amusement. Rasa didn't acknowledge her, his attention focused on Minato. He muttered to himself with a quiet smile, his eyes narrowing in thought. "My turn to step in. Interesting." Before Pakura and Michikawa could even react, Rasa vanished in the same manner, his presence barely detectable. Whoosh! In the blink of an eye, the Kazekage appeared directly in front of Minato. And then, on the very center of the battlefield, the 2 most promising and skilled young shinobi of their generation stood face to face, the current 4th Kazekage of Sunagakure and Konoha's future 4th Hokage, their gazes locked in an unspoken understanding, ready for what was to come. Chapter 14, Sunagakure and Konohagakure, Part 2. This marked Rasa and Minato's first encounter, a moment that would become etched in their minds. It must be said, though, despite their belonging to rival factions, Minato made a striking impression. His demeanor exuded the radiance of a bright and cheerful young man, someone whose energy was immediately uplifting. It was easy to see why he had earned the nickname Yellow Flash. Unfortunately, as the sun ascended, its golden rays slowly bathed the 2 of them, casting the vast plain in a soft light. Yet, strangely, neither man felt the warmth one would expect from such a scene. Instead, an almost palpable tension filled the air, a stark contrast to the serene setting around them. War. Rasa's cold eyes remained fixed on Minato, his voice cutting through the otherwise still atmosphere. It was a tone that betrayed no warmth, only ice-cold resolve. It was Konoha that provoked this war, wasn't it? Minato blinked in surprise, momentarily caught off guard. His brow furrowed, and he replied. "Unless I'm mistaken, this is still the land of fire's territory, not the land of wind, Kazekage." Rasa's gaze hardened, unwavering. "If you acknowledge that this is the land of fire's territory, then you must also admit that our Kazekage went missing in your land, correct?" Minato's eyes widened in shock. His thoughts froze for a moment. He knew of the 3rd Kazekage's disappearance, of course, he did. But what, exactly, did this have to do with Konoha? What did the land of fire have to do with this loss? Frowning deeply, Minato's voice was tinged with disbelief. "Kazekage, are you suggesting that this is some sort of joke?" Rasa's tone remained icy, but now there was an undercurrent of fury beneath the surface. "I am most certainly not joking. According to the investigation conducted by our village's Umbu, the disappearance of the 3rd Kazekage is directly connected to Konoha." This was no small claim. The shockwaves from this revelation rippled through the battlefield, not only rattling the Konoha shinobi but also causing a stir among those from Sunagakure. The 3rd Kazekage was an icon in his village, a figure revered by all. His absence had been a major blow to Sunagakure, and the idea that Konoha could be involved in such a tragedy shook the very foundation of both villages. Even Minato himself hadn't been prepared for such an accusation. He stepped back slightly, brow furrowed, and asked with growing skepticism, "Kazekage, are you implying that the disappearance of your 3rd Kazekage is tied to Konoha? Do you have any evidence?" Did Rasa have proof? Of course not. The accusation was, in fact, entirely fabricated. But would that matter? The truth was, aside from a handful of people, himself, Chiyo, Ebizo, Baki, and Sasori, no one knew the full story behind the Third Kazekage's disappearance. Not even a body had been recovered, and of those few who knew the true cause, none would dare speak out. In the end, evidence mattered little to Rasa. He knew that with his position, he could say anything and cause ripples across the battlefield. Even if he had no proof, his words would carry weight. After all, how could anyone challenge him when no one else knew the truth? I have no evidence. A heavy silence fell over the battlefield. But I know who killed the Third Kazekage. What? From the ranks of Sunagakure, Michikawa's body trembled, his shock evident on his face. The one responsible is someone all of you in Konoha should be well acquainted with, your very own root leader, Danzo. The revelation hit like a thunderclap. That's right. Danzo had already earned the infamous title of the Scapegoat Kage. What harm was there in adding another crime to his list? As soon as Rasa's words pierced the air, a stunned silence overtook the Konoha shinobi. It was Elder Danzo. Oddly enough, if Rasa had named any other figure from Konoha, the shinobi of the village might have dismissed the claim outright. But given that it was Elder Danzo being accused, hesitation rippled through their ranks. Seeing the uncertainty reflected in the eyes of the Konoha shinobi, Michikawa, who had been harboring doubts of his own, could no longer contain his fury. He had long suspected Konoha's involvement in the disappearance of the Third Kazekage. After all, in the entire ninja world, there was only one village capable of making such a disappearance happen without a trace, Konoha. Rasa's words, though full of holes, struck a chord. When emotions ran high, logic often took a backseat. The shinobi of Sunagakure already held deep resentment for Konoha, and now, with their Fourth Kazekage openly accusing the elder of their rival village, their anger reached new heights. Seizing the moment, Rasa raised the stakes. Danzo, the leader of your root organization, secretly murdered the Third Kazekage to obtain the secrets of his most powerful magnet release. It can't be. Minato's shock was palpable. He stood frozen for a long while, struggling to come to terms with what he had just heard. Finally, he managed to stammer, Kazekage, if you have no evidence, then how can you be so certain that the disappearance of the Third Kazekage is tied to our elder, Danzo? To this question, Rasa had come prepared. After all, when will his anime knowledge will come if not now? I may not have direct evidence, but during our search for the Third Kazekage, our Umbu uncovered some crucial intelligence. Crucial intelligence? Minato's confusion deepened. Rasa's words were so confident, could the Third Kazekage truly have been murdered by Danzo? Was there something Minato had missed? At that moment, however, Michikawa's patience snapped. What intelligence? Why haven't I heard about this before? Rasa turned his gaze to Michikawa, a slow smirk curling his lips. During our Umbu's search for the Third Kazekage, they discovered traces of a battle at one particular location. According to their investigation, they found clear evidence of wood release techniques used there. What? Wood release? The reaction from the Konoha shinobi was far more intense than the one from Sunagakure's ranks. Minato, on the other hand, exhaled a long breath of relief and shook his head. Impossible, Kazekage. While wood release was indeed a secret technique of our first Hokage, there are no longer any shinobi in Konoha who possess the ability to use it. Rasa's lips twisted into a mocking smirk. Really? Konoha shinobi, are you so absolutely certain that no one in your village is capable of using wood release? Perhaps you should conduct a more thorough investigation. Investigation. But. Minato hesitated. For the first time, the certainty in Rasa's words made him falter. Even his fellow shinobi, including Chosa, visibly shifted in their stance, their faces betraying a flicker of doubt. Don't be so hasty. I have one more piece of information for you. More information. Minato was now visibly tense. What other information? Rasa's voice cut through the tense atmosphere like a sharp blade. His words, though unsettling, were not yet finished. When examining the bodies of the shinobi who died alongside the Third Kazekage, we also found traces of genjutsu. Do you know what kind of genjutsu it was? Minato's narrowed his eyes, his thoughts racing. There were very few genjutsu in the ninja world that could affect a Kage-level shinobi. He knew this well, and this new revelation added another layer of complexity to the already confusing situation. Meanwhile, Michikawa's emotions, which had been stirred moments before, began to settle. He had personally overseen the search for the Third Kazekage, and the findings, if one could even call them that, had always been scarce. There had been no bodies found, let alone those of fallen shinobi. In other words, Rasa's story was a fabrication. Yet, despite his suspicions, Michikawa remained silent, unwilling to expose his Kazekage. Instead, curiosity took hold. What was Rasa trying to accomplish with such a bold accusation? It seems you already know. That's right, it was the Sharingan from Konoha. The reaction from the Konoha shinobi was immediate and even more intense than before. Rasa's words hit their mark with pinpoint accuracy, sending shockwaves through their ranks. Doubts began to creep into their minds as they exchanged uncertain glances. But impossible. Minato immediately denied the accusation. He had no room for doubt. While the genjutsu of the Sharingan is indeed powerful, it is absolutely impossible to use it to control a Kage. And even if that were possible, what does this have to do with Elder Danzo? Rasa's eyes were cold as he met Minato's gaze, his voice steady as he prepared to reveal his final piece of the puzzle. What does it have to do with him? The answer is simple. With those words, Rasa leaned forward, his expression hardening with the weight of his next revelation. It was through a secret technique that we were able to view the final memories of the fallen shinobi. Do you know what we saw? The entire battlefield seemed to hold its breath. Every eye was fixed on Rasa, waiting for the next shocking statement to spill from his lips. And then Rasa's voice broke the silence like a thunderclap. Your esteemed Elder Danzo is one scheming fox. He actually transplanted both the first Hokage Hashirama Senju cells and the Sharingan into his right arm. Chapter 15, Rasa vs Minato. Rasa's words carried weight far beyond the accusation he had leveled against Danzo. It wasn't merely personal animosity toward the men that motivated Rasa to pin the disappearance of the Third Kazekage on him. No, this was a strategic move, one born of necessity and ambition. As the Kazekage of Sunagakure, Rasa was not simply fighting for the honor of his village, he was fighting for its survival and future. In this tense moment, he needed more than just an explanation for the war he was about to ignite. He needed to create chaos within Konoha, to plant the seeds of doubt and suspicion deep within the heart of the village. Only then, after a raid on the Land of Fire, would Konoha struggle to find a legitimate reason to retaliate against Sunagakure. And even if they did find such a reason, the internal turmoil that would follow would keep them too distracted to act decisively. By this point, Rasa understood that he didn't even need to provide solid proof to back his accusations. His words were so detailed, so carefully crafted, that the burden of proof now shifted to Danzo. It was as though Rasa had written an intricate conspiracy theory, one so compelling that Danzo was now the one forced to clear his name. But could Danzo do so? Of course not. Whether it was the transplanting of the first Hokage cells or the acquisition of the Sharingan, both actions were absolute taboos in Konoha. Rasa knew this would cause a ripple effect that could not be contained. The entire village would soon learn of the truth behind Danzo's secret dealings, and once that revelation spread, there would be no turning back. The Senju clan, with only Tsunade remaining, might not be much of an obstacle, but the Uchiha clan, now that would be a different matter altogether. Some might argue that at this point, Danzo had not yet completed the transplanting of the Sharingan. But that, in itself, no longer mattered. The accusations had already been made, and once Danzo was proven guilty of one of them, the rest would follow. After all, the Sharingan could always be transplanted at any moment. On top of that, Danzo's long-standing antagonism with the Uchiha clan would make it nearly impossible for him to defend himself. The Uchiha had long suspected him of treachery, and these new revelations would only serve to confirm their worst fears. The accusations would spill over beyond the Uchiha. Like, for example, wouldn't the Hyuga clan also worry that Danzo might set his sights on their Byakugan next? Such suspicions would inevitably lead to further fractures within Konoha. Internal divisions would begin to fester, and Konoha would find itself torn from within. But perhaps the most critical question was, did the third Hokage, Hiruzen Sarutobi, have the resolve to punish Danzo? Rasa didn't think so. If he did, Danzo would have never survived this long. Rasa understood the political dynamics of Konoha well. The third Hokage's reluctance to confront Danzo directly had allowed him to operate unchecked for years. For now, Rasa knew what he needed most was time. If he could endure the immediate storm, if he could use his Kama seal to continue strengthening himself, then he would eventually reach a level where no one, least of all Konoha, could challenge him. By then, Konoha would no longer pose a threat to Sunagakure. But that was a matter for the future. For the present, as soon as Rasa finished speaking, the battlefield descended into chaos. The Konoha shinobi were in disarray, their morale shattered by the powerful accusations they had just heard. On the Sunagakure side, it was painfully clear that Konoha's confidence had crumbled. Even Minato, ever the composed leader, found himself momentarily stunned. The truth, as inconvenient as it was, began to settle in. Rasa's words had struck a chord, and for a brief moment, Minato could not help but question everything he thought he knew. The possibility that Danzo could be responsible for such treachery seemed all too plausible. Could it be true? Would the elder truly go to such lengths? Even Minato, a man known for his unshakable resolve, doubted the truth of his village's leadership. Rasa's reminder hit Minato like a jolt of electricity, making him pause and think. The sight of Danzo's arm, wrapped in a bandage marked with sealing jutsu, suddenly seemed far more suspicious than it had before. What kind of injury would necessitate such an odd form of binding? It wasn't just Minato who was now reflecting on this, it was clear from the tense expressions of the other Konoha Jonin that they were all starting to question the truth of Rasa's words. Danzo, the head of the so-called Root organization, had never been a popular figure among the Konoha shinobi. His methods, his secrecy, and his cold ambition made him a figure of mistrust, even within his own village. At that moment, however, Choza Akimichi spoke up, breaking the tense silence. He was standing behind Minato, his tone grave as he addressed the situation. Minato, we can't let this continue. If this goes on, there won't even be a battle. The word struck Minato hard. Why would there be a battle when their enemies were already on the brink of victory, before a single jutsu had even been cast? The realization hit him, the morale of the Konoha shinobi was faltering fast. Rasa's truth, coupled with the accusations against Danzo, had shaken their resolve. Minato snapped out of his daze, nodding decisively. His gaze hardened, and the warmth of the sun seemed to evaporate as he regained his composure. Apologies, Kazekage. I cannot determine the truth of your claims at this moment. I will need to report this to the village before I can provide you with an answer. However, the fact remains that Sunagakure has invaded the Land of Fire. Therefore, I must ask you to leave our territory immediately. Well, I dash. What? Are you joking? Rasa hadn't even finished his sentence before a jonin from Sunagakure, standing behind him, roared with fury. The Konoha shinobi murdered our third Kazekage, and yet you speak so lightly of it. Unforgivable. Absolutely unforgivable. The anger in the voice of the Sunagakure shinobi ignited a fierce fire in the hearts of the others around him. Their cries rang out across the battlefield. That's right. Avenge the third Kazekage. Kill every last Konoha ninja. Hand over that bastard Danzo. The atmosphere became charged with tension as Sunagakure's warriors seethed with rage. It was clear now that they were prepared to fight to the death. The Konoha shinobi, in turn, found themselves looking grim. The challenge was laid before them, not just to protect their territory but to confront a furious enemy in the midst of the growing storm. But to Rasa, this was precisely the reaction he had hoped for. The surge of anger and the battle cries of his forces were music to his ears. They were fully committed now, and he knew that the battle was about to escalate beyond words. Rasa fixed his cold, calculating gaze on Minato, his expression hardening with purpose. Konoha ninja, you see for yourselves, if you don't hand over Danzo, we will never leave. Minato's mind raced. He could feel the weight of the decision pressing down on him. His instinct screamed that a confrontation was inevitable, and yet, he could not deny the truth of the dilemma. As a shinobi of Konoha, he had no other choice. It was his duty to defend his village, even against overwhelming odds. His right hand moved instinctively, reaching for the tools in his pouch. If that's the case. Since our positions are different, I have no other choice. Rasa raised an eyebrow, sensing the shift in Minato's demeanor. The tension in the air thickened as the two leaders stood across from one another, each aware that a battle was on the verge of erupting. Oh. Are you going to make a move? Rasa's tone was taunting, but his alertness was palpable. Minato's face twisted into a bitter expression as he assessed the situation. Could he avoid a fight? The answer was clear, no. He was a Konoha shinobi, and Sunagakure had already crossed the threshold of his village's borders. No matter how conflicted he might feel, the duty to protect the Land of Fire was paramount. But could he win this battle? Given the disparity in numbers and the growing tension in the air, Minato felt the weight of the situation. His thoughts raced, but one thing was clear, he had no time to waste. No other choice. I have to end this quickly. He thought, pushing aside his doubts. With resolve settling over him, he acted instantly. His right hand dove into his ninja pouch and quickly retrieved 6 specially crafted kunai. Without hesitation, he hurled them toward Rasa, each kunai glinting in the sun as they zipped through the air. Humph. Rasa sneered, his eyes narrowing with precision. The moment the kunai approached, the ground beneath him shifted. In a flash, a golden whip shot upward from the earth, lashing out with terrifying speed. The whip struck with perfect accuracy, knocking Minato's kunai aside before they could even reach their target. What? Minato's eyes widened in shock, disbelief washing over him. This was completely unexpected. Minato had never thrown his Flying Thunder God kunai directly at an enemy before. Normally, he would scatter them around his opponent, strategically placing them at a distance to create openings for his next move. Because his kunai never aimed directly at the enemy, most shinobi wouldn't bother to defend against them. But Rasa was different. The moment Rasa recognized the Flying Thunder God kunai, he reacted with deadly precision. Without a second thought, he intercepted and knocked them out of the air, disrupting Minato's entire strategy. It was as if Rasa had anticipated Minato's every move. An uncomfortable feeling began to creep into Minato's mind, a growing sense of unease that he couldn't shake. Of course, Rasa had been prepared from the very beginning. The moment he stepped onto the battlefield, he had deliberately kept his distance from Minato. Once he learned that Konoha's greatest shinobi was Minato, Rasa's mind rapidly assessed the situation. Two thoughts had emerged, clear and concise. First, he could not allow Minato's flying thunder god kunai to limit his movement. Second, he must avoid close combat at all costs. The implications were undeniable. With Minato's mastery over the flying thunder god and his devastating Raiznan, any close-quarter confrontation would spell disaster for Rasa. He might survive the encounter, but the injuries he would suffer could be crippling. Minato's speed and power made him nearly unbeatable at close range. Did my plan fail? Minato thought, a sharp frown appearing on his face. The realization hit him hard, he had underestimated the terrain. The wide, open plain they fought on was vastly different from the dense forests where he usually operated. In the forest, he could easily hide his flying thunder god kunai and set traps. Out here, however, every movement was more exposed, leaving him with fewer options. But that wouldn't stop him. If he couldn't control Rasa's movements from a distance, then his only option was to close the gap. He had to get closer, and he had to do it fast. With renewed determination, he pulled out another flying thunder god kunai. His figure flickered as he vanished from sight, a blur of motion in the wind. Body flicker technique. Minato muttered to himself, his voice carrying a hint of resolve. Rasa saw the shift in Minato's movements. He knew exactly what the Fourth Hokage was attempting. There was no hesitation in his actions. His hands flew through a series of seals, his eyes glinting with lethal intent. Magnet release, Gold Dust Imperial Funeral. Chapter 16, Gold Dust vs. Flying Thunder God. The battlefield had descended into chaos. The massive golden spikes, like deadly spears, erupted from the ground, forming a nearly impenetrable barrier around Rasa. The sheer sight of it stunned both the Tsunegakure and Konoha shinobi. It was as if the earth itself had turned against Minato, trapping him outside the lethal thicket. Incredible. So this is the Kazekage's magnet release. As expected of Lord Kazekage. Rasa's magnet release was awe-inspiring. The golden barrier was not just a defensive structure but a testament to his mastery of his Kekkei Genkai. It was a perfect counter to Minato's flying thunder god technique. For many, this was their first time witnessing the power of the Fourth Kazekage up close, and it left them in complete awe. Meanwhile, on the Konoha side, the mood was much different. The Jonin and high-ranking shinobi understood the implications of what had just transpired. They knew Minato's abilities well, and now they saw him facing a formidable obstacle. Minato himself stood outside the barrier, his expression grim as he analyzed the golden thorns blocking his path. He really understands my flying thunder god technique. Minato muttered to himself. The dense thicket of golden spikes made any head-on assault impossible, and that meant he needed to change his approach. He took a deep breath, and then, without hesitation, he began running along the perimeter of Rasa's golden sand barrier. Minato's plan was simple: find a weak point, a gap in the defense, and exploit it. His speed alone would allow him to locate an opening if it existed. However, Rasa was no amateur. The moment Minato moved, Rasa's trained instincts kicked in. He recognized Minato's intent immediately. He wants to find a weak point in my defenses by moving quickly. Rasa thought, a smirk forming on his face. But Rasa was not the type to let his opponent have the advantage. Staying on the defensive wasn't his style. He wasn't just going to sit back and let Minato pick apart his defenses. With that thought in mind, Rasa pressed his hands together again, channeling his chakra. The golden spikes around him, previously stiff and immovable, began to shift and writhe like living creatures. The sharp, thorn-like protrusions became flexible, forming whip-like tendrils that lashed out at Minato with startling speed. Minato, however, remained unfazed. His reflexes were as sharp as ever. Without altering his expression, he moved even faster, weaving his body in and out of the golden spike's range. His hands flew through a series of seals as he ran. Wind release, chaotic air dance. In an instant, a powerful gust of wind erupted from Minato's position. A violent storm of sand and dust whirled into the air, obscuring his form. The swirling sands created a cloud that completely concealed Minato's presence. Rasa's keen senses immediately told him what had happened. Minato had activated the body flicker technique, disappearing from view and leaving the golden tendrils to lash out at nothing. Rasa's sharp gaze remained focused, though his face was expressionless. He knew that, while the sandstorm obscured Minato's form, it didn't obscure his presence. As a Kage-level shinobi, Rasa's sensory abilities were far beyond those of most shinobi. He could feel Minato's movements in the air, even if he couldn't see him directly. Rasa wasn't about to let Minato gain an advantage. You think you can hide from me? Rasa muttered under his breath, his eyes scanning the surrounding chaos. He wasn't the only one with wind release in his arsenal. Without skipping a beat, Rasa clasped his hands together once more, channeling his chakra into another wind release technique. Wind release, chaotic air dance. This time, he conjured another massive sandstorm, obscuring not only Minato's position but his own as well. The golden thorns around him shifted and moved, reinforcing his defenses as the sandstorm spiraled through the air, creating an impenetrable veil of dust and wind. Rasa's goal wasn't to reveal Minato's location, it was to avoid direct confrontation. With Minato's flying thunder god technique and his ability to appear and vanish at will, Rasa knew he had to keep his distance. He couldn't afford to let Minato close the gap. Even with all the power Rasa wielded, the speed and precision of Minato's movements made him a deadly enemy in close combat. Both Minato and Rasa were now hidden within their respective sandstorms. The battlefield was completely obscured by swirling dust, leaving the watching shinobi from both Sunagekure and Konoha stunned. The tense atmosphere on the battlefield thickened as Minato, frustrated by the stalemate, took matters into his own hands. He had already realized that Rasa's defense was too solid, but he could not allow himself to be driven into a corner, especially when the fate of the Land of Fire was at stake. With his mind focused, Minato revealed himself from within the sandstorm, his eyes sharp with determination. He had to break through the golden sand barrier if there was any hope of defeating Rasa and pushing him back. Rasa's barrier had withstood the test of Minato's flying thunder god kunai and his earlier evasive maneuvers, but Minato was far from giving up. He was proficient in not just wind release, but also fire and lightning release, two elements that, when combined, made for devastating offensive techniques. Minato formed the seals for his fire release technique and summoned a fierce torrent of flames. Fire release, grand blaze technique. The flames shot forward with incredible speed and intensity. Minato had calculated it perfectly, the golden sand, although tough, was nowhere near as durable as iron. The heat of the flames would melt the sand and break the barrier apart. Minato's mind raced as he watched the flames roar toward Rasa's defense. Inside the swirling golden dust, Rasa could feel the intense heat building up. He knew that he couldn't afford to take Minato's fire attack head-on. The heat alone would melt his sand, leaving him vulnerable. But Rasa wasn't caught off guard. His mastery of sand manipulation came into play once again. Rasa was a wind, earth, and water release user. In this situation, sand manipulation consumed far less chakra than water release techniques, and since water could counter his own gold dust, he wouldn't trouble himself unnecessarily. Just as Minato anticipated his fire release technique to break through, a massive sand hand emerged from the swirling dust. With a powerful swoosh, the sand hand struck the fire attack, swatting it away effortlessly as though the flames were nothing more than an irritating fly. Pa! Minato's eyes widened in surprise. The flames, which he had expected to break through the barrier and force Rasa to retreat, were dismissed with such ease. His calculated attack had been countered effortlessly, leaving him stunned and momentarily uncertain. Minato thought to himself, fully grasping how formidable Rasa truly was. This wasn't just any ordinary Kage, this was a shinobi who could effortlessly control the battlefield, both offensively and defensively. Rasa's mastery of sand manipulation was clearly superior, and the Sunagekure shinobi erupted into cheers at the sight of their Kazekage's overwhelming power. The sight of the massive sand hand dispatching Minato's fire attack with ease filled them with pride and confidence. However, not everyone was cheering. Two experienced Sunagekure shinobi, Pakura and Michikawa, exchanged puzzled glances, their expressions reflecting growing confusion. That's the second Kazekage's sand manipulation technique? Pakura asked, her voice a mix of disbelief and curiosity. Michikawa's brow furrowed in thought. When did Rasa? A sudden realization struck both of them. If Rasa had mastered sand manipulation, an ability that was linked to Shikaku, the one-tailed beast, then it meant something far more significant was at play. Could it be that Elder Ebizo entrusted Shikaku to Rasa? Pakura whispered. The thought was startling. If Rasa had somehow come into possession of Shikaku, it would explain how he had managed to master sand manipulation. After all, it was Shikaku's power that had allowed the second Kazekage to develop the technique, and no one else had been able to replicate it successfully, not even the third Kazekage. The two shinobi exchanged concerned looks, realizing that there was far more to Rasa's story than they had known. From the mystery surrounding the third Kazekage's disappearance to Rasa's sudden mastery of an ability that only a few others had ever wielded, it was clear that Rasa had hidden depths they hadn't anticipated. On the battlefield, as Minato stood there, his mind reeling from the defeat of his attack, Rasa's sharp gaze remained unwavering. His hand, still made of sand, hovered as the golden sandstorm swirled around him. But he knew he had to be cautious. As strong as his golden sand barrier was, it came with a disadvantage. The sand, though formidable as a defensive tool, restricted Rasa's movement. He couldn't afford to stay in one spot for too long, as his mobility would be compromised. The longer the battle stretched on, the more potential openings there were for Minato to exploit. Rasa quickly realized the flaw in his barrier. It was strong, but its defense came at the cost of his own freedom of movement. If he continued to rely on it, Minato would eventually find a way to break through. With a decisive motion, Rasa made a swift decision. Pa! The crisp sound of the sand barrier breaking echoed as he dispelled the golden sand barrier. His hands then slammed into the ground with immense force, triggering the activation of his jutsu. Sand release, cycle of erosion. The earth cracked open, and from the fissures, countless grains of sand erupted, rapidly transforming the once solid ground into a sprawling desert. The horizon seemed to distort as the terrain became a vast expanse of shifting sands. Boom. The explosion of sand and earth sent a shockwave through the battlefield, and Minato's eyes widened in disbelief. Impossible. Even the seasoned shinobi in both Konoha and Sunagekure were taken aback by the sheer scale of Rasa's jutsu. The magnitude of the transformation was beyond what they had seen. It was a level of mastery few could imagine. The new battlefield was a far cry from the open plains that had existed just moments before. It was now a barren desert, the landscape completely altered. Minato landed swiftly, appearing as though he had taken to the skies in a bid to avoid the devastating jutsu. But the moment his feet touched the sand, a sense of unease gripped him. His feet sank slightly into the soft surface of the desert. The sand beneath him shifted, and an uncomfortable pressure settled in his chest. It was as if the very ground was now in Rasa's control. Minato's mind raced as he locked eyes with Rasa. The Kazekage's plan had been executed flawlessly. This new terrain had completely neutralized Minato's most effective strategy, the Flying Thunder God technique. The sand, ever shifting, would swallow up his kunai, leaving him unable to use teleportation to close the distance between them. His greatest strength, his speed and ability to appear in an instant, was effectively nullified. This entire desert is under his control, Minato thought, realization dawning on him. Rasa had transformed the battlefield into a trap. The sand would absorb his kunai, leaving Minato unable to use his teleportation strategy. Minato's expression hardened. He was facing a true master, one who knew how to counter every move. It felt as though Rasa understood him intimately, predicting his every tactic and neutralizing them with ease. The frustration was palpable, but there was no time for hesitation. As Konoha's commander, Minato knew that the survival of his village depended on his ability to eliminate the enemy commander. If he allowed Rasa to continue to gain ground, the morale of the Konoha shinobi would collapse, and the entire land of fire would be in peril. Looks like I'll have to use the technique, Minato murmured, his eyes narrowing as he made his decision. He wasted no time. Biting his thumb, he smeared the blood across his palm, forming the necessary seals with practiced precision. Summoning Jutsu. Chapter 17, Shikaku vs. Gamabunta, Part 1. Boom. A deafening explosion echoed across the battlefield, followed by a massive cloud of smoke. As the haze began to dissipate, an enormous shadow emerged, towering over the chaos. Both Sunagekure and Konohagakure shinobi froze in shock, many of them seeing such a sight for the first time in their lives. Summoning beasts were the stuff of myths for most. When the smoke finally cleared, what stood before them was an enormous red toad, its body as tall as a small mountain. The sheer size of the creature sent waves of disbelief rippling through the crowd. What kind of monster is this? Such a huge toad. Is this also a summoning beast? Amidst the stunned shinobi, a few individuals remained calm. Figures like Rasa, Michikawa, and Pakura watched without a trace of surprise. Unlike most of their comrades, they had a deeper understanding of Konohagakure's secrets. This is Jiraiya's summoning beast, one of the 3 legendary Sannin. Standing atop the giant toad's head, Minato looked slightly apologetic as he spoke. Sorry for summoning you here, Lord Bunta. Gamabunta, the toad in question, surveyed the battlefield with his immense, sharp eyes. A puff of smoke escaped from the pipe clenched in his mouth as he grumbled. His gaze swept across the crowd of shinobi, clearly recognizing the forehead protectors from Sunagekure. These forehead protectors are from Sunagekure. Minato, another war. Minato scratched his head awkwardly. Ah, my apologies, but I had no other choice, Lord Bunta. Konoha's situation isn't great, and the enemy shinobi are incredibly tough to deal with. I need your help to get close to him. Gamabunta's huge eyes turned, locking onto Rasa, who stood calmly in the distance, emitting a mysterious aura. That man. Minato grew even more uneasy as he replied. He's the 4th Kazekage of Sunagekure. What the? Gamabunta froze for a moment, then grumbled with a sour expression. Minato, you sure know how to pick an opponent for me. Lord Bunta, all I need is your help getting close to him. I see. Understood. While summoning beasts from the great sacred places typically avoided human conflicts, alliances, and dire circumstances sometimes forced them into action. This was one of those times. As the colossal toad made his presence known, Michikawa and Pakura quickly moved to Rasa's side, their expressions serious. Need any help? Rasa shook his head calmly. Stick to the original plan. Proceed to the next phase. This response left both of them slightly surprised, but they nodded in agreement. Rasa then raised his head to glare coldly at the enormous toad, its shadow blocking out the sun. A summoning beast to envy, indeed. In that case, I won't hold back either. Minato blinked in surprise, then watched as Rasa formed hand seals. Let's see how my Shikaku fares against your toad. Magnet release, Avatar of Shikaku. The ground beneath them trembled violently, a deep rumbling reverberating through the air. The sand covering the battlefield surged toward Rasa, coalescing into an immense form. Slowly but surely, the sand took on a monstrous shape, nearly matching Gamabunta in size. Gamabunta's eyes widened momentarily at the sight of the creature, then he let out a sigh of relief. At least it's not a real tailed beast. What? Really? Minato's reaction to the mention of tailed beast was far more intense. Gamabunta explained while pulling a short blade from his waist. Don't worry. It's just an imitation of Shikaku, not a real tailed beast. But it doesn't look easy to deal with. Get ready, I'm going in. Gamabunta sprang high into the air, his enormous frame causing shockwaves across the battlefield. Gripping his blade tightly, he dove directly toward Rasa's Shikaku construct. Meanwhile, following Rasa's orders, Michikawa and Pakura gave a sharp signal. At once, the shinobi of Sunagakure surged forward, colliding with Konohagakure's forces. The war between the two villages had officially erupted in full force. Amid the vast desert, Gamabunta's massive shadow descended from the sky, his blade slashing straight at Rasa, who stood atop the Shikaku construct. Clang! The sharp ring of metal striking an unyielding surface reverberated through the air. The Shikaku construct raised one massive arm, effortlessly intercepting the attack. Impossible. Suspended in midair, Gamabunta's expression darkened as he felt the extraordinary strength and near-impenetrable hardness of the construct's sand-like surface. That's enough, Lord Bunta. Minato called out urgently. The gap between himself and Rasa was now close enough to act. Just as Minato prepared to utilize his Flying Thunder God Kunai, Gamabunta abruptly pivoted in midair, retreating to safety. A gigantic tail swept through the space where he had been, slamming into the ground with a deafening crash. Had the toad lingered for even a second longer, that single strike could have inflicted severe damage. Are you okay, Lord Bunta? Don't worry, I'm fine. But this thing's hide is seriously tough, it made my hand ache. At that moment, Minato noticed something glowing beneath the Shikaku construct's torn surface. It's gold dust. The Fourth Kazekage has infused his gold dust into this creature. I see. No wonder it feels like a metal fortress. Minato, brute force won't work, we need to find an opening and use ninjutsu. Understood. Here we go. Gamabunta's enormous body lunged at the Shikaku construct again. This time, he was more cautious. As the construct's tail swung toward him, he spun in the air, deftly dodging while simultaneously forming hand seals. If it's sand, it must be weak to water. Water release, liquid bullet. A massive water bubble shot toward the Shikaku construct. As expected of a summoning beast from Mount Mayaboku. Such chakra reserves. The water release technique was nearly at an S-rank level. However, Rasa remained unshaken, merely controlling the Shikaku construct to raise an arm. A golden shield formed from condensed gold dust emerged like an umbrella, blocking the liquid bullet. The defense of the gold dust was indeed formidable. The water bubble exploded violently, transforming into a torrential rain that drenched the battlefield. Minato suddenly noticed something and said, Lord Bunta, we need to move the battlefield. There are too many shinobi from our village here. I understand. Seeing his attack ineffective, Gamabunta quickly retreated. Rasa, also concerned about collateral damage to his own forces, controlled the Shikaku construct to give chase, maintaining the battle away from their respective shinobi. With the two giant entities gone, the shinobi of Sunagakure and Konohagakure could finally engage in combat without holding back. Before long, the two combatants had moved to a deserted area. As Gamabunta continued advancing, Rasa's patience wore thin. Hey, Konohagakure shinobi, how far are you planning to run? Isn't this far enough? Gamabunta finally halted, turning to face Rasa. Minato, standing on Gamabunta's head, wore a serious expression. Boss Toad, we need to finish this quickly. Our village's shinobi can't hold out much longer. I get it. We'll split up and attack. Controlling the construct has to divide his attention. Got it. Chapter 18, Shikaku vs Gamabunta. Minato swiftly leapt off Gamabunta's head, separating from the toad to attack Rasa from two different angles. Rasa knew there was no way he could allow both of them to get close, especially Minato. Allowing Minato to approach would be equivalent to signing his own death sentence. Without hesitation, Rasa began forming hand seals. Magnet release, gold dust shower. As his words echoed, a dense barrage of golden senbon erupted from behind him, filling the sky like a torrential rainstorm. The barrage covered an immense area, its speed making it nearly impossible to evade. Leave it to me. Minato declared, his hands moving in a blur as he formed the necessary hand seals. Wind release, pressing black. A violent hurricane spiraled from Minato's mouth, devouring the incoming golden sand senbon. But it didn't end there. The storm surged forward, speeding toward Shikaku's manifestation. Rasa's expression remained impassive. When it came to wind release, he was a master himself. Wind release, pressing black. He launched the same technique in response, and the two hurricanes collided midair, forming an impenetrable barrier of wind between Shikaku's avatar and Minato and Gamabunta. The force was so powerful that Gamabunta was pushed back. Impressive, Kazekage, Gamabunta rumbled. What a formidable wind release. After a moment of thought, he offered his advice. Minato, I'm afraid I'm not much help against something like this. Ken would be a better choice for the job. Minato immediately understood and nodded in agreement. Understood. Thanks for your help, Lord Bunta. No problem. I'll be heading back then. Gamabunta said, before vanishing into the distance. Minato wished Gamabunta could stay to assist with the other sand ninja, but summoning beasts for battles between shinobi was against Mount Myaboku's code. Gamabunta had only participated out of respect for Minato, but calling upon him to deal with regular sand ninja was outside of their agreement. True, the sage toads would step in for battles of life and death, but Rasa was not an opponent Minato couldn't handle on his own. As Gamabunta returned to the summoning realm, Minato quickly formed the necessary hand seals. Summoning jutsu. The mist that formed around him cleared, revealing a large red toad, armed with a black iron trident and an immense iron shield strapped to its back. Lord Ken. I'll be counting on you. Just keep that monster occupied for me. Minato called out. Gamaken, the summoned toad, surveyed the colossal creature before him and immediately understood his role. Understood. I may not be as graceful as Bunta, but I'll give it my all. Rasa, watching the interaction, couldn't help but feel a pang of envy. So this is Konoha's foundation, they can summon beasts of such power at will, while all I have is myself. The battle between the new summon and Rasa Shikaku began in earnest. Gamaken spun his trident with ease, leaping high into the air before bringing the weapon crashing down onto Shikaku's avatar. Rasa attempted to block with Shikaku's massive arm, but it didn't take long for him to realize the vast difference in strength between Gamaken and Gamabunta. Gamaken's raw power was on an entirely different level. He could feel the tremors running through Shikaku's massive form. What terrifying strength! Rasa muttered to himself. If this kept up, Shikaku's avatar would soon be in danger of falling. Meanwhile, Minato had already seized the opportunity to close in at an incredible speed. Rasa spotted him and quickly formed hand seals. Magnet release, gold dust shower. Leave it to me. Minato shouted, as the golden sand rained down from above. Gamaken raised his shield and braced himself for impact, while Minato pushed forward, closing in. What a troublesome opponent. Rasa muttered, clapping his hands together. In an instant, two colossal sand arms shot up from the ground, reaching for Gamaken's legs as he leaped through the air. Leave it to me. Minato shouted, clapping his hands together. Wind release, severing cut. Sharp blades of wind shot forth, cutting through the sand arms with ease. They crumbled instantly into fine golden grains, cascading down from the sky like rain. At that moment, Gamaken had already reached Shikaku's manifestation. Using his experience, he wisely chose not to engage in direct combat. Instead, he raised his shield and, with all his weight and momentum, brought it crashing down onto Shikaku's head. This time, Rasa found himself with no escape. He had no choice but to abandon Shikaku's avatar and retreat. Now's my chance. Minato thought out loud, his opportunity finally presenting itself. First, Minato was already dangerously close to Rasa. Even if Rasa managed to knock away Minato's Flying Thunder God Kunai, the technique would allow him to close the gap almost instantly. Once he was in range, with the Flying Thunder God technique and Raiznan in his arsenal, Minato could easily overwhelm him. Second, Rasa was now airborne, with no solid ground to adjust his movements. While this wouldn't be a significant problem for a Kage-level shinobi, even the slightest opening at this level could be lethal. Without hesitation, Minato hurled the Flying Thunder God Kunai. Rasa, sensing the incoming threat, controlled his gold dust, forming a whip of iron to strike down the kunai. But before the kunai reached its target, Minato had already teleported. In an instant, Minato appeared, seized the kunai, and, with a single motion, slashed at the golden whip before hurling the kunai toward Rasa again, before vanishing once more. The kunai hurtled straight for Rasa's face, and Minato reappeared just behind it. With a Raiznan pulsing brightly in his hand, Minato tore through the air, closing the distance between them. Rasa's eyes widened. He quickly clasped his hands together. Gold dust barrier. Golden thorns erupted from the ground around him, forming an intricate and dense defense to block Minato's assault. But just as the barrier formed, Minato disappeared once again. Whoosh! Got you. Minato's voice rang coldly, devoid of emotion. In an instant, the brilliant light of the Raiznon engulfed Rasa completely. For a moment, it seemed as though Minato was just seconds away from victory. But Rasa was the Kazekage for a reason. Instead of a triumphant expression, Minato's face shifted into one of confusion and alarm. Something's wrong. The sensation transmitted through the Raiznon didn't feel like striking a real body. It felt like sand. A chill ran down Minato's spine, and he instinctively leaped backward. Yet, no counterattack came. Instead, Gamaken's voice rang out, tinged with panic. What is this? Minato's eyes snapped toward Gamaken. To his shock, the scattered sand from Shikaku's shattered form had suddenly come to life. It surged around Gamaken, enveloping him entirely. Gamaken swung his trident and kicked off the ground, trying to break free, but then he froze. His body wasn't responding. Even worse, his connection to Mount Maiboku had been severed. What? Purple-violet sealing scripts materialized out of thin air, traveling from the remains of Shikaku's avatar and transferring onto Gamaken's body. Minato's eyes widened in realization. As Kushina's husband, he was well versed in sealing jutsu. His face darkened. This is a sealing technique. Damn it. Before Minato could fully process the situation, it was already too late. In the blink of an eye, Gamaken was sealed within a massive, pyramid-like structure made entirely of compressed sand. His final words echoed before he vanished completely. Sorry, Minato. Those were Gamaken's last words. Atop the pyramid, Rasa emerged slowly, his figure casting a shadow over the sand. Minato turned to face him, a sense of foreboding sinking in. As the dust settled, the Rasa that had been struck by the Raiznon crumbled completely into sand. A sand clone. He prepared this in advance. Minato frowned, piecing the situation together. Though he had expected Rasa to be difficult, especially given his status as the Kazekage, the sealing of Gamaken had completely caught him off guard. This meant Rasa's true target wasn't Minato at all. It had been Gamaken. But why? Minato quickly realized this couldn't have been planned from the very beginning. After all, neither Gamabunta nor Gamaken had been part of the battle from the start. Minato had only summoned them as the fight unfolded. There was no way Rasa could have foreseen their appearance. A thought flashed through Minato's mind, recalling the earlier exchange. Could it be that Sunagakure doesn't actually intend to go to war with Konoha? Rasa's voice, low and deliberate, echoed from atop the golden pyramid, confirming Minato's suspicion. Right now, Konoha's yellow flash, with just a flick of my fingers, I can crush your summon into dust. Chapter 19, Delaying Time. Minato observed the situation unfold before him and immediately understood the severity of the conflict. He scanned the battlefield, his frown deepening as he took in the chaos. Though the clash between the two villages had only just begun, Konoha's forces had already sustained significant casualties. While the Chunin and Jonin were managing to hold their ground against Suna's relentless assault, the Genin were falling like helpless prey, unable to defend themselves. Shibi Aburame and his team were also in a dire situation. Shibi's insects and some Inuzuka's ninja hounds were being thoroughly countered by Pakura's scorch release, preventing them from closing the distance. Every time they attempted to approach, the intense heat from Pakura's fireballs instantly evaporated the moisture in their bodies, leaving them charred husks, lifeless before they could even react. Meanwhile, Chozo Akimichi and Dodo struggled to hold their ground against Michikawa's iron sand. Their multi-sized jutsu was barely enough to keep them alive, with every attack from the iron sand threatening to overwhelm them. Despite their efforts, they were hanging on by a thread, each moment more perilous than the last. As for why they hadn't switched opponents, well, that wasn't their decision to make. Pakura and Michikawa, armed with detailed intelligence from Rasa, had carefully positioned themselves to ensure that none of Konoha's forces gained any advantage. While Pakura's scorch release remained effective against close combat fighters like the Akimichi clan, Michikawa's major vulnerability lay in the Aburame clan's insects. These insects had the ability to absorb chakra from iron sand, rendering Michikawa's control over it unstable and potentially disastrous. Standing at the base of Rasa's golden pyramid, Minato's expression was steely and resolute. Kazekage of Sunagakure, what exactly is your goal? Rasa looked down from his elevated position and responded without hesitation. My goal is simple. Hand over the one responsible for the death of our third Kazekage, Danzo Shimura, and provide compensation for Sunagakure's losses. If you comply, we will withdraw immediately. If not, we will wage an all-out war on Konoha until one of our villages is utterly destroyed. The force of Rasa's words struck Minato like a blow, his mind racing as the gravity of the situation became clear. At this moment, Minato realized he had no choice. Despite being evenly matched with Rasa, Konoha's forces were already pushing their limits. More critically, Gamaken was still trapped. Should anything happen to him, Minato would have no way to explain it to Mount Maiboku or Jiraiya-sensei. I understand. Let's agree to a temporary ceasefire. Give me 7 days. I will report everything that has happened here to the village, and the Hokage will decide how to proceed, Minato proposed, his voice steady. Rasa's cold gaze remained fixed on him as he smirked. 3 days. You have 3 days. If I do not receive an answer by then, we will officially declare war on Konoha. Minato's heart sank at the harsh ultimatum. 3 days would not be enough. 5 days. Please give me 5 days. 3 days is too short. We need more time to investigate the situation thoroughly. As the Kazekage, you must understand that Danzo is a senior elder of Konoha. Minato insisted, hoping to buy more time, but it only caused Rasa's eyes narrowed fiercely. 4 days. That is my final offer. If I do not have an answer by dawn on the 4th day, we will resume our attack. Minato sighed inwardly, knowing that the next few days would be crucial. Understood. Then both sides will halt hostilities for now. Rasa snorted in contempt. With a dismissive wave of his hand, he signaled for his troops to withdraw, their movements precise and disciplined as they began to retreat from the battlefield. The Sunagekure shinobi, who had been locked in intense combat with Konoha's forces, heard the order to retreat. Though reluctant to leave the battlefield, they obeyed without hesitation. The previous night, Tsuna's high-ranking jonin had already briefed them on their true objective, survival. With the enemy withdrawing, Konoha's shinobi finally allowed themselves a brief moment of respite. However, as they surveyed the battlefield and the countless fallen comrades, especially the young genin, they could only clench their fists, silently mourning their losses and seething with anger. At that moment, Rasa's voice rang out across the battlefield. Remember your promise, Konoha ninja. You have 4 days. If you do not hand over the murderer of the Third Kazekage, Danzo Shimura, this war will not end so easily. For now, we withdraw. These words stirred a mixture of resentment in the hearts of Konoha's shinobi. While they loathed Tsuna's forces for their aggression, a growing bitterness toward Danzo Shimura began to take root as well. As the Sunagekure forces retreated, Minato returned to his comrades. What do we do now? Akimichi Choza asked, sweat dripping from his brow and his breath heavy with exertion. Minato cast one last glance at the withdrawing forces before turning to Tsum Inuzuka. Tsum, I need you to return to the village immediately and report everything that has happened here to the Hokage. This situation was too delicate, too tied to Danzo, to simply relay intelligence through ordinary channels. A high-ranking, trusted shinobi needed to deliver the message personally. Meanwhile, on the Sunagekure side, as Rasa led his troops away, he signaled for Yura, one of his ANBU, to approach. Your unit must immediately spread today's events to Kimogakure, Iwagakure, Kirigakure, and Konohagakure, particularly to the Uchiha clan in Konoha. Understood, Lord Kazekage. Without delay, Yura and several other ANBU members split from the main force, vanishing into the distance with swift precision. Back at the Sunagekure encampment, most of the troops had gone to rest, but Michikawa stepped forward, approaching Rasa. I have some questions for you. Seeing Michikawa's expression, Pakura instinctively followed suit and stepped forward as well. Let's talk inside the tent, Rasa said, motioning for them to follow. Once inside, the three settled down, the weight of the moment pressing on them. Before Michikawa could speak, Rasa raised a hand to silence him. I know what you want to ask, Rasa said, his tone measured. But for now, the only truth that exists is that the Third Kazekage was killed by Konoha's Danzo. That is the most advantageous answer for Sunagekure. Michikawa's eyes narrowed as he processed Rasa's words. He understood immediately what Rasa was implying. Despite the countless questions swirling in his mind, he realized that Rasa had no intention of elaborating further. With a reluctant nod, Michikawa fell silent, unwilling to press the issue any longer. Pakura stared at Rasa, a flicker of realization crossing her features. She hesitated for a moment, surprised by what she had just comprehended. Instead of pressing him with her questions, she chose to redirect the conversation. Isn't 4 days too much time for Konoha? If they use this period to prepare, we could find ourselves in a difficult position. Rasa remained calm, unfazed by her concerns. Don't worry. I've already sent ANBU to spread the information to the other villages. Kumo and IWA won't remain passive. Hearing Rasa's confidence, Pakura relaxed slightly. She hadn't known that he had already accounted for the potential threat from the other villages. For some reason, as she reflected on the recent events, she found herself growing increasingly impressed by Rasa's leadership as Kazekage. His ability to think ahead and manage the situation with such precision made her reconsider her earlier doubts. At that moment, Rasa spoke again, his voice carrying a weight of authority. For the next 4 days, Konoha likely won't make any moves. This area will remain stable, so I plan to return to the village in secret. I'll leave the operations here in your hands for now. Both Pakura and Michikawa were startled by this announcement. However, neither of them questioned Rasa's decision. It wasn't their place to ask, not when the Kazekage had made his choice. Regardless of their personal opinions about Rasa's decisions, the fact remained that he was the Kazekage, and that position carried with it undeniable authority. In the short term, a direct conflict with Konoha seemed unlikely. Even if one did erupt, Suna's military strength was more than sufficient to handle it. But the true reason behind Rasa's departure was something else. He had realized something crucial during this battle. Despite his formidable abilities, he had only managed to fight Minato Namikaze to a standstill, not securing a definitive victory. If Konoha sent another shinobi of Minato's caliber, Rasa knew he wouldn't be able to handle it. To ensure Suna's dominance and secure his place as the strongest leader, Rasa needed to grow even stronger before the next conflict. And he had already set his sights on the perfect source of power, the meteorite of Hoshigakure, the star. This mysterious, powerful object would grant him the pure, concentrated chakra he required to elevate his abilities to an entirely new level. His next target was clear, and he would stop at nothing to obtain it. Chapter 20, War breaks out. Rasa's prediction was spot on. Less than half a day had passed, and under the careful manipulations of Tsunagekyure's ANBU, news of Suna's clash with Konoha spread like wildfire. The entire shinobi world was now aware of the conflict. Kimogakure, Iwagakure, Kirigakure. All three great villages had their eyes locked onto the unfolding war. Land of Lightning, Kimogakure. Aya. A deafening crack echoed through the Raikage's office as the third Raikage slammed his fists down, splitting his massive wooden desk in two. Papers scattered across the floor, and the ANBU standing before him flinched at the sheer force of his rage. "What the hell is going on?" he thundered, his voice shaking the very walls. His burning gaze swept over his intelligence core, their bodies stiff with tension. "What have you ANBU been doing? How did we fail to detect Konoha's frontline commander change?" The elite shinobi hesitated, beads of sweat forming on their brows. Before any of them could stammer out a response, a calm voice cut through the storm. "Raikage-sama." Darui, the Raikage's most trusted strategist, stepped forward. His usual laid-back demeanor was intact, but his sharp eyes betrayed a mind already working through the possibilities. "I don't believe the ANBU are at fault here," he reasoned. "Konoha must have taken deliberate measures to conceal the change. It's understandable that our intelligence failed to pick up on it." The Raikage's clenched fists remained on the remnants of his desk, but he said nothing. Then, another voice joined the conversation. "That's right, father." The towering figure of the future fourth Raikage, stood with his muscular arms crossed, his lips curled into a confident smirk. His sharp eyes gleamed with excitement. "This is a golden opportunity for Kimogakure," he declared. "Tsunagakure is attacking Konoha, and with that old Mononoke stirring up trouble in Iwagakure, Konoha won't be able to handle a three-way siege." The statement was bold, yet undeniably logical. Even a powerhouse like Konoha would struggle against three simultaneous threats. But the third Raikage was no fool. His explosive nature aside, he was a seasoned leader, a man who had maintained Kimogakure's dominance for years through sheer strength and strategic brilliance. He folded his arms, his sharp gaze shifting toward Darui. "What do you make of Tsunagekyure's intelligence?" he asked. Darui didn't hesitate. "The information appears legitimate," he admitted, "but the contents are too shocking to ignore. Could it really be true that the third Kazekage was assassinated by Konoha's Danzo?" The room fell into a tense silence. The third Raikage inhaled deeply, his expression dark and brooding. "I've met that Danzo Shimura before," he muttered, his deep voice laced with contempt. "That man, he's the kind of shinobi that makes your skin crawl just by standing near him. Like a filthy sewer rat lurking in the shadows." His fingers curled into a tight fist, his knuckles turning white. "If it's him, then yes. I can believe it." Still grinning, didn't seem to pick up on the weight of his father's words. Instead, his excitement only grew. "Ha! If that's the case, Konoha is screwed." His smirk widened as he let out a low chuckle. "That bastard Danzo has violated not one, but two of Konoha's greatest taboos. Would release in the Sharingan. The Uchiha won't stay silent about this, and neither will the Hokage." Internal strife within Konoha was the best possible outcome for Kimogakure. Yet, despite the seemingly good news, the third Raikage did not celebrate. His sharp mind was already at work, dissecting the situation, analyzing every possible outcome. His expression remained grave. Seeing this, raised an eyebrow. "Father, what's on your mind?" The third Raikage remained silent for a moment, his intense gaze fixed on the broken remains of his desk. Then, with a slow exhale, he turned to his ANBU. "Keep a close eye on that man, Danzo Shimura. If the opportunity arises, bring him to Kimogakure." A heavy silence fell over the room. Every shinobi present exchanged looks of shock and understanding. Realization dawned instantly. The third Raikage wasn't just interested in Danzo's involvement, he wanted his forbidden techniques. The power of would release and the Sharingan, abilities that had shaped the legendary battles of the past. If Kumogakure could claim these techniques, they wouldn't just rival Konoha, they would surpass it, cementing their place as the strongest village in the world. Darui swallowed hard, forcing himself to maintain composure before he spoke again. And what about Konoha? Should we strike now while they're vulnerable? The third Raikage shifted his focus to the ANBU once more. Who is currently leading Konoha's forces? One of the ANBU immediately stepped forward, his voice firm. Our sources have confirmed. It's Orochimaru. The room turned eerily silent. The very name carried weight, Orochimaru, the enigmatic and ruthless Sannin, a man feared for his inhuman experiments and deadly intellect. A moment passed before a sinister smile spread across the third Raikage's face. Good. Very good. It's finally time to settle our score with Blue Bee. At the mention of Blue Bee, the air in the room grew thick with restrained anger. Blue Bee, the first Jinchuriki of the Eight Tails, had been more than just a weapon to Kumogakure. He was the third Raikage's nephew and the cousin of A, the future fourth Raikage. 6 years ago, when Kumogakure attempted to kidnap Konoha's Nine Tails Jinchuriki, Konoha had retaliated in secret. They sent Orochimaru. What followed was chaos. Orochimaru's infiltration triggered the berserk rampage of the Eight Tails, devastating the village. In the end, Blue Bee perished, his body and mind unable to contain the beast's fury. Kumogakure had never forgotten. Never forgiven. The third Raikage's voice cut through the silence, resolute and commanding. Relay my command. All Kumogakure forces march into the land of fire immediately. The war has begun. Meanwhile, in Iwagakure. As Kumogakure declared all-out war, a lone figure sat in his dimly lit office, reading an intelligence report. Anoki, the third Tsuchikage, narrowed his eyes, his wrinkles deepening as he absorbed the contents. Unlike Kumogakure, he wasn't overly concerned with Danzo or even the third Kazekage's death. His focus lay elsewhere, on two ominous words buried within the report. Would release. Sharingan. So. Konoha never abandoned their research on Hashirama and Madara's power after all. His voice was laced with quiet fury. Few men in the world understood the true terror of these abilities, but Anoki did. He had witnessed Madara Uchiha's might firsthand. He had seen how the combination of the Sharingan and would release could reshape battlefields and annihilate entire armies. This could not be allowed. A younger shinobi stepped forward, his son, Kuratsuchi's father. The resemblance between them was striking, but his expression lacked his father's usual sharp cunning. Father, what should we do? Anoki's gaze remained fixed on the report, his mind running through every possible scenario. We cannot allow Konoha to complete their research, he said, voice heavy with finality. Then, with a sharp exhale, he raised his head and fixed his son with a commanding stare. This time, I want you to lead the mission personally. His son nodded, his expression turning serious. Understood. Anoki's frown deepened, as if the weight of the decision pressed heavily upon him. Take Han and Rashi with you. Inform them about the Sharingan and would release. They will cooperate with you. A glint of understanding passed through his son's eyes. Han, the Jinchuriki of the Five Tails, and Rashi, the Jinchuriki of the Four Tails, both formidable warriors in their own right. If anyone could disrupt Konoha's plans, it was them. I understand. I'll depart immediately. Just as he turned to leave, Anoki's voice rang out once more. One more thing. His son halted, glancing back. Remember, our primary objective is to keep Konoha occupied and support Kumogakure. Do not let our shinobi die in vain. His son met his gaze, eyes firm with resolve. Understood, father. I will do as you command. Land of the Sea, a hidden sanctuary between the land of fire and the land of water. A vast ocean dotted with countless islands stretched as far as the eye could see. Its unique geography, filled with hidden coves and labyrinthine currents, made it an ideal refuge for those lurking in the shadows. And here, deep within a concealed underground cavern, resided Madara Uchiha. The dimly lit chamber was vast, dominated by the imposing figure of the demonic statue of the Outer Path. Madara sat slumped against its base, his breath slow, his body frail yet still radiating an undeniable sense of power. In his trembling hands, he held an intelligence report delivered by Zetsu. His weakened body might have been failing him, but his mind remained as sharp as ever. His eyes flicked across the parchment, and after a brief pause, he scoffed. So, this Danzo. He murmured, his voice raspy yet laced with amusement. His memory sifted through the distant past, recalling the name. One of Tobarama's students, huh? So not all of them were useless after all. Too bad, it's meaningless. A mere mortal grasping at the power of the gods. A pathetic imitation. True power, Madara knew, could only be attained through the perfect fusion of the sage's body and the sage's eyes. Through the Uchiha stone tablet, he had uncovered the truth, the power of Indra and Ashura, the eternal struggle between their descendants. And he and Hashirama were the culmination of that very cycle. Now, some insignificant brat dared to covet Hashirama's legacy. Madara's lips curled into a smirk, but his Sharingan gleamed coldly, devoid of humor. Zetsu. The cavern's ceiling stirred. From the darkness, two figures began to shift, their white, fluid-like bodies oozing downward, merging and twisting until they took humanoid form. Madara-sama, we're here. What do you need? Madara's gaze remained on the report, his tone cold as ice. Keep a close watch on this Danzo boy. I need to confirm whether he has truly obtained Hashirama's power. The two white Zetsu figures nodded eagerly. Understood, Madara-sama. Konoha's barrier system was formidable, but Madara had helped build the village himself. He knew its weaknesses. With Mito Uzumaki gone, there was no longer anyone in Konoha who could sense white Zetsu's movements. As for the new Nine-Tails Jinchuriki. Humph. A quiet scoff escaped Madara's lips, filled with nothing but contempt. The two Zetsu vanished into the cavern walls, their bodies sinking into the earth like shadows melting into darkness. The chamber fell silent once more. Madara exhaled slowly and shut his eyes, his body entering a meditative state. He had to conserve his strength, his time had not yet come. In Konoha. The moment battlefield intelligence arrived, the village elders moved swiftly. Orders were issued. The information was to be suppressed. Not a single word of the brewing conflict was to reach the public. Konoha was at war, but fear and chaos could not be allowed to take root. However, Rasa had foreseen this. His spies, deeply embedded within Konoha, wasted no time. Like wildfire, the news spread through underground channels, whispered in dimly lit alleys and echoed in the corridors of the Uchiha compound. The Uchiha clan had barely begun to process the implications, when suddenly, a storm erupted. A figure burst into the Hokage's office, their rage uncontainable. Their eyes burned with fury. Their voice thundered through the room. Konoha's peace was about to shatter. I am happy to see this as a big hit. But to take it into another height, let's aim for the high. 500 PSs equals 5 bonus chapters. Chapter 21, Chaos in Konoha. Konoha, Hokage Building. With a loud boom, the main doors of the Hokage office were kicked open. Inside the conference room, the Konoha elders were listening to Tsum Inuzuka's report when they saw Tsunade barge in. Their brows furrowed, and an ominous feeling settled in their hearts. Before Hiruzen Sarutobi could speak, Kohara Udatane took the lead and sternly questioned. Tsunade, are you rebelling? This is the Hokage's office, you. Unfortunately for her, Tsunade was even more aggressive. Her face filled with rage, she roared. Shut up, you old hag. Kohara was stunned. She was about to lash out in anger, but the murderous glare in Tsunade's eyes made her freeze in place. Don't force me to kill you. The chilling threat sent shockwaves through the room. Everyone in the office was taken aback. Tsunade's eyes swept across the room before she fixated on Hiruzen, who sat quietly. Where is Danzo? Hearing this, Hiruzen immediately realized what was going on. At that moment, an Umbu agent suddenly appeared beside him and whispered something in his ear, deepening the frown on his face. He let out a sigh before facing the raging granddaughter of the first Hokage. Tsunade, calm down. We need to investigate this matter thoroughly. But Tsunade had no intention of backing down. After all, this was her grandfather they were talking about. It was bad enough that he had passed away, but for Danzo to desecrate his corpse. Unforgivable. Investigate. Old man, stop with the nonsense. Bring Danzo out here. One look at his arm, and I'll know everything. Hiruzen couldn't possibly comply with this demand. He could only stall for time. I will send someone to look for Danzo, but you need to calm down first. This is a scheme by Tsunade. A scheme. Tsunade let out a cold, disdainful laugh. If I see Danzo myself, I'll know whether it's a scheme or not. At this point, Tsunade turned to her teacher and the two elders, who didn't seem particularly surprised by her outburst. Then, a sudden realization struck her. Her pupils shrank, her face darkened, and she gritted her teeth as she faced her teacher. Sensei. Don't tell me you already knew. Or worse, did you approve of this? Did you allow them to desecrate my grandfather's body? Have you forgotten? You are a disciple of Grandpa Tobirama. Her words sent shockwaves through the room. Even Hamura Mitokado couldn't hold back his anger and shouted. Tsunade, this is not a place for you to behave so recklessly. But Tsunade met his gaze without fear and roared back. Oh. What's the matter? Does Elder Hamura want to kill me too? Of course, that would make sense. After all, I'm the last remaining descendant of the Senju clan. I bet you'd love to get your hands on my corpse for research. Hamura and Koharu's faces instantly turned ashen after hearing this. Yet, they truly had no way to deal with Tsunade. Not only was she the last heir of the Senju clan, but she was also one of the legendary Sannin. Neither Jiraiya nor Orochimaru were people to be trifled with. Fortunately, Orochimaru had been sent to the battlefield against Kimogakure. Seated at his desk, Hiruzen Sarutobi could only sigh helplessly. I admitted, Tsunade. The village did indeed conduct research on the first Hokage's body, but it was only to uncover the secrets of the wood release and to enhance the village's strength. Moreover, I ordered the research to be stopped 5 years ago. As for the intelligence from Sunagakure, I can only confirm its validity after Danzo arrives. But just then, another Umbu appeared beside Hiruzen and whispered something in his ear. Hiruzen's expression changed slightly, and he looked towards Tsunade, unsure of how to proceed. What is it, old man? Is there something you can't tell me? Hiruzen, clearly distressed, sighed and opened his eyes. We just received word that both Kimogakure and Iwagakure have launched surprise attacks on the borders of the Land of Fire. A full-scale war has broken out, and Danzo, he's gone to the battlefield. Tsunade's fury exploded in an instant. Was Danzo not confessing by leaving at this time? There was no way this was just a coincidence. Old man, you're the Hokage. Shouldn't Danzo have informed you before leaving the village? Seeing Tsunade's rage, Hiruzen knew that Danzo had likely gone into hiding to avoid suspicion. As for whether Danzo had actually implanted the first Hokage's cells and the Sharingan, Hiruzen didn't have proof. But instinctively, he felt that it was true, as Danzo was precisely the type of person who would do something like that. However, he couldn't say that aloud. In Hiruzen's mind, Danzo's importance outweighed even the cells of the first Hokage or the Sharingan. He could only try to reassure Tsunade. Tsunade, I will give you an explanation about this, but right now, the situation is critical. Once the situation at the borders stabilizes, I will personally investigate Danzo. At that moment, Tsunade's gaze turned icy. Her expression was devoid of anger, replaced by a cold smile. Without saying another word, she turned and left the room, not even looking back at her once familiar teacher. As Tsunade stormed out, Koharu Utatane turned to the third Hokage and raised her concern. Tsunade is getting more and more out of control. Just like Orochimaru. Hamura Mitokado also raised his voice in a cautionary tone. Tsunade is a minor issue. The Uchiha clan is the real problem. If Tsunade knows about this, the Uchiha have likely already found out. Koharu Utatane snorted dismissively. Don't worry. Fugaku is too weak. He won't dare to turn against the village. We just need to keep an eye on the hawks among the Uchiha. What about Sunagakure? Hiruzen thought for a moment before responding. If it comes to that, I'll have to step in personally. Koharu and Hamura both nodded in agreement, reassured by Hiruzen's decision. As Koharu had said, Tsunade's departure seemed like an individual issue, but the real trouble loomed with the Uchiha clan. It wasn't until much later that Fugaku Uchiha, accompanied by his clan, arrived at the Hokage building. As expected, Fugaku was rather weak-willed. Even though the Uchiha were fervently protesting behind him, under the threats from Koharu and Hamura, as well as the pressure from Hiruzen about the village's greater good, Fugaku chose to compromise. His clan's anger and disappointment were evident in their gazes. Just then, the Umbu brought in some bad news for the three elders. Hokage-sama, Elder Hamura, Elder Koharu, Tsunade-sama has left the village with her student, Shizun. How audacious. Is Tsunade planning to betray the village? The two elders raised their complaints, but Hiruzen remained calm and asked. Do we know where Tsunade has gone? The Umbu gulped before shaking his head. We're not sure, but it's clear she's not heading toward Iwagakure. Hiruzen sighed in relief, but he also understood that Tsunade had likely lost all faith in the village. However, being in his position, many things were beyond his control. One such example is Orochimaru's rebellion. Fortunately, Tsunade's hemophobia prevented her from going to the battlefield. Her departure would have minimal impact on the village. We'll keep this quiet for now. Understood. And so, as turmoil spread throughout the ninja world, in the dark of night, Rasa had already taken 2 Umbu operatives and crossed the Land of Fire, heading toward the Land of Bears. Following the Umbu's guidance, Rasa soon found himself at the location of Hoshigakure in the Land of Bears. You'll wait here. Keep an eye and inform me if anything happens. Looking at the poisonous gas-filled canyon before him, Rasa gave a cold, commanding gesture. Yes, Kazekage-sama. With a wave of his hand, gold sand gathered at his feet and lifted him over the green toxic gas canyon. A small village marked with a star symbol came into view, and Rasa immediately sensed that his target was close. 500 PSs equals 5 bonus chapters. Chapter 22, Hoshigakure. Hoshigakure, the Star Ninja Village, is one of the lesser-known ninja villages in the world of Naruto, yet it is one that Rasa, the Kazekage, recalls with distinct clarity. The reason for this is straightforward: it's tied to the meteorite that once fell from the heavens, crashing onto the very land that would become Hashigakure. Legend has it that 200 years ago, long before the 5 great ninja villages were founded, a meteorite fell from the sky, landing in the land of bears. A skilled ninja discovered this celestial rock and realized it held extraordinary, mystical powers. The meteorite radiated an immensely potent chakra, which, when absorbed, could amplify a ninja's own chakra. By training in its proximity, a ninja could enhance their abilities at an accelerated rate. This discovery led to the creation of a technique known as the peacock feathers jutsu, which allowed the user to channel chakra into powerful, tangible beast attacks. This ninja, who discovered the star's secrets, went on to establish Hashigakure and assumed the title of Hoshikage, claiming the village as his own. Why, then, did Rasa decide to target this meteorite as his next potential source of power? The answer lies in a theory he had heard before, one discussed among enthusiasts who speculated that this star might have originated from the moon or, perhaps, had once been part of the Ten Tails itself. Of course, such ideas were nothing more than wild speculation, lacking any real evidence to support them. However, for Rasa, who was struggling to find new sources of power in the short term, the idea of tapping into this extraterrestrial meteorite seemed like the most cost-effective option available. As he reflected on this theory, he gazed down upon the small village of Hashigakure below. With fewer than 1,000 residents, it was hardly a major threat. He quickly pinpointed his target, scanned the area for any protective barriers, and descended from the sky. With Rasa's power as a Kage, infiltrating a small village like Hashigakure was effortlessly simple. Even the ANBU patrols, whose abilities were limited to the level of Chunin, stood no chance of detecting his presence. Soon, he found himself inside a large shrine. The spacious main hall held a single altar, upon which sat a fist-sized, purple stone radiating a deep, purple chakra. Rasa studied the stone closely, noting the protective barriers surrounding it. But these barriers posed no real challenge for him. Instead of rushing to seize the stone, he decided to first analyze the chakra it emitted, curious about its true potential. Rasa recalled his earlier research, aware of the significant side effects that accompanied training with the star's chakra. With his vast knowledge and experience as a Kage, Rasa quickly attuned himself to the chakra's true nature. While he could not confirm if this star was truly a fragment of the Ten Tails, one thing became abundantly clear: the chakra emanating from this star possessed a remarkable ability to activate and enhance a ninja's physical capabilities. What is activation? Simply put, it's akin to bloodlust or frenzy in a video game. The chakra that ninjas use is drawn from their bodies and spirits. This process, however, has its limitations due to factors like the speed of cell division, the intensity of the chakra, and the ninja's mental fortitude. But activation has the power to stimulate and speed up this process. The result is that ninjas can extract more chakra from their bodies, drastically enhancing their physical and mental attributes, things like defense, speed, recovery, and mental reflexes. This concept is somewhat similar to the lightning-style chakra mode used by the Hidden Cloud Village, where lightning-based chakra stimulates bodily activation, granting incredible defense, speed, and strength. However, a person's chakra is finite, and the accelerated process of activation overdraws the body's potential, much like the speed of cell division is limited. This rapid process ultimately accelerates aging. No wonder. This must be the side effect of the star. Still, Rasa was ready to absorb the chakra from the star using his vessel. The side effects would only become a concern later on. For now, the activation could compensate for his weaknesses in close combat. Furthermore, perhaps the vessel could nullify the side effects entirely. And if it couldn't, Rasa had a backup plan. That plan involved natural energy. Yes, the very same energy used in Sage Art. He recalled that during Naruto's training on Mount Myaboku in Sage Mode, Gamamaru had mentioned that Sage Mode allowed its user to absorb external natural energy. This not only refreshed the body but also prevented fatigue without burdening it. As for where Rasa could learn this sage art. As the Kazekage of Sunagakure, he couldn't exactly visit the 3 major sacred places. But that didn't mean he was without options. That was where Jugo came in, an individual capable of automatically absorbing natural energy. Even without Jugo, Rasa knew there were other ways, like using the tailed beasts. He was confident he could manage the side effects. With this thought in mind, he acted swiftly, forming hand seals. 5 Sealing Barrier. A square barrier materialized, encircling Rasa and the star. The barrier isolated perception both inside and outside its boundaries. Next, he released the barrier beneath the star and extended his right hand, directing his vessel toward it. In an instant, a massive suction force surged, pulling the chakra directly from the star. After about an hour or so, the 2 ANBU guarding around Hashigakure became aware that the Kazekage had returned. While they were curious as to why the Kazekage, who had originally stated he was heading back to the village, had chosen to visit such a small ninja village, they wisely chose not to voice their thoughts, as was expected of ANBU operatives. Forget everything that happened today. Yes, sir. Now then, let's head back. The two ANBU silently followed the Kazekage, noticing that the direction he was taking was not towards the village. However, they kept their silence, understanding that it wasn't their place to question their superior. Rasa, of course, had no intention of allowing these two ANBU to follow him any further. But with the mysterious disappearance of the Third Kazekage, as the Fourth Kazekage and the current leader of Sunagekure, Rasa found it difficult to operate completely alone. It wasn't impossible to act alone, but given the current state of the village and the lingering aftermath of the war, it was prudent to consider the opinions of the village's ninja during this delicate period. As for his recent acquisition, Rasa found it, how should he put it? Although the meteorite didn't provide him with the same powerful chakra as Kusunagi's sword, it still yielded unexpected results. However, if he wanted to fully understand and verify its potential, he would need to wait for the right time. For now, with his goal achieved, it was better to return to the front lines. The round trip alone would take at least 2 days. As the deadline for the 4-day mark approached, the situation on the front lines grew more unstable. His concerns were justified. As Rasa made his way back, a white-haired boy was hastily making his way toward the front lines of Konoha. Meanwhile, Hoshigakure would soon discover that the star at the heart of their village had vanished. Ironically, this might turn out to be a blessing in disguise for Hoshigakure. The disappearance of the star could prevent potential future tragedies from unfolding. 500 PSs equals 5 bonus chapters in the end of week. Chapter 23, Mount Mayaboku. Mononobe Castle. Mononobe Castle was the seat of the prestigious Mononobe clan, one of the most renowned noble families in the Land of Fire. As one of the 3 major cities involved in this strategic operation, Baki had personally traveled here to carry out his mission, determined not to disappoint Rasa's high expectations. The plan from Sunagekure was straightforward. By night, Sunagekure's ninjas would use their advanced ninjutsu to subtly control the selected high-ranking nobles of Mononobe Castle. These nobles, however, were not without their defenses. They employed rogue ninjas to guard their estates, but none of them posed a real challenge to Sunagekure's elite shinobi. During the day, Sunagekure's forces would orchestrate the transportation of wealth from the city under the guise of merchant caravans. Given the small number of Sunagekure's operatives, less than 100, there was no way they could move all the seized goods on their own. The use of merchant caravans was the most efficient method to ensure the goods' safe transport without drawing attention. Mononobe was a bustling city with a thriving economy. Its merchant activity was so frequent that no one questioned the origins or destinations of the caravans moving in and out of the city. As the days passed, Baki couldn't help but feel a growing admiration for Rasa's tactical brilliance. In just 3 days, the wealth they had gained from Mononobe alone was staggering, enough to make Baki's greed flare. The paper currency alone amounted to 700 million ryo, more than the entire annual allocation the daimyo of the Land of Wind provided to Sunagekure. And that was just the beginning. The riches they had seized included vast stores of grain, textiles, salt, iron, sugar, medicine, silver, gold, and priceless jewels. Baki's thoughts were consumed with how he could transport every possible valuable back to Sunagekure. With this haul, he was certain that Sunagekure would be free from financial worries for decades to come. But even with such prosperity within reach, Baki's mind remained fixated on one thing, the battlefield at the front lines. Land of Fire. The front line between Sunagekure and Konohagakure. The vast plains, once fertile and open, had long since turned into a barren desert, the landscape dominated by a colossal pyramid that loomed ominously. Sunagekure's shinobi patrolled the area relentlessly, ever watchful. For the past 3 days, Konoha's shinobi had remained at a distance, wary of direct confrontation and careful to avoid any escalation. Although the animosity between Konoha and Sunagekure wasn't as personal or direct as that with Kimogakure, tensions between the 5 great nations had always been simmering. It was unrealistic to expect genuine harmony between their ninja forces, especially when there was so much history of conflict. This time, however, Konoha's shinobi couldn't help but feel an overwhelming sense of disadvantage when facing Sunagekure's forces. First, there was the matter of Danzo's actions, which provided Sunagekure with a valid pretext for aggression. Second, the recent invasions by Kimogakure and Iwagakure into the Land of Fire had put Konoha on high alert. With so many looming threats, they couldn't afford to provoke Sunagekure too much. But today, there was a slight shift in Konoha's morale, as a legendary shinobi had arrived on the battlefield. Bathed in the golden hues of the setting sun, Jiraiya, accompanied by Minato, stepped onto the field. Both of them fixed their gazes upon the massive seal that confined Gamaken. Minato spoke, his voice tinged with apology. "I'm sorry, Jiraiya-sensei, for allowing Ken-sama to remain sealed here." Jiraiya shook his head, his expression dark as he studied the seal intently. "No." He paused. His tone carried a sense of understanding. "You did the right thing. Konoha can't afford to make any more enemies right now. On their journey, Jiraiya had already been briefed on the ongoing situation, including the internal turmoil within the village. Tsunade's decision to leave Konoha in order to clear her mind had left him feeling unsettled. These past few years, he had felt the distance growing between himself and Orochimaru, and now Tsunade, too, was slipping away. But Jiraiya didn't show his inner turmoil. He maintained his usual, carefree demeanor, hiding the weight of his thoughts behind a playful smile. Let's get Gamaken out of here quickly. If we don't, Fukasaku-sama will never let me hear the end of it. As the two approached the seal, Tsunagekyu's patrolling shinobi immediately became tense. The air around them shifted as they prepared to engage, but when they recognized Jiraiya, their expressions shifted from suspicion to dread. It was inevitable. The legendary Sannin were too famous, and their reputation preceded them. Quick, inform Kazekage-sama. One of Konoha's legendary Sannin, Jiraiya, is here. Jiraiya, unconcerned by the sudden tension, walked toward the seal and examined the intricate inscriptions carefully. This is strange. This seal actually severs Gamaken's connection to Mount Myaboku. The Tsunagekure shinobi present were only Chunin, and none were bold enough to challenge the presence of the legendary Sannin. They simply stood by, watching in silence. Minato, studying the seal as well, also nodded. Yes, I've never seen anything like this before. Even the records Kushina left me don't mention a seal like this. Jiraiya nodded, his eyes narrowing with resolve. I see. In that case, there's only one thing left to do. He quickly formed the hand signs for his summoning technique. Summoning Jutsu. A puff of smoke billowed in front of them, and in its wake appeared a short toad wearing a gray cloak. Both Jiraiya and Minato greeted the toad with deep respect. Fukasaku-sama. The moment Fukasaku laid eyes on the enormous seal, he immediately understood the gravity of the situation. His gaze shifted to the inscriptions on the massive pyramid, and his expression turned serious. This is. His reaction made both Jiraiya and Minato exchange curious glances. Minato spoke first, anxiety in his voice. Fukasaku-sama, is Ken-sama all right? Fukasaku nodded with a soft smile. Don't worry. Gamaken is fine. I can sense that he's still alive and well. But this seal, if I'm not mistaken, it uses Shikaku's unique power. Shikaku. Jiraiya and Minato exclaimed in unison. They both immediately understood the implications. Jiraiya muttered under his breath. I see, so it's the power of a tailed beast. I'd heard rumors that the second Kazekage had conducted extensive research on Shikaku and even developed several formidable jutsu. Looks like those rumors were true. Minato, however, was more focused on the immediate issue at hand. His expression tightened as he asked. Then, can we rescue Ken-sama? Without hesitation, Fukasaku nodded, his determination clear. He summoned another toad, a large scroll toad, which appeared beside him. Jiraiya, prepare the sealing release technique. Understood. Jiraiya responded immediately. The scroll toad unfurled a massive scroll, and Fukasaku, with a series of swift hand seals, began to channel his sage chakra. He placed his hands on the center of the scroll, and at once, an array of mysterious symbols flew from it, spiraling through the air like chains. They shot toward the inscriptions on the pyramid, binding them and pulling them into the scroll. Sage art, sealing release. At that moment, Tsunagekyu's reinforcements rushed in, making their presence known. Without a moment's hesitation, Jiraiya and Minato appeared before Pakura and Michikawa, intercepting them. Apologies, Tsunagekure shinobi, but this war has nothing to do with Ken-sama. This is a dispute between our villages. Please allow him to return home. Jiraiya's gaze landed on Pakura, a young, fierce, and beautiful shinobi. A mischievous grin crossed his face, his usual blend of arrogance and charm evident. Michikawa hesitated, unsure of what to do, but Pakura's temper flared. Don't be ridiculous. 4 fireballs materialized around her, spinning rapidly and merging into one massive sphere. Scorch release, blazing wildfire. Pakura cried, and the enormous fireball launched toward Fukasaku. Jiraiya and Minato hadn't anticipated such a swift and aggressive attack, but they immediately sensed the intensity of the heat, the very air around them seemed to burn. Water style, water formation wall. Jiraiya called, attempting to counter the attack with a defensive jutsu. But as the water jutsu neared the fireball, it evaporated into steam, unable to withstand the fiery onslaught. Leave it to me, sensei. Minato called out and jumped to take the action. Summoning jutsu, triple Rashomon. With a resounding boom, 3 enormous demonic gates appeared before them. They stood like towering walls, blocking the oncoming attack. The fireball collided with the gates, exploding with a deafening roar. The blinding light of the explosion engulfed the Rashomon gates, and though the gates absorbed the brunt of the blast, all 3 were shattered. But it was already too late. As the seal shattered, sand cascaded from the pyramid, revealing a weakened Gamekin, who staggered out from the ruins. Fukasaku, undeterred by the ongoing battle between shinobi, focused entirely on the task at hand. I'm taking Ken back. With that, he vanished in a puff of smoke, disappearing from sight along with the said prisoner of Sunagakure. Pakura clenched her fists in frustration, her anger mounting. For more fireballs appeared around her, ready to launch. Damn you, Kono. She growled, but Minato, ever perceptive and calm in the heat of battle, observed the situation closely and asked. Wait a sec. Is your Kazekage not here? 500 PSs equals 5 bonus chapters in the end of week. Chapter 24, Star Chakra Mode. Hiding behind Pakura, Michikawa immediately frowned. The reason he hadn't attacked alongside her was simple: Rasa, the Kazekage, was not present, making it inappropriate to escalate the situation into open conflict. Michikawa didn't respond directly to Minato's question. Instead, he shot back with a question of his own. Oh. Konoha's ninja, are you offering Danzo to Sunagakure or preparing for war? If so, we of Sunagakure will be more than happy to oblige. As soon as his words fell, more Sunagakure shinobi began to appear, flanking him from all sides. While these shinobi were no match for Jiraiya or Minato individually, their sheer numbers created an oppressive atmosphere, making it clear that any movement could easily spiral into an all-out confrontation. Jiraiya, aware that he had come alone and that Konoha was unable to send reinforcements, could only laugh awkwardly. He raised his hands in a gesture of peace, signaling that he had no intention of provoking a fight. Ha ha ha. Jiraiya chuckled, scratching the back of his head. Don't misunderstand, everyone from Sunagakure. We have no intention of waging war against you. As for the disappearance of your third Kazekage, our village is currently investigating it. Pakura, however, was not convinced by Jiraiya's words. The fact that Konoha had intervened in their village's affairs by rescuing Gamekin, despite the village being in a tense war with Sunagakure, was a grave insult in her eyes. Moreover, Jiraiya's lecherous expression only served to fuel her disdain. Just as Pakura began to move toward them, ready to take action, Michikawa stepped forward, raising his hand to halt her. His voice was deep and commanding as he spoke. Remember this, Konoha's ninja, you have one day. If there are no results by sunrise tomorrow. Humph. With those words, Michikawa and the Sunagakure shinobi turned and left reluctantly. As they disappeared into the distance, Minato and Jiraiya exchanged looks of suspicion. It seemed that the fourth Kazekage of Sunagakure was indeed absent from the scene. Despite the slight relief they felt knowing Rasa wasn't there, they didn't let their guard down. Both Konoha shinobis knew that while this encounter had not escalated into war, it was a delicate situation. Konoha could not afford another conflict at this moment, not with their resources already stretched thin. On the way back to the Sunagakure encampment, Pakura, still simmering with frustration, shouted at Michikawa. Why didn't we attack? You just let those Konoha ninjas rescue that summoning beast. Michikawa remained calm, his demeanor unchanged despite Pakura's outburst. Don't forget the Kazekage's orders. Our mission is to buy time, war is not our ultimate goal. Pakura's eyes narrowed in irritation, though she understood the reasoning. Still, she couldn't suppress her displeasure. Kazekage. Humph, since when did you become so obedient to him? Michikawa's expression darkened, a hint of frustration flashing across his face. No matter how we feel about it, Rasa is already the village's Kazekage. That is an undeniable fact. Pakura caught the subtle shift in Michikawa's tone. It seemed as though even he had lost hope that the third Kazekage was still alive, something that didn't sit well with her. But instead of pushing the matter further, she sighed. I don't even know when Rasa will return. Tomorrow is the final deadline. Before Michikawa could respond, an ANBU ninja appeared before them, delivering a message. Michikawa-sama, Pakura-sama, the Kazekage wishes to see you. Sunagakure's encampment. Inside the Kazekage's tent, the air felt different. The moment Michikawa and Pakura entered, they found Rasa seated in the Kazekage's chair, looking every bit the part of the leader they had been waiting for. Pakura didn't waste time with pleasantries. When did you return? Rasa wasn't bothered by her bluntness, he was used to it by now. I just got back. I've already heard about what happened outside. You both did well. Pakura, though grateful for the praise, was still confused. Why? Since you're back, why didn't you reveal yourself? You let Konoha break your seal and rescue that summoning beast. Rasa gave her a calm smile. He simply shrugged his shoulders. It's simple. I saw this as an opportunity that aligns with my next plan. Michikawa and Pakura exchanged confused glances, unsure of what Rasa was referring to. Rasa, however, didn't offer further explanation and instead asked a question that caught them both off guard. Pakura, Michikawa, do you trust me as your Kazekage? The question hung in the air like a weight. Neither of them answered immediately, their unease growing. Why was Rasa asking this now? Was he questioning their loyalty? Or worse, was he planning to strip them of their positions? The tension in the room thickened. After a long, uncomfortable silence, Michikawa spoke slowly, meeting Rasa's gaze. Whether I trust you or not, you are the village's Kazekage now. Rasa nodded and then turned his gaze to Pakura, who clenched her teeth under his unwavering stare. She, too, reluctantly spoke. I've said before, at least in terms of being Kazekage, I could never do what you are doing now. Rasa nodded again as if expecting this response. That's enough. He extended both hands toward them. Give me your hands. Michikawa and Pakura exchanged a brief, wary glance. Despite the unease they both felt, they complied. Michikawa hesitated but placed his right hand on Rasa's left. Pakura followed suit after a moment's pause, her left hand meeting Rasa's right. After a pause, Rasa opened his eyes, his features turned serious. All right, I will now grant you power, don't resist. At his words, a surge of purple chakra poured from Rasa's body into theirs. Both Michikawa and Pakura felt the immediate pull of the energy, and though they instinctively tried to resist, they remembered Rasa's command and allowed it to flow. As the chakra entered their bodies, their pupils contracted in shock. They could feel an overwhelming force building inside them, something unlike anything they had ever experienced before. A visible chakra cloak began to form around them, pulsating with raw power. Rasa realized this was the true potential of the chakra he had absorbed from the meteorite in Hoshigakure. The power contained within the meteorite was something extraordinary, something that could be transferred to others. What is this? Inside the Kazekage's tent, the air was thick with astonishment as Pakura and Michikawa processed the overwhelming chakra coursing through their bodies. The sheer volume of energy was beyond comprehension. Both of them could feel their chakra reserve swell 4 to 5 times their normal capacity. Not only was their chakra enhanced, but their physical strength was also boosted to a level they had never experienced before. Their senses were heightened, and every movement felt like it carried the weight of immense power. Still in disbelief, they stood frozen as Rasa's voice rang out, cutting through the stunned silence. Don't just stand there. Control this chakra and absorb it into your bodies. At first, they hesitated. Logically, neither of them had the ability to absorb chakra in such a manner. But when they focused on the energy flowing within them and attempted to control it, they were shocked to find it responding to their will. The purple chakra moved willingly into their bodies, and the enhancement effects seemed to fade as it was absorbed. At that moment, their minds were filled with countless questions, and they stared at Rasa in shock, seeking an explanation. 500 PSs equals 5 bonus chapters in the end of week. Chapter 25, Kazekage revealed. Rasa revealed everything without hesitation. If he had been an ordinary ninja of Sunagakure, he would have concealed this power. But as the Kazekage, his role demanded that he confront the threats posed by Jiraiya and Minato. To face these two formidable adversaries, he had no choice but to strengthen the forces of his village. I didn't return to the village immediately. Instead, I traveled to a small ninja village in the land of bears, called Hoshigakure. I had heard rumors that they possessed a unique power capable of amplifying a ninja's chakra. As you can see, I took that power for myself. Only now did the two of them fully comprehend what he had done. They did not believe Rasa had made a mistake. In fact, after feeling the surge of power coursing through their bodies, they thought he had waited far too long. Their curiosity grew stronger, eager to understand the true nature of this power. I call this technique star release, chakra mode, Rasa continued. In simple terms, it's a method that unleashes the full potential of your body. Like a powerful stimulant, it boosts your chakra and physical abilities tremendously. However, there is a price to pay. The increase in power comes at the cost of your body's limits. Since the human body has its boundaries, using star release, chakra mode is like draining your future potential. For this reason, it should only be used as a last resort. The two of them quickly grasped the concept. But that was sufficient. As ninjas, they had no real future to worry about. They never knew when their time would come on the battlefield. So, in light of the overwhelming power they had just gained, concerns about overdrawing the future seemed insignificant to them. At that moment, Rasa pulled out a scroll. This is another thing I acquired from Hoshigakure, he began, his voice steady. It's a unique secret technique they developed using this chakra, called the Peacock Mystic Art. While it may seem somewhat rudimentary to me, it could still prove useful to you. First, by practicing the methods recorded within this scroll, you can transform the chakra I've given you into your own strength. Second, both of you are exceptionally talented ninjas. You might even be able to develop your own secret techniques based on the Peacock Mystic Art. As he spoke, Rasa tossed the scroll toward Pakura. There's only one copy. After the war ends, you can make your own copies. Pakura quickly unrolled the scroll and scanned its contents. With her keen talent, she instantly grasped the complexities of the peacock mystic art and even began to formulate some new ideas of her own. Her eyes widened in disbelief, and she looked up at Rasa, her expression filled with confusion. Why? Why are you giving us such power? In the world of Naruto, things were typically kept secret. Among ninjas and clans, it was common practice to guard their techniques closely. No clan or ninja would easily pass their secret techniques to outsiders. Yet, after acquiring this power, Rasa had chosen to share it openly with them. This act left both of them with questions. Was there something wrong with the chakra or the secret technique? Hearing Pakura's question, Rasa's gaze swept across both of them, his expression resolute. He spoke in a low, firm voice. The reason is simple, because I am the Kazekage of this village. Pakura and Michikawa froze, their hearts racing. They stared at Rasa in shock, unable to fully process what he had said. Rasa didn't stop there. He sighed deeply, then continued, his tone more somber. For me, the interests of this village come first. Through this war, you should have seen it clearly, compared to Konoha, our Sunagekure is still far behind. Whether it's talent, secret techniques, Kekkei-genkai, summoning beasts, or ninjutsu, even while Konoha is fighting against both Kimogakure and Iwagakure, they still possess enough strength to suppress us. But if the roles were reversed, could Sunagekure do the same? Pakura and Michikawa's hands clenched into fists, their frustration palpable. In truth, the ninjas present here represented about 70% of Sunagecure's total combat strength. Yet even with this considerable force, they had hesitated to start a direct war with Konoha when Rasa wasn't around. That's why my goal as Kazekage is clear: if we want to surpass Konoha, we must not fall short in any aspect, be it talent or ninjutsu. My own strength alone is insufficient. I am entrusting Hoshigakure's secret technique to you in the hope that you can refine it further, creating new techniques to strengthen our village. Of course, I will assist where I can, but as you know, my time is limited. Hearing such direct and sincere words from Rasa, any lingering doubts or suspicions Pakura and Michikawa had disappeared completely. In that moment, they fully acknowledged him as their leader. I understand. I'll give it a try. This time, Pakura was the first to step forward. Michikawa immediately followed, nodding in agreement. Good. But developing new techniques can wait until we return to the village. Right now, there is something more pressing: you both need to master the power I have given you as quickly as possible. Prepare yourselves, because tonight, we launch a full-scale assault on Konoha. A full-scale assault. Tonight. Aren't we waiting for Konoha's response? Both of them were taken aback. There's no need to wait. Konoha won't respond, Rasa stated firmly. According to the latest intel from the Umbu, Konoha's elder, Danzo, has already moved to the battlefield against Iwagakure. What? Pakura clenched her teeth in frustration. Konoha had completely disregarded their threat. The realization of being underestimated stung deeply. Moreover, our mission concludes in 2 days. We need to make Konoha believe we are fully prepared to fight to the bitter end. This will not only buy us time but also ensure our retreat goes smoothly. Therefore, our objective for this battle has changed: relay my orders to the entire force, do not hold back. Prioritize survival, but eliminate as many Konoha ninjas as possible. As for us three, I will take on Jiraiya. Pakura, you will engage Minato. Michikawa, you will provide cover for Pakura and lead our forces against Konoha's ninjas. This time, we must drive them back in a single decisive strike, only then can we ensure a safe withdrawal from the Land of Fire in 2 days. Michikawa immediately grasped the strategy. I see. You remained hidden earlier to make it seem like you weren't here, lowering their guard, didn't you? Exactly. I understand now. Pakura, however, frowned slightly before speaking in a firm, unwavering voice. That Minato guy, I can handle him alone. But Rasa shook his head. Seeing Pakura ready to argue, he interrupted her without hesitation. No. You saw my fight with Minato. You're at a disadvantage against him. His Flying Thunder God technique is a nightmare for close-range fighters like you. His Raiznan is just as destructive as your Scorch release. He met her gaze, his voice resolute. But I need Michikawa's large-scale magnet release to end the battle between Sunagekure and Konoha quickly. In my vision for Sunagekure's future, you, Michikawa, and every ninja here are too precious to me. So, I won't allow anything to happen to you. 500 PSs equals 5 bonus chapters in the end of week. Chapter 26, Rasa vs Jiraiya, Part 1. Inside the Konohagakure camp, the atmosphere was a stark contrast to that of Sunagekure. While the latter's camp might have seemed relatively calm, the mood in Konohagakure was tense. The pressure of fighting on 3 fronts weighed heavily on every Konoha shinobi, each one worried about the future of the village, especially with the decisive battle set for tomorrow. Inside Minato's tent, the air was thick with anticipation. Minato and Jiraiya sat, listening intently to an ANBU report. Apologies, Jiraiya-sama, Minato-sama. Our operatives were unable to gather any intelligence from the Sunagakure camp. We cannot confirm if the Fourth Kazekage is still present. Even the Hyuga clans Byakugan and Shibi's insects couldn't confirm it. Minato asked, his voice calm yet filled with concern. No. Our camps are about 5 kilometers apart, which is beyond the range of both the Byakugan and Shibi-sama's insects. In addition, Sunagakure has shinobi patrolling the plains between our positions, making it difficult for our forces to get close. Jiraiya ran a hand through his hair in frustration. It seems like Sunagakure was well prepared for this. Minato, however, seemed lost in thought. His brow furrowed as he mulled over the situation. Sensei, something about Sunagakure's actions in this war feels strange. Oh. What do you mean? Jiraiya asked, intrigued. Minato took a moment, carefully considering his words before speaking. I don't know if it's just my imagination, but it seems to me that Sunagakure isn't really trying to wage an all-out war against us. Jiraiya raised an eyebrow. What makes you say that? Minato continued, his gaze sharp. First, their strategy was highly unorthodox. Kumogakure and Iwagakure have always engaged us near the border or in disputed territories. But Sunagakure, they bypassed that strategy entirely and struck deep into the land of fire. Furthermore, our intel shows they didn't bring enough supplies for a prolonged conflict. Jiraiya nodded, encouraging him to go on. Second, their actions in this war have been restrained. The Kazekage, especially, seems more focused on avenging the Third Kazekage than waging a full-scale war. But that doesn't seem like the whole story, especially considering their sudden withdrawal. It's all starting to feel off. Minato leaned forward slightly, his tone becoming more serious. And lastly, we were told Sunagakure sent 3,000 shinobi for this operation. But on our front, we've only encountered about 300, mostly Chunin and Jonin. Where are the genin? What are they hiding? Jiraiya rubbed his forehead, clearly troubled by these questions, but he had no answers. This is a real headache. So, what's the plan for tomorrow? Minato sighed, his shoulders slumping slightly. The Hokage's orders are to delay the battle as long as possible, to avoid a full-scale confrontation with Sunagakure. We can make some concessions if necessary, but if push comes to shove, we'll have no choice but to engage in battle. Jiraiya let out a long breath, understanding the gravity of the situation. It was clear that the Hokage had no intention of holding Danzo accountable for his actions. If anything, it seemed the Hokage might have quietly condoned them all along. With a frustrated sigh, Jiraiya muttered under his breath. When will this war ever end? Night fell quickly, casting a shadow over the battlefield. The Konoha shinobi started lighting their campfires, preparing meals, and maintaining a sense of routine. However, the tension in the air was palpable, as the battle lines on the plains remained drawn. Both Sunagakure and Konohagakure shinobi patrolled the area, ever watchful for any signs of movement. Visibility was severely limited once night settled in, and the Konoha shinobi knew the risks of getting too close to Sunagakure's forces. On the Sunagakure side, wisps of smoke rose into the dark sky, and the flicker of campfires illuminated the encampment. But a closer inspection would reveal a strange absence. There wasn't a single soul in sight. Where had all the Sunagakure shinobi gone? At the edge of the plains, nestled within the forest, the Sunagakure forces had already executed a detour, positioning themselves just 1 kilometer away from the Konoha camp. From this distance, the Konohagakure camp was visible, but beyond this range, Konoha's sensory shinobi would detect their presence. Rasa, standing among his gathered forces, stared ahead with grim determination. It's time, he said, his voice calm but filled with purpose. For the Third Kazekage, revenge begins now. Yeah. The Sunagakure shinobi responded in unison, their eyes glowing with a fierce crimson light. This night was destined to be one of bloodshed. Rasa raised his hand, commanding the next move. Magnet release, Shikaku's avatar. With a deafening tremor, a colossal figure resembling a mountain rose beneath the moonlight. The sheer magnitude of the creature shook the ground, and the air itself seemed to tremble with its presence. At that moment, Konoha's sensory shinobi immediately sensed the shift in the atmosphere. Enemy attack, one shouted. It's Sunagakure, another cried out. But it was already too late. Shikaku's massive tail, towering high above the battlefield, swung violently, smashing them to chunks of flesh and bones. Magnet release, Sand Shuriken. Rasa called another jutsu. From Shikaku's tail, countless sand shuriken erupted, spinning through the air like a deadly storm. They rained down relentlessly upon the Konoha camp, slicing through tents and shinobi alike. The sound of agony filled the air as screams echoed across the battlefield. Attack! Rasa ordered, his voice cutting through the chaos. The Sunagakure shinobi surged forward, charging into the disarray of Konoha's ranks without hesitation. Kill them all. Pakura and Michikawa shouted, rushing past Rasa to join the fray. But Rasa remained still, waiting for his true opponent. Suddenly, a voice rang out, fierce and commanding. Summoning Jutsu, Toad Shop collapse. The moonlight was abruptly blocked out by a massive shadow descending from the sky. Rasa's senses, honed by the memories of a transmigrator, immediately recognized the threat. Had he not studied the intelligence on the Sannin earlier that afternoon, Jiraiya's attack might have caught him off guard. But Rasa had been prepared. He had accounted for every potential tactic that the Sannin might employ. Boom. The earth shook as Shikaku's avatar leaped backward with astonishing speed, narrowly avoiding the devastating aerial strike. The massive figure landed with a tremor, standing firm as it evaded the attack. On top of the toad Gamabunta's head, Jiraiya's eyes narrowed, his expression grim as he realized his strike had missed. At first, when Minato mentioned that the Fourth Kazekage seemed to have extensive knowledge about him, Jiraiya found it difficult to believe. But now, the reality was even more astonishing. This man didn't just understand Minato, he also had an unsettlingly precise understanding of Jiraiya himself. In a shinobi battle, sheer strength alone wasn't enough, intelligence and information were just as vital. Yet, Jiraiya realized he knew next to nothing about this Kazekage, all his knowledge was based on Minato's reports. That meant from the very beginning, he was already at a disadvantage. But there was no time to dwell on this realization. The moment Gamabunta landed on the battlefield, half of his enormous form sank into a massive sand pit, and the quicksand continued to pull him deeper, trapping him further with each passing second. Before Jiraiya could react, Shikaku's enormous tail came sweeping toward the toad. Clang! Gamabunta swiftly drew his twin blades, intercepting the blow. However, the sheer force of the strike was overwhelming, and despite his efforts, Gamabunta's massive body sank even deeper into the sands. Rasa saw the opening and seized the opportunity to strike. Magnet release, gold dust shuriken. A barrage of golden shuriken, dense with magnetic energy, shot toward Gamabunta. Jiraiya, grinning in the face of danger, quickly formed hand seals. Fire release, giant flame bullet. It was a standard fire release technique, but Jiraiya's training at Mount Myaboku had taught him how to refine chakra into oil. With the aid of toad oil, the power of his fire-style jutsu was amplified tenfold. The intense flames shot forward, melting Rasa's gold dust into a river of molten liquid, which rained down from the sky like fiery rain. Not done yet. Jiraiya shouted, his confidence unwavering. Even as the molten gold fell, Jiraiya continued to form hand seals with unerring speed and precision. Fire release, fire dragon flame bullet. 3 additional fire dragons surged from Jiraiya's mouth, encircling the original giant flame. The dragons attacked from the front, left, and right, while the giant flame bullet barreled forward, hitting Rasa head-on. To release 2 jutsu simultaneously with such precision, controlling them as if they were extensions of his own will, was the mark of a true master. The technique was a testament to the skill of the third Hokage's disciple, the legendary ninjutsu professor. 500 PSs equals 5 bonus chapters in the end of week. Chapter 27, Rasa vs Jiraiya, Part 2. Rasa didn't attempt to counter Jiraiya's ninjutsu with his own. There was no point in doing so. Even though Jiraiya hadn't activated Sage Mode, the amplification from the toad oil alone had made his fire release technique several times stronger than normal. Going head-to-head with them would be a disastrous strategy. Magnet release, Shikaku's avatar, Shikaku impact. Under Rasa's control, the colossal Shikaku construct crossed its arms over its chest, curled its body inward, and wrapped its tail around itself, forming a massive, mountain-sized sphere. With terrifying speed and force, it hurtled toward Jiraiya and Gamabunta like a rolling boulder. Jiraiya's flames had proven powerful, but fire was formless, it had no solid mass to stop a solid object. The gigantic sand sphere barreled forward, unyielding, crushing anything in its path. Jiraiya's reflexes were sharp, and he immediately reacted. Earth release, swamp of the underworld. In an instant, the ground beneath the Shikaku construct gave way, and a vast swamp appeared, swallowing the sand sphere whole and rendering it immobile. The massive construct sunk, trapped in the muck. Jiraiya grinned, his confidence returning for a brief moment. Looks like neither of us can move now. But his smile faded as the sand began to stir. The trapped Shikaku's avatar crumbled into countless grains of sand, surging toward Jiraiya like a tidal wave. Violet markings, unmistakable signs of Shikaku's sealing power, began to spread across the sand. Rasa's Shikaku construct wasn't a living entity, it was a massive sand puppet that he could manipulate it at will. The realization hit Jiraiya like a strike to the chest. Rasa's attack wasn't over. Without wasting a second, Jiraiya made a snap decision. You should head back, Gamabunta. He couldn't afford to let Rasa seal Gamabunta again like Gamaken. Poof. With a puff of white smoke, Gamabunta disappeared, and Jiraiya, now airborne, plummeted toward the earth below. Sensing its primary target had vanished, the sand shifted its focus toward Jiraiya. It surged forward with menacing speed, intent on capturing him next. Jiraiya reacted quickly, forming hand seals as the sand closed in on him. Wind release, 1,000 blades of wind. A dense barrage of wind blades sliced through the advancing sand, shredding it into countless fragments. At the same time, the recoil from the wind sent Jiraiya plummeting downward at high speed. He landed lightly on the battlefield, his feet touching the ground with precision. For a moment, Jiraiya couldn't help but echo Minato's earlier words. As expected of the Kazekage. He may be young, but he's just as troublesome as the rest. Despite the mounting pressure, Jiraiya wasn't out of options yet. Minato had mentioned that this Kazekage seemed to avoid close combat whenever possible. It was likely due to his fear of the Flying Thunder God technique, but it also hinted that his taijutsu skills might be lacking. This gave Jiraiya an idea. If he could sneak closer. With a smirk, Jiraiya melded seamlessly into the earth, vanishing from sight. As the scattered sand reassembled, Shikaku's avatar loomed once again over the battlefield. However, standing atop its head, Rasa found himself at a disadvantage. He had lost track of Jiraiya. I can't sense him. Did he use earth release? Or a summoning technique? Rasa muttered under his breath. If it had been a normal earth release, Rasa would still have been able to detect him. But perhaps Jiraiya had used a sensory blocking technique that Rasa wasn't aware of. Though Rasa had gathered intelligence on Jiraiya, he wasn't foolish enough to rely entirely on second-hand information. After all, this was a real shinobi battle, not just some theoretical scenario. In that case, Rasa's body merged directly with Shikaku's avatar. With such an enormous body, even if Jiraiya could sense his location, the sheer toughness of the Shikaku construct's defenses would make it incredibly difficult for Jiraiya to land a decisive blow. Hidden in the shadows, Jiraiya frowned deeply. TCH, this guy's turtling up like a damn clam. I need to find a way to force him out of that monster. With that thought, a sudden idea struck him. Earth release, tectonic core. In an instant, the ground beneath the Shikaku construct split apart, creating a massive sinkhole. The terrain around it rapidly collapsed, and the colossal sand figure found itself without any solid footing. Unable to maintain balance, Shikaku's avatar plummeted into the enormous pit. Jiraiya saw the opening immediately and revealed himself, springing into action. Earth release, sticky clay technique. Thick, black, viscous clay poured down from above, cascading like a landslide toward the trapped Shikaku's avatar. Let's see how you deal with this. Time to turn your sand into pottery. Fire release, great flame bullet. The combination of sticky clay and intense fire had a clear purpose. By using the clay to bind the sand together and then applying the heat, Jiraiya aimed to bake the sand into a solid, immobile mass. If successful, Rasa's control over the sand would be nullified. As expected of one of the legendary Sannin. Rasa thought, recognizing the threat in the combination of jutsu. He had no choice but to abandon the sand and propel himself out of the pit before the transformation could be completed. And that was exactly what Jiraiya had been waiting for. Ninja art, Wild Lion's Mane. In an instant, Jiraiya's white hair extended, growing wildly into a massive lion's head that lunged at Rasa, attempting to ensnare him. This was one of Jiraiya's signature techniques. Against it, Rasa had no effective counter. Though made of hair, the lion's mane was enhanced by chakra, making it incredibly tough and elastic. In terms of raw maneuverability, Jiraiya's hair was even more flexible than Rasa's sand. Furthermore, Wild Lion's Mane could be reinforced with fire chakra, increasing its offensive potential. But Rasa could fly. What? Jiraiya's eyes widened in disbelief as Rasa took to the air, effortlessly gliding out of range of the extending Wild Lion's Mane. This guy can fly. That's straight up cheating. Jiraiya's hair had grown to immense proportions, but no matter how much control he had over its extension, there was no way it could keep up with Rasa's airborne mobility. His opponent had a distinct advantage. Damn it. Jiraiya thought, frustration mounting. If only I were better at genjutsu. Against an opponent like Rasa, long-range battles were a nightmare. If Jiraiya couldn't close the distance, genjutsu would have been the ideal counter. But alas, genjutsu was one of his weakest areas, and that was a serious flaw. Despite his frustration, Jiraiya didn't forget the bigger picture. Rasa was no ordinary shinobi, he was the Kazekage, a Kage-level threat. Even if Jiraiya could keep up, a drawn-out battle was in Rasa's favor. As long as Rasa played defensively, Jiraiya wouldn't be able to end the fight quickly unless he resorted to his sage mode. But Jiraiya couldn't afford to waste any more time. Though his attention was on Rasa, Jiraiya could still sense the chaos behind him at the Konoha camp. Things were spiraling out of control. Minato was locked in battle with Pakura, leaving Konoha's lower-ranking shinobi vulnerable to a one-sided slaughter. The situation was dire. No choice. Jiraiya thought, clenching his fists. I'll have to go into Sage mode. He clasped his hands together, preparing to summon Fukasaku and Shima, his trusted Sage partners. Just as he was about to activate Sage mode. But something happened that left him completely stunned. Rasa suddenly charged toward him. 500 PSs equals 5 bonus chapters in the end of week. Chapter 28, Rasa vs Jiraiya, Part 3. Rasa was determined not to let Jiraiya enter Sage mode, and the reason was simple: if Jiraiya activated it, Rasa would be completely outmatched and swiftly defeated. Despite Rasa's position as Kazekage and his formidable power as a Kage-level ninja, along with the enhancements provided by the Kama Seal that absorbed Shikaku's chakra and Star Chakra, pushing him beyond the average Kage level. Jiraiya was already at the peak of Kage level strength without needing to rely on Sage mode. But if Jiraiya did activate it, that would push him far beyond Kage's level into a realm of power that was simply unreachable for Rasa. At that point, Rasa would have no chance of victory. As it stood, Rasa was already being outclassed by Jiraiya in nearly every aspect, aside from the genjutsu he had yet to unleash. In some areas, he was vastly inferior, particularly when it came to summoning jutsu. So, despite the risk, Rasa had to act first. He needed to take the initiative. Jiraiya noticed this move and grinned. Oh! Is he actually closing the distance? To be honest, Jiraiya wasn't confident in his mastery of Sage mode. Activating it required substantial time to gather natural chakra. Moreover, he usually had to summon the Elder Toads to help maintain it. But after witnessing Gamaken's sealing earlier, Jiraiya was reluctant to rely too much on the Toads. So, when Rasa charged in for a close-quarters fight, Jiraiya felt a wave of relief. This guy, don't tell me he actually understands Sage mode. Bam. As soon as the two clashed in close combat, Jiraiya instantly confirmed his suspicions. Rasa was terrible at taijutsu. He wasn't even remotely close to Tsunade's level. Which meant Jiraiya didn't need Sage mode at all. Bam. 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 Their battle shifted from explosive ninjutsu to a brutal melee exchange. In the thick forest, they traded punches and kicks, with Rasa struggling to keep up. The disparity in skill was glaring. While Jiraiya moved with speed, fluidity, and power, Rasa was barely able to react, constantly on the defensive just to stay in the fight. Inevitably, Rasa began to fall behind. Kid, your taijutsu is pathetic. Jiraiya taunted, finding an opening. With a smirk, he landed a powerful kick square into Rasa's abdomen. Unlike Tsunade's immense strength, Jiraiya's raw power was still far beyond most shinobi. Rasa was blasted backward like a rag doll, crashing through the trees. But Jiraiya quickly noticed something strange. As Rasa hit the ground and regained his footing, he was completely unharmed. Instead of showing signs of injury, cracks formed along his body, from which golden sand began to seep out. Jiraiya's eyes narrowed in realization. A sand armor, huh? Damn, you're just like a damn turtle. He smirked. But how long can you keep this up? Without hesitation, Jiraiya charged forward again. By now, he had a solid understanding of Rasa's taijutsu skills. And now that he knew Rasa's weaknesses, there was no reason to hold back. After all, Jiraiya was a taijutsu master in his own right. His speed was astonishing, so fast that the human eye could barely follow him. In the blink of an eye, Jiraiya closed the gap and was right in front of Rasa, his fist speeding toward his face. But just before the punch landed, a sudden, ominous surge of chakra erupted from Rasa's body. Jiraiya's instincts flared, and he immediately recognized that something was wrong. What? In that instant, Rasa vanished from right in front of him. Jiraiya's reflexes were razor-sharp, and he quickly spun around, already preparing to block the strike coming from behind. Boom. Rasa, now enveloped in Star Chakra, landed a crushing kick to Jiraiya's arm. The immense force caught Jiraiya off guard, leaving him momentarily stunned. Bang. Jiraiya was sent flying over 100 meters, struggling to dissipate the force in his arm. He regained his footing and looked up, seeing that Rasa had entered a peculiar new form. His body was now wrapped in a dense layer of chakra armor. What happened to his taijutsu? Why is it suddenly so much stronger? Was he pretending to be weak this whole time? No, wait, this is... Jiraiya's mind raced as he recalled an opponent from the past, the Third Raikage of Kimogakure, who used the lightning chakra mode. In an instant, Jiraiya realized the source of Rasa's newfound strength. Chakra activation. This is troublesome. Though Jiraiya had encountered similar power boosts before, the surge of power from Rasa was unlike anything he had faced in a while. Still, Rasa also suppressed his excitement. He knew that while the Star Chakra mode provided a temporary increase in strength, it came at a cost. It was fine for short bursts, but prolonged use could seriously damage his body. With no time to waste, Rasa didn't hesitate. Whoosh! In the blink of an eye, his figure disappeared from its previous spot. Now, in terms of speed, Rasa was on par with Jiraiya's earlier movements. So fast! Jiraiya muttered under his breath, surprised. He immediately prepared to counter. Thankfully, Jiraiya was no stranger to Tsunade's relentless beatings. So, although Rasa's enhanced physical abilities, thanks to the chakra mode, were now comparable to his own, Jiraiya managed to stay calm and focused. But the situation was becoming increasingly complicated. Jutsu didn't seem to have much effect on Rasa, and now his taijutsu was closing the gap. Jiraiya wasn't particularly skilled in genjutsu, and as for chakra, neither of them showed any signs of exhaustion after such a lengthy fight. When it came to summoning beasts, Jiraiya couldn't afford to rely on them either. So the question remained, if Jiraiya attempted to use Sage Mode, would Rasa give him the chance to do so? This is troublesome. At this point, Jiraiya could only hope that Rasa's chakra mode wouldn't last much longer. Meanwhile, back at the Konoha camp, the situation was rapidly worsening. From the moment the Tsunagakure ninja launched their surprise attack, the Konohagakure forces had been on the defensive. First, Rasa's Sand Shuriken unleashed widespread destruction, especially impacting the lower-ranked ninjas like Chunins and Genins. While the higher-ranking ninja could dodge the assault, those of lower ranks weren't so fortunate. After Rasa's initial barrage, the Tsunagakure ninja kept up their relentless offensive, plunging Konoha's forces into chaos. Minato immediately sprang into action, ready to counterattack, but before he could make his move, a blinding fireball shot toward him. It was Pakura, the Scorch Release user from Tsunagakure. Normally, Minato would be in his element when facing a close combat ninja like Pakura. However, her Scorch Release was the perfect counter for someone who preferred close-quarters combat. It had the terrifying ability to evaporate the moisture in a ninja's body upon contact, turning it into a dry, lifeless husk. Minato hadn't yet mastered the Ninetales chakra form or Sage Mode, so he couldn't afford to take her Scorch Release lightly. Moreover, Minato sensed that Pakura was highly familiar with his techniques. His Flying Thunder God technique was useless against her, and using Raiznan to finish her off was no longer an option. Feeling a sense of helplessness, Minato had no idea that Pakura was more nervous than he was at that moment. Pakura now understood why Rasa held the blonde-haired ninja in such high regard. The Flying Thunder God technique was a spacetime ninjutsu, and it was far more terrifying than she had anticipated. The sheer speed of Minato's near-instantaneous space jumps made him a deadly opponent. Had it not been for Rasa's intel, she would have been killed multiple times over by now. At this point, Pakura was pouring all of her energy into facing Minato. I can't let this go on. As a proud shinobi of Tsunagakure, she refused to let herself fail. If, before today, she had felt overwhelmed by Minato's skills, now she had found a way to overcome him. She had Rasa to thank for giving her the power and the peacock mystic art the day before. Suddenly, a remark Rasa had made to her and Michikawa earlier flashed in her mind. The future of the village. In that case, I'll go all in. With resolve in her heart, she formed a series of hand seals. Scorch Release Chakra Mode. Chapter 29, Scorch Release vs Flying Thunder God, Bonus. In the blink of an eye, Pakura's chakra surged with incredible force. A violent, howling wind whipped around her, and her body became engulfed in a vibrant, swirling blue chakra. As the chakra intensified, it shifted to a searing red, as if it had been set ablaze. In that moment, Pakura transformed into a figure wreathed in flames, radiating an overwhelming heat that scorched everything in her vicinity. The trees and the earth around her were rapidly blackened and withered by the intense warmth. This extraordinary display immediately seized the attention of everyone on the battlefield. The Sand Ninja watched in awe, their eyes wide with admiration, while the Leaf Ninja looked on in apprehension, fear evident in their expressions. Stay back. I can't control this power fully yet. Pakura yelled, warning the surrounding ninja. The Sand Ninja, responding without hesitation, swiftly retreated about a mile from her, careful not to get caught in her destructive aura. What is this? Jiraiya muttered, his attention diverted from his fight with Rasa as he noticed the sudden change. With his vast experience, Jiraiya recognized the transformation instantly. This is exactly the same technique the Kazekage used earlier. But what kind of power is this? Could it be a secret technique of Tsunagakure? Rasa, too, was stunned, his eyes narrowing in recognition. Impressive. She's a prodigy, developing Scorch Release entirely on her own. In just half a day, she has managed to perfectly merge Star Chakra Mode, Peacock Mystic Art, and Scorch Release to create this terrifying form. The sight brought a familiar memory to Rasa's mind, a powerful vision of the Lava Release Chakra Mode used by the four-tailed beast's Jinchuriki. Minato also couldn't help but think of Kushina Uzumaki, the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki of Konoha, whenever he saw such a transformation. The image of the tailed beast cloak, she would assume when tapping into the full power of the Nine Tails, was vividly imprinted in his memory. Now, boosted by the Scorch Release Chakra mode, Pakura's speed and strength were pushed to their absolute limits, enabling her to close the distance toward Minato in the blink of an eye. Whoosh! Minato responded by hurling a kunai, testing her reflexes, but Pakura merely twisted her face into a sneer. Her speed had become so refined and fluid that she effortlessly dodged the thrown kunai. As for defense, she no longer needed it. In the Scorch Release Chakra mode, any attempt Minato made to approach her would result in instant evaporation, leaving him as nothing more than a dry, desiccated husk. Boom. With her absolute defense and terrifying offensive power, Pakura was no longer just a force to be reckoned with, she had become a relentless killing machine, cutting a path through the battlefield. Every Konoha ninja who crossed her path stood no chance, their bodies reduced to dry husks as they screamed in agony. Minato's expression darkened, his mind racing for a solution as he couldn't afford to let Pakura restlessly massacre his comrades. There's no choice now. It looks like I'll have to use this technique. Minato muttered to himself with a resolve. This was Minato's last resort, a trump card he had hoped never to use. He wasn't even certain it would succeed, but with the current situation, he had no other option. Shadow Clone Jutsu. In an instant, two identical Minato appeared beside him, their expressions determined. Please, one clone said, while the other added, leave it to us. Without wasting a moment, both clones immediately began to form Rasenons, their energy swirling around them as they charged toward Pakura. By now, Pakura had observed the Rasenon enough in battle to recognize the technique's deadly potential. She had to admit that the technique was undeniably powerful. She likely couldn't withstand its impact even in her current Scorch Release Chakra mode. However, she knew that she would be fine if it didn't hit her directly. With this thought, she immediately unleashed two fireballs, propelling them toward the two clones. Boom. Pakura blinked in surprise as the unexpectedly weak clones were hit directly by her Scorch Release. They exploded into smoke almost instantly. Just as she realized what had happened, a flying Thunder God kunai came hurtling toward her face. Annoyed, Pakura muttered. This kind of distraction is too obvious. Minato had used the Flying Thunder God technique to appear right in front of her. Without hesitation, she charged at him, determined not to give him the chance to complete his Rasenon. Her only goal was to evaporate him into a dry husk before he could react. But in that very instant, Minato formed a strange hand seal. A sudden sense of unease surged in Pakura's heart. Before her eyes, as she closed in on Minato, a strange barrier appeared in front of her. Her body suddenly felt disoriented, and everything around her began to blur. In the midst of her confusion, a bright light flickered at the corner of her vision. In panic, she whipped around and saw Minato, holding a Rasenon, descending from the sky, heading straight for her back. From a distance, another Minato stood, holding a Flying Thunder God kunai. In that split second, everything clicked in Pakura's mind. She realized the truth. The Flying Thunder God technique didn't just teleport the user, it could also teleport the target. Damn it. Just as she braced for the impact of Minato's Rasenon, convinced the technique would succeed, another blinding light flashed before their eyes. Both Pakura and Minato froze, stunned, as Rasa appeared between them, holding a Rasenon of his own. Boom. The two Rasenons collided in an explosive eruption, shaking the battlefield and destroying everything in its immediate vicinity. Minato's clone vanished instantly into smoke. How is this possible? Minato asked in disbelief, his hand still gripping the Flying Thunder God kunai. His pupils dilated in shock as he stared at the Rasenon in Rasa's hands. This was the very technique Minato had developed to protect Kushina, so how was it that Rasa, the Kazekage of Sunagekure, was also capable of using it? The shock was also felt by Jiraiya, who stood some distance away, witnessing the unexpected turn of events. As he recalled Rasa's deep knowledge of their team's strategies, an unsettling thought began to take root in both his and Minato's minds. Did someone in our village betray us? How else would the Sand Village know our tactics so thoroughly? Jiraiya thought out loud, he narrowed his eyes with concern. No matter what, this battle can't continue. Jiraiya urged his disciple. Since the enemy has a lot of information relating to them, far more than they had imagined, a continuation of this battle will escalate further complications. We need to retreat, Minato. At this point, we have no chance of winning. Minato nodded solemnly, his gaze locked on Rasa. The Kazekage of Sunagekure had left a permanent mark on Minato's mind. The events of this day would be something he would never forget. On the other side, after the explosion, Pakura found herself in Rasa's arms, having dispelled her Scorch Release Chakra mode. She stared at him, her expression one of shock and disbelief. Her emotions were a whirlwind, she had never imagined she would be saved by Rasa. Sensing the awkwardness of their position, Pakura struggled to break free from Rasa's embrace with a hue of redness on her face, her voice tentative as she stammered. Thank you. Rasa, ever calm, responded with a steady voice. There's no need for thanks. We're comrades from the same village. How are you feeling? Pakura's eyes flickered, and she inhaled deeply to steady herself. Her scorch-release chakra mode flared back into existence, her voice gradually regaining its usual firmness. Don't worry. I was just caught off guard by a sneak attack. It won't happen again. Rasa nodded thoughtfully. Given Rasa's speed, it should have been impossible for him to keep up with Minato's Flying Thunder God technique. Even though Rasa, as the Kazekage, was highly skilled with teleportation techniques, he couldn't have possibly kept up with such an advanced space-time ninjutsu. But, knowing Minato well, Rasa had anticipated his actions. From the moment Minato had used the Shadow Clone Jutsu, Rasa had sensed something was amiss. After all, Minato wasn't like Naruto, he wasn't a chakra powerhouse, and he rarely used the multi-Shadow Clone Jutsu. This meant that Minato was likely planning something, and Rasa had picked up on that immediately. When Rasa noticed that Minato had created another clone after the explosion distraction, he made his move. Seizing the opportunity while Jiraiya's attention was diverted by Pakura's scorch release mode, Rasa rushed toward Minato's clone, knowing that he needed to act quickly. Rasa didn't reveal to Pakura that Minato's Flying Thunder God technique had the ability to teleport other people, as he needed to maintain the illusion that his intellect was the key to his success, rather than an uncanny ability to predict the future. Next, Rasa began to warn Pakura to be cautious, but the battlefield shifted in an instant. Retreat. The Konoha ninjas suddenly began pulling back, their withdrawal signaling the end of the battle. 500 PSs equals 5 bonus chapters in the end of week. Chapter 30, Plan Success, Bonus. The retreat of the Konoha ninjas was carried out with military precision. First, the Genin fell back, followed closely by the Chunin. The Jonin, with their heightened skills, were tasked with holding off the advancing Sunagekure ninjas to give the others time to retreat. The last to cover the withdrawal were Jiraiya and Minato, ensuring the safety of the retreating forces. As the Konoha ninjas began their organized retreat, the Sunagekure ninjas initially celebrated their apparent victory. The tension in the air began to lift, and all eyes turned to Rasa, awaiting his next instructions. Michikawa appeared before Rasa in the blink of an eye. It seems like we've won. Should we pursue them? Rasa shook his head. No need. We'll only overextend ourselves if we pursue them too far into the land of fire. It wouldn't be in our best interest. Michikawa nodded in understanding. From the outset, the purpose of this war had been crystal clear to Sunagekure. They hadn't intended to engage in a prolonged conflict with Konoha. What they truly sought was the wealth of the land of fire. With that objective in mind, this war's actual victory was almost secondary. However, despite this, certain formalities still had to be observed to maintain the appearance of a legitimate conquest. Though Rasa, Pakura, and Michikawa knew the real reason for the war, many of the Sunagekure ninjas were in the dark. Only the Jonin were aware of the true purpose, as they were the only ones capable of keeping such a secret. To maintain the secrecy, Rasa knew he had to formally conclude the operation for everyone involved. Rasa stepped forward and addressed the gathered Sunagekure forces, his voice carrying the weight of authority. To all the Sand Shinobi. In the name of the Kazekage, I declare that the victors of the first war between Sunagekure and Konoha are Sunagekure. Oh! The crowd erupted in a roar of cheers and excitement, the sound of victory reverberating through the air. But we must not let our guard down. We must remain vigilant against any counterattacks from Konoha. As long as Konoha refuses to hand over the killer of the Third Kazekage, this war will not be over. Oh! The cheer rose again, this time louder and more determined, as the Sunagekure ninjas rallied around Rasa's words. On the Konoha side, the retreating ninjas could still hear the distant cheers of Sunagekure from behind them. The sounds carried through the air, heavy with the weight of their apparent victory. Their faces were somber, but beneath the grim expressions, there was also a sense of relief. They were thankful that Sunagekure had not pursued them. Minato, his usual composure shattered, wore a dejected expression as he trudged alongside Jiraiya. Seeing his disheartened disciple, Jiraiya placed a reassuring hand on his shoulder. Don't worry, Minato. It's common to face both victories and defeats on the battlefield. What matters now is reporting everything back to the village and waiting for the old man's decision. The Konoha ninjas did not make their way directly back to the village. Instead, they retreated 100 kilometers, setting up a temporary camp after ensuring that it was safe. They needed time to regroup and assess their situation. Once Jiraiya and Minato delivered their report to Konoha, they received a grim response. The village had no additional resources to spare to deal with Sunagekure. In fact, the situation was even more dire than anticipated. Minato and Jiraiya, already battle-weary, were reassigned to the front lines to face Iwagakure's forces. In the past few days, Konoha had been embroiled in an intense war with Iwagakure. To make matters worse, two of Iwagakure's Jinchuriki, old enemies of both Jiraiya and Minato, had appeared on the battlefield, further complicating the situation. Within Konoha, besides the third Hokage, only Jiraiya and Minato had the experience and ability to deal with the power of these two formidable Jinchuriki. Meanwhile, Danzo, though politically savvy, lacked the military expertise required to command on the battlefield. To fill their roles, Konoha had sent Shikaka Nara, a brilliant strategist from the Nara clan. His mission was clear: stall Tsunagekyu's advance as much as possible. Shikaku's assignment initially seemed daunting. However, when he arrived at the front lines, he was surprised to find that Tsunagekyu's actions were unusually restrained. It appeared, as Minato had warned, that Tsunagekure had no intention of launching a full-scale attack. So, what is Tsunagekure really plotting? Is it truly just about revenge? Despite his brilliance, he could not fully grasp Tsunagekyu's true intentions at this stage. 2 days later, in Tsunagekure's camp, Rasa gathered Michikawa, Pakura, and Yura for a final briefing. It's done. Our mission has been completed, and we can begin preparations for retreat. Rasa announced, his tone resolute. Pakura, however, seemed hesitant. Her voice carried an edge of frustration. Just retreat like this? We've seized such a huge opportunity. Konoha is at its weakest right now. If we just... Rasa interrupted her, not out of anger but with the calm authority that came from his experience. He understood her sentiment. It echoed in the hearts of many, particularly among those in positions of power who saw the fleeting moments of weakness in their enemies. Don't let temporary gains cloud your judgment. The strength of Tsunagekure is the most important thing. Look at the situation. Aside from Kirigakure and us, every other village is embroiled in war. This is the perfect time for us to surpass them. If we join this conflict now, we risk losing too many of our own comrades for little gain. The only ones who would benefit are the daimyo, Reikage, and Tsuchikage. Michikawa nodded in agreement. Kazekage-sama is right. The benefits we've gained are already significant. We should not risk it all for something that would only prolong the conflict. Pakura, still clearly reluctant, paused and took a deep breath. She suppressed her dissatisfaction and eventually nodded in understanding. Understood. Rasa, seeing the tension ease, continued with the next set of instructions. Now, according to our plan, the Chunin will retreat first, followed by the Jonin. Lastly, the three of us will cover the rear. During the retreat, the Chunin and Jonin will not head directly back to the village. Instead, they will rendezvous with Maki and Elder Ebizo to help wrap up the aftermath. Tsunagekure's gains from this operation are substantial, and we need to ensure everything is accounted for. At this, Michikawa and Pakura exchanged a glance, both filled with quiet anticipation, understanding the gravity of the situation. Yura, you'll be responsible for contacting Maki and coordinating the arrangements. Rasa instructed. Yes, Kazekage-sama. Yura responded promptly. Good. This operation has been taxing on everyone. All participating ninjas can return to the village for some much-needed rest. As for defending against Konoha's possible counterattack, Yura, please contact Lady Chiyo and ask her to send the puppet forces. Considering their battles on multiple fronts, I don't expect Konoha to bother with us right now, but we must remain cautious. Rasa's calm and calculated approach brought a sense of relief to the group. Indeed, with Konoha distracted by multiple wars, the idea of Tsunagekure retreating would likely ease their worries. Rasa's voice softened slightly, but his words remained resolute. The success of this plan is thanks to the hard work and sacrifices of everyone in the village. When we return, the village will not forget what was done here. All right, that's all I have to say. Let's begin preparations for the retreat. The retreat of Tsunagekure was executed with quiet precision and efficiency. It wasn't until half a day later that the Konoha sentries, stationed at a safe distance, noticed the eerie silence emanating from the Tsunagekure camp. The ninja who first noticed the anomaly immediately reported it to Shikaku. Originally, Shikaku's strategy had been to avoid any provocation, ensuring Konoha ninjas stayed at a distance from Tsunagekure's camp to prevent giving them an excuse to engage in combat. But the sudden quietude raised suspicion, prompting him to reconsider and take a more proactive approach. Soon after, Konoha ninjas were dispatched to investigate. They confirmed that Tsunagekure's camp had become unsettlingly empty, adding a layer of confusion to the situation. What was Tsunagekure planning? First, they launched a swift invasion, only to retreat just as suddenly. The question hung in the air, unanswered and troubling. 2 days later, Konoha received reports from multiple cities, Moriyama, Manabu, Daiwa, and others across 17 towns. It was then that the full scope of the situation became clear. The Land of Fire's daimyo, seething with anger, had received word of Tsunagekure's sudden withdrawal. Enraged by the loss of valuable resources, the daimyo issued a direct command to Konoha, an immediate offensive to reclaim everything Tsunagekure had taken from the cities. However, by that point, Konoha's resources were stretched thin. The ongoing wars with Kimogakure and Iwagakure had depleted the village's strength, leaving little capacity to address the situation with Tsunagekure. Konoha was caught in a precarious position, struggling to balance the demands of multiple fronts while the threat of Sunagakure's unexpected maneuver loomed large. Chapter 31, Aftermath, Bonus. In the vast desert, the land of wind, Sunagakure. 7 days could be seen as neither long nor short, but for the villagers of Sunagakure, it had been the most extraordinary 7 days of their lives. 7 days ago, as they watched the ninjas depart from the village and witnessed the lockdown being implemented, an unsettling feeling began to grow among the villagers. Was war about to break out? No one welcomed war, for it was followed by death. This death could be that of a wife's husband, a child's parent, or the elder's son. But 3 days ago, something unexpected and miraculous began to unfold. There was no news of death. No reports of husbands, parents, or children being lost. Instead, an unbroken procession of carts, laden with goods, began to pour into Sunagakure. Though the lockdown prevented them from verifying the exact contents of the carts, rumors had already begun to spread throughout the village. According to eyewitness accounts, the carts were filled with all manner of goods. Among them were money, food, cloth, salt, iron, sugar, medicine, silver, gold, and jewels in unimaginable quantities. It was even said that the village warehouses had accumulated a stockpile high as mountains. For the past 3 days, the influx of carts had been unceasing. This left the villagers confused. Weren't the ninjas supposed to be engaged in war? Why did it seem as though they were involved in a massive trade operation instead? So, after 7 days had passed, when the first group of genin returned safely to the village, the villagers, overjoyed to see their loved ones safe and sound, began to piece together the story behind the goods. Incredible, this was the villagers' first reaction. Then came the exhilaration. As citizens of Sunagakure, they understood all too well the significance of these goods. This meant that their loved ones would no longer need to risk their lives merely to survive. The scarcity of resources that had plagued them for so long would no longer stifle the growth of Sunagakure. And the growth of Sunagakure would usher in endless prosperity. Who wouldn't desire wealth? Certainly, no one. When the ninjas who returned later explained that this entire operation had been orchestrated by the Fourth Kazekage, the villagers were left even more astounded. Though some ninjas had perished during the mission, no one questioned whether it had been worth the cost, considering the immense wealth gained with so little loss. Nearly 2 days later, all the ninjas returned to the village. Among them were Rasa, Pakura, and Michikawa. Rasa did not rush to assemble everyone for a debriefing of the mission's outcome. Instead, he granted everyone a day of rest. This decision filled the entire village with a sense of jubilation. Especially the ninjas who had participated in the operation. They eagerly awaited their rewards, knowing the operation's success would bring significant personal gain. The following day, once again at the Kazekage building, all the high-ranking ninjas of the village had gathered. However, unlike the previous time when Rasa arrived to hear numerous complaints, this time, no one voiced any grievances or displayed discontent. Instead, their tone was filled with nothing but joy and deep acknowledgement of Rasa's role as the Kazekage. It could be said that, with this daring raid on Konoha, Rasa had firmly cemented an unshakable authority in the hearts of every ninja in Sunagakure. Rasa, too, was punctual this time. As soon as the sun rose, after gathering everyone, he arrived at the Kazekage tower with Baki by his side. Kazekage-sama. At once, all the jonin, with the exception of Chiyo, Ebizo, Pakura, and Michikawa, instinctively knelt halfway to the ground, bowing in reverence. The 4 high-ranking officials observed, fully aware that Rasa had solidified his position as the Kazekage without question. Amid the crowd, Rasa took his seat as Kazekage and spoke calmly. Please rise. Everyone worked hard during this mission. It was no hardship, Kazekage-sama. You are the one who worked tirelessly. That's right. Without your plan, Kazekage-sama, how could we have achieved such outstanding results? The ninjas below spoke one after another, their words a stark contrast to the rebellious attitude they had once displayed. Rasa knew exactly what they were expecting, so he wasted no time with pleasantries. Baki. Yes, Kazekage-sama. From this point forward, I will issue the rewards for everyone in the village, in the name of the Kazekage. Understood. At this, every ninja's eyes turned eagerly to Rasa. First, for all the ninjas who participated in this mission, genin will be rewarded in line with C-ranked mission standards, chunin with B-ranked, jonin with A-ranked, and the 2 elders, as well as Pakura and Michikawa, will receive S-ranked mission rewards. All rewards will be given at the highest standards. Understood. The room immediately erupted in cheers of joy. They all knew these rewards would be nothing short of substantial. According to Rasa's announcement, genin would receive 100,000 ryo, chunin 200,000 ryo, jonin 1 million ryo, and the elite members would receive 5 million ryo each. Such rewards were almost unheard of in the past, especially in times of war when resources were scarce. But the surprises weren't over. Second, starting today, all ninjas in the village will have their salaries increased by 50%. This was yet another point of distinction between Sunagekure and Konoha. Konoha ninjas didn't receive salaries because they were able to sustain themselves through missions. Unfortunately, this was not the case for Sunagekure's ninjas. This was largely due to the prosperity of the Land of Fire, where most of the wealthy individuals who could issue missions resided. Thanks to Konoha's fame, people from other nations generally sought to post missions there, except for specialized tasks. As a result, Konoha controlled over 80% of the shinobi world's market. Sunagekure, in contrast, faced a more difficult situation. Its geographical location made it nearly impossible for others to send missions, as the desert stood between them and other regions. Without missions to sustain them, Sunagekure's ninjas had no choice but to rely on salaries. When Rasa finished speaking, everyone was grinning with satisfaction. Although these ninjas were jonin, the highest rank among ninjas, and typically wouldn't be troubled by financial concerns, who could resist the allure of more wealth? So, what do you think? Are you satisfied with these rewards? When the jonin heard this, they understood that the rewards for them had now concluded. Though their share was just a small fraction of the overall gains, they were already thoroughly content. Thank you, Kazekage-sama, they all exclaimed in unison. Rasa nodded with approval, then turned his gaze toward Chiyo, Ebizo, Pakura, and Michikawa. Through Sasori, Rasa had already secured leverage over both Chiyo and Ebizo. Thanks to the success of this mission, he had managed to shift Pakura and Michikawa's perceptions of him. As a result, none of the four held any objections this time. Alright, now for the third matter. You all witnessed the great battle outside. The power of Konoha is far beyond what Sunagekure can currently match. Rasa paused, letting his words settle in. So, I've decided that, from now on, we will take full advantage of this period of chaos to strengthen and expand Sunagekure. Chapter 32, Development Plan, Bonus. A profound silence fell over the Kazekage's office. It wasn't that the attendees disagreed with the Kazekage's words, rather, they were unsure how to proceed. The atmosphere was thick with contemplation. Breaking the silence, Ebizo, who had come to respect Rasa after their recent mission, spoke up with a question. May I ask, Kazekage-sama, what are your plans moving forward? Rasa surveyed the room, his gaze lingering on each person before he responded, his voice steady and deliberate. For a ninja village, the number of ninjas is the most crucial factor. Over the years, Sunagekure has struggled to match Konoha's ninja school system. Although we've tried to adopt a similar model, the lack of funds has hindered our progress. We have never been able to ensure that all capable children can attend the ninja school as Konoha does. But now, the situation is different. After the explanation, Rasa surveyed his gazes over the people present in the office. Who is currently in charge of the education department? Though Rasa clearly knew the answer, he asked the question to reaffirm his authority as Kazekage. A seemingly gentle-hearted jonin stood up, addressing him respectfully. It's me, Kazekage-sama. I am Gashima, the head of the education department, responsible for overseeing the ninja school in the village. Gashima. From now on, I need you to develop a plan. If you're uncertain, you can follow Konoha's example. My request is simple, from this moment forward, any child in the village who is of the appropriate age and capable of channeling chakra must attend the ninja school. I want tuition and other associated fees to be waived as much as possible. Understood, Kazekage-sama. I will begin preparations immediately upon my return. Gashima responded. Good. Rasa acknowledged, then paused for a moment before issuing another instruction. The entry requirements for the ninja school can be relaxed. As long as the children are capable of refining chakra, it's acceptable if they don't have the inherent talent to perform ninjutsu. We can focus on training them in taijutsu instead. Rasa's mind recalled a famous taijutsu ninja from Sunagekure, whose name he couldn't quite remember but whose martial arts style had been akin to the 8 Gates of Death. This individual had eventually become Gaara's disciple. Even if no such individual existed now, Rasa had received the Peacock Mystic Arts Hashigakure. The technique did not require chakra attributes, and he could adapt it for taijutsu training in the future. I understand, Kazekage-sama. I'll pass on your orders immediately. Rasa nodded again, signaling his satisfaction. Seeing that no one else had any objections or further questions, Rasa continued. In addition to the ninja school, we must also revise the village's pension system. Who is currently in charge of that? A ninja with a scar on his face, exuding an intimidating presence, stepped forward. It's me, Kazekage-sama. I am Ruji, the head of the logistics department. I oversee the distribution of ninja salaries and the care of orphans left behind by fallen ninjas. The ninjas who sacrificed their lives for the village are heroes, and the village must not neglect their families. So, starting today, you are to devise a comprehensive plan for the pension system to ensure that the families of these heroes are well cared for. The village is no longer lacking in funds, so do not hesitate to think big. Understood, Kazekage-sama. Ruji responded, his tone firm and resolute. Rasa's words stirred the room, motivating everyone present. After all, as ninjas, none of them could guarantee their safety on the battlefield. Rasa's assurances alleviated their concerns for the future. Furthermore, the village needs to establish a thorough system for orphan adoption. This should include not only orphans within the village but also children who have lost their parents due to the ravages of war. Our village can adopt them as well. Everyone immediately understood Rasa's intent. To build a strong village, one must cultivate a sense of belonging among its youth. And there was no group easier to nurture than the orphans displaced by conflict. Understood, Kazekage-sama. They all responded in unison. Aside from education, pensions, and orphan care, we also fall behind Konoha in the medical field. Konoha boasts a complete system of medical ninjas, with every ninja team having at least one member skilled in medical ninjutsu. This is why Konoha's ninjas tend to survive longer in battle. Our village also has a medical department, but it is still too rudimentary compared to Konoha. Who is in charge of the medical department here? A busty female ninja dressed in purple clothing stepped forward, respectfully kneeling. It's me, Kazekage-sama. I am Iris, the head of the medical department. I am responsible for overseeing the medical ninjas in the village. And, yeah, I know it doesn't fit the Japanese setting, but remember, names like Killer Bee exist. Good. I plan to expand the medical department. While we may not reach the level of Konoha, we cannot afford to fall too far behind. Please prepare a detailed plan. Iris felt a surge of excitement. As a medical nin, with a healer's heart, she was deeply pleased to see the Kazekage prioritizing the well-being of the village's ninjas. However, she had a question. Excuse me, Kazekage-sama. There is one limitation to expanding the medical ninja force, aside from funding. The biggest hurdle is the lack of high-level medical ninjutsu. At present, our medical ninjas rely on basic medicines to treat injured ninjas, and they are powerless against many injuries caused by ninjutsu. Is that so? Rasa mused, thinking carefully. Indeed, Konoha's medical system had developed to its current state largely due to Tsunade's genius in medical ninjutsu. However, Tsunade-cure. Rasa glanced at Chiyo, who seemed to be deep in thought. Chiyo-sama, you are likely the most skilled in medical ninjutsu in the village. Therefore, I'll need your assistance in helping Iris resolve this issue, he said. Chiyo snapped out of her reverie. In the past, she might have used her age as an excuse to decline such a request, but now she nodded in agreement. I understand. With Chiyo's approval, Iris's excitement grew even more. Thank you, Chiyo-sama. Iris exclaimed, her gratitude evident. With that, the main changes in the village's administration were settled. Although Tsunade had gained unimaginable wealth from this mission, Rasa knew that money could easily dwindle if not spent wisely, so the village had to remain cautious in its spending. Next, I want to discuss something crucial for the future of our village, although it will take a considerable amount of time to achieve. Rasa continued, drawing everyone's attention once more. As you all know, the biggest obstacle to the development of our village has always been the harsh environment in which we are located. His words caused a collective sigh of helplessness among the ninjas in the room. But we have no choice. When the first Kazekage decided to establish Tsunade here, it was because this location was the best option available at the time. Now, with no alternatives, we must find solutions ourselves. To be honest, I don't have a perfect answer, but I will share two ideas, and we can brainstorm together. First, there is the issue of transportation. Our village's harsh environment makes it extremely difficult for people from other countries to come here to issue missions. They have to cross the vast desert, which is too challenging for ordinary people. This is one of the primary reasons our village has remained impoverished. Therefore, I hope everyone can use their intellect to come up with a solution. Anyone who presents a feasible idea will be generously rewarded by the village. Rasa turned to his most trusted ally, the head of Umbus. Baki, please announce this to the village and gather everyone's ideas. Reward those who contribute, no matter how practical or impractical the suggestions may seem. Understood, Kazekage-sama. Baki replied. Additionally, aside from the transportation issue, there is another problem with the village's environment. While we can't change the entire land of wind, we can improve the area surrounding Tsunade. Planting more trees, for example, could help. This is something the common people can contribute to. However, as ninjas, I want you to think of other ways to improve the environment. Just like with the transportation issue, whether the ideas come from you or the civilians, anyone who comes up with a workable solution will be rewarded. Rasa's voice grew more resolute as he continued. Everyone, the future of the village is in our hands. I hope we can all work together to restore the glory of Tsunade, as it was during the time of the second Kazekage. Chapter 33, Transfer of Power, Bonus. The era of the Second Kazekage's reign was arguably the most prosperous period in Sunagekire's history. During this time, the village boasted a powerhouse of ninjas. The Second Kazekage himself, Chiyo, Ebizo, and Bunpoku were all in their prime, while the younger generation, including the future Third Kazekage and Sasori's parents, had also grown into formidable warriors. Furthermore, Sunagekure made significant strides in research on Shikaku, which led to the development of various secret techniques. For the first time, the village felt confident enough to challenge Konoha. However, the Second Kazekage's health gradually deteriorated due to years of exposure to Shikaku's chakra. Sasori's parents were killed by Sakumo Hatake, and the Second Great Ninja War ended in a crushing defeat for Sunagekure. As a result, the village plummeted from its prosperous heights into a period of despair. Because of these events, many in the present-day village still look back fondly on the era of the Second Kazekage. Many of the current jonin had risen to prominence during that time. Upon hearing Rasa's words, a few of them couldn't help but show nostalgic expressions. Their eyes turned toward him, filled with a glimmer of hope. Could Sunagekure really return to the glory days of the Second Kazekage? Rasa didn't linger on his words, having already shared his thoughts. Now, the responsibility fell on everyone else to take action. With that, Rasa had covered all the main issues concerning the village's affairs. The other jonin no longer needed to stay. All right, Chiyo-sama, Ebizo-sama, Pakura, Michikawa, and Baki, please remain. The rest can disperse. Yes. The others responded as they began to leave, and soon, the Kazekage's office was quiet again. Now, only a handful of people remained, and their expressions were complicated. On one hand, they deeply hoped that everything Rasa had discussed could come to fruition. But on the other hand, a sense of uncertainty lingered in their hearts. Sunagekure was still far too weak at this moment. It stood near the bottom among the 5 great ninja villages, which left little room for confidence. However, Rasa appeared undeterred by these doubts, so he asked for their opinions. Do any of you have any issues with my arrangements? Chiyo, Pakura, and Michikawa remained silent. Only Ebizo spoke up, offering his approval. Kazekage-sama, your arrangements are excellent. I have no objections. Rasa acknowledged. Since no one else voiced any concerns, he took it as a silent agreement from everyone. Baki, now you can share the details of the funds we've acquired from this operation with the 2 elders, Pakura and Michikawa. Baki, visibly excited, quickly recited the numbers he had memorized. Report, Kazekage-sama. According to the Umbu statistics, the funds we've gained from this operation, just in terms of currency alone, total 7.9 billion ryo. This amount exceeds Sunagekire's military budget for the past 10 years. Additionally, we've acquired 179 million pounds of grain, which is enough to feed 100,000 people in Sunagekire for 5 years. We also have cloth, salt, iron, sugar, and medicine that will meet our needs for the next decade. As for silver, gold, jewels, and antiques, the amount is incalculable. The 4 people present were left speechless as they processed the staggering figures. Although they had anticipated a significant harvest, the actual outcome was far beyond what they had imagined. Rasa, already aware of the figures, didn't show much surprise. Instead, he calmly issued further instructions. Jewels and antiques hold little value for us. Quickly convert them into items the village needs. I'm sure the nobility of the Land of Wind would be quite interested in these treasures from the Land of Fire. He paused for a moment, then added. Gold and silver, however, remain valuable currency in this world. Understood, Kazekage-sama. Baki responded immediately, his eyes gleaming with inspiration as he nodded enthusiastically. Rasa then scanned the faces of those present, his gaze sharp and commanding. I intend for the Umbu to manage these items and funds. Does anyone have any objections? Chiyo and Ebizo remained silent, but Pakura and Michikawa both raised their heads, frowning slightly. As ninjas, they were indifferent about who controlled the funds. After all, in positions like theirs, money was never an issue. However, they represented not only themselves but also the elder factions within the commoners and nobility behind them. Before they could voice their concerns, Chiyo, who had been lost in thought earlier, suddenly asked. Did the Third Kazekage truly die at the hands of Konoha's Danzo? The unexpected shift in conversation left everyone momentarily stunned. Baki and Ebizo, both more aware of the situation, subtly shifted their expressions. Rasa responded simply but firmly, his sharp eyes scanning the room. The Third Kazekage could only have been killed by Konoha's Danzo, and it must have been him. The intelligence of the people present was evident. Moreover, they understood the importance of this statement. For the sake of the village's unity and stability, the villain behind the Third Kazekage's death had to be Danzo of Konoha. Chiyo, understanding Rasa's meaning, felt a sense of relief in her heart. She gazed at him and nodded. I understand. I have no objections to your arrangements, Kazekage-sama. As for the puppet brigade, I am getting old, so please find someone else to take over for me. Her words sent a ripple of shock through the room. She was essentially stepping down, handing over her power to Rasa, the fourth Kazekage. This was a clear transition of authority, marking the solidification of Rasa's position as Kazekage. Rasa was momentarily taken aback. While he had planned to take control of the puppet brigade, after reflecting on the matter, he decided to decline for now. No. Chiyo-sama, we currently lack anyone in the village who can manage the puppet brigade effectively, so I kindly ask that you continue to lead it for the time being. Also, given the large sum of funds we've acquired, I believe it's important to ensure transparency in their use. Therefore, I would like to invite 2 elders to oversee the process. Chiyo met Rasa's gaze and saw the seriousness in his eyes. After a brief moment of silence, she nodded in agreement, her decision resolute. She had no intention of refusing, knowing that everything she did now was for her grandson, Sasori, to atone for his past actions. Rasa had shown his sincerity, doing everything he could to cover for Sasori's transgressions. With her consent, Ebizo, as her younger brother, naturally had no objections. At this point, Pakura and Michikawa, realizing the weight of Chiyo and Ebizo's authority, had no choice but to remain silent. The 2 of them held far too much influence within the village. In comparison, the elites like Pakura and Michikawa seemed almost insignificant. However, Rasa wasn't being overly harsh. He broke the silence with a clear, practical solution. Baki, take 500 million ryo from the funds we've gained and give it to Pakura and Michikawa as a reward for their involvement in this operation. How the money would be divided between them was left to Pakura and Michikawa. The 2 of them exchanged looks, relieved to know they wouldn't be empty-handed. This sum was generous. For context, the annual military budget from the daimyo for Sunagakure was only 600 million ryo, so this reward would be enough to appease the old factions behind them. With the money issue resolved, the next pressing matter was brought up by Rasa, who continued without hesitation. Now that the financial matter is handled, we need to address the problem of manpower. The reason Konoha is so much stronger than us is because they possess numerous bloodline limits and secret techniques. But what do we have in Sunagakure? Apart from Magnet Release and Pakura's Scorch Release, I can't think of anything else noteworthy. And while we have summoning beasts, these are not enough. These are the problems we need to resolve. The others exchanged concerned looks, their brows furrowed. Pakura, ever the experienced one, spoke first. This won't be easy. Developing secret techniques is no simple feat. Rasa nodded in agreement. That's true in theory, but this world doesn't always follow reason. Pakura raised an eyebrow. What do you mean? Rasa didn't hesitate to reveal his thoughts. I've received intelligence that the third Mizukage of Kirigakure is displeased with the clans possessing bloodline limits in his village, and he may take action against them. This presents an opportunity for us in Sunagakure. Chapter 34, Seizing the Mizukage. Everyone immediately grasped the implications, especially Pakura. Her situation bore a striking resemblance to that of the third Mizukage. Both stood as representatives of the commoner ninjas. The critical difference was that she had failed in the power struggle for the Kazekage's seat, whereas the third Mizukage won. This success, however, came at a cost. As a champion of the commoner ninjas, the third Mizukage had a strained relationship with the rebellious bloodline limit clans in his village. Pakura, renowned for her remarkable achievements in battles against Kirigakure and the many lives she had claimed there, had gained substantial prestige. Her experience and knowledge of the village were unparalleled. Understanding Rasa's intent, Pakura nonetheless voiced her concerns. Those bloodline limit clans in Kirigakure are fiercely loyal to the Mizukage. It might not be easy to sway them into aligning with Sunagakure. Rasa nodded, his tone calm yet resolute. I understand. That's why my plan is straightforward, no adult men, only children and women. The others quickly caught on to his approach. Chiyo, contemplating the strategy, was the first to respond. That could work. Children can be raised with a deep sense of loyalty to Sunagakure, while women can pass on their bloodline limit abilities to strengthen our lineage. Though Pakura acknowledged the strategy's practicality, she couldn't suppress a sense of unease. As a woman, she found the implication of reducing women to reproductive tools unsettling. Rasa, however, seemed unfazed by the ethical nuances and pressed on. Exactly. To ensure these women and children integrate seamlessly into Sunagakure, we'll act only after the third Mizukage makes his move. As the saying goes, it's better to provide timely assistance than to decorate with unnecessary embellishments. Everyone nodded in agreement, appreciating the pragmatism of his plan. Rasa elaborated further. The situation in Kirigakure isn't urgent yet. I've assigned the Umbu to monitor developments. The reason I'm sharing this plan with you is twofold. First, because I trust those present to maintain confidentiality. Second, to inspire you. Our focus shouldn't be solely on the Mizukage. The ninja world is vast, and countless opportunities exist to identify and secure talented individuals, both inside and outside the village. As Rasa's words settled over them, the group couldn't help but think of the Uchiha clan in Konoha. They exchanged knowing glances, silently acknowledging the parallels. That concludes what I wanted to share today. Rasa said, signaling the end of the discussion. Take a few days to rest. Although the current conflicts don't directly concern us, I'm certain this fragile peace won't last long. The group nodded, understanding the underlying warning. It was evident that once Konoha recovered from their recent shock, retaliation for Sunagakure's raid was inevitable. As they left the meeting, each member found themselves lost in thought, contemplating the weight of Rasa's words and the path that lay ahead. Before long, only Rasa and Baki remained in the Kazekage's office. Well then, Kazekage-sama, I'll take my leave now. Baki announced, preparing to depart. There were still numerous tasks Rasa had assigned to the Umbu that required his attention. However, just as he turned to go, Rasa's voice halted him. I have one more task for you, Baki. This one is more important than anything we discussed today. The weight in Rasa's tone made Baki straighten immediately. Understood, Kazekage-sama. Please give your orders. Rasa's expression turned cold, his voice low and authoritative. Select 12 elite shinobis, trusted and capable. I have a mission for them. Baki hesitated for a brief moment, surprised by the sudden command, but quickly bowed in acknowledgement. Understood, Kazekage-sama. I'll see to it right away. Good. Go. With that, Baki left, and silence returned to the Kazekage's office. Alone once more, Rasa allowed himself to relax slightly, his calculating expression fading. The cold, businesslike demeanor he had worn all day eased just a little. No matter what, he had successfully overcome the first major obstacle in this world, he had secured the position of Kazekage. But there was no time to grow complacent. The challenges ahead would be relentless. This was the world of Naruto, after all. What troubled him even more was the presence of the Kama seal. It signified that his threats weren't limited to Madara Uchiha or Kagaya Otsutsuki. The Otsutsuki clan from Boruto lurked in the shadows, biding their time for the right moment to strike. A weary sigh escaped Rasa's lips as a dull ache formed in his temples. He rose from his chair and strode to the balcony. From this vantage point, he could see the village below, teeming with life. The recent victory had brought prosperity, and people bustled through the streets, celebrating and claiming their rewards. This village was his now. Being Kazekage meant wielding immense power. But that power came with an inescapable burden. A duty that left no room for hesitation. His gaze hardened. The next goal is to become strong enough to navigate this world freely, while making Sunagaku the strongest village in the ninja world. Just then, a knock echoed through the room. Rasa's expression instantly cooled, his professional mask returning in an instant. Come in. The door swung open, and the sight of the visitor caught Rasa slightly off guard. Kazekage-sama. The men greeted respectfully. You are Yoshimaru. Yeah, the newcomer was none other than Yoshimaru, his wife Karura's younger brother. In the original storyline, Yoshimaru played a significant role in Gaara's life, only to die at his hands, following Rasa's orders. That memory stood out vividly in Rasa's mind. Despite his gentle demeanor, Yoshimaru was a skilled ninja. At just 17, he had already reached the rank of Jonin. However, as a medical ninja, he had not participated in Rasa's recent missions. And now, he was here. Under Rasa's cold scrutiny, Yoshimaru, whose delicate features carried an almost feminine gentleness, showed a flicker of nervousness. He hesitated briefly before lifting the elegantly crafted lunchbox in his hands and speaking. Kazekage-sama, my sister was worried that you might be overworking yourself, so she personally made some chicken soup and asked me to bring it to you. Rasa was momentarily stunned but quickly grasped the situation. It had been over half a month since he had transmigrated into this world, yet in all that time, he hadn't once seen his wife, Karura. Karura wasn't just an ordinary woman. As the wife of the Kazekage, she was a jonin of Sunagakure and a direct product of the second Kazekage's research into Shikaku's chakra. Like him, she possessed the ability to control sand. Rasa had no doubt that his careful disguises had been effective against most people. But Karura, someone who had lived beside him day in and day out, would be much harder to deceive. Fortunately, it no longer mattered. By now, he had firmly established himself in this world. Put it on the table. Yoshimaru quickly complied, placing the lunchbox down with careful precision. He then lowered his head, preparing to take his leave. But just as he turned, a voice stopped him, one that caught him completely off guard. Thank you for your hard work, Yoshimaru. Yoshimaru froze. His eyes widened in disbelief, as if questioning whether he had misheard. But before he could respond, Rasa continued. When we're alone, don't call me Kazekage-sama. Just call me brother. Yashimaru's breath hitched, his surprise evident. Never before had he encountered such warmth from his brother-in-law. For a moment, he was speechless. And yet, Rasa wasn't finished. Yashimaru, I plan to have Chiyo-sama take you as her apprentice. Your talent in medical ninjutsu is exceptional, it would be a waste for you not to have the right teacher guiding you. What do you think? Chapter 35, Family. Becoming a jonin at 17 was an exceptional feat, no matter which village one hailed from. Of course, it couldn't compare to the rare prodigies who achieved the rank by the age of 12. However, considering Sunagekir's current predicament, where talent was in short supply, Yashimaru was undoubtedly the best candidate available. With Chiyo contemplating retirement, Rasa had to start identifying successors to lead both the puppet division and the sealing squad. Yashimaru was an ideal choice. He possessed both talent and unwavering loyalty. More importantly, he was family. Although Chiyo was renowned for her mastery of puppet techniques, the craft itself required extensive research on human anatomy. Additionally, she was an expert in poisons, an essential complement to puppetry. If Yashimaru could become her disciple, even if he failed to inherit the full breadth of her expertise, acquiring even half of her knowledge would be more than enough for Rasa's plans. But beyond all that, there was another, far more significant reason. Rasa needed someone he could trust to help manage the potential power he aimed to harness in the future. That power was the unique ability found in Yugo's cells. He wasn't entirely sure if his Kama seal could directly assimilate Yugo's ability to channel natural energy. But even if it could, those cells wouldn't be for his use alone. After all, he was the Kazekage of Sunagekure. The strength of the village always came first. He refused to end up like Naruto and Sasuke, who, despite their godlike abilities, still struggled endlessly, even in Boruto's era. Rasa wanted to enjoy the fruits of his labor, not be bound by them. Upon hearing his proposal, Yashimaru was momentarily stunned, but joy quickly overtook his surprise. He didn't hesitate for even a second before nodding enthusiastically. Of course, Kazekage-sama, Nii-san. Learning from Elder Chiyo has always been my dream. I'll speak with Elder Chiyo soon. We should have an answer for you shortly. Yes. Thank you. Yashimaru beamed with excitement, but when he noticed Rasa picking up the lunchbox on the table, he immediately understood the unspoken cue. He tactfully stepped back. I'll take my leave now, Nii-san. Also, let Karura know I'll be home tonight. I've nearly wrapped up everything here. Hi. With that, Yashimaru departed, leaving Rasa alone in the Kazekage's office once more. He slowly opened the lunchbox, his gaze falling upon the freshly made chicken soup, its warmth still radiating into the air. A sudden wave of nostalgia swept over him. He found himself recalling the very first night he had arrived in this world, the night he had looked into the gentle, worried eyes of Karura. The woman who was now his wife. So, she is my wife. That night, despite the good news earlier in the day, Sunagekure was still alive with activity. Taverns, inns, and barbecue shops were brimming with people, most of whom were ninjas returning from their missions. After all, when one earns money, it's only natural to spend it. The life of a ninja was perilous, with the constant shadow of death on the battlefield, so many had no habit of saving. They lived for the moment, indulging in the pleasures of life while they still could. Yet, this had little impact on Rasa. That evening, he arrived at a large building not far from the Kazekage's office. Due to the harsh climate, Sunagekure lacked the luxury of individual homes. Instead, the village was composed of towering stone buildings designed to withstand the relentless sandstorms. This was Rasa's home in this world. As soon as the door opened, the warmth inside was a sharp contrast to the chill of the desert night. The air was immediately filled with the tantalizing aromas of various dishes, stirring Rasa's senses. The moment Rasa stepped inside, his wife Karura, appearing like a delicate and innocent young woman, moved toward him with a gentle smile, greeting him softly. "Welcome home, Rasa-kun." She gave a slight bow, then immediately knelt to help him with his shoes and coat. Rasa, momentarily caught off guard, passively allowed her to take care of him in this way. Once he had changed, he entered the house and noticed the kitchen table was already laden with a variety of dishes. The stove continued to simmer something delicious, filling the air with an irresistible fragrance. "Please wait just a moment, Rasa-kun. The beef brisket will be ready soon." Rasa sat at the table, watching Karura move gracefully around the kitchen. An unexpected but comforting sense of home washed over him. Though the situation felt somewhat unfamiliar, he didn't feel uncomfortable. On the contrary, he felt an overwhelming peace here. The house wasn't large, but it exuded warmth and coziness. Even though he was the Kazekage, his home felt no different than an ordinary person's, considering the size of the rooms. After a brief moment of contemplation, Rasa stood up and walked over to the kitchen, positioning himself next to Karura. "Do you need help?" Karura looked up in surprise. Recalling what her brother had mentioned earlier about Rasa becoming more gentle, she cautiously responded. The beef brisket is almost done. You only need to bring it to the table. I've got it. Rasa accepted the towel Karura handed him, carefully placing the steaming beef brisket onto the table. Soon after, dinner began. As they ate, Rasa sincerely apologized. I'm sorry, Karura. I haven't been home for the past 2 weeks. Karura's eyes brightened, and she quickly shook her head, speaking in a hurried tone. No. Rasa-kun, you're the Kazekage now. The village depends on you. It's only natural that you're busy. Besides, I've heard about the recent events. Seeing his gentle and understanding wife, Rasa didn't feel the need to explain further. He simply shared with her what had happened over the past couple of weeks. Karura listened attentively, her large eyes wide with both admiration and concern. Her mouth continuously voiced her praise. That's amazing. Her gaze was filled with a mixture of admiration and worry for her husband. Karura also expressed her gratitude for Rasa's decision to have her brother, Yoshimaru, become Elder Chiyo's apprentice. In that small house, at that moment, they were no longer the Kazekage and his wife. They were simply a newly married couple enjoying a peaceful evening together. About an hour later, the hearty dinner was finished. Karura asked Rasa to sit on the sofa and relax while she cleaned up the kitchen. As Rasa sat in the living room, watching her bustle around in the kitchen, he let out a deep sigh of relief. Though the meal itself seemed uneventful, Rasa had fully embraced his role as a husband. He observed his wife in the kitchen, her presence radiating warmth and charm, and suddenly, an overwhelming surge of desire swept over him. Before transmigrating, Rasa had been a modern man, accustomed to the idea that a wife was someone a man dated, fell in love with, and then married. But in this world, dating was still a foreign concept. Initially, Rasa didn't know how to feel about it. However, after integrating into Rasa's body, he had fully accepted his role as Kazekage and, now, as a loving husband. Even though he hadn't dated or exchanged love confessions with her, it was a silent truth between them that he loved her. Once Karura finished tidying up the kitchen, she prepared to take a bath to wash off the lingering smell of cooking. Rasa-kun, I'm going to wash up. At this moment, Rasa couldn't hold back any longer. He quickly crossed the room and leapt toward her. Wait. Karura was startled, not understanding what her husband meant, until he swept her up into his arms in a princess carry. This tender display of affection, something Rasa had never shown since their marriage, left Karura stunned. Then, she heard the words that made her cheeks flush deeply. Let's take a bath together. Karura's eyes widened before turning bright red. She felt the heat rise in her face as she looked at Rasa, her embarrassment evident. She then nodded, still blushing furiously. Rasa smirked, his eyes glinting with affection and amusement, and carried Karura to the bath. Although Rasa had asserted his authority as Kazekage to the people of Sunagakure, his wife, Karura, remained someone he cherished deeply. Tonight, he would show her just how much, and in doing so, he would deepen their bond, making their first child. Yeah, I didn't write sex scenes, as it would ruin the FIC. Also, please check out my new story, Marvel, My Symbiote System. Chapter 36, Sunagakure's Covert Operations Unit. Early morning, just before sunrise. The first rays of sunlight softly filtered through the window, bathing the room in a warm glow. The room, with its cozy, inviting decor, felt peaceful. On the large bed, a man and a woman lay intertwined, their naked bodies pressed together as they slept soundly. The scattered items in the room and the visible marks on the woman's neck revealed the passionate night the newlyweds had shared. Time seemed to stretch endlessly before the harsh light of dawn finally stirred them from their slumber. Karura stirred, feeling the weight of her husband's possessive gaze on her as he looked down at her from such a close distance. Her cheeks flushed as memories of his bold actions from the previous night flooded back. She attempted to sit up, intending to help her husband, the Kazekage, prepare for the day ahead. However, he gently but firmly pushed her back onto the bed, sealing her lips with a kiss. More than an hour passed in this intimate quiet before the room settled again. Rest, just a little longer. Her husband's soothing words echoed softly as he pinned her down, urging her to remain in bed a while longer. Karura's face, still rosy from their shared moments, held a trace of confusion. He had changed, that much was clear. But instead of feeling troubled by the changes, she found herself savoring every moment of it. I love him, so much. She whispered, her voice barely audible, as exhaustion slowly overtook her. Her face deepened in color as she buried her head into the covers, where the lingering scent of her husband surrounded her, comforting and familiar. Meanwhile, Rasa, oblivious to the private moments unfolding at home, was already preparing for the day ahead. After a night of unparalleled intimacy, he felt an unexpected lightness in his heart. The stress that had been building over the past weeks following his sudden arrival in the world of Naruto seemed to evaporate. A new energy seemed to course through him, and, to his surprise, he even felt his chakra surge slightly. He slipped back into his professional mindset as he made his way to the Kazekage office. As the Kazekage, the weight of responsibility was heavy on his shoulders, especially after the conclusion of a critical mission. The piles of documents needing his review and signature were substantial. Sadly, in Sunagakure, there were few people Rasa trusted enough to delegate this kind of responsibility to. He also needed to start making preparations for what was next. However, despite the daunting workload, he didn't find himself overwhelmed. His mood was far too good for that. Still, a better system of organization would be necessary if he were to avoid the fate of someone like Naruto, overburdened by the administrative demands of the village. Just then, Baki knocked on the door before entering. "Kazekage-sama, I found the individuals you requested for the task yesterday." "Good. Bring them in." A short time later, Baki returned, leading 12 masked Umbu shinobi into the room. The squad knelt before Rasa with disciplined precision. "Remove your masks." Even Baki could sense that Rasa was in an unusually good mood today. The usual coldness in his voice was replaced with a warmth that was almost surprising. However, despite this shift in tone, the Umbu remained wary, quickly removing their masks. Rasa's gaze swept across them, his eyes sharp as he assessed each member's capabilities. At that moment, Baki handed Rasa dossiers of the 12 shinobi. Rasa scanned them quickly, nodding in approval. From their backgrounds, it was clear that these 12 shinobi were perfect candidates. They had been born and raised in Sunagakure, with parents who had also served as shinobi for the village, an ancestral connection that ensured their loyalty. Their family ties were minimal, their parents had died as war heroes, and they had no significant living relatives. Their lives were simple and uncomplicated as a result. Furthermore, none of them had any affiliation with factions, whether commoners or the aristocracy. Their sole allegiance was to the Kazekage. Excellent. Rasa placed the dossiers on his desk and addressed the group. "From now on, you are no longer members of the Umbu. You are the first members of a new department I am establishing, Sunagakure's Covert Operations Unit." The 12 shinobi bowed their heads in acknowledgement. "We obey, Kazekage-sama." Rasa's tone turned cold again as he continued. "The purpose of this unit is straightforward. There are tasks the Umbu cannot handle or must remain completely secret. Do you understand?" Even Baki, sensing the gravity of the situation, shifted uneasily and knelt slightly. "I apologize for the Umbu's shortcomings, Kazekage-sama." Rasa shook his head in response. "No. The Umbu has done well. This is simply an additional measure." Baki let out a quiet sigh of relief. The Covert Operations Unit will temporarily remain under the Umbu's jurisdiction, retaining its current code names. However, from this day forward, this unit will report directly to me and answer solely to my orders. Is that clear? Understood, Kazekage-sama. Rasa nodded in approval, then began issuing tasks. "Now, among you, who is familiar with Kazekage?" 3 shinobi stepped forward in unison. "I've completed missions in Kazekage before, Kazekage-sama. I once accompanied the Third Kazekage to meet with Kazegakure's representatives. I've conducted infiltration missions in Kazekage." Rasa nodded approvingly and handed them a prepared scroll. "There is someone in Kazekage I need you to investigate. All the details are in this scroll. Begin immediately and report back with your findings as soon as possible." "Understood, Kazekage-sama." The 3 shinobi departed swiftly, their mission clear and urgent. Rasa continued, his voice steady. "Who here is familiar with the land of demons?" 3 shinobi stepped forward, each indicating their experience with the region. Rasa handed them another scroll, and they, too, left promptly. That left 6 shinobi standing in the room. "Who is familiar with Rorin?" 2 shinobi stepped forward, ready to offer their expertise. "Good. You 2 will accompany me to Rorin in 3 days." Rasa's gaze shifted to the remaining 4. "As for the rest of you, I have another mission." He handed them a scroll detailing an operation involving Yugo. Once all 12 shinobi had departed on their assigned missions, only Baki and Rasa remained in the office. Baki, though outwardly calm, was still tense. To him, creating the Covert Operations Unit felt like an implicit criticism of the Umbu's capabilities. Rasa, aware of this unease, decided to address it through action rather than words. "Come here, Baki. Extend your hand." Baki, though confused, approached with his head slightly bowed and extended his hand without question. The moment Rasa's chakra flowed into him, Baki experienced the same overwhelming surge of power that Yoshimaru and Pakura had once felt when they first encountered the star-release chakra mode. His strength doubled in an instant, a sensation that left him momentarily breathless. "This is my reward to you, Baki. I never overlook the loyalty of my subordinates." Baki trembled with emotion, his eyes shining with gratitude. "Serving you, Kazekage-sama, is my greatest honor." Rasa gave a brief nod of approval. Good. Here's a scroll that explains the chakra I've shared with you. Study it carefully. Sunagakure will face many challenges in the coming days. Chapter 37, Heading to Rorin. Rasa wasn't deliberately seeking to frighten himself. The peace that currently lingered in Sunagakure was nothing more than a temporary reprieve, an illusion, fleeting at best. Once the spies from the other ninja villages uncovered Rasa's actions and his motives within Sunagakure, the news would spread quickly across the entire ninja world. The other four great nations would not sit idle. Most notably, Konoha, already seething with animosity toward Sunagakure, would take swift action. At this moment, Konoha indeed harbored deep-seated resentment towards Sunagakure. However, the source of this hatred was not internal matters, but rather external forces and circumstances. Sunagakure's recent campaign to seize vast resources had directly targeted the elite aristocracy of 17 cities. These nobles were closely tied to the daimyo of the Land of Fire, with many being his relatives or even siblings. The plundering of nearly 90% of their wealth dealt a blow that was far worse than death itself. Once Sunagakure retreated and its objectives were made clear, Konoha received numerous orders from the daimyo of the Land of Fire, demanding that no expense be spared in retrieving the stolen treasures. Konoha was more than willing to comply. Upon discovering the true scale of Sunagakure's intentions, Konoha realized that it had fallen right into the trap set by the village from the very beginning. Not only had Sunagakure sown division within Konoha through its covert schemes, but it had also triggered attacks from both Kimogakure and Iwagakure. Despite this, Konoha had little choice but to endure the situation, for now. The immediate threat posed by Kimogakure and Iwagakure far outweighed the potential danger of Sunagakure in the short term. Over the past 2 weeks, Konoha had suffered setbacks on the battlefield. The pressure of fighting on two fronts had taken its toll on the village. Konoha's struggle with Kimogakure was particularly harsh. When Kimogakure learned that Orochimaru, a sworn enemy of their village, was leading the front lines for Konoha, they responded with all their might. Even the Third Kazekage himself had stepped onto the battlefield with a singular goal, to defeat Konoha and kill Orochimaru. In response, the Third Hokage was forced to leave Konoha and head to the front lines to stabilize the situation. His intervention temporarily eased the pressure on the village. As for Konoha's conflict with Iwagakure, the situation was equally dire. Though Iwagakure's offensive was somewhat restrained, avoiding the deployment of their most elite forces, the arrival of two Jinchuriki, along with their tailed beasts, placed Konoha's forces in an untenable position. Without Minato's Flying Thunder God technique, the tailed beast bombs would have likely decimated Konoha's forces. Despite Jiraiya's considerable strength, he struggled to counter these devastating weapons of war without relying on Sage Mode. It was also important to note that Iwagakure's two Jinchuriki were fully capable of transforming into their tailed beasts. With great arrogance, they declared that if Konoha wished to defeat them, they would have to send their Nine-Tails Jinchuriki. No one else, in their eyes, was worthy of their time. Adding to Konoha's mounting troubles, Kirigakure's ninjas had been showing up increasingly as mercenaries, ambushing supply convoys in the rear. Their presence stretched Konoha thin, forcing the village to defend itself on multiple fronts, a task that was becoming more and more difficult by the day. Konoha was no longer the mighty force it once was during the Second Great Ninja War. The internal strife that had plagued the village, including the suicide of Tsukumo Hatake and Tsunade's departure, had thrown the village into a precarious period of transition. What Konoha desperately needed now was a breakthrough, a way to regain its strength and resolve. And it wasn't just Konoha that was in dire need of change. The Third Kazekage, Inoki, of Iwagakure, shared similar frustrations. Land of Earth, Iwagakure. Inside the Kazekage's office, the diminutive Inoki sat, reviewing intelligence gathered by his village's spies about Sunagakure. A sneer crossed his face as he muttered under his breath. How naive. That Fourth Kazekage brat from Sunagakure thinks he can stay neutral, watch us tear each other apart, and then swoop in to reap the benefits. With that, he summoned the Umbu, handing them a sealed scroll, which he instructed them to deliver to the Third Kazekage of Kimogakure on his behalf. The following day, the Third Kazekage received the letter on the front lines. When the Kimogakure ninjas learned that the Third Kazekage had sent them a message, they were taken aback. Despite both villages waging war against Konoha as a common enemy, there had been no direct contact between the Kage-level leaders since the war began. Curious, the Third Kazekage opened the scroll, only to scoff in disdain upon reading it. This reaction piqued the interest of his son, the future Fourth Kazekage, and Darui. Father, what does that old man Inoki want? The Third Kazekage handed the scroll to Darui with a scoff. What else? That calculating Inoki wants us to put pressure on Sunagakure, forcing them to join us in attacking Konoha. Why? I asked, still struggling to grasp the situation fully. Seeing the lack of understanding, Darui stepped in to explain. The Third Kazekage doesn't want Sunagakure to profit from this conflict. According to our intelligence, Sunagakure secured a considerable sum of resources after successfully raiding the Land of Fire. The Fourth Kazekage is now using those funds to bolster his village. Anoki doesn't want Sunagakure to become any stronger. The future Fourth Kazekage quickly grasped the situation. So, father, should we go ahead with it? Of course. Why wouldn't we? The Third Kazekage replied. This works perfectly with our plans to attack Konoha, and there's no downside. But what if the Fourth Kazekage refuses? I asked, concern creeping into his voice. The Third Kazekage chuckled in return. Don't worry about that. That brat is clever enough to see the benefits. And if he doesn't? Well, I'll use my fists to show him the right choice. With that, the Third Kazekage's attention shifted to Darui. Speaking of which, we could learn a thing or two from that brat's strategy. The Land of Fire is an incredibly rich land, bountiful to the point of excess. Darui immediately understood and nodded. Understood, Kazekage-sama. I'll take care of it. Meanwhile, Rasa remained completely unaware that the tranquility he was enjoying was about to be shattered. Soon, Kumogakure and Iwagakure would join forces to pressure Sunagakure into attacking Konoha. However, even if Rasa had known about the impending threat, he wouldn't have been concerned, his focus lay elsewhere. He was already on his way to Rorin. Dragon Vein Chakra. That was his goal this time. From his earlier experiments, Rasa had gained some insight into his Kama seal. In simple terms, it allowed him to absorb chakra and convert its distinct properties into his own, such as Shikaku's sand-controlling ability and curse marks, or the enhanced vitality derived from the star chakra. This understanding heightened his anticipation of the power the Dragon Vein Chakra could provide. After all, the Dragon Vein Chakra was rumored to possess space-time abilities, having once transported Naruto Uzumaki back in time in the original timeline. Space-time abilities were among the highest-tier powers in any world system, and the ninja world was no exception, whether it was Minato's Flying Thunder God technique or Obito's Kemui. If Rasa could absorb the Dragon Vein Chakra and gain space-time abilities, his prospects for survival in the ninja world would improve exponentially. At the very least, if he couldn't win a battle, he would still have the means to escape. Chapter 38, Rorin Kingdom. Guided by two Umbu ninjas, Rasa traversed the vast desert for an entire day and night. The endless dunes stretched out before him, and after a long journey, he finally arrived at the astonishing city hidden in the desert's oasis. The city stood in stark contrast to the barren surroundings. Towering buildings reached into the sky, scattered throughout the vast expanse of the city. In the center, lush greenery spread across the area, completely masking any trace of the desert. It was as if the city was a perfect, dreamlike oasis, something out of place in such an arid land. It was a sight that defied expectations, a bustling metropolis unlike anything one would imagine in the heart of the desert. The city was home to countless residents of the Rorin Kingdom, who lived amidst the incredible transformation of the once desolate area. Both Umbu ninjas gasped in shock as they took in the sight before them. Their surprise was palpable. Rasa, puzzled by their reaction, turned to them. What's wrong? Haven't you been to Rorin before? The two Umbu ninjas, codenamed Cat and Viper, wore masks decorated with cat and snake patterns, respectively. Cat was the first to speak, still visibly stunned. Kazekage-sama, I came to Rorin 3 years ago, but back then, the city wasn't nearly as prosperous. The change is unbelievable. No, it's more like the entire city has transformed into something completely different. Viper, equally astonished, nodded in agreement. Yes, Kazekage-sama. I was here 4 years ago, and at that time, there were no tall buildings, and the city was far less impressive. It's hard to believe that such a massive transformation could occur in just 3 years. As the two continued to discuss their shock, Rasa suddenly sensed something amiss. Between the towering buildings, a network of pipes connected them, and within these pipes, invisible chakra threads flowed. The chakra appeared to be directly linking the residents of Rorin, almost as if some unseen puppeteer was controlling them. Puppets. Rasa murmured, a realization dawning on him. In that instant, he understood what was happening. Could it be that the rogue ninja from the future world had arrived in this time? If he recalled correctly, the rogue ninja from the future was named Makade, and he was also a master puppeteer. Noticing Rasa's strange expression, the two Umbu ninjas exchanged glances, their curiosity piqued. At first, the two Umbu ninjas hadn't noticed anything unusual, but as elite jonin, their keen senses quickly caught on after observing the scene more closely. Their faces drained of color, and their shock was evident. Is this the village's puppetry technique? How is this possible? Cat whispered, his voice tight with disbelief. Such a large number of puppets, are you serious? Viper added, his voice trembling. Puppetry was a closely guarded secret technique of Sunagakure, and it should have no place in Rorin. The sheer number of chakra threads was staggering, indicating that the puppeteer had somehow turned the entire country into puppets, with a number likely in the tens of thousands. It was a horrifying realization that this was no ordinary puppet show. In that instant, it became painfully clear to the Umbu ninjas why the Kazekage had come to this country. Had Sunagakir's puppetry techniques been leaked? Had someone from their own ranks betrayed them? Rasa, however, wasn't fazed by the shock that had gripped his subordinates. He calmly issued his orders. Go investigate everything about these puppets, but stay out of sight, he instructed firmly. Understood, Kazekage-sama. The two Umbu ninjas vanished into the shadows without hesitation. As the Umbu went off to gather information, Rasa remained still, his mind working over the situation. His gaze wandered across the vast landscape of Rorin, analyzing the puzzling scene before him. A breeze stirred the sand at his feet, and as it flowed outward, countless grains spread across the desert, gradually filling the entire Rorin kingdom. At the same time, Rasa sent out strands of his chakra-infused sand. It seeped into the pipes connecting the buildings, its particles attaching to the chakra threads that pulsed through the city. This technique, known as sand sense, was one of Rasa's personal creations. It stemmed from his mastery over sand manipulation, which had been perfected through years of constant communication and collaboration with his wife, Karura. Like him, she also possessed the ability to control sand, and their combined knowledge had allowed Rasa to create advanced sand techniques, many of which were derived from the legacy of the second Kazekage, who had pioneered sand-based combat. With a focus, Rasa activated his sand sense, tapping into the sand particles he had scattered throughout the city. His heightened sensory ability allowed him to perceive everything within the entire Rorin kingdom, including the presence of the elusive dragon vein chakra. Found it. Rasa smirked. Although he had brought the Umbu with him on this mission, there were some tasks Rasa preferred to handle on his own. This was one of those moments. In the blink of an eye, Rasa's body dissolved into sand, his form scattering and reforming as he vanished from sight. This was yet another technique born of his mastery over sand manipulation, the sand body technique, which allowed him to transform into pure sand and travel swiftly without leaving a trace. At his current level of power, Rasa wasn't invincible, but he was certainly one of the top-tier figures in the ninja world. When there was something he desired, he didn't need to consult with its owner, he would simply take it. His power was undeniable, much like the meteorite of Hoshigakure, whose brilliance shone across the world. In just a few minutes, Rasa, using the feedback from his sand-based sensory ability, pinpointed the location of the sealed dragon vein chakra in Rorin. The source was found at the tallest tower in the kingdom, a majestic structure that soared dozens of stories into the air. Its European architectural style was striking, featuring brilliant glass windows etched with an image of the Virgin Mary. This tower also served as the royal palace of Rorin. At its peak, a mysterious hexagonal structure stood, surrounded by a network of pipes. The immense chakra radiated from this hexagon and was distributed throughout the entire country via the pipes that snaked across the land. Beneath the tower, hundreds of meters underground, a massive puppet manufacturing facility existed, enveloped by thick pipes. In this underground chamber, puppet-like creatures, resembling large insects, were produced, their bodies charged with purple chakra from a colossal machine. Once activated through chakra threads, these creatures moved autonomously, ready to carry out their master's will. From his concealed position, high above the pipes, Rasa focused his attention on the heart of the facility, the central machine, the pipes, and most importantly, the sealing mechanism that contained the overwhelming chakra. His keen sensory ability pinpointed the immense chakra radiating from this location. The immediate issue, however, was how to avoid detection by these puppets. While Rasa didn't consider the puppets, or even the rogue ninja Makade from the future, to be a significant threat, he found it irritating to be disturbed during his absorption of the chakra. It seemed he would have to deal with Makade first. Rasa resolved to leave the task to Cat and Viper, his two Umbu companions. With their strength, they could buy him enough time. There was no rush. The dragon vein chakra was right where he wanted it, and it wasn't going anywhere. Just as he prepared to move forward with his plan, however, his sand-sensing ability detected something unusual. Someone was coming up the spiral staircase above him. Rasa quickly concealed his presence, blending into the environment as he waited to see who would emerge. A beautiful, mature woman appeared at the top of the staircase. She was dressed in a deep crimson gown, the kind worn only by the Queen of Rorin, and topped with a white hat. She hurried toward the center of the chamber. The puppets showed no reaction to her presence, which only seemed to deepen Rasa's curiosity. The woman was nervous. Her movements agitated as she made her way toward the central sealing mechanism of the dragon vein chakra. She formed a series of intricate hand seals before pressing her palms against the sealing stone. Dragon vein seal, destruction. As the words left her lips, a wave of energy, similar to the chakra of the dragon vein, surged into the seal. The chakra from the dragon vein visibly dissipated from the surrounding machines and pipes, and the puppet production facility ground to a halt as if it had suddenly lost its power source. The woman exhaled a sigh of relief, clearly glad to have halted the flow of chakra, though her sense of calm was short-lived. Just as she relaxed, a voice came from behind her, sending a chill down her spine. "Your Majesty, could you kindly explain why you are here?" Chapter 39, Queen of Rorin. In the dimly lit underground factory, the air was heavy with tension. The Queen of Rorin trembled, her entire body stiffening at the unexpected intrusion. But despite the fear creeping into her veins, she quickly regained her composure. Her face hardened, determination flickering in her eyes. She slowly rose to her feet, her gaze firm as she turned to face the direction of the spiral staircase exit. At the entrance stood a thin man with a contemptuous smile, a smile so insidious that anyone who saw it would immediately feel revulsion. With him were two puppets, their mechanical limbs twitching in a hauntingly lifelike manner. In that moment, it seemed as though he, not the queen, was the true ruler of this land. The Queen of Rorin appeared as nothing more than a prisoner in her own domain. The queen placed her right hand on her chest, steadying herself as she gathered the strength to speak. Her voice was resolute, loud enough to cut through the tense atmosphere. "Enro-cousin, I am the queen of this country. Do I really need to explain myself to you, s?" Enro-cousin's cold, cruel laugh echoed through the chamber, chilling the queen's resolve. He. Your Majesty, you don't owe me any explanations about where you're going, but why did you reseal the dragon vein? That, I believe, is something you need to explain to me. After all, everything that Rorin is today, the prosperity, the advancements, it all stems from my technology and the power of Rorin's dragon vein. Without its chakra, Rorin will come to a halt. You can't be so reckless. The queen's brow furrowed deeply, her expression shifting to one of icy contempt. She took a step forward, her voice unwavering as she spoke. Stop lying to me, Enro-cousin. I see through your intentions now. She pointed at the puppets surrounding them, each one unnervingly still, their lifeless eyes watching her every move. You aren't using the dragon vein's power for the good of Rorin. No. You've been using it to create weapons of war. These puppets, they are the weapons you've made. Enro-cousin's expression shifted, a slight flash of surprise crossing his face. But it quickly morphed back into his usual sinister smile. Ha. So, you figured it out. You're not as easily fooled as I thought. I knew this day would come. Though I didn't expect it to be so soon. The queen's heart sank, her stomach twisting with unease as she saw him so easily admit to his treachery. Her eyes tensed in suspicion. Why? Don't you even want to maintain the pretense anymore? Enro-cousin's eyes gleamed, the smile never leaving his face. No, there's no need for pretense anymore. With that, McCade took a few steps forward, his eyes gleaming with a dark satisfaction as he watched the Queen of Rorin's stunned reaction. She instinctively took a step back, fear creeping into her expression, but then, as if gathering her resolve, she clenched her jaw and raised her head high. Enro-cousin, are you planning to kill me here? Without me, you won't be able to open the seal again. McCade sneered disdainfully, as if the queen's words were nothing more than an irritation to him. Your Majesty, sometimes you're surprisingly clever, but other times, you're shockingly naive. Why do you think only you can open the seal here? The queen's eyes widened, and she staggered slightly, a sense of dread flooding over her. She quickly recovered, her mind racing as she thought through the situation, and then, with more confidence, she retorted. It's useless. That child Sarah may have the same power as I do, but she doesn't even know how to break the seal. McCade's smile deepened as he watched her. He found her self-righteous confidence almost amusing. He stepped closer, savoring the tension in the air. Is that so? Well, let me tell you a secret, Your Majesty. He said, his voice carrying a sinister undertone. The queen's heart skipped a beat as she looked at him with suspicion and rising dread. My name is actually not Enro-cousin. I'm McCade and I'm not from this era, but from the future, 18 years ahead. 18 years into the future. The queen's voice cracked in disbelief, and she took a step back, almost unable to process his words. That's right. In my time, Rorin was already destroyed due to war. But I was fortunate enough to discover the dragon vein in the ruins. I found a way to break its seal. Unfortunately, when I was about to do so, I discovered another layer of sealing, one placed by the Fourth Hokage of Konoha using his flying thunder god kunai. This was something I couldn't open. But I didn't give up. I studied the seal, and found a way to unlock it, through the spacetime jutsu embedded in the Fourth Hokage's kunai. By using the dragon vein's chakra, I sent myself back to the past, before the dragon vein was sealed. Now, I can completely take the power of the dragon vein for myself. The Queen of Rorin stood frozen, processing the magnitude of McCade's revelation. His words revealed new information, but the key point was clear, McCade knew the secret to unlock the dragon vein's power. Meanwhile, on the other side, hidden in the shadows, Rasa had been eavesdropping on the conversation. His mind was racing as he pieced together the puzzle. So, McCade didn't come to the past using the dragon vein's power after all, Rasa thought. He used the curse mark on the flying thunder god kunai to travel back in time. If that's the case, then the dragon vein chakra itself doesn't hold as much value for him as I thought. McCade seemed to enjoy watching the Queen of Rorin's disorientation, continuing his sinister laugh. I could have dealt with you a long time ago. After all, you're smarter, but that little girl is easier to control. However, I've discovered some interesting things that made me have to keep you around a little longer. The queen, though terrified, felt a flicker of hope. Perhaps she could still survive this. But McCade's next words quickly extinguished that faint glimmer of hope. What a pity. I didn't plan on explaining anything. Your Majesty, you can go to another world with your doubts. I'll take good care of that child. He. As he finished speaking, the two puppets that had been standing quietly behind him suddenly sprang to life. Their long, razor-sharp blades extended from their arms, glinting menacingly in the dim light. With frightening speed, they flew toward the Queen of Roran. It's a pity you won't see the moment when I use the Dragon Vein's power to rule this land. At that moment, the Queen of Roran's eyes widened as the tips of the twin blades, gleaming coldly, seemed to inch closer to her. It felt as though the blades were about to pierce her, ending her life in an instant. But suddenly, as if time itself had come to a halt, the puppets that had been rushing toward her froze midair, completely motionless. McCade, caught completely off guard, stood frozen in disbelief. The Queen of Roran, who had resigned herself to death just moments ago, stood dumbfounded, unable to understand what was happening. What's going on? She muttered, her voice tinged with confusion and fear. McCade, too, was lost. He tried to control the puppets with his chakra threads, but to his shock, they did not respond at all. He poured more chakra into them, his face contorting with frustration, but there was no effect. Wait, something was happening. The puppets, once so agile and powerful, now seemed to rust in midair. Their joints struggled, creaking and groaning under the strain. Creak, creak. The sound filled the air, adding an eerie atmosphere to the otherwise still room. At that moment, fine grains of sand began to seep out from the seams of the puppets. It was a strange, almost magical sight, as the sand flowed out in slow, deliberate streams, completely capturing the attention of both McCade and the Queen of Roran. The Queen still didn't understand what was happening, her mind racing to catch up with the situation, but McCade's eyes widened in shock and fury. How is this possible? Could it be? Gara. His voice was low, trembling with disbelief. He immediately started scanning his surroundings, his sharp eyes darting around, searching for the figure he feared. Damn it. Gara, you monster, come out. McCade snarled, his temper flaring. Then, as if the very air had turned thick with dread, McCade's eyes widened in fear, and his body trembled. A presence he had never wanted to face, materialized before him. No, impossible. Kazekage-sama. Rasa, the Kazekage of Sunagakure, stood before him. Chapter 40, McCade. Kazekage-sama. You seem to recognize me, and I can tell you're skilled in puppetry techniques. Are you a ninja from Sunagakure? But why don't I remember you? In the dim world, Rasa's voice echoed slowly, reverberating through the dark underground chamber. The Queen of Roran turned her gaze toward the voice, her surprise evident. From the shadows, a figure emerged, his presence strong and imposing. The man had short dusty red hair, exuding the aura of a fierce beast. The Queen of Roran stared at him in disbelief. She had never imagined there would be another man hiding here, especially one whom McCade referred to as the Kazekage of Sunagakure. As the Queen of Roran, she was always well informed about the outside world, so the presence of such a high-ranking figure in Roran made no sense. If the Queen of Roran was simply shocked, McCade's reaction was far more intense. His eyes widened in terror as he stared at Rasa, stepping out of the shadows. His body instinctively began to retreat, taking 2 or 3 steps back. Only after a moment did he realize what was happening. It was like he was trying to compose himself, but his expression twisted into a snarl, his voice full of fury as he shouted. What's going on? Why are you here, Fourth Kazekage? Didn't you die? I died. And the Fourth Kazekage, what are you talking about? Rasa couldn't help but feel proud of his performance. His acting was truly top-notch. McCade was clearly caught off guard. His realization hit him like a ton of bricks. His face darkened, his fists clenched, and he gritted his teeth as he muttered under his breath. Could it be that I was right? I didn't return to the past, I've ended up in another parallel world. Rasa was taken aback by McCade's words, a strange sense of disbelief flooding him. A parallel world. But this wasn't the time to dwell on such thoughts. Keeping up his act, Rasa furrowed his brow and pressed on. Your name is McCade, right? How do you know Sunagakure's puppetry techniques? You'd better explain yourself, or else. By now, McCade had figured it out. No wonder some of the intel he'd gathered recently pointed to discrepancies in the Third Great Ninja War compared to what he'd recorded before. The Fourth Kazekage in front of him must be the Fourth Kazekage of this world Sunagakure. Marvelous, truly marvelous. For reasons he couldn't quite explain, McCade suddenly became exhilarated. His eyes glowed red with excitement, bloodshot and wild as he fixed his gaze on Rasa. As his chakra surged, the puppets scattered throughout the Roaring Kingdom began to move toward their location. Makade sneered, his laughter dark and twisted. Although the fourth Kazekage from my world is already dead, preventing me from getting my revenge, killing you here will be just as satisfying. A buzzing sound filled the air, like the swarm of locusts descending on a field. From the high towers above, puppets began to swoop down in dense swarms, visible to the naked eye. But Rasa, seemingly oblivious to the overwhelming number of puppets descending, remained unfazed. He calmly asked. It seems like you really hate me. Makade, now completely consumed by rage, let out a roar, his fury palpable. Of course I hate you. As the fourth Kazekage, you suppressed me, a genius puppeteer from Sunagakure, just to hand over the village's puppet army to your own son, Kankuro. And to make it worse, the Kazekage position, which should have been mine, was taken by your freak of a son, Gara. Damn, damn. Makade's arms flailed violently, as if trying to release all his pent-up rage. I'm not just going to kill you, I'll destroy Sunagakure in this world with the puppet army I created. His madness startled the Queen of Rorin, but she didn't have time to react before Makade's eyes widened in shock. Because, instead of fear, Rasa's gaze met him with something else, pity. It was the look one might give a mere insect. Kill me. Destroy Sunagakure. You talk a big game. But you're nothing but a tiny bug. Bug. Makade froze, his eyes widening in disbelief, unable to process Rasa's words. His body trembled with rage, veins bulging on his forehead. How dare you call me a bug? I'll kill you, I swear I will. Makade's hatred intensified, more than he'd ever felt for the fourth Kazekage in his own world. The Kazekage before him was a mockery of the position he thought he should have had. Since that's the case, let me show you my most powerful puppetry technique. Boom. In the blink of an eye, Makade's body began to expand rapidly, his form distorting. Within moments, he had transformed into a massive insect with 6 legs, a human-like face, and thick armor covering his body. He hissed at Rasa, his voice dripping with malice. Are you afraid? Are you terrified? Surrender to my power. Yet, despite the monstrous transformation before him, Rasa remained unaffected. His cold, unwavering gaze locked onto Makade. No matter how big the bug, it's still just a bug. Makade, now a giant insect, froze for a moment, disbelief flashing in his eyes. Then, his fury boiled over even further. Damn it. Makade roared, his 6 legs thrashing wildly as he charged at Rasa with all his might. But it was too late. Boom. Before Makade could even close the distance, 6 massive sand spears descended from the sky with explosive force, pinning Makade's giant form to the ground. Magnet release, 6-round sand prison. Makade struggled, his massive body twitching in vain as he tried to free himself. His 6 legs flailed like a bug stuck to a board, but the sand spears held him fast. Curse you! He shouted, his anger reaching a new level. Rasa frowned, his voice tinged with annoyance. Is that all? You think this level of power can dominate the ninja world? At Rasa's words, Makade, fully transformed into a monstrous insect, felt his chakra surge wildly. Before anyone's eyes, the 6 sand spears pinning him down began to disintegrate. Is this chakra absorption? That was right. Rasa could feel his chakra being absorbed by the sand spears, losing his grip on them. The puppet Makade had created seemed to possess the ability to drain chakra. This revelation intrigued Rasa as Makade's puppetry techniques were more complex than he had imagined. As the Kazekage, Rasa had a vested interest in discovering any secret techniques that could potentially strengthen Sunagakure. What he saw next solidified his decision to capture Makade alive. Before his eyes, the puppet body impaled by Rasa's 6 sand spears began to regenerate at an alarming rate, healing itself as if nothing had happened. Not only that, but it also has rapid regeneration. Interesting. Unforgivable, unforgivable. Makade's voice shook with uncontrollable rage. The sight of Rasa looking at him with interest only served to fuel his fury even more. His 2 claws morphed into spinning blades, and with a furious howl, he charged forward. Oh! Rasa's eyes lit up once more, impressed by Makade's movements. But unfortunately for Makade, his advance was short-lived. Before he could take more than a few steps. Stone of sand. A massive stone, dense with high-density sand particles and shaped like a square, came crashing down from the sky. It fell with the weight and force of a small mountain. Boom. The sheer force of the stone was enough to crush Makade's enormous insect-like body in an instant, scattering puppet parts across the ground. While Makade's puppet had the ability to absorb chakra, it couldn't withstand the overwhelming force of nature itself. The Queen of Rorin, watching as Makade's body was reduced to pieces, turned to Rasa with wide eyes. She stared at him in stunned amazement. Is Anro-kun, no, Makade, dead? She asked, disbelief coloring her voice. No. Rasa shook his head as he watched the swarming puppets still descending from the sky. He looked up thoughtfully. He's probably still alive. Fascinating. This ability is somewhat similar to the sage art of the Ryuchi cave, the reincarnation of the non-living. Huh. Before the queen could fully process Rasa's words, she was suddenly enveloped in a golden sand aura that lifted her into the air. Rasa was similarly lifted, and as they ascended, countless puppets continued to rain down from above. Makade's shattered body, once obliterated by the giant stone, began to merge with the incoming puppets. His form grew larger and larger as the fusion continued, taking shape once again. It seems this place is no longer suitable as a battlefield. Let's head outside. Chapter 41, Inorganic Reincarnation. Inorganic reincarnation, a technique originating from one of the 3 legendary sanctuaries in the Naruto universe, Ryuchi Cave. This natural energy has the power to breathe life into inanimate objects, allowing the user to control them. When compared to using simple chakra to control objects, this energy offers major benefits. It provides greater ease and flexibility while consuming far less energy because the controlled objects are no longer mere lifeless things. They transform into living entities capable of acting according to the user's will. No wonder Makade is able to control so many puppets. At this moment, as Makade absorbed the puppets from the entire Rorin region, integrating them into his body, Rasa could feel a familiar surge of power. The combination of inorganic reincarnation with puppet technique seemed like a match made in heaven. But that wasn't all. Rasa also noticed something even more fascinating: object transformation. To put it simply, this ability allowed the controlled objects to be completely transformed into different ones. Just a moment ago, Rasa had seen Makade change his wooden claws into long, sharp iron blades. This transformation ability was also evident during the fusion process. The puppets descending from above merged seamlessly with Makade's shattered body. Yes, they merged, more than just joined. Thanks to the dragon vein chakra, these puppets fused like water, blending into water and forming a completely new body. At that very moment, Rasa felt like he was starting to understand the true nature of the dragon vein chakra. Inorganic reincarnation, object transformation, and this incredible regenerative power, it all seemed strikingly similar to the natural energy found in Ryuchi Cave. What an unexpected turn of events. Even though the time-space powers were lost, gaining access to this form of natural energy was more than worth the trade-off. Whoosh! Under Rasa's control, the gold dust carried him and the bewildered Queen of Rorin, shattering the glass surrounding the statue of the Holy Mother as they broke free into the open air, landing softly on the grassy ground below the high tower. Seeing her chance to escape, the Queen of Rorin immediately attempted to flee in order to reveal Anrokuzen's true identity to her people. But a wall of gold dust rose in her path, blocking her escape. Turning around, she saw Rasa standing with cold eyes. "Sorry, you can't leave just yet. I still need you to undo the seal on the dragon vein. In return, I'll take care of this traitor from Sunagakure, who has come from the future." The Queen of Rorin's eyes widened as the truth dawned on her. "So that's it. Kazekage of Sunagakure, you didn't come to save me, you came for the dragon vein's power, didn't you?" Rasa turned to face her, his expression calm, yet there was a hint of amusement in his eyes. "What else? Did you think I was here to rescue you because I found you beautiful and wanted to be your hero?" The Queen of Rorin was stunned for a brief moment before her face quickly transformed into anger. Still, the Queen of Rorin couldn't shake the feeling that something was off. Why were there no guards in sight beneath the high tower where the Rorin royal palace stood? She scanned her surroundings, desperately searching for someone who might help her rescue her daughter, Sarah. But no matter where she looked, not a single soul was visible. What's going on here? Sweat began to shower on her forehead when Rasa answered her query. It's simple. As queen, you've long been rendered powerless by your minister. Remember the guards and citizens you've been seeing? They were nothing more than puppets he created for you. The queen's eyes widened in disbelief as she took in his words. That's impossible. The people of Rorin, they're real. They're living, breathing beings. There's no way they're puppets. It must be Makade. She stammered, trying to hold onto her understanding of the world around her, but Rasa didn't want to show her any delusions. That, I wouldn't know. Suddenly, the ground began to tremble beneath them. A roar, filled with rage and fury, echoed throughout the entire kingdom of Rorin. "I'll kill you. Kill you, you bastard Fourth Kazekage." Boom. With a deafening explosion, the earth split into multiple sections, cracking open like a massive wound. From these newly formed fissures, something monstrous began to rise, a terrifying fusion of scorpion and centipede, towering dozens of meters high. It loomed before them, its size rivaling that of a tailed beast, its furious roar shaking the very foundation of the kingdom. "Behold my ultimate puppet technique, Fourth Kazekage." The roar reverberated throughout Rorin, shaking buildings and unsettling the very earth itself. "This can't be." The Queen of Rorin was stunned as she gazed at the colossal puppet. The overwhelming chakra radiating from it left her speechless. I sealed the dragon vein. Makade shouldn't be able to access its chakra anymore unless. But as the words left her lips, a sudden realization dawned on her. Her beautiful eyes widened in horror. She spun around to face Rasa, her face draining of color as a cold chill swept over her. Oh no. I only sealed the dragon vein that powered Makade's puppet factory. The true source of the dragon vein is still supplying him with chakra. Rasa simply blinked in surprise, his mind processing the new information. This revelation meant that the Queen of Rorin had outlived her usefulness. She was no longer essential to his plans. Meanwhile, Makade, now fully transformed into the monstrous creature, let out a triumphant laugh. He he he. So, you figured it out, Your Majesty. Did you really think I hadn't planned for this? Fourth Kazekage, you'll pay for everything you've done. At that moment, 2 members of Rasa's secret mobile unit arrived, drawn by the chaos. They froze in shock as they took in the sight of the towering creature. What is that? Lord Kazekage. Without turning around, Rasa calmly issued his orders. From now on, follow this queen's command. Focus on evacuating the civilians of this country. Leave this big guy to me. The 2 ninjas exchanged uncertain glances before looking at the Queen of Rorin. As you command, Lord Kazekage, they said, bowing slightly. The Queen of Rorin, still trying to grasp the situation, stood frozen in place. Rasa, not about to let them waste time, addressed her directly. Forget about the seal for now. I'll take care of this monster. You focus on rescuing your people from Makade's grasp before they're caught in the crossfire. The Queen of Rorin blinked, snapping out of her stupor. Glancing from the monstrous puppet to Rasa's unshaken demeanor, she felt a mix of gratitude and awe. I understand. Thank you. She said, her voice filled with a strange, new respect. She then turned to the 2 ninjas. Please, follow me. Once the trio had left, Rasa crossed his arms, a confident smirk playing on his lips as he regarded the massive puppet before him. Ultimate puppet technique. Let's see what gives you the confidence to make such grandiose claims. Seeing Rasa remain so calm and composed in the face of his ultimate creation, Makade seethed with fury. The colossal puppet opened its gaping maw, its pincers snapping like a scorpion's, and from within, it unleashed a torrent of purple flames, roaring from the pipes embedded in its body. Dragon Vein, Grand Dragon Flame. This was Makade's enhanced version of Fire Release, Great Fireball Jutsu, now powered by the chakra of the Dragon Vein. Its increased energy amplified both its heat and range, making it far more destructive. Oh! Rasa's eyes sparkled with interest, a flash of recognition crossing his mind. The technique reminded him of his recent battle with Jiraiya. Jiraiya had used natural energy to amplify his jutsu, dramatically boosting their power. The resemblance intrigued Rasa. Interesting. Let's see how far the Dragon Vein's chakra can really take you. With that thought, Rasa swiftly formed a series of hand seals, his expression focused and determined. Boom. Just as the massive purple fireball hurtled toward him, 2 enormous claws made of sand erupted from the ground beneath him. They slammed together with a deafening crash, completely extinguishing Makade's Grand Dragon Flame in an instant. What? Makade's monstrous form froze in shock, its rage momentarily replaced with disbelief. Rasa, however, looked somewhat disappointed. The chakra-enhanced fireball didn't even come close to matching the intensity or heat of the jutsu Jiraiya had used. So, the Dragon Vein's chakra isn't suited for amplifying jutsu power after all. If that's the case, let's test its other abilities. He raised his hands, his expression changing to one of focused concentration. Magnet Release, Shikaku's Avatar. Chapter 42, Sealing the Villain. Kingdom of Rorin. Under Rasa's orders, the Queen of Rorin led 2 ninjas to save her people. But what she saw next left her in shock. Not far from the Grand Palace of Rorin, 2 giant creatures were locked in a fierce struggle. But it was hardly a battle, it was more like an overwhelming one-sided beating. One of the creatures was instantly recognizable to the queen, it was the enormous puppet form of Anrokuzen, now controlled by Makade. The other creature, a strange raccoon-like beast, was unfamiliar to her. However, she could guess its origins, it was likely the summoned power of that man, the Kazekage. Before her eyes, the once mighty Makade, thought to be unstoppable, was being treated like a mere plaything. The summoned raccoon monster ruthlessly pummeled, tore apart, and smashed Makade's puppet body with crushing force. At that moment, the queen fully realized the terrifying power of the outside world's ninjas. Her thoughts briefly flashed back to Makade's warning. The future of Rorin will end in destruction from war. She paused for only a second, but then her eyes narrowed with resolve. Turning to the 2 Suna ninjas, she gave her orders with calm authority. My daughter, Sarah, is still trapped in the tower. One of you must rescue her. The other should locate where my citizens are being held captive by Makade. The 2 Suna ninjas obeyed without hesitation. After all, they had come at Rasa's command to follow the queen's orders. And so, Mauka set off to rescue Sarah, while Mamushi, by sheer coincidence, had recently discovered a hidden puppet factory where countless Rorin citizens were enslaved. Amid the towering structures of Rorin, the battle raged on. The raccoon-like summoned beast, Shikaku's avatar, pressed Macade's puppet form into the earth with relentless force, its overwhelming strength tearing through Macade's puppet body as if it were paper. If not for the regenerative power of the dragon vein's chakra, the fight would have been over in moments. After just a few minutes of intense combat, Rasa had already assessed the dragon vein chakra's limitations. Just as he had suspected, his hypothesis was spot on. The natural energy of the dragon vein wasn't like the chakra from Mount Myaboku, which enhanced overall abilities. Instead, it resembled the unique senjutsu techniques from Ryuchi Cave, granting powers like inorganic reincarnation, morphing transformation, and hyper-regeneration. And there was also the ability to absorb chakra. If another ninja had faced Macade, they might have struggled against this chakra-absorbing ability. But for Rasa, this was of little concern. His magnet release technique controlled gold sand not by infusing it with chakra but through magnetic forces that allowed him to manipulate it. The sand itself contained no chakra, leaving Macade with nothing to absorb. Still, Rasa had lost interest in continuing the fight. Compared to Minato and Jiraiya, Macade was pitifully weak. If not for the dragon vein's infinite regeneration, he would be no more than a regular jonin. However, Macade, blind to his impending doom, clung desperately to the belief that he was invincible. Though the raccoon monster dominated him, his supposed, infinite chakra, made him believe that he was unbeatable. He convinced himself that he could outlast Rasa's chakra supply and claim victory. As if on cue, the massive Shikaku-like beast dissolved into the sand, scattering in all directions. Just as Macade was about to rejoice, Rasa's cold voice cut through the air. A genius puppeteer of Suna's future. If this is the village's talent, then the future looks bleak indeed. Seething with rage, Macade barely held back his fury. Still, the surge of chakra flowing through him restored his confidence. Spare me your arrogance, Fourth Kazekage. With the dragon vein under my control, I possess infinite chakra. I am immortal. The moment you run dry, victory will be mine. Is that so? Rasa raised a brow, mused. So you are trying to dominate the shinobi world with such weak power? PFF, even some 16-year-olds can shove you into the ground. Unless that 16-year-old is some prop-sized child with the strongest-tailed beast inside. Also, if he is the protagonist. Mocking my strength? Rasa's scorn only flared Macade's anger. I'll kill you. Drawing on the core power of the dragon vein, Macade wildly absorbed its chakra. To the naked eye, his enormous body began to glow with a chakra cloak. Yet. This ends now. In the blink of an eye, Rasa vanished. What? Before Macade could react, Rasa appeared before him, extending an arm. A suffocating dread washed over Macade, but his arrogance blinded him to the danger. Futile. I can absorb. He never finished his sentence. Terror flooded Macade's face as his body refused to obey him. His chakra ceased to flow. What? How? Impossible. Magnet release, prison sand burial. Rasa's right hand emitted intricate markings that spread rapidly across Macade's massive form. Macade only managed half a sentence before losing consciousness. This is Shikaku's. With the seal complete, Macade's body began to shrink, reverting to his frail, human form. Unlike Sasori, Macade hadn't turned himself into a puppet. Instead, he had relied on the dragon vein's morphing transformation to become a massive puppet, equipped with various weapons. What intrigued Rasa even more, however, was Macade's use of the inorganic reincarnation ability. This puppet could even use ninjutsu. If Rasa could harness the power of the dragon vein and integrate abilities like inorganic reincarnation, hyper-regeneration, and chakra absorption into his Shikaku constructs, he could create truly formidable beings. Self-sustaining, ninjutsu-wielding entities, capable of regeneration and chakra absorption. The concept reminded him of the first Hokage's wood dragon technique, known for its chakra-draining abilities. Such a power would indeed be extraordinary. But for now, there was no need to rush. The dragon vein wasn't going anywhere. Transforming its energy into his own strength was simply a matter of time. For the moment, however, his attention turned to the sealed Macade. There was much to uncover from him. Just then, the two Suna ninjas returned. Mission complete. Yes, Lord Kazekage. The Queen of Rorin instructed us to report back first. Good. Without wasting time, Rasa issued his next command. I recall that the ANBU has specialized genjutsu techniques for interrogating prisoners and probing memories. Bring them to me. Chapter 43, Big Harvest. 3 days later, in the residence specially arranged by the Queen of Rorin, Rasa's expression was a mixture of emotions. Over the past 3 days, he had carefully examined all of McCade's memories using the illusion technique provided by the Umbu. Well, it was a lot to process. The good news was that Rasa might owe McCade an apology. McCade might actually be a genius. Through McCade's memories, Rasa discovered that McCade had uncovered the dragon vein and harnessed its chakra power to create an entirely different puppet technique system from the one developed by the second Wind Kage. He called it the dragon vein puppet technique. While the incredible properties of the dragon vein chakra were certainly a major factor, it was McCade's skill in perfectly integrating this chakra with puppet techniques that made Rasa recognize that McCade might indeed be a master of his craft. What further impressed Rasa was McCade's efforts to break the Fourth Hokage's Flying Thunder God seal on the dragon vein. McCade had conducted extensive research on sealing techniques and made some remarkable progress. This was also why he had boldly absorbed the Flying Thunder God seal into his own body, believing that the power of the dragon vein chakra would enable him to return to the past. Unfortunately, all that knowledge was now in Rasa's possession. And the bad news. Rasa discovered through McCade's memories that in the timeline of the Naruto world that McCade originally existed in, there was no sign of him at all. To be precise, the timeline followed the plot exactly as it was in the original world. Without McCade's interference as a time traveler, the fourth Wind Kage, Rasa, died at the hands of Orochimaru, just as it had happened in Rasa's own timeline. The sequence of events was exactly as Rasa had always known it. What did that mean? It meant that, at the very least, there was a future where Rasa as a transmigrator never existed. Was this a parallel world? Or would something change in the future? Rasa couldn't say for sure. He had no way of knowing with his current abilities. But at least there was some hope. McCade's memories contained some fragments about the Flying Thunder God seal technique. The Flying Thunder God technique, a space-time ninjutsu, involved manipulating both time and space. If Rasa could also master some abilities in this field, perhaps he could find the answers he was looking for. But for now, the most important thing was still acquiring the power of the Dragon Vein Chakra. The Palace of the Roaring Kingdom. Rasa's request for the Dragon Vein Chakra was met with an unexpected response from the Queen of Roarin. What? Rasa asked, looking at the beautiful queen with a serious expression. Are you sure? The queen nodded, her gaze unwavering. Next to her, a little girl with the same red hair as the queen clung tightly to her leg, her eyes wide with uncertainty as she looked at Rasa in surprise. Yes, I've made up my mind. I want Roarin to join Sunagakure, as the condition for giving you the Dragon Vein. If the queen had made any other request, Rasa would have likely refused immediately, because, in his eyes, this queen had no authority to make demands. But this particular proposal made him pause and think. Why? The queen's expression grew more somber as she explained. Because Roarin has no other option. According to McCade, even with the power of the Dragon Vein, Roarin will be destroyed by war soon. So, rather than waiting for certain death, we might as well take a gamble. So, joining Sunagakure is your gamble? Yes. You are the strongest ninja I've encountered so far, and you're the Kazekage of Sunagakure, one of the 5 great countries. This is the best option for Roarin right now. Rasa wasn't one to hesitate for long, and he quickly recognized this as a situation where both sides stood to gain. Whether it was the population of Roarin or the queen herself, Rasa found both intriguing. But let's not misunderstand things. While the Queen of Roarin was indeed beautiful and exuded a mature, wife-like charm, quite different from Karuro's youthful energy, what Rasa valued most was her ability to govern a nation. He definitely needed someone capable of managing Sunagakure. There were far too few people in the village he could trust with such a heavy responsibility. So, he had no intention of turning this down. Just to be sure, he wanted to confirm the approximate population of the new place. How many people does Roarin have now? Around 3,000. Rasa was taken aback. 3,000. That was even fewer than he had expected. It would be easy to accommodate them. After all, the Sunagakure had a population of over 100,000, so absorbing these 3,000 people wouldn't cause any major disruptions. I'm inclined to agree, but the final decision will have to wait until everything's settled. You'll need to come back to Sunagakure with me. While I'm Kazekage, I still have to consider the opinions of others. But don't worry too much. There shouldn't be any issues. The queen's face immediately brightened, and she bent down to express her gratitude. Thank you. Kazekage-sama, I will be in your care from now on. No need to thank me. Roarin joining Sunagakure is a win-win situation for both Roarin and the village. Yes. The queen nodded, then seemed to remember something. Saramu. That's my real name. From now on, please call me that. Once Roarin joins Sunagakure, there will be no more Queen of Roarin. Saramu. No wonder she had once been a queen. This little political move really showed her wisdom, which pleased Rasa even more. Understood. Now, please take me to the Dragon Vein. deeper beneath Makade's underground puppet factory. Hundreds of meters below the ground, with Seramu's guidance, Rasa finally arrived at the birthplace of the dragon vein chakra. It was a breathtaking underground cave. The purple chakra flowed like molten magma, surging through the cave's walls. Above the cave was a giant circular altar. On the altar stood 4 statues, all staring down at the center, where a mysterious seal was inscribed, surrounded by glowing runes. It's here. According to our records, when our ancestors first discovered the dragon vein, the chakra was incredibly violent. It was our ancestors who used the sealing technique to suppress the violent energy, turning it into the gentler form it is now. And Roran's ability to survive as an oasis in the desert is thanks to the immense life force of the dragon vein chakra. Rasa's eyes lit up at this revelation. Attention, so there are a few idiots who spammed 1-star reviews a few days back, against a bot who is spamming 5-star reviews. Please know that I did not use any bot or ask anyone to do so. The 5-star spammers are usually those who just want EXPs and nothing more. However, making 1-star reviews ruins the whole book. Now, I am deleting both kind of spams, but I still want you to understand and don't review this book without a context. A good constructive comment means a lot rather than simple 5-star review. Thanks for listening. Stay blessed. Chapter 44, Chakra Fruit. Ever since Rasa had arrived in the world of Naruto and ascended to the role of Fourth Kazekage, the leader of Sunigakure, he quickly realized that he couldn't live like some of his predecessors, selfishly acting alone, detached from everything. His personal interests were now deeply intertwined with those of the village. To put it simply, the hidden sand village had become like a large corporation, and Rasa was the owner of it. While it's true that with enough money, he could amass power in the ninja world and perhaps even establish a new ninja village, Rasa had already succeeded in creating one of the world's top 5 ninja villages, Sunigakure being one of them, and held a substantial portion of its control. Starting from scratch would be a foolish move. Fortunately, Rasa was no fool. That's why he generously shared the power of the Star Chakra mode with Michikawa, Pakura, and Baki, and he planned to pass it down to others in the future as well. The stronger his village's overall strength, the more resources Rasa could command. Although these new powers might not have a significant impact during the final battle, they'd be more than useful in the time leading up to it, saving Rasa considerable trouble. This is why he was so committed to strengthening Sunigakure. From his month-long experience as Kazekage, Rasa identified the most significant issue preventing Sunigakure from thriving like Konohagakure, the harsh environment of the Land of Wind, or more specifically, the entire region itself. At first glance, this might seem odd. What does the strength of a ninja have to do with the environment? Shouldn't a harsh environment produce stronger ninjas? But this overlooks one critical detail: ninjas need food. It may seem trivial, but it's an undeniable fact. As the old saying goes, before soldiers march, provisions must be prepared. If ninjas can't even get enough food to sustain themselves, how can they expect to summon the energy to fight? Without that energy, how can they generate chakra? And without chakra, how could they hope to compete against ninjas from other villages? So, what was the situation like for Sunigakure and the Land of Wind? From Rasa's understanding, aside from the unforgiving climate, Sunigakure was wholly dependent on external sources. Over 80% of the Land of Wind was desert, barren and lifeless. This meant the Land of Wind was constantly battling food shortages, and the very idea of exporting food to Sunigakure was out of the question. In reality, Sunigakure didn't lack money. Thanks to his gold dust technique, Rasa could easily extract endless amounts of gold sand from the desert. What the village truly lacked, however, was food, a basic need that even money couldn't solve. Thus, Rasa had always been focused on finding ways to change the village's harsh environment. This was also why, during the meeting just days ago, he had instructed the village's ninjas to come up with ways to use their unique skills to alter the village's landscape. At that moment, Rasa's mind naturally drifted to the legendary would-release techniques of Hashirama Senju. With the power of Hashirama's would-release, a single would-release secret technique, nativity of a world of trees, would be enough to transform the barren desert surrounding Sunigakure into a thriving forest. Once a forest was established, it would help retain moisture in the soil, slowly turning the desert into fertile land perfect for farming. In an ideal world, not only could Sunigakure become a lush forest, but it could even be transformed into a vast oasis. Surely, that would be within reach. But Rasa quickly dismissed the thought. This dream was impossible. For one, Hashirama Senju was dead. Even if he were still alive, why would the Hokage of Konohagakure offer his help to Sunigakure? And as for awakening the power of wood release through Hashirama's cells, Rasa wouldn't even entertain such a notion. After all, he was now the Kazekage of Sunigakure, not the Hokage of Konohagakure, and definitely not from the Hidden Leaf. Yet, as he reflected, the words of Seramu suddenly sparked a flicker of hope in his heart. Yes, the power of the dragon vein chakra, in some ways, it's a form of natural energy. Using natural energy to reshape the environment makes sense, doesn't it? But then, another issue arose: the dragon vein was located in Rorin. How could he possibly transplant such a vast source of chakra to Sunagakure? It was out of the question to move Sunagakure's entire location, especially considering its easily defensible terrain. Rorin, on the other hand, was an open and exposed region, vulnerable from all sides. Saramu, who had been quietly observing Rasa, noticed the confusion on his face. She could tell he was deep in thought, struggling with the dilemma. Thankfully, Rasa's indecision didn't last long. He exhaled deeply and finally spoke. "Next, please step aside." Saramu, though still a little puzzled, nodded in acknowledgement and slowly moved away from the area. Once she was out of the way, Rasa stepped closer to the ceiling formation. At first, he hadn't sensed the full magnitude of the dragon vein chakra, likely due to the ceiling barriers in place. But as soon as he stepped onto the formation, the chakra beneath him began to swirl like molten lava, and his expression shifted dramatically. This is an enormous amount of chakra. The power he could feel was massive, nearly on par with the chakra of the tailed beasts. The realization filled him with excitement. The dragon vein chakra could grant him untold power. Without hesitation, Rasa pressed his right hand firmly onto the central stone eye of the ceiling formation. Boom. A diamond-shaped symbol appeared on his palm, and with it came a powerful, irresistible pulling force. In an instant, the chakra beneath the altar condensed into massive, serpentine chakra dragons, which coiled and gathered from every direction, flowing into Rasa's palm. Saramu was a woman of great intelligence. After Rasa asked her to step aside, she made the decision to leave the high tower where the dragon vein chakra was being sealed. Outside, on the ground below, her daughter, Sarah, waited anxiously, surrounded by a crowd of concerned Rorin citizens. "Your Majesty, are we really leaving Rorin?" Some of the Rorin citizens couldn't help but voice their unease. After all, this was the land where they had spent their entire lives. Saramu understood their hesitation. It was a difficult decision to accept, but for the future of Rorin, she had no other choice. "Please trust me," she said with determination. "I'm doing this for Rorin's future. Compared to the outside world, we are far too weak. We have no choice but to rely on such a powerful ninja village if we are to survive." The expressions of the Rorin citizens tightened, but in the end, they chose to trust their queen. "We trust you, Your Majesty," one of them called out. "I'll go home and pack my things right away," another exclaimed. This overwhelming show of trust made Saramu's eyes water. There was no greater encouragement for her as a queen than the unwavering faith of her people. Meanwhile, far below in the underground palace, where the dragon vein chakra source resided, Rasa stood frozen, his expression shifting into something strange. Following Rasa's gaze, it became apparent that the vast chakra within the cave had been completely absorbed. In its place, floating in front of his right palm, was a peculiar fruit. It shimmered with a radiant purple light and was adorned with spiral patterns. The fruit was roughly the size of his palm. Rasa, of course, didn't entertain the thought that he had somehow stumbled into the world of One Piece. There was only one possible explanation for this mysterious fruit. A chakra fruit. His memory was a bit hazy, but he recalled something from the Naruto films. Otsutsuki Kagaya, a powerful figure, had possessed similar abilities, where chakra could be condensed into fruit-like chakra aggregates. Chapter 45, A New Stage. Rasa didn't waste any time. The very same day he absorbed the dragon vein chakra, he decided to take Saramu back to Sunagakure. Although Saramu could harness the power of the dragon vein chakra, she wasn't a ninja. So, Rasa opted to use his gold dust to fly back, which saved them a considerable amount of time. By the time nightfall arrived, Rasa and Saramu had made it back to Sunagakure. They walked side by side, traveling through the narrow, winding passageways. As Rasa had already arranged for Baki and the others to be prepared in advance, Baki was waiting at the village entrance with his subordinates. This was Saramu's first time stepping into the outside world, especially in a place as famous as Sunagakure, one of the 5 great shinobi countries. To put it simply, her first impression was one of sheer magnitude. Sunagakure was sprawling, with towering buildings and a bustling population, several times larger than Rorin. Her second impression was one of desolation. The harsh environment of Sunagakure took Saramu by surprise, even as the queen of Rorin. Her third impression, however, was one of oppressive dread. Saramu could almost feel the spirits of countless warriors who had passed away, lingering in the air above the village. Especially from the ninjas guarding the entrance, she sensed a chilling bloodlust, an aura of individuals who had endured unimaginable carnage. In that instant, Saramu finally understood why Sunagakure had earned its place among the 5 great shinobi countries. In stark contrast to the paradise-like Rorin, Sunagakure was a land soaked in death and war. For a fleeting moment, Saramu questioned her decision to bring Rorin into Sunagakure. Just then, a ninja approached, his appearance terrifying, and his gaze filled with an intensity that made Saramu flinch. "Kazekage-sama." The ninja greeted, to which Rasa responded, his tone distant. Has anything happened in the village during my absence?" Perhaps influenced by the chilling atmosphere around them, Seramu couldn't help but feel that Rasa seemed colder than usual. Baki nodded, giving Seramu a brief look before turning his attention back to Rasa. After noticing that Rasa showed no particular reaction, he continued. The Reikage of Kimogakure and the Otsutsuki of Iwakagure have jointly sent us a diplomatic letter. Ah, interesting. Rasa murmured, his eyes narrowing with thought. Have the two elders, along with Bakura and Michikawa, go to the Kazekage Tower to wait for me. I'll be there shortly. Understood. Baki responded before leaving to carry out the orders. Once Baki was gone, Seramu finally exhaled, her shoulders relaxing as the weight of the tense atmosphere lifted for a moment. Noticing that Seramu appeared a bit tense, Rasa softened his demeanor slightly and spoke, trying to ease the mood. It feels very different, doesn't it? Sunagakure, compared to your Rorin. Seramu was briefly taken aback but quickly nodded, not bothering to hide her thoughts. Everyone here feels terrifying. Of course. Rasa responded with a calm smile. This is the entrance to Sunagakure. The ninjas guarding it are the elite of the village, the pillars that support everything here. They are the protectors of everyone in this village. His words made Seramu glance at the ninjas again. They didn't seem quite as intimidating as before. Come with me. Rasa continued, motioning with his hand. I'll take you to my home. You can stay there tonight, and my wife will take care of you. Without waiting for her reply, Rasa used his sand gold technique to carry Seramu effortlessly to his home. Seramu was a little surprised but didn't refuse. In fact, Rasa's warm and welcoming attitude put her at ease. However, curiosity tugged at her. For someone as powerful as Rasa, his wife had to be just as exceptional. She wondered if they'd get along. When they arrived at Rasa's home, Seramu was taken aback to see Rasa's wife, Karura, standing at the door. Her cheerful, loving expression, like a young wife waiting for her husband's return, left Seramu momentarily stunned. Karura was equally surprised. Any woman would be startled if her husband suddenly brought an unfamiliar woman into their home. Fortunately, Rasa wasn't the type to make things awkward. He walked over to Karura, casually pointing to Seramu and making the introduction. Karura, this is the Queen of Rorin, Seramu. You can call her Seramu. Soon, she'll be leading the people of Rorin to join Sunagakure and become part of our village. But for now, she's unfamiliar with everything here, so I brought her here to help her get accustomed to our village. From now on, you'll accompany her to help her learn more about Sunagakure. After speaking, Rasa gently rubbed his wife's surprised face, speaking in a soft, reassuring tone. Don't overthink it, Karura. Seramu's child is already more than 10 years old. The warmth of this scene caught Seramu off guard. She realized that Rasa wasn't the cold, distant man she had assumed from their previous interactions. Instead, he was a man with a tender heart who deeply respected his wife. However, for some reason, Rasa's words made her feel a little flustered, and she couldn't help but retort. Are you calling me an old woman? Rasa froze for a moment, clearly taken aback. I didn't say anything. Seramu gritted her teeth in embarrassment, but strangely, the nervousness she had felt earlier began to dissipate. In that moment, Karura regained her composure. Rasa's next words, however, immediately caused her to blush deeply. While you're at it, Karura, you can ask Seramu for some parenting advice. Later that night, in Sunagakure. The office, filled with the sound of the desert wind, was brightly lit. When Rasa arrived, Chiyo, Ebizo, Bakura, Michikawa, and Baki were already waiting. To Rasa's surprise, Yoshimaru was also there, standing quietly behind Chiyo. It seemed that Chiyo had already understood Rasa's intentions and was grooming Yoshimaru to be his successor. Rasa didn't waste any time. He immediately took his seat at the Kazekage desk. Baki, ever the observant one, handed him the diplomatic letter that had arrived the previous day. Rasa opened it and quickly understood the message from Iwagakure and Kimogakure. He passed the letter around to the others, a sneer forming on his face. This must be that old fool Inoki's idea. The third Reikage, AE, doesn't have the brains for something like this. I will try to call third Reikage AE while fourth will be called I. Seriously, Kishimoto ran out of names. Well, it's not like it is the first time both son and father have the same name. The others quickly skimmed through the diplomatic letter sent jointly by Iwagakure and Kimogakure. Ebizo, his tone as cold as ever, spoke up. Seems like Iwagakure and Kimogakure don't want us to grow any stronger. Michikawa, too, grasped the intent behind the letter. Their message is pretty clear. If we refuse, Iwagakure and Kimogakure will unite and attack us, won't they? Bakura sneered, clearly unimpressed. They want to attack Sunagakure. Iwagakure and Kimogakure should clean up their own mess first before thinking about that. Chiyo, who usually kept to herself, changed her tone. She became more serious, engaging fully in the matters of the village. But our reputation isn't spotless either. The truce between Iwagakure and Kimogakure is something Konoha would definitely support right now. If that happens, things could get more complicated. Don't forget, the feudal lord of the Land of Fire is already urging Konoha to attack us. If we're not careful, we might end up surrounded on all sides. The room fell into a heavy silence at her words. All eyes turned toward Rasa. Rasa, usually the detached leader, paused for a moment, then tapped the desk lightly as he spoke. My plan is simple. We can agree to the alliance between Kimogakure and Iwagakure to attack Konoha, but we cannot agree too easily. Chapter 46, Konoha's public enemy. Rasa's words left everyone in the room a little taken aback. Up until now, the general expectation was that Rasa would never drag Sunagakure into this war. His actions and orders over the past month had been focused on strengthening the village while the other nations were caught up in conflict. It was clear that Sunagakure's priority was to use this chaotic time to bolster itself, not engage in battle. So, as Rasa spoke, everyone waited for an explanation. My reasoning is simple. In this world of ninjas, whether it's Iwagakure, Karigakure, or Kimogakure, I believe with enough time, Sunagakure could surpass them. But Konoha. Unfortunately, I don't see a future where we could ever surpass them, not even in 10, 20, or 50 years. The room fell silent as everyone absorbed his words. Thus, from the village perspective, weakening Konoha is crucial. As Kazekage, I fully support any action that accomplishes that. Ebizo nodded thoughtfully. Kazekage-sama has a point. Even without the first Hokage and Uchiha Madara, we're still no match for Konoha. At best, we can only hope to strike when they're vulnerable. Rasa's declaration had hit home. But there was still something lingering in the air. So, what do you mean by not agreeing too easily? Pakura asked bluntly, her eyes narrowing as she addressed Rasa directly. Rasa didn't seem bothered by her challenge. Either he didn't mind being questioned, or he was simply used to it. The primary goal remains strengthening the village. Sunagakure is a ninja village, but no matter how well built it is, if it lacks powerful ninjas, it's of little use. This war, however, presents a good opportunity. Pakura's brow furrowed. Are you suggesting we send the children to the front lines? Rasa gave her a deadpan look. Do you really think I'm that reckless? Pakura fell silent, realizing she had asked a rather foolish question. Rasa then continued. A ninja's true strength can't come from training alone. They need real-world missions, actual combat. This is the best way to sharpen their abilities. Sunagakure has been lacking in this regard, but now, Iwagakure and Kimogakure have given us the perfect opening. The others in the room began to understand his plan. My strategy is simple. I don't intend to wage an all-out war with Konoha. Instead, I want to provoke small skirmishes that will put pressure on them while also turning the battlefield into a training ground for our ninjas. We'll need to discuss the specifics of how to implement this. The others exchanged looks, clearly considering Rasa's idea. But there was still a sense of caution. War is no trivial matter. Chiyo spoke up coldly. Rasa nodded in acknowledgement. Of course, I understand that. But ninja work is dangerous by nature. And don't worry, we won't be entering the Land of Fire. We'll keep the fight to the Land of Rivers, avoiding direct large-scale conflict. He looked around, meeting everyone's gaze. By rotating our ninjas into the field, we can give them experience while still minimizing the risks. They'll be able to take on missions and soak in the atmosphere of a battlefield, which will help them grow faster. If necessary, I, Pakura, and Michikawa can take turns overseeing the front lines. The room grew quiet again as everyone processed the plan. Slowly, they nodded in agreement. Rasa had thought the plan through carefully, and the others quickly agreed that it was a solid approach. After all, there was no better way for ninjas to grow rapidly than by stepping onto the battlefield and experiencing life and death firsthand. However, won't Iwagakure and Kimogakure object to this? Michikawa asked, his concern evident. Rasa scoffed at the question. The issue right now isn't whether they agree or not. The real issue lies with us, Sunagakure. If they want us to join the war and attack Konoha, simple diplomatic words won't be enough to make us comply. Rasa's words caught everyone off guard again. Yoshimaru, who was attending such a meeting for the first time, couldn't help but admire his brother-in-law. So, this is the presence of the Kazekage. Now, let's work together on a plan. If Sunagakure's ninjas are to fight alongside Iwagakure and Kimogakure in attacking Konoha, they'll need to offer something in return. I propose we demand 10 times the standard ninja mercenary fee for our services. The room fell into stunned silence. Even Baki hesitated, his forehead tense. Kazekage-sama. Is this really all right? Of course it is. Rasa replied with unwavering confidence. He surveyed the room, leaning back in his chair with an air of authority before adding. Here's a solid justification for it. I'm the newly appointed Fourth Kazekage. My position isn't fully established yet, and the village still has internal strife. To convince the people in Sunagakure, we need something that will secure us enough leverage. A wave of understanding washed over the room. Everyone began to see the logic behind his reasoning. The discussion continued deep into the night as everyone brainstormed ways to fine-tune the plan to better align with Sunagakure's interests. Given the substantial gains from their previous surprise attack on the Land of Fire, there was a palpable sense of optimism about the success of this new plan. By morning, they had finalized Sunagakure's second invasion of the Land of Fire, with the Land of Rivers chosen as the battlefield. The battlefield was divided into 3 fronts. First front, the border between the Land of Rivers and the Land of Fire. This was the most dangerous battlefield, where Rasa, Michikawa, and Pakura would lead Sunagakure's Jonin in direct combat with Konoha's main forces. Second front, inside the Land of Rivers. This area was much safer. Few Konoha ninjas would make it past the first front. Here, Sunagakure's ninjas would face off against Konoha's forces, using this front as the main testing ground for their skills in battle. Third front, inside the Land of Wind. This area was completely safe. Newly graduated genin would handle simple escort missions here, offering them early exposure to the battlefield atmosphere. With the plan solidified, Baki would be responsible for calculating the necessary materials and military expenses for Sunagakure's deployment. These costs would be presented to Iwagakure and Kimogakure as demands for their cooperation. By dawn, the entire plan was finalized. Following Rasa's instructions, Baki set off to convey Sunagakure's demands to Iwagakure and Kimogakure. Once Baki left, the group, now fully confident in the plan they had crafted, exhaled in relief. Now, it's up to Iwagakure and Kimogakure's response. Rasa nodded. Indeed. We'll act accordingly. After all, the ones in a rush now aren't us, it's Iwagakure and Kimogakure. With the matters regarding Iwagakure and Kimogakure settled for the moment, the group shifted focus to another pressing issue. Pakura scanned the papers in front of her, then looked up, her expression serious as she asked. What's going on with Rorin? Something this important, shouldn't you, as Kazekage, have discussed it with us before making a decision? Chapter 47, Rorin joins. In response to Pakura's pointed question, Rasa kept his reply brief and direct. Aren't I discussing it with you right now? As for Rorin, I believe I already sent someone to notify you about the situation. Pakura pursed her lips in dissatisfaction, while Michikawa narrowed his eyes slightly. Both of them understood that Rorin's integration into Sunagakure would have significant consequences for the village's internal dynamics. With over 3,000 new people, it was neither a trivial number nor an overwhelming influx. But their arrival would undoubtedly shake up the delicate balance of power that had existed for so long between the aristocratic and civilian factions in Sunagakure. Both Pakura and Michikawa couldn't help but wonder if this disruption was exactly what Rasa intended. Given the potential impact on their own interests, even though they had come to respect Rasa as Kazekage, they still had strong reservations and doubts about allowing Rorin, a foreign nation, to join the village. Chiyo, however, seemed more curious than concerned. Is what the Umbu reported true? Were our Sunagakure puppet techniques leaked? And that this person, Enrokuzan, has mastered them? Rasa, of course, had no intention of letting anyone know the full extent of the truth, especially not the future trajectory. He had concealed the true identity of Makade and provided the name Enrokuzan to both Cat and Viper. As for the Queen of Rorin, he had given her very strict instructions regarding this matter. Yes. Rasa replied, nodding as he took out a scroll he had prepared earlier and handed it to Chiyo. These are some details I extracted from Enrokuzan's mind using interrogation techniques through the Umbu. Chiyo took the scroll, examining it closely. As she read, her expression shifted to one of amazement. Incredible. This ninja, Enrokuzan, seems to have an astonishingly deep understanding of our puppet techniques. Do you know where he came from? Rasa shook his head, a slight smile on his lips. The people in the room immediately realized that he was hiding something, but none of them were brave enough to press further. Chiyo, in particular, had no intention of digging deeper. Since Rasa had helped cover up the crimes of her beloved grandson, Sasori, who had killed the third Kazekage, and shifted the blame to Konoha, Chiyo had been mentally preparing to retire from active involvement. Rasa's secrets no longer held her interest. I see. Chiyo said, her voice now calm. As she continued to read, Chiyo began to piece together the reasoning behind Rasa's decision to integrate Rorin into Sunagakure. Kazekage-sama, are you after the dragon vein chakra of Rorin? To clarify for the others, Chiyo passed the puppet technique scroll to the remaining 3. One by one, they examined the scroll in detail, taking their time to absorb the information. Rasa remained patient, his gaze flicking between the group as he watched for the subtle changes in their expressions. Ebizo appeared initially surprised, but his expression soon shifted into one of deep thought, as if some realization had struck him. Pakura, while reading the scroll, occasionally glanced at Rasa. It was clear that the mention of Dragon Vein Chakra reminded her of the star release chakra that Rasa had provided during the invasion of the Land of Fire. Michikawa, too, seemed to connect the dots, though his attention was more on Rasa's ability to uncover such extraordinary powers rather than the puppet techniques themselves. Michikawa leaned forward and asked directly. So, what exactly is this? Is it a power similar to star release chakra? At the mention of star release chakra, Pakura's face lit up with curiosity, while Chiyo and Ebizo looked both puzzled and intrigued. Star release chakra. What is that? Michikawa quickly explained it to the two elders. As he spoke, a surge of powerful chakra radiated from him, clearly demonstrating his growing mastery over the star release chakra. Under his explanation, the two elders began to grasp the nature of this chakra. It activated the body, allowing the user to tap into extraordinary power. Both were surprised to learn that such a miraculous form of chakra even existed in the ninja world. Rasa, sensing their confusion, added his own explanation. This power is based on overdrawing the body's potential. For younger people like me, Michikawa, or Pakura, using it a few times doesn't cause much harm. But for elders like you too. Rasa didn't finish his sentence, but the implication was clear. Chiyo and Ebizo exchanged glances. Chiyo understood immediately, while Ebizo nodded without much interest. Chiyo, however, seemed more intrigued by this new revelation. I'd like to study this remarkable power. Maybe it could contribute to the development of medical ninjutsu in our village. Rasa nodded, acknowledging her interest. He then turned his gaze toward Yoshimaru, who was standing quietly behind Chiyo. I will pass on the knowledge of star release chakra and the peacock method to Yoshimaru. As for you, Chiyo-sama, I suggest you focus on your health, Rasa advised. Chiyo clicked her tongue in frustration but didn't argue with the arrangement. Rasa's willingness to share the power with Pakura and Michikawa suggested he wasn't being selfish, and his concern for her health seemed genuine. After all, both she and Ebizo were nearly 60 years old. At this point, Pakura couldn't help herself before raising the persisting question. Then what exactly is Dragon Vein Chakra? Her curiosity was clear. As someone who had already benefited from the power of star release chakra, she was eager to know if Dragon Vein Chakra could offer a similar boost to her strength. However, Rasa's answer left her disappointed. Unfortunately, I don't know either. Naturally, Rasa wasn't about to reveal everything. The best lies were always a mix of truth and fiction. But I do have a theory. Dragon Vein Chakra might be a form of natural energy. Pakura and Michikawa exchanged confused looks. Neither of them fully understood what Rasa meant by natural energy. However, Chiyo's eyes widened in shock, and Ebizo drew a sharp breath. Is that so? Kazekage-sama, are you certain? Chiyo and Ebizo's reactions immediately made Pakura and Michikawa realize that natural energy must be something far more extraordinary than they'd initially thought. Rasa shook his head slightly. No, I'm not certain. It's just a guess. But I believe any power that could strengthen Sunagekure is worth exploring. Ebizo nodded firmly, his gaze resolute. That's right. When you compare the potential benefits of natural energy, Rorin joining Sunagekure seems trivial by comparison. Pakura, growing more impatient with the cryptic talk, finally couldn't hold back and asked. What exactly is natural energy? Ebizo glanced at her, his expression thoughtful. Sorry, I don't know much about it either. But I've heard from the first and second Kazekage that natural energy is an incredibly powerful force. When combined with the chakra in our bodies, it allows the use of techniques called senjutsu. Senjutsu? Both Pakura and Michikawa's expressions shifted dramatically. The very mention of senjutsu conveyed the gravity of what they were dealing with. Ebizo nodded solemnly. Exactly. From what we know, aside from the legendary Sage of Six Paths, the only other person who mastered senjutsu was Konoha's first Hokage, Hashirama Senju. The Sage of Six Paths. Hashirama Senju. The names left Pakura and Michikawa visibly shaken. The legend of Hashirama was already astonishing enough, but the mention of the Sage of Six Paths. The Sage of Six Paths, wasn't he just a mythical figure in stories? Does he actually exist? Pakura stammered, her usual composure slipping. Ebizo shook his head, a grim expression on his face. I'm not sure if the Sage of Six Paths truly existed. But Hashirama Senju undoubtedly did, and he was capable of using senjutsu. According to the first Kazekage, when Hashirama used senjutsu, even the strongest tailed beast, the Nine Tails, was like a mere pet in his hands. The room fell silent. Everyone knew how terrifying Shikaku, their own village's tailed beast, was. The thought of someone wielding that much power was enough to send a shiver down anyone's spine. Rasa, sensing the heavy atmosphere, broke the silence with a quiet yet firm question. So, does anyone still have doubts about Rorin joining Sunagekure? Go to my profile and read my new Marvel FIC. Please. Chapter 48, Chapter 48, Konoha's Background. Faced with Rasa's question, the room fell into an uneasy silence. Indeed, if the exchange involved the dragon vein chakra, Rorin's integration into Sunagakure seemed less consequential. However, if we could master dragon vein chakra, would we be able to use the power of sage techniques? Pakura asked, curiosity clear in her voice as she turned to both Rasa and Ebizo. Unfortunately, the answer was still a firm no. No. In truth, even now, I can't confirm whether dragon vein chakra is truly natural energy, let alone if it could be used for sage techniques. Even if it is natural energy, sage techniques aren't simply about infusing natural energy into one's body and mixing it with chakra. To put it bluntly, I still have no clue how to harness the power of dragon vein chakra. At this point, Rasa's tone became more resolute. However, just because we don't have any clear leads doesn't mean we should let such power go untapped or, worse, fall into the hands of our enemies. I've always said the gap between us and Konoha can't be bridged by time alone. Konoha's foundation runs too deep. Take sage techniques for instance. Konoha has mastered not one, but 3 distinct styles of sage techniques. Meanwhile, Sunagakure has none. 3 styles of sage techniques. Chiyo and Ebizo both looked surprised at this revelation. Rasa didn't hold back, both to unite Sunagakure against a common enemy and to shed light on Konoha's overwhelming strength. From what I know, there are currently 3 sage techniques, each tied to one of the 3 great sacred lands of the ninja world, Mount Myaboku, Ryuchi Cave, and Shikatsu Forest. As for Mount Myaboku's inheritors, we've already encountered them on the battlefield. Encountered them? Pakura and Michikawa were taken aback, their brows furrowing as the pieces slowly came together. It seems you figured it out. That's right, it's the Toad Sage Jiraiya, one of the legendary Sannin, and the opponent we've fought, Minato Namikaze. Their summoning beasts originate from Mount Myaboku. Does that mean Jiraiya and Namikaze Minato have mastered sage techniques? Michikawa asked, but Rasa shook his head in response. I can't confirm if Minato Namikaze has mastered them, but Jiraiya, I'm certain he has. That's why, during our last battle, I repeatedly warned against escalating the conflict. If Jiraiya were to use sage techniques, even I wouldn't stand a chance. The room fell deathly silent. To hear the Kazekage himself admit that he wouldn't stand a chance was deeply unsettling. After a long pause, Pakura spoke, unwilling to accept the situation. Didn't you say there are also Ryuchi Cave and Shikatsu Forest? If we could find these 2 sacred lands and learn their sage techniques, wouldn't we have a chance against Konoha? Unfortunately. Rasa's voice carried a note of disappointment as he continued. Ryuchi Cave's inheritor is Orochimaru. Shikatsu Forest's inheritor is Tsunade. The silence in the room deepened, the weight of the realization settling heavily on everyone present. At that moment, the atmosphere in the Kazekage's office grew heavy, as though dark clouds were pressing down on the city. Everyone felt like a mountain was crushing them, their chests constricted as they struggled to breathe. Rasa sighed deeply. So now you understand, sitting in the Kazekage's seat is no easy task. Hearing his words, everyone lifted their heads and looked at Rasa, seated in the Kazekage's chair. In that instant, Rasa's figure seemed to grow taller, more commanding in their eyes. This world really is unfair. Chiyo lamented, to which Rasa could only offer an apologetic smile. It is. This is why, even though Konoha is fighting on 3 fronts right now, I honestly don't have high hopes for the outcome of this war. As for Dragon Vein Chakra, although we still don't know how to use it, giving up on it is not an option. It's our only chance to catch up to Konoha. Hi. Everyone nodded firmly. Seeing this, Rasa felt a sense of relief. Though Sunagakure had its share of internal conflicts, at least the highest-ranking leaders wouldn't undermine him when it came to the village's interests. With that, Rasa brought the meeting to a close. Once Rorin officially becomes part of Sunagakure, I'll assign ANBU operatives to guard the Dragon Vein. If any of you are interested, you're welcome to investigate it yourselves. Perhaps you'll gain some unique insights. Though Rasa had already absorbed the Dragon Vein's chakra, as a source of natural energy, the Dragon Vein's reserves would gradually replenish over time. Chiyo added. At the very least, this puppet technique created by that man named Anrokuzen has inspired this old lady. If there's nothing else, I'll take my leave and dive into some research. Rasa nodded before adding. Good. In the meantime, I'll ensure the Queen of Rorin familiarizes herself with our village. Preparations will also begin to welcome Rorin citizens. In 7 days, Sunagakure will formally integrate them into our village. With heavy expressions, Chiyo, Ebizo, Michikawa, and Pakura left one by one. Yoshimaru also excused himself alongside Chiyo. But Rasa had no time to rest. News of the Kazekage's return spread quickly, and he was soon approached by key department heads. The Education Department's head, Gashima, the Logistics Department's head, Ruji, and the medical department's head, Iris, all arrived to present their plans. Rasa briefly reviewed them. To be honest, there were no great surprises, but there were also no glaring flaws. Both Gashima and Iris's plans focused on expanding the Ninja Academy and the village hospital. The Ninja Academy would train more shinobi, while the hospital would cultivate more medical nin. They also presented lists of candidates, chunin from the village, whom they hoped could serve as teachers for the academy or as doctors in the hospital. If their plans went smoothly, this year's enrollment would double, increasing from 300 students to 600. The number of classes would expand from 6 to 12. Though the graduation rate would likely drop, the academy's current graduation rate for genin was already high, around 90%. Even with a slight decline, the academy could still produce over 500 new ninjas for Sunagekure annually. Even if these new ninjas remained at the genin level for their entire lives, the ability to use chakra alone would make them far more capable than ordinary civilians. Moreover, with an increased graduation rate, the number of medical nin would also grow significantly. Even those who couldn't become full-fledged medical nin could learn basic healing techniques, which would greatly enhance the safety of shinobi teams and improve the village's overall medical infrastructure. Of course, this wasn't an overnight process. Training ninjas required time. Gashima even proposed extending the Ninja Academy's program from 4 years to 6 years, mirroring Konoha's system. Rasa approved this change without hesitation. After all, it wasn't practical to expect 10-year-olds to fight on the battlefield. Ruji, on the other hand, proposed improving the village's compensation system and establishing an orphanage. Rasa agreed, though the choice of who would oversee the orphanage gave him other ideas. Once he finished reviewing the proposals from Gashima, Ruji, and Iris, Gashima handed Rasa another document, a list of names. As Rasa glanced through it, he realized that the current class of students at the Ninja Academy was about to graduate. Chapter 49, The Barrenness of Sunagekure. Rasa skimmed through the list quickly, his sharp eyes scanning each name. Tsunade, Otanashi, Risato, Ryokan. These were some of the most promising genin selected by Gashima from this year's graduating class, what he called the elite class. In every ninja village, jonin were a scarce and valuable resource. For these so-called elite genin to someday serve as mentors for the newly graduated students, they would first have to prove themselves capable. The rest of the graduates? They would remain as low-ranking genin, their futures tied to the slow, grinding process of accumulating enough experience to one day qualify as chunin. But as Rasa continued down the list, he felt no spark of excitement, no sense of discovery. There was nothing extraordinary about these children. The ones on the list had made it there because of specific traits that stood out: exceptional chakra control, possessing 2 or more chakra natures, or a natural affinity for puppet techniques. While these abilities were impressive compared to the average ninja, they were far from remarkable on a larger scale. What troubled Rasa even more was the sheer lack of candidates. There were only 12 names. Enough for, at most, 4 elite classes. Noticing Rasa's dissatisfaction, Gashima shifted uncomfortably and quickly tried to justify the numbers. Kazekage-sama, I deeply apologize. This year's graduating class doesn't have many outstanding talents. But once the Ninja Academy is expanded, we'll have better results. Rasa gave a slight nod, his face calm but unreadable. Don't misunderstand me. These children are the future of Sunagekure. I'm merely considering how we can help them grow into stronger ninjas. Even as he said this, a feeling of helplessness settled in his chest. The barrenness of Sunagekure, its lack of resources and talent, was a weight he could never quite shrug off. It had been 47 years since the village was founded. During the reign of the Second Kazekage, Sunagekure had been able to compensate for its resource shortages with innovative advancements in puppet techniques and sand manipulation. At its peak, the village had a formidable force of over 1,000 chunin. And these numbers are based on the original figures from the Fourth Shinobi War for consistency. But then came the Second Great Ninja War. A devastating conflict that had cost them dearly. Today, only about 300 chunin remained, and many of them were aging veterans from the first or second generations. The Third Kazekage, despite his strength and commanding respect, lacked the ingenuity of his predecessor. This lack of vision had resulted in a slow but steady decline in Sunagekure's shinobi ranks. Each year, no more than 10 genin successfully became chunin. As for jonin, the numbers were even bleaker. If 1 or 2 ninjas achieved jonin rank in a year, it was considered an achievement worthy of celebration. Rasa rubbed his temples, frustration evident on his face. It seems I need to come up with a plan. At this rate, no matter how tirelessly Sunagekure worked to develop its ninjas, it wouldn't be enough to close the gap between them and Konoha. The truth was unavoidable, this was a problem of bloodlines. Sunagekure simply didn't have enough strong bloodlines to compete. If they wanted to level the playing field, they would have to rely on advancements in technology and experimentation. For some reason, the thought of the dragon vein chakra fruit he had obtained in Rorin resurfaced in Rasa's mind, prompting him to make a firm decision. The Jonin instructor list you presented, I approve it. With a wave of his hand, Rasa signed the document decisively. Without missing a beat, he continued. The construction of the Ninja Academy, the medical department, and the orphanage is now our top priority. From this moment on, all resources in the village must be directed toward these efforts. As for the new batch of children entering the academy, we'll wait until the school expansion is completed. That should take roughly a month, giving us enough time to prepare. In 7 days, a group of citizens from Rorin will integrate into Sunagakure. Any children of the appropriate age among them must also be enrolled in the academy. Ensure the school continues to expand as needed. Understood. With no further matters to discuss, the 3 advisors bowed and departed. Not long after, Baki entered the room, his posture straight and professional. Kazekage-sama, the diplomatic letters to Iwagakure and Kimogakure have been delivered by the Umbu, as instructed, secretly. Rasa shook his head. No, it shouldn't be secret. Make it public. I want Konoha to know. Baki paused, considering the implications before nodding in agreement. Understood, Kazekage-sama. I'll ensure the Umbu handles it appropriately. Rasa gave a slight nod of approval before shifting to another matter. How's the progress on the public notice about gathering suggestions to improve the village's transportation and environment? Prepared for the inquiry, Baki pulled a scroll from within his robes and presented it. It's ready, Kazekage-sama. We're only waiting for your approval before posting it throughout the village. Rasa unfurled the scroll and skimmed it quickly. The contents were clear, but he frowned at one detail. The rewards are too stingy. Increase them. Anyone offering practical and useful suggestions should be rewarded at the level of an A-rank mission, along with the same privileges granted to a Jonin in the village. If the suggestions are proven actionable, upgrade the reward to S-rank. Grant them the privileges of an elder. Baki looked taken aback. He hesitated, as though about to object, but Rasa cut him off. It's just money and honorary titles, Rasa said, his tone calm but firm. The village isn't lacking in these things. Reluctantly, Baki nodded in agreement. As Baki prepared to leave, Rasa's voice stopped him once more. How is Bunpuku? At the sudden mention of the Jinchuriki, Baki straightened, responding promptly. Bunpuku is doing very well. I've assigned Umbu medical ninjas to ensure his care. Rasa, satisfied, issued another instruction. Starting today, elevate Bunpuku's status and treatment to that of an elder. Baki's eyes widened slightly at the unexpected order. He hesitated, then cautiously asked. And what about his surveillance? Rasa's gaze turned steely. I've already made arrangements for that. Now, come with me. We'll visit Bunpuku together. When Rasa stepped out of his office, the sky had already brightened. The desert heat was beginning to rise, and the scorching sun cast its relentless glare over Sunagakure. Under Baki's guidance, Rasa made his way swiftly to Bunpuku's current location. Concerned about the possibility of the tailed beast running amok, Baki had arranged for Bunpuku to reside in a temple on the westernmost edge of the village. From the outside, the temple appeared worn and weathered by time, yet it held great historical significance. This was the ancient site where the first Kazekage had sealed Shikaku, earning it the name, Temple of the Sand. Had the second Kazekage not experimented with sealing Shikaku into Bunpuku's body, the tailed beast would likely still be imprisoned within this temple. Have the Umbu ninjas withdraw for now, Rasa ordered. Baki nodded and relayed the command, stepping aside as Rasa entered the temple alone. The structure was built against a towering cliff, its walls carved into the rock to create a network of interconnected caves, which served as shrines. The walls were adorned with intricate carvings of Shikaku and violet floral patterns, faded but still striking against the stone. Most of the temple had long been abandoned, its outer sections falling into disrepair. Only the main hall remained intact, maintaining a sense of solemn dignity amid the decay. As Rasa stepped into the courtyard, he saw the frail figure of Bunpuku, sweeping slowly with deliberate movements. The old man's hunched form was a stark contrast to the vast emptiness of his surroundings. Hearing footsteps, Bunpuku looked up, startled, before quickly clasping his hands together in greeting while also bowing deeply. Greetings, Kazekage-sama. Rasa returned the gesture with a nod, his eyes scanning the quiet surroundings. It seems you've been managing well here. Bunpuku straightened and nodded. Yes, I've been well. Though Shikaku doesn't particularly like being here, this place reminds him of the first Kazekage and his seal. It's much better than being confined in a prison. It's peaceful, thank you, Kazekage-sama. There's no need to thank me. This is what you deserve. Rasa paused for a moment, his expression thoughtful. Noticing the hesitation, Bunpuku gave him an encouraging look. Please, Kazekage-sama, speak freely, the elderly monk said softly. I came here to discuss a potential relocation. I possess a treasure, one of great value, that will require the combined strength of both you and Shikaku to protect. By the way, the sealing tool used to imprison Shikaku, the black teapot, it's still here, correct? Chapter 50, God Tree. Under the blazing sun, amidst the endless yellow dunes, a golden sand cloud floated swiftly through the air, heading deeper into the vast desert. Standing atop the sand cloud, Bunpuku and Baki flanked the black teapot, their expressions a mix of unease and puzzlement. The scorching heat didn't bother them as much as the mystery of why Rasa had brought them to this treacherous part of the desert. Carrying the sealing tool for Shikaku, the black teapot, only heightened their anxiety. Even for seasoned ninjas, the overwhelming expanse of the desert could evoke a rare sense of helplessness. This was no ordinary wasteland, this was the infamous Demon Desert, feared for its deadly terrain and unpredictable dangers. After nearly 50 kilometers of flight, Rasa sensed that they were close and commanded the sand cloud to descend. The three landed on the soft, shifting sands. Without a word, Rasa crouched down and pressed his hand against the ground, channeling his chakra into the layers of sand beneath. The terrain beneath the surface revealed itself to him through the sand's unique sensory properties, as though the desert were whispering its secrets directly into his mind. After a moment of silence, Rasa straightened and nodded with certainty. This is it. Bunpuku and Baki exchanged confused glances. All around them stretched an endless sea of sand. Nothing about the area seemed out of the ordinary. Before their growing confusion could turn into questions, Rasa spoke. This is the convergence point of all the underground rivers that flow beneath Sunagakure. Both men stiffened in shock. The seemingly ordinary desert beneath their feet was, in fact, a critical location. Yet, they couldn't fathom why Rasa had brought them here, of all places. Baki chose to remain silent, but Bunpuku, more forthright, clasped his hands together and asked calmly. Kazekage-sama, is the treasure you wish us to protect with our and Shikaku's powers hidden here? Rasa shook his head, his golden eyes glinting with determination. The treasure has been with me all along. But instead of keeping it for myself, I've decided its true value lies in sharing its power with everyone in the village. Reaching into his cloak, Rasa retrieved a sealing scroll. In one fluid motion, he unsealed it with a single hand, and a delicate jade box materialized in his grasp. Even before the box was opened, the intense chakra radiating from it filled the air. Both Bunpuku and Baki felt their breathing hitch under the oppressive energy. The overwhelming power caused even Shikaku, sealed within Bunpuku, to stir restlessly, as if agitated by the presence of a rival. The chakra was no less imposing than the tailed beast's own, and the tension in the air was palpable. Rasa noticed their expressions of curiosity but chose not to elaborate on the jade box's contents. Instead, he continued in a steady voice. If we wish to make Sunagakure strong, we must strengthen both our people and our environment. We don't have the inherited secret techniques passed down through generations, like Konoha. Nor do we have the fertile lands of the Land of Fire. If we want to survive and thrive, we have to forge our own path. Baki stood frozen, his gaze fixed on the jade box in Rasa's hands. Memories of the Stardust Chakra Rasa had gifted him once before resurfaced, sparking both curiosity and apprehension. Bunpuku, observing the scene, seemed to grasp Rasa's intentions. With a thoughtful expression, he inquired again. I see now. Kazekage-sama plans to use this chakra, channel it through the underground rivers, and gradually transform both the villagers' physical constitutions and the environment around the village. But, Kazekage-sama, are you certain this chakra won't bring any negative effects? Rasa's reply deepened Bunpuku's concern. No. I'm not sure. The honest admission made Bunpuku scratch his forehead. While the people of Rorin had lived in the presence of the dragon vein chakra for generations without incident, Rasa's inherently cautious nature prevented him from taking unnecessary risks. That's precisely why I brought the black teapot here. Clutching the jade box firmly, Rasa approached the black teapot, the small yet powerful artifact capable of sealing Shikaku. Though unassuming in size, its interior concealed a vast, hidden space. Open. With a deft motion, Rasa unlocked the intricate sealing mechanism on the black teapot. The lid lifted, revealing the dark, hollow interior. Guided by his control over the surrounding sand, Rasa carefully placed the jade box inside the teapot. Next, he formed a series of intricate hand seals, the movements fluid and precise. His palms slammed into the desert floor with a resounding boom. The ground trembled as 4 colossal sand statues erupted from the dunes around them, each towering at an imposing height of 15 meters. These massive constructs, molded with immense precision and chakra, loomed over the group like ancient sentinels. From the palms of the statues, countless seals began to unfurl, intricate and glowing. The seals stretched outward, weaving together to form a complex network of binding runes that enveloped the entire area. Dragon Vein Seal, Destruction. The initial command caused the sealing formation to ripple, carving a blank space at its center. Dragon Vein Seal, Release. With the second command, the sand within the blank space began to collapse inward, forming a massive pit at the core of the formation. Rasa straightened, momentarily observing the results of his work before turning to address Bunpuku and Baki. For safety, I will perform a double-layered seal on the chakra within the jade box. The first layer is the black teapot, which will act as the primary containment for the chakra. The second layer is the dragon vein seal you see here, designed to temper the violent nature of the chakra inside. Rasa's eyes locked onto Bunpuku as he continued, his voice calm but firm. While I can't guarantee there will be no adverse effects, the people of Rorin have thrived for decades under the influence of the dragon vein chakra without incident. With these 2 layers of safeguards in place, even if side effects arise, we'll have time to address and rectify them. He paused, allowing his words to settle before delivering the crux of his plan. All of this is to ensure the chakra within this jade box can be shared with every villager in Sunagakure. It's a gift of strength, a chance to uplift everyone, just as your name suggests, Bunpuku, distributing blessings. Bunpuku's cloudy eyes suddenly gleamed with clarity as realization dawned upon him. Bowing solemnly, he nodded. I understand, Kazekage-sama. Leave it to me. For the future of Sunagakure, I, along with Shikaku, will protect this place. Rasa acknowledged Bunpuku's resolve with a slight nod before turning to Baki. Baki, from this moment forward, the existence of this place must remain known only to you. You'll also be responsible for ensuring Bunpuku has everything she needs to live comfortably here. Understood, Kazekage-sama. Baki replied firmly. With all arrangements in place, Rasa wasted no time. Harnessing his mastery over sand, he guided the lid of the black teapot into position above the pit. As Rasa had outlined earlier, the black teapot, which had once imprisoned Shikaku, would now serve as the vessel for the dragon vein chakra. By leaving a calculated gap in the sealing mechanism, the dragon vein chakra from the chakra fruit would be released in controlled amounts. The dragon vein seal from Rorin would then temper and diffuse the chakra, sending it into Sunagakure's underground rivers to nourish both the land and its people. However, when Rasa buried the black teapot within the intricate dragon vein seal and removed the Shikaku seal from the jade box, the anticipated overflow of chakra didn't occur. Instead, the chakra fruit remained suspended within the black teapot's hidden space, motionless. Rasa frowned in confusion. He had not foreseen this outcome. His understanding of the chakra fruit was incomplete, and the silent, inert fruit left him momentarily perplexed. Behind him, Bunpuku and Baki exchanged uncertain glances. They could sense something was amiss, but the solemnity of the moment kept them silent. Minutes stretched into an uneasy stillness. Then, after what felt like an eternity, Rasa stirred, breaking his immobility. With a swift motion, he manipulated the surrounding sand to pour into the black teapot's hidden space. Just as Baki and Bunpuku began to wonder what Rasa was attempting, an unexpected flash of green shimmered from within the teapot. They stared wide-eyed as a small sapling slowly emerged from the teapot's depths. Its tender branches stretched outward, unfurling vibrant green leaves. As the sapling grew, the transformation of the surrounding desert began. Patches of soft grass and colorful flowers sprang to life from the once barren sands. The stark, arid landscape gradually softened into an oasis of vitality, as if the land itself were awakening. Both Bunpuku and Baki stood in stunned silence, struggling to process the miraculous sight before them. But no one was more surprised than Rasa himself. He had not expected his improvised solution to bear fruit, literally. When his initial plan had failed, a wild idea had crossed his mind. If it's a fruit, like a seed, maybe it can be planted. Perhaps it will function differently if treated as such. He had acted on a hunch, driven by the logic of a world where god trees and chakra could defy conventional understanding. Now, as he watched the sapling take root and begin to reshape the unforgiving desert, his mind raced. So, is this also a god tree? Chapter 51, Clouds and Stones Reaction. When Rasa actually used the chakra fruit to cultivate a god tree, subtle yet significant changes began rippling through the shinobi world. The official missive sent by Sunagakure's Umbuto Iwagakure and Kimogakure had already reached the desks of 2 of the most powerful figures, Anoki, the 3rd Tsuchikage of Iwagakure, and Aii, the 3rd Reikage of Kimogakure. Anoki was the first to receive the letter. Despite his typically composed and pragmatic demeanor, his face darkened as he scanned the contents. That 4th Kazekage, he's nothing but a shameless brat. Since Anoki's son, Kitsuchi, was busy leading on the front lines, his trusted subordinate, Kurobachi, had been assisting him in handling internal matters. And, the author initially used Tuchi, which wasn't in the original anime or manga. I swapped it for Kurobachi, who appeared in the anime. What's wrong, Tsuchikage-sama? How did Sunagakure respond? Kurobachi asked cautiously, to which, without a word, Anoki tossed the scroll over. Kurobachi unrolled it and began reading, his expression twisting in indignation. This is outrageous. The 4th Kazekage expects us, Iwagakure, to foot their war expenses. And the amount they're demanding, this is pure lunacy. Anoki let out a derisive snort. The excuses outlined in the letter, claiming the newly appointed Fourth Kazekage was still stabilizing the village, didn't even concern him. If anything, it amused him. Kurobachi, what do you think we should do in response? Anoki asked, testing his subordinate, and Kurobachi answered without hesitation. For Sunagakure to dare send such an audacious demand, they must assume we're too preoccupied with our war against Kanagakure to retaliate. They believe we're stretched too thin. What they don't realize is that we've been holding back. And it's clear this message wasn't just sent to us, it's highly likely the Third Kazekage received an identical letter. With his temper, there's no chance he'll tolerate this insult. Anoki raised an eyebrow, intrigued. Oh. Then what are you suggesting? Kurobachi's eyes gleamed as he laid out his plan. This could be our chance to ally with Kimogakure. The war has dragged on long enough, and Kanagakure is already on the brink of collapse. They're only surviving because of a few key individuals holding the village together. If we join forces with Kimogakure, we can overwhelm Kanagakure's remaining defenses in one decisive strike and march straight to the daimyo's palace. Anoki gave Kurobachi an approving nod. Not a bad plan. But just as Kurobachi started to feel a glimmer of satisfaction, Anoki added with a weighty tone. However, you're underestimating Kanagakure. Anoki's voice carried the wisdom of a man who had seen the unimaginable. Having witnessed the terrifying might of Madara Uchiha firsthand, he knew Kanagakure's strength ran far deeper than most could fathom. Kurobachi furrowed his brows, clearly puzzled. On the battlefield, both Kimogakure and Iwagakure had already made significant advances into the land of fire. Kanagakure had been dealt blow after blow, their forces pushed all the way back to the daimyo's estate. Yet, despite their apparent crumbling defenses, the Otsutsuki still seemed wary of them. At this moment, Anoki spoke again, his tone decisive. Do as you suggested. Send a letter to Kimogakure in my name. There's no need to explicitly propose an alliance, Kazekage is a cautious man and will grow suspicious, but cooperation is still achievable. For example, that brat from Sunagakure needs to be taught a proper lesson. Kurobachi quickly grasped the intent behind Anoki's words. He hesitated momentarily before asking. Should we deploy ninjas directly from the village or pull reinforcements from the front lines? Anoki pondered the question for a moment before replying. The war has dragged on for over a month now. It's time to let the frontline troops rest and rotate fresh forces in. Have Katsuchi lead the demolition team to replace the current unit. As for the ninjas returning from the front lines, you will take charge and lead them to Sunagakure. And recall Rashi as well. Have him accompany you on this mission. The mention of Rashi didn't escape Kurobachi's notice. It was no secret within Iwagakure that the Four-Tails Jinchuriki, Rashi, had a rocky relationship with Anoki. Allowing Rashi to grow too influential within the village was something that Otsutsuki was keen to avoid. I understand. Should we aim only to intimidate them, or? Anoki let out a derisive snort, his expression cold. That depends entirely on how well that brat from Sunagakure behaves. If he dares to act out of line, then a small punishment will be in order. Kurobachi immediately caught the subtext behind his words and smirked. Understood. I'll begin arrangements and contact Kimogakure without delay. Boom. At the front line between Kimogakure and Kanagakure, a deafening sound echoed through the command tent as the Third Kazekage, A.E., slammed his fist against the table. Not long ago, the Third Kazekage had received Sunagakure's official letter, and the contents left him livid. His chakra flared uncontrollably, filling the tent with an oppressive aura that sent a shiver down the spines of everyone present. That insolent little brat. The overwhelming surge of power startled everyone in the room. Father, are you all right? What did Sunagakure say to anger you so much? I, the future Fourth Kazekage, stepping forward in concern. The Third Kazekage wordlessly handed the scroll to the others in the tent. I snatched it up and read through it quickly. By the time he finished, his own fury was evident in the tight set of his jaw and the faint sparks crackling around his clenched fists. That weak Fourth Kazekage actually expects us to cover their war expenses. And the amount, they've got to be out of their minds. Darui, standing to the side, took a more measured approach. After reading the scroll, he calmly commented. Kazekage-sama, it seems the Fourth Kazekage isn't as clever as we thought. This demand borders on delusional. I was at a loss for words, though the twitch in his eyebrow betrayed his frustration. What do we do now, father? The Third Kazekage's response was simple but firm. We wait. Wait. Everyone in the room looked at him in confusion. The Third Kazekage elaborated his wisdom as the Kazekage. Anoki, that crafty old fox, must have received the same letter from Sunagakure. There's no way he'll let this slide. We're not going to let Kimogakure act alone on this. Let him make the first move. His reasoning was sound. And sure enough, that very afternoon, a letter from Iwagakure's Umbu arrived at the Kimogakure front line, confirming his suspicions. Father, your prediction was spot on. I said, a note of admiration in his voice. The third Raikage's lips curved into a faint smile at the compliment. You do well to think more rationally, I. Strength is important, but it takes foresight to win a war. I fell silent, unable to argue with his father's words. While unrolling the scroll, the third Raikage remarked with a knowing smile. After all these years as rivals, there's no way Inoki could ever hide his intentions from me. The moment his eyes scanned the contents of the scroll, his mind had already begun crafting a plan. Let the ninjas at the front line rest for now. Adopt a defensive stance. Darui, go to the village and bring Toroi here. Darui blinked in surprise at the command but nodded without hesitation. Understood. I'll see to it immediately. Meanwhile, I, the future fourth Raikage, couldn't hold back his confusion. Father, why are we doing this? We're so close to completely crushing Konohagakuru's forces. So close. The third Raikage's voice was calm, yet a hint of steel underlined his words. He turned to I, his gaze firm, like that of a teacher preparing to pass down an important lesson. As a leader, and more importantly, as a father, he felt it was crucial to impart some truths to his heir. Open your eyes, I, and think carefully. Right now, we're at a stalemate with Konohagakure. On the surface, it might seem like they're barely holding on, but this is the land of fire. Their reinforcements can arrive in mere hours, while it takes us at least 2 days to bring ours from the village. And then there's the matter of the quality of their ninjas. The third Raikage's fists tightened as he spoke, the sound of his knuckles cracking filling the tent with an almost ominous weight. Few in his generation understood Konohagakure's true strength as well as he did. It wasn't just about their current forces, it was about their endless capacity to produce talent. Their shinobi weren't just numerous, they were formidable, disciplined, and relentless. If the battle dragged on much longer, Kimogakure would inevitably exhaust its resources and manpower. This was why the third Raikage had already decided on a different approach. To secure victory, it would take more than brute force. They would need to act decisively, uniting with Sunagakure and Iwagakure to overwhelm Konohagakure in one swift, coordinated blow. Turning to Darui, he issued his next command with unyielding resolve. Since Inoki has already deployed his Jinchuriki, we cannot afford to fall behind. Darui, bring Yujito here as well. She and Toroi will follow your lead. Take them to meet with Iwagakure's forces. Your mission is simple, make that young Kazekage from Sunagakure understand the true state of the shinobi world. Darui's eyes sharpened as he absorbed the order. He gave a firm nod. Understood, Raikage-sama. The third Raikage's logic was sound. With the combined power of 2 Jinchuriki, there would be no question of Sunagakure's compliance. The fourth Kazekage might be ambitious, but even he couldn't stand against the might of Kimogakure and Iwagakure working in tandem. Darui left without hesitation, his mind already focused on the task ahead. He knew one thing for certain, the presence of both Yujito and Toroi would send an unmistakable message to the fourth Kazekage. Chapter 52, Turbulence. The sudden shift in activity between Kimogakure and Iwagakure did not escape the watchful eyes of Konohagakure, which was still locked in a fierce battle against them. Neither Kimogakure nor Iwagakure had made any effort to conceal their troop movements. Their actions were observed and reported in meticulous detail by Konohagakure's Umbu, who had been closely monitoring the battlefield. By now, both Kimogakure and Iwagakure forces had deeply penetrated the land of fire. As a result, Konohagakure had been forced to shrink its defensive lines. While this contraction was a setback, it also allowed the high-ranking commanders from both fronts to consolidate their forces, enabling their troops to provide mutual reinforcement. This unified strategy was one of the main reasons Konohagakure had managed to withstand such a sustained and overwhelming assault. Inside Konohagakure's command tent, the tension was palpable. Seated around the table were the third Hokage, Hiruzen Sarutobi, alongside Danzo, Orochimaru, Jiraiya, Minato Namikaze, Hayashi Hyuga, the leaders of the Ino-Shikacho trio, and Shibi Aburame. This rare gathering of Konohagakure's elite underscored the dire situation the village faced. The fatigue etched on their faces told the story of a month-long campaign that had pushed even the strongest to their limits. As the group reviewed the latest developments, Shibi Aburame, ever the precise and efficient intelligence officer, began his report. Using the observations gathered by his insects, he detailed the troop movements of both Kimogakure and Iwagakure. The third Hokage, clad in his black combat attire, listened intently. After a moment of contemplation, he spoke. So, in terms of key combatants, the only noteworthy withdrawals appear to be Iwagakure's Fourtail's Jinchuriki and Kimogakure's Darui. Is that correct? Shibi nodded. Yes, Hokage-sama. However, according to our sources, Iwagakure's demolition squad, led by the infamous explosive release user Gari, is already en route to the front lines. The absence of the Fourtail's Jinchuriki won't significantly weaken Iwagakure's capabilities. If anything, their ranks may grow more cohesive. Hiruzen nodded slowly, processing the information. It seems our situation remains precarious. Danzo sees the chance to interject. Why don't we take advantage of this confusion to strike back at Kimogakure and Iwagakure while their forces are in flux? Shikaku Nara, who had been managing the frontline operations, let out a weary sigh. At this stage, our forces are far too drained to launch a successful counteroffensive. Our ninjas need rest, and both Kimogakure and Iwagakure will undoubtedly be on high alert. Any attack we mount now is likely to fail and cost us dearly. Danzo's eyes narrowed in frustration, but they remained silent for the moment. Breaking the brief lull, Jiraiya leaned forward. Have we confirmed the reason for these sudden changes in their front lines? Inoichi Yamanaka, the group's expert in intelligence gathering, nodded. Yes. Based on the information we've collected, their movements suggest that their target is Sunagakure. Sunagakure. The revelation shocked nearly everyone in the tent. Eyes widened, and a low murmur rippled through the room. Just weeks ago, Sunagakure had humiliated Konohagakure by stealing priceless treasures, leaving them scrambling to respond. The daimyos were still pressuring Konohagakure to launch a campaign against Sunagakure to reclaim the stolen artifacts. Danzo's expression, however, darkened considerably. His hatred for Sunagakure burned hotter than ever. The fiasco with Sunagakure had left his influence in the village weakened, forcing him to remain on the front lines instead of returning to the village to consolidate his power. Danzo knew with absolute certainty that he had never acted against Sunagakure's Third Kazekage. But at this point, that detail was irrelevant. What truly mattered was how the Fourth Kazekage of Sunagakure had uncovered the secret of his arm. Over the past few days, Danzo had meticulously scrutinized every individual privy to the knowledge of his arm's secret. Yet, none of them seemed likely to have leaked the information, not even Orochimaru. The tension around Danzo was obvious and everyone in the tent could feel it. Yet, despite the oppressive atmosphere, no one dared to address the matter directly. There were larger, more pressing issues at hand, and Danzo's personal concerns would have to wait. Orochimaru, however, stood apart from the others, wearing a peculiar smile that made those around him uneasy. The third Hokage, sensing the growing stagnation in the room, decided it was time to refocus the conversation. Do we have any idea why Kimogakure and Iwagakure are mobilizing against Sunagakure? Inoichi Yamanaka stepped forward. It appears that Kimogakure and Iwagakure attempted to form an alliance with Sunagakure but were turned down. The revelation left everyone stunned. Noticing the skepticism on their faces, Inoichi quickly elaborated, trying to provide more context. This information was directly released by Sunagakure itself. The room fell into a tense silence. The reasoning was baffling, and yet, it seemed deliberately calculated. While no one could fully understand Sunagakure's motives, one thing was certain: the Fourth Kazekage of Sunagakure was not someone to take lightly. Both Konohagakure and the Land of Fire had already paid dearly for underestimating him. After a pause, Danzo seized the opportunity to put forth his suggestion. In that case, why don't we use this chance to strike Sunagakure as well? Daimyo has been pressuring us to take action for some time now. Hiruzen, the third Hokage, appeared momentarily intrigued by the idea. But after a brief consideration, he shook his head. No. If we move against Sunagakure now, regardless of the outcome, we'll likely drive them straight into the arms of Kimogakure and Iwagakure. That would leave us fighting on 3 fronts instead of 2. The daimyo's demands must be met, but this is not the right moment. Our immediate priority is to resolve the current 2-front war. If we can force either Kimogakure or Iwagakure to retreat, it will significantly ease the strain on Konohagakure. The reality was simple: Konohagakure had never feared facing a single village in open combat. But handling 2 major powers at once was stretching their resources and morale to the brink. Shikaku Nara nodded in agreement. That's true, but with the way things stand, it's going to be an uphill battle. Any move we make against one side will almost certainly draw the other into action. They'll seize the chance to press their advantage. The grim logic of Shikaku's words made the deadlock feel even more suffocating. Just as the room fell silent again, Danzo spoke up with another bold and divisive suggestion. Then let's unleash the Ninetales on the battlefield. With its immense power, we could. Before he could finish, Minato Namikaze, who had been quiet until now, rose abruptly. No. Danzo-san, Kushina has not yet gained full control over the Ninetales. Sending her into battle now would be reckless. Danzo's expression darkened, and his gaze turned icy. The purpose of a Jinchuriki is to serve as a weapon for the tailed beasts. Now is the time for Kushina to prove her worth. Minato, however, didn't flinch. His response, steady and firm, carried a weight that silenced the murmurs in the tent. No, Danzo-san. Uncontrolled power isn't just a threat to the enemy, it's a danger to our own forces as well. I don't believe bringing Kushina to the battlefield is a wise decision. Danzo's expression darkened as Minato repeatedly challenged him. Frustration and anger began to seep into his tone. Minato, are you defying my authority as an elder? Minato, unfazed, met Danzo's glare with an unusual coldness. With all due respect, Danzo-san, this is a battlefield, not the village. Here, I'm the supreme commander of the Iwagakure front. Only the Hokage has the authority to countermand my decisions. To be precise, even you, Danzo-san, are under my command here. The tension in the room soared as Danzo's face twisted into an expression of icy fury. His gaze locked on Minato, but the younger man didn't waver, meeting his stare with a calm yet resolute confidence. The oppressive silence in the tent was finally broken by the third Hokage's cold tone. Enough, Danzo. Kushina is not up for discussion anymore. The Hokage's command brought an abrupt end to the heated exchange, leaving Danzo visibly seething. After a moment, he let out a bitter chuckle, his voice laced with sarcasm. Jiraiya, you've certainly raised a fine student. Jiraiya, unfazed by the insult, grinned and gave Minato an encouraging pat on the shoulder. Yeah, I'd say I did a pretty good job, he replied, his laughter cutting through the tension. Danzo rose slowly, his movements deliberate and his demeanor icy. If there's no room for my input here, I'll return to the village. With that, Danzo turned and left, his footsteps heavy with irritation. As he exited, the unease in the tent lingered. Most of the gathered shinobi exchanged uncertain glances, but no one dared to speak out. The third Hokage's silent contemplation only deepened the discomfort. Only Shikaka seemed to grasp the deeper implications of Danzo's departure. He reasoned that with the village's current instability, Danzo's return might actually help suppress rumors and keep the Uchiha clan in check. Meanwhile, far to the west, Sunagekyure's intelligence network had also picked up on the movements of Kimogakure and Iwagakure. Word quickly spread within the village, an attack was coming. Chapter 53, Desert Miracle. On the streets of Sunagakure. Not long after Sunagekyure's successful raid on the Land of Fire and the reforms led by Rasa, both the village's ninjas and its civilians found their pockets significantly heavier. With the expansion of the Ninja Academy, the construction of hospitals, and the establishment of orphanages, Sunagakure started to show signs of flourishing development. The shops that lined the streets showcased an array of exquisite items, valuable jewelry, beautiful fabrics, and finely crafted clothing. These goods had been looted from the nobles of the Land of Fire during Sunagakure's raid. For a ninja village, such items had little practical use, so Rasa gave the task of managing them to Maki. Once Maki received the order, he wasted no time getting to work. Most of the items were meant to be sold to the nobles of the Wind Country, though a small portion was set aside for the village's merchants, who would handle the selling of those goods. At one of the clothing stores along the street, Karura, the wife of Sunagakure's Kazekage, and Seramu, the queen of Rorin, were trying on stunning dresses. It had been 3 days since Seramu's arrival in Sunagakure. In fact, she had already received word from Rasa that Sunagakure had agreed to Rorin's integration on the very morning she arrived, but she had chosen not to return immediately. Instead, she wanted to spend some time familiarizing herself with the village, observing how it planned to settle her people. Seramu was a sharp and insightful woman. Otherwise, she wouldn't have been able to rise to power as the ruler of Rorin. She understood that building a solid relationship with Karura, the Kazekage's wife, would be key in ensuring the villagers of Sunagakure accepted her people in the future. Seramu was clever, but so was Karura. Although Karura appeared gentle and innocent, like a young girl who hadn't seen much of the world, it was important to remember that she was, in fact, a jonin of Sunagakure. At a young age, she had been involved in the second Kazekage's experiments with sand control techniques. There was no way she could be as naive as she seemed. Understanding Seramu's intentions, Karura didn't push her away but welcomed her approach. Already married to Rasa, Karura also hoped to support her husband's plans. Before long, the two of them emerged from the store, both wearing long, flowing dresses in Sunagakure's signature style, simple yet graceful. Scarves draped around their necks shielded them from the sand. In the 3 days Seramu had spent in Sunagakure, she had gained a general sense of the village. How should she describe it? It was quite different from the menacing ninjas she had initially encountered. The villagers of Sunagakure came across as humble and unpretentious. Perhaps because of the village's scarcity of resources, the people didn't indulge in extravagant fashions. The entire village lived modestly, from their simple clothing to their basic meals. Even Karura, the wife of the Kazekage, dressed in a way that reflected the practicality of the village, her clothes were few and simple, much like the rest of the villagers. Yet, despite their modesty, there was a noticeable sense of contentment. The smiles on the faces of the women and children made it clear that the villagers were happy with their lives. It seems like the people of Sunagakure are really happy with their lives. Seramu remarked as she strolled alongside Karura, her gaze following the smiles on the villagers' faces. Karura's expression softened into a proud smile as she responded. It's because of Rasa-kun. Thanks to him, everyone can live such a happy life. Over the past 3 days, Seramu had heard various stories about the recent events between Sunagakure and Konoha. Though, from her own perspective, the idea of plundering other countries seemed somewhat immoral, it appeared to be a common practice among ninja villages. At that moment, 3 adorable children came running over, excitedly calling out to Karura. "Karura-sama." "Oh, it's Mori, Angie, and Ro, you 3. Karura greeted, a warm smile on her face. Saramu was a little surprised to see Karura recognizing and greeting the children by name. The children, thrilled that Karura remembered them, became even more excited. One bold little girl grabbed onto Karura's skirt with a smile. "Karura-sama, we want to show you something. Is that okay?" "Of course, little Angie." Karura replied, gently ruffling the girl's hair. She glanced at Saramu and gave a slight gesture for her to follow. Saramu nodded and fell in line behind the children. After a short walk, the group arrived at a small building. Karura knew this was one of the village's wells, strategically placed around the village so that the villagers could easily access water. As Karura and Saramu wondered what had brought the children to this spot, Angie, the little girl, excitedly pointed toward the side of the well house and exclaimed, "Karura-sama, hurry and look. It's grass. So much grass. Grass." Karura blinked in confusion, her eyes following Angie's outstretched finger. Her surprise grew as she saw what the girl was pointing at. Beside the well, in the cracks between the stone floor, a small patch of grass had sprouted, its vibrant green standing out starkly against the surrounding yellowish sand. "What is this?" Karura murmured in disbelief, walking forward a few steps to crouch down. She gently touched the grass, her fingers trembling slightly as if she couldn't quite believe what she was seeing. The 3 children eagerly explained. "Karura-sama, this grass grew yesterday. And it's not just here. We checked, and other wells in the village have small patches of grass growing too. The villagers say this is Kazekage-sama's miracle." "A miracle?" Karura was momentarily stunned by the word, her eyes widening in surprise. But she quickly regained her composure, standing up with a soft smile as she gently patted the children's heads. "Well, you must protect this grass well, all right." "Hi." The children eagerly responded. After comforting the children, Karura and Saramu left the good house together. Saramu, clearly deep in thought after what she had just witnessed, glanced at Karura's gentle expression and tentatively asked, "Does Rasa often stay away from home for long periods like this?" Karura shot her a curious look, instantly picking up on the fact that Saramu was thinking about something but didn't want to directly voice her concern. Could it have something to do with the grass they had just seen? With a knowing smile, Karura sighed. Rasakuin is the Kazekage of the village, he bears all the responsibility for the village's well-being. Although Karura didn't elaborate further, Saramu understood the implication and sighed, her voice carrying a tinge of melancholy. "I see. When I was in Rorin, I was often too caught up in matters of state and neglected little Sarah. I never really got to experience the life of an ordinary woman like this." Hearing this, Karura smiled warmly, her eyes softening. "Well, then I'll be sure to give you a proper tour, Saramu-sama." Just as the 2 women were about to continue their walk, Karura suddenly stopped and looked up, sensing something. Saramu, intrigued, followed Karura's gaze but saw nothing. However, the frown on Karura's face gave her a strange sense of unease that she couldn't quite explain. Before Saramu could speak, an ANBU ninja appeared in front of them in a blur. "Karura-sama, Saramu-sama, Kazekage-sama requests your presence." Chapter 54, War is Coming. The village's high-ranking officials had gathered in the Kazekage's office within the Kazekage Tower. Present were Rasa, Chiyo, Ebizo, Pakura, Michikawa, Baki, and several other senior ninjas from Sunagakure. Everyone was listening intently as an ANBU ninja station below relayed the latest report. Reporting to Kazekage-sama, according to confirmation from the ANBU in the Land of Birds, the vanguard from Iwagakure has already entered the country. The leader of the group is the Jinchuriki of the Four Tails from Iwagakure. Meanwhile, Kumogakure has started moving towards the Land of Wind by Sea. Their leader is the elite ninja, Darui, along with the Two Tails Jinchuriki. If all goes as planned, they should reach our coastline in about 2 days. The daimyo has already begun urging us to prepare for battle. A tense silence settled over the room. Unlike Konohagakure, Sunagakure lacked the strength to face invasions from 2 major ninja villages simultaneously. On top of that, both Iwagakure and Kumogakure had deployed their tailed beasts for the assault. However, in stark contrast to the grim mood of the room, Rasa remained calm and spoke with an air of lightness. "So, you're telling me that Kumogakure and Iwagakure are teaming up? Their first target is actually us, Sunagakure." Pakura's voice broke through the tension, cold and sharp. "It seems, Kazekage-sama, your plan has failed." Rasa shook his head, unfazed. "No. This actually shows that Iwagakure and Kumogakure are desperately in need of our help to break the deadlock. That's why they're using such grand tactics to try to intimidate us. So, you're saying Kumogakure and Iwagakure don't actually want to fight us? Michikawa asked, thoughtfully. Rasa's response was firm and resolute. Of course not. Putting aside the current situation, what would Kumogakure and Iwagakure gain by fighting us? And if they truly wanted war, why would they be so vocal about it? How else could our ANBU have learned about the Two-Tails Jinchuriki being mobilized? Ebizo nodded in agreement. Kazekage-sama is right. We only knew that Kumogakure had successfully created a Jinchuriki for the Eight Tails. If they hadn't voluntarily exposed the Two-Tails Jinchuriki, we'd have been completely caught off guard. Ebizo's words brought a collective sigh of relief from the others in the room. If Kumogakure truly intended to launch a surprise attack on Sunagakure, they wouldn't have leaked such crucial information. So what do we do now? Bakura asked, her tone steady but inquisitive. The plan remains unchanged. Whether it's Konoha or Kumogakure and Iwagakure, as long as it's a battlefield, it's an opportunity for our ninjas to prove themselves. The only thing that changes is the enemy. Bakura, I'll leave Iwagakure to you. The Four Tails Jinchuriki's lava release is similar to your Scorch release. Bakura's eyes sparked with interest. Lava release, huh? No problem. I've been wanting to face a Jinchuriki. Especially now that she had mastered Star Release Chakra, greatly increasing her chakra capacity, and developed new techniques for her Scorch Release Chakra. Rasa continued, turning to Michikawa. As for Kumogakure, I'll leave that to you. No problem. Michikawa responded confidently. Seeing both of them agree, Rasa nodded and issued his final instructions. Our strategy remains the same. As long as the ninjas from Kumogakure and Iwagakure don't cross the borders of the Land of Wind, let them stir up trouble. You all just need to hold the front line. If they want Sunagakure to assist them in attacking Konoha, they'll have to offer us something in return. Baki, send out the ANBU to gather intelligence. While supporting Michikawa and Bakura, we can't neglect Konoha. We need to be prepared for a counterattack. Understood, Kazekage-sama. Baki responded. With the meeting progressing smoothly, Bakura, curious about Rasa's own role. What about you, Kazekage-sama? Rasa glanced at her calmly and answered. As for me, I'll remain here in the village, ready to provide support at any time. It's not yet time for full-scale combat, so I shouldn't be leaving the front lines just yet. The plan to raid the Land of Fire had been initiated when Rasa, newly appointed Kazekage, needed to solidify his position and gain the prestige of leading such a mission. But now, with his position firmly secured, it would be unwise for him to leave the village and risk exposing Sunagakure's internal vulnerabilities. More importantly, despite Rasa's acquisition of the Dragon Vein Chakra through the Kama Seal, he still hadn't mastered its full potential due to the limited time he had been able to study it. To put it simply, Rasa had the chakra but not the techniques to wield it to its fullest. What was ninjutsu, to Rasa? It was the most efficient means to use chakra to defeat an opponent. At present, Rasa's chakra is divided into three types: Shikaka Chakra, Star Release Chakra, and Dragon Vein Chakra. Of these, Shikaka Chakra was the easiest for Rasa to utilize, thanks to his inherited connection to Sunagakure's magnet release and the second Kazekage's research, not to mention Gaara's techniques. Rasa could effortlessly use a variety of techniques with this chakra. Star Release Chakra's ability was straightforward. It activated the physical limits of the user's body, meaning that even its basic mode was highly effective. However, Dragon Vein Chakra, whether for techniques like inorganic reincarnation, material transformation, ultra-speed regeneration, or chakra absorption, each of these abilities could potentially be developed into a unique bloodline limit. This was why Rasa didn't want to waste the potential of Dragon Vein Chakra. He planned to use his position as Kazekage and his knowledge to develop a series of techniques that would best utilize these four abilities. At the same time, he wanted to understand Dragon Vein Chakra more deeply, hoping that one day he could teach it to others in Sunagakure, just like Sage Mode. Rasa had studied the god tree born from the Dragon Vein Chakra fruit for several days, but aside from observing some minor environmental changes around Sunagakure, he hadn't yet figured out what the god tree truly did or whether it was linked to the Ten Tails. With time running short, Rasa had to put his research on the god tree on hold and focus on further developing the Dragon Vein Chakra for now. After an hour of intense discussion about how to respond to the looming threat from Kumogakure and Iwagakure, the group had devised a rough plan. Thanks to Rasa's calm confidence and composure, the atmosphere in the room had settled, and the initial panic had subsided. Remember, our objective remains unchanged. Our goal has never been war. We're simply trying to buy time and space for the village to develop. Now, let's move forward with the plan. Everyone, go prepare. Rasa declared, his voice steady but resolute. Yes. The team responded in unison, each member quickly leaving the room. Soon, the office was empty, and the heavy silence settled in. At that moment, Baki entered with two individuals behind him. Kazekage-sama, Lady Karura and Lady Saramo have arrived. Let them in. Rasa replied, his attention momentarily shifting to the visitors. With curiosity in their eyes, Karura and Saramo entered the room. Rasa gestured for them to sit down, his tone immediately softening as he addressed Saramo. My apologies, Saramo. The welcoming of the Rorin citizens into Sunagakure will have to be postponed for now. Saramo nodded, understanding that there were more pressing matters at hand. In fact, the two women had already noticed a group of ninjas, including Pakura and Chiyo, leaving the Kazekage's office. They had exchanged brief greetings with them, but it was clear that something serious was unfolding. Karura, sensing the situation, turned to Rasa and asked on behalf of Saramo, her voice tinged with concern. Is war about to begin again? Chapter 55, Technique Development, Part 1. Maybe. Rasa didn't hold anything back. The forces from Kimogakure and Iwagakure are heading toward the Land of Wind's border. It's looking like things might not stay calm for much longer. Saramo had already expected this, but the uncertainty surrounding the ninja world still made her uneasy. Thankfully, Rasa offered reassurance. Don't worry. It won't turn into an all-out war. Kimogakure and Iwagakure are just trying to intimidate us. As for the Rorin citizens joining Sunagakure, we'll stick to the original plan, though the welcoming ceremony might need to be postponed for now. Saramo understood Rasa's apology and exhaled slowly. It's fine. I've already made my choice, so I understand the price that comes with it. I see. Rasa nodded, then glanced between his wife and Saramo, both of whom seemed to have gotten along well. After a brief pause, he spoke again. Here's the plan, Saramo. I can see you and Karura have developed a strong rapport. Karura, you're someone I trust, so I'll leave the matter of the Rorin citizens joining Sunagakure in your hands. Feel free to tell Karura anything you need. I trust her to manage it well. Both Karura and Saramo were taken aback. However, while Karura was genuinely surprised, Saramo was pleasantly surprised. Saramo understood that, as outsiders, the Rorin citizens would face numerous challenges in adjusting to an unfamiliar village. Having Rasa's wife help them would alleviate many potential problems. Through their interactions over the past few days, Saramo had come to appreciate Karura's gentle and easygoing nature. Rasa's decision was a clear show of goodwill toward the Rorin citizens, and it eased some of Saramo's concerns about the impending conflict. After marrying Rasa, Karura had intended to focus more on domestic matters, taking care of the home and raising children. She hadn't expected Rasa to assign her such an important task. Yet, she didn't refuse. She could sense her husband's trust in her and understood the deeper strategic reasons behind his decision. Rasa had his reasons for this move. First, it was to reassure Saramo and the Rorin citizens. Second, given the shortage of talent in Sunagakure, it would be a waste to let an experienced jonin like Karura become a housewife. Although he hesitated to send her into the battlefield, within the village, she would be just fine. Finally, Rasa intended to create a Rorin faction within the village, helping to balance the power dynamics between the aristocratic and commoner factions in Sunagakure. When Rasa finished speaking, Saramo immediately turned to Karura. Karura, I'll be counting on you from here on out. Do you really think I can handle it? Karura asked with uncertainty in her voice. Of course. Rasa reassured her confidently. As the Kazekage, I'm making this decision. I'll make sure the ANBU supports you. I understand. With Rasa's encouragement, Karura accepted the responsibility, her cheeks flushed. But after a moment, she shook her head, suddenly becoming serious. Have the Rorin citizens been given a place in the village? Rasa smiled and nodded. Yes, it'll be in the area around the Sand Temple. Karura's eyes lit up as she quickly grasped Rasa's reasoning. As someone who had once been a test subject for the Shikaka Chakra, Karura knew exactly what the Sand Temple was. That area had remained abandoned for years due to concerns about potential rampages by Shikaku. However, after more than a decade, Shikaku was long gone. Choosing this location would not only prevent interference with the other villagers' interests but also provide a suitable living area for the Rorin citizens. Karura nodded thoughtfully. That's actually a good choice. But it's been empty for so long that it probably needs some repairs. Hearing Karura confirm that the location was a good one, Saramo felt a sense of relief. Rasa continued. That's why I'll leave the repairs to you, and the village will cover the costs. Just make sure it's signed off by me when the time comes. Currently, Sunagakure was focused on showcasing its financial strength. All right, I'll take Saramo to check it out now, Karura said. Mem, Rasa nodded, granting them permission to leave. Karura and Saramo headed out. Karura didn't bring up the matter of the well house. Despite being the Kazekage's wife, she had once been a jonin herself and knew that there were certain boundaries to be respected as a ninja. If something was important for her to know, Rasa would tell her. If it wasn't, she understood she shouldn't pry. As Kazekage, Rasa was fully aware of any changes related to the well house. Rasa, of course, knew about it but chose not to say much. He didn't want to draw too much attention to the village's internal changes, especially concerning the existence of the god tree. After Karura and Sarima left, Rasa stayed behind, leaving a clone to handle some of the village matters. Meanwhile, his main body took control of the gold dust cloud and soared into the vast, barren desert to continue developing techniques related to the dragon vein chakra. On the yellow sands, Rasa joined his hands, beginning to sense the dragon vein energy in the surrounding natural world. No. To be more precise, it should be called dragon vein energy. Since Rasa had never learned Sage mode, he wasn't sure if dragon vein energy was fundamentally different from the natural energy used in Sage techniques. To avoid any confusion, he decided to refer to it as dragon vein energy. This was the ability Rasa had gained through the Kama seal, which allowed him to perceive and absorb dragon vein energy from the natural world, a crucial step in using dragon vein chakra. However, during this process, his body didn't undergo the typical changes seen in the three great Sage lands or Hashirama's Sage mode, such as the appearance of Sage mode's eye patterns or any physical transformations. To be more precise, Rasa didn't notice any significant changes in his body, so he chose not to call it Sage mode, but rather dragon vein mode. Perhaps due to the Kama seal directly altering his physical constitution, Rasa found that he could activate dragon vein mode instantly. Furthermore, while in this mode, he could continue absorbing dragon vein energy, meaning there was no time limit on the mode. However, just like with the natural energy in Sage mode, the amount of dragon vein energy his body could store was limited over time. It had to be balanced with the mental and physical energy within his body. After several days of research, Rasa had managed to determine the energy ratio. It wasn't the usual 1:1:1 ratio found in Sage mode, but rather 1 hour 1 minute 0.5 seconds. This meant that for every unit of mental and physical energy, only half a unit of dragon vein energy could be used. When Rasa entered dragon vein mode, the three energies blended together in this proportion to form the unique dragon vein chakra. Abilities such as inorganic reincarnation, metamorphosis, rapid self-healing, and chakra absorption all came from the dragon vein chakra. So, to be precise, Rasa didn't gain all these abilities from the Kama seal itself. The Kama seal only granted him the ability to perceive and absorb dragon vein energy and enter dragon vein mode. All the other abilities stemmed from the powers granted by the dragon vein chakra. Bonuses are here. 1000 PSs equals 5 bonus chapters. 2000 PSs equals 10 bonus chapters. Chapter 56, Technique Development, Part 2, Bonus. Dragon Vein, Shikaku's Avatar. With a deafening roar, Shikaku's avatar emerged above the endless desert. Thanks to the dragon vein chakra, the changes to the adder were immediately noticeable. First, the once rough texture of sand grains covering its surface had vanished, replaced by smooth, skin-like skin. This was the true power of dragon vein chakra, the ability to reshape and transform materials. The chakra had fused all the individual grains of sand into a unified form. Though it might seem trivial, this transformation meant that Shikaku's avatar was no longer vulnerable to water release techniques. By merging the sand into a solid mass, the gaps between grains were eliminated, preventing water from seeping through. This made the sand heavier, fortifying Shikaku's body against attacks and stopping any erosion or weakening from water-based techniques. Additionally, the combined form gave the avatar much greater durability. The sand had now turned into something resembling hard rock, providing far more defense. After all, it's easy to see that a stone's defense is far superior to that of scattered sand. Along with the physical changes, the avatar's movements were far quicker and more fluid. Gone were the slow, puppet-like motions it had during past battles with Minato Namikaze and Jiraiya. Now, Shikaku moved like a living, breathing creature. Its limbs were agile, moving with incredible speed whether running, jumping, or throwing powerful punches. Even the swing of its tail was devastating, capable of sweeping away anything in its path, yet still light and graceful. Most importantly, controlling the avatar no longer required excessive effort. It felt as if it had shifted from being a puppet controlled by chakra strings to a machine with its own preset instructions. Though it still lacked its own consciousness, the avatar could now act almost independently in combat, similar to a summoned beast with its own instincts. This was the true essence of the dragon vein chakra's power, turning lifeless, inorganic matter into something that could be controlled and imbued with lifelike qualities. The result was an avatar that not only boasted immense defensive strength but also significantly improved offensive capabilities. However, this was far from the limit of what dragon vein chakra could do for Shikaku's offensive power. Whoosh! In the blink of an eye, Rasa appeared above Shikaku's head. He connected his chakra to the massive creature below, and with both hands forming seals, Shikaku mirrored him, creating seals with its massive claws. Dragon Vein, Great Breakthrough. Or rather, it should have been called Wind Release, Great Breakthrough. Though the hand seals and effects of the two techniques were identical, the results were anything but the same. Due to Shikaku's enormous size and the infusion of dragon vein chakra, the wind it produced was far stronger. What was normally a C-rank jutsu now packed the destructive power of an A-rank technique. The desert was soon engulfed by an overwhelming storm as a colossal sandstorm spiraled through the air, demonstrating the full extent of the attack's power. Despite the immense destructive power, Rasa couldn't help but feel unsatisfied. There were two key reasons for this. First, although he had granted Shikaku's avatar a semblance of vitality through the power of inorganic reincarnation, he still needed to connect his chakra to it in order to control its chakra fluctuations and activate jutsu. This meant the avatar was still heavily reliant on Rasa for its chakra-based abilities. Second, the chakra consumption was far too great. Since the sand that made up Shikaku's avatar was inorganic, it couldn't generate its own chakra. This led to continuous chakra depletion after every jutsu cast, forcing Rasa to constantly replenish it. Despite the fact that the dragon vein chakra granted Rasa 4 powerful abilities, inorganic reincarnation, material transformation, super speed regeneration, and chakra absorption, it didn't directly enhance his physical body in the way that Hashirama's cells had. Rasa's chakra reserves, though formidable, were still limited, and he couldn't endlessly absorb dragon vein energy without causing an imbalance within himself. Looking at the situation from this perspective, consuming the chakra fruit, formed from the condensed dragon vein chakra, could have potentially solved the issue. However, Rasa had refrained from doing so. He feared that eating the fruit could accelerate the thawing of the Kama seal inside him. Although Rasa had greatly enhanced his strength through the powers of the Kama seal, he remained wary of the potential danger of being overwhelmed or taken over by it. His caution wasn't unwarranted, as the Kama seal still posed a lingering threat. Moreover, considering his current abilities, Rasa felt confident that his strength was more than enough to handle any challenges in the ninja world at the moment. The Shikaku's avatar was also powerful enough to stall a fully formed tailed beast for some time, meaning there was no immediate need for further risk. It was a bit of a letdown, though. Rasa had hoped that the dragon vein chakra's chakra absorption ability would be the solution to his dilemma. Unfortunately, after experimenting with it, he discovered that while the dragon vein chakra could absorb chakra, it couldn't convert the absorbed chakra into usable power. This setback didn't mean, however, that Rasa had hit a wall in his development of Shikaku's avatar. With a decisive gesture, Rasa clasped his hands together, and the Shikaku's avatar began to shift and change. In the blink of an eye, the massive figure split into 100 smaller versions of Shikaku, each of them resembling the slugs of the Shikatsu forest. Though they were called smaller, each of these new avatars was still the size of a small mountain when compared to a human. Rasa had dubbed this technique, Dragon Vein, Shikaku's avatar division technique. The inspiration for this technique came from Sasori of the Red Sands Puppet Master, Red's secret technique, performance of 100 puppets. Rasa had developed this technique as a response to Tsunegakir's lack of military strength. Thanks to the dragon vein chakra's inorganic reincarnation, Rasa, despite not being a skilled puppeteer, could effortlessly control the hundreds of smaller shikakus created from the original avatar. On top of that, through the dragon vein chakra's material transformation, each of these miniature shikakus was equipped with weapons. Each puppet held a shield in one hand and a sword in the other. With their immense size, chakra absorption abilities, and resistance to most ninjutsu, they were formidable. These puppets could unleash destructive power comparable to a Chunin's level of combat ability, effectively adding 100 Chunin to Tsunegakir's forces. However, despite being the Kazekage and possessing some puppetry knowledge, Rasa wasn't a true master of the craft. Controlling 100 puppets perfectly was already pushing his limits. Had he been able to do so, the power of these puppets would have far surpassed that of mere Chunin. Furthermore, their numbers could easily have exceeded 100. At this point, the development of the Shikaku's avatar technique had nearly reached its peak. The next phase would involve further refining Rasa's own abilities, such as magnet release and sand control jutsu. Meanwhile, in Tsunegakir, under the leadership of Pakura and Michikawa, hundreds of Tsunegakir ninjas had left the village. They were headed toward the advancing forces of Kimogakure and Iwagakure, making their way across the desert with determination. Perhaps it was due to the success of their previous attack on the Land of Fire, but the people of Tsunegakir no longer felt the deep anxiety they once had about the looming war. As time passed, Rasa continued to receive reports from the front lines. The Cloud forces, who had landed on the coastline of the Land of Ghosts, had pushed through the Land of Marsh and linked up with the IWA ninja forces in the Land of Birds. Together, they formed a formidable army, preparing to invade the Land of Wind. Upon receiving this information, Michikawa and Pakura led the Tsunegakir forces to the border to confront the combined Kumo and IWA armies. The entire border of the Land of Wind grew tense, the atmosphere thick with anticipation as if a battle could break out at any moment. Yet, neither side seemed eager to engage in combat, and a strange calm settled over the region. Just as the tension reached its peak, a new and unexpected force emerged on the battlefield. It was known as Akatsuki. Bonuses are here. 1000 PSs equals 5 bonus chapters. 2000 PSs equals 10 bonus chapters. Also, click on my profile to read new One Piece FIC. Chapter 57, The Akatsuki. Land of Wind, Sunagakure. After receiving the latest intel from the Umbu, Rasa was forced to abandon his jutsu development and return to the Kazekage office from the desert. Akatsuki. Rasa raised an eyebrow, surprised. That's right, Kazekage-sama. Those ninjas go by that name. Baki, too, seemed taken aback, a hint of disbelief crossing his face. By now, it had been 5 days since Bakura and Michikawa had led the Sunagakure forces to the border of the Land of Wind to confront the combined forces of Kimogakure and Iwagakure. Over the course of these days, the two sides had exchanged small skirmishes, but neither seemed eager for a full-on battle. As a result, no major conflict had broken out, yet. However, just last night, both Kimogakure and Iwagakure had ramped up their actions, clearly preparing for a full-scale invasion of the Land of Wind. It seemed that their patience had worn thin after Sunagakure's unwavering stance over the past few days. The purpose of the Kimogakure and Iwagakure forces at the border was clear. By combining their strength, they intended to pressure Sunagakure into softening its position and joining them in an attack on Konoha. But Sunagakure wasn't backing down. You march right up to someone else's doorstep, and this is your way of negotiating. Sunagakure will never be cowed by any village. If you want to meet with our Kazekage, then first pull back your forces. Bakura and Michikawa's response was firm, unwavering, and direct. They weren't just tough with their words, they meant every action they took. Over the past few days, Sunagakure had given a fierce counterattack to any Kimogakure or Iwagakure ninjas who dared cross the Land of Wind's border. This relentless pushback made the enemy forces second-guess their next move. And that was exactly why Kimogakure and Iwagakure had reached a tipping point. They were done waiting. It was time to teach Sunagakure a lesson they wouldn't forget. But just as they were preparing to make their move, a new group of figures appeared on the battlefield. The Akatsuki. And, yeah, I know Akatsuki didn't wear red cloud cloaks during the pre-Pain era. Just think of this as an AU. Rasa, still holding the intelligence in his hand, was once again taken aback. He couldn't recall Akatsuki having any involvement during the Third Great Ninja War. Moreover, judging by the intel in his hands, it seemed a significant number of Akatsuki ninjas had appeared on the battlefield, which meant that this version of the Akatsuki hadn't yet transformed into the notorious S-rank rogue organization that would come to define the future. That made sense. After all, Obito Uchiha hadn't yet become Madara Uchiha, and Nagato and Konan hadn't fallen into darkness. The leader of Akatsuki should still be Yahiko, the one who believed in peace. However, this was the real ninja world, and Rasa didn't fully trust all the information he remembered from the story. He decided to clarify. What's the origin of this Akatsuki organization? Baki seemed to have already prepared an answer. Kazekage-sama, the Umbu has some records on Akatsuki. They're a mercenary group that originated in the Land of Rain, in Omegakure. Their motto is to achieve peace in the ninja world through non-violent means. Baki paused for a moment, then seemed to take a deep breath, as if explaining to a group of children. Peace in the ninja world, truly a noble ideal. Rasa muttered under his breath, intrigued, then gestured for Baki to continue. Well, because they come from a small country, Akatsuki's main goal is to protect Omegakure from the larger nation's wars. They want to shield their people from the conflicts that affect small countries. As a result, they've recruited many ninjas from other small countries, so their numbers are not insignificant. I see. From the intelligence, Rasa learned that Akatsuki's presence on the battlefield between Sunagakure, Kimogakure, and Iwagakure numbered around 500 to 600 ninjas, far from a small force. No wonder Kimogakure, Iwagakure, and even Bakura and Michikawa appeared so on edge. So, what's their goal this time? Are they planning to take advantage of the chaos? No. Baki shook his head, scratching his chin. Akatsuki sent someone to meet with Bakura-sama and Michikawa-sama. Their purpose is clear, they want to stop the war. Their reasoning is that once a war breaks out, small countries will inevitably become battlegrounds for the larger nations. Interesting. Rasa thought for a moment, then asked. Why didn't they show up when Kimogakure and Iwagakure were attacking Konoha? Do they think Sunagakure is weak and easy to intimidate now? Bakura-sama asked them that, but Akatsuki's response was that smaller countries like the Land of Grass, Land of Taki, Land of Frost, and Land of Iron, while small, are strong and have their own ninja villages to protect them. But countries like the Land of Rain, Land of Birds, and Land of Swamps. Baki trailed off, but Rasa understood what he meant. Still, he didn't buy this excuse. What Baki had said wasn't the real reason. The main forces of the ninja world were on the battlefield between Kimogakure, Iwagakure, and Konoha. Akatsuki's forces couldn't pose much of a threat, but this situation was different. Neither Sunagakure, Kimogakure, nor Iwagakure had deployed their main forces. Ignore them. We will continue with our plan as usual. Rasa made his decision without hesitation. He wasn't worried about Akatsuki. If it were just him, he might have been open to engaging with them, but as the leader of a village, he couldn't afford to appear weak. Baki hesitated for a moment before speaking again. The Akatsuki ninja said that whoever initiates the war will be their enemy. Humph. Rasa shot Baki a cold glance, making him break into a cold sweat. I'm sorry, Kazekage-sama. I will inform Pakura-sama and Michikawa-sama of your decision. Rasa turned his gaze away and replied. Is there anything else? Baki, relieved by the Kazekage's response, answered quickly. It's Michikawa-sama. He believes Kimogakure and Iwagakure's patience has reached its limit. If things continue like this, we might end up fighting. Kazekage-sama, what do you think? Rasa thought for a moment before answering. Tell Michikawa to let the Kimogakure and Iwagakure forces know that if they want to meet with me, they can send the Third Raikage and Third Tsuchikage. After all, both sides were eventually going to face Konoha in the end, so it was time to discuss terms. Hi. With that, Baki left, and Rasa didn't waste any time. He headed back to the desert to continue refining his technique. Knowing that he would soon face the Third Raikage and Third Tsuchikage, it was crucial to prepare based on the latest intelligence he had received. Less than a day later, both the Third Raikage and Third Tsuchikage received news from the front lines. Interesting, is this little brat going to soften up? In Inoki's eyes, Rasa's message seemed like a sign of retreat. With that thought, Inoki wasn't bothered by the prospect of meeting the young Kazekage of Sunagakure. To be honest, Inoki was quite curious about the clever young leader of Sunagakure. As for Akatsuki, the naive fools, Inoki didn't take them seriously at all. The Third Raikage, shared the same opinion. After consulting with each other, the three parties decided that the summit of the Three Shadows would take place 3 days later in the Land of Birds, the site of the current war. Neither Sunagakure, Kimogakure, nor Iwagakure intended to hide this meeting, and soon, news of the summit spread across the ninja world. Bonuses are here. 1000 PSs equals 5 bonus chapters. 2000 PSs equals 10 bonus chapters. Chapter 58, Omega-kure, Land of Rain. The sky above was an endless expanse of dark clouds, the rain never relenting, and the towering steel and concrete buildings loomed ominously. This was Omega-kure, nestled in the heart of the Land of Rain. Once a powerful force in the world of ninjas, Omegakure's reputation was solidified by its role in igniting the Second Shinobi World War. Under the command of Hanzo of the Salamander, who earned the title of demigod, Omega-kure stood as a village capable of challenging even the 5 great shinobi countries. But that strength didn't last. A single devastating war drained Omegakure's resources that had been built up over decades, causing the village to slowly sink into decline. As time passed, Hanzo, once the undisputed leader of the village, aged, and his influence over the village waned. The once mighty Omega-kure fell into disorder, with no clear direction. It was in this chaos that Akatsuki began to take shape. Omega-kure, in its turmoil, became the perfect breeding ground for the organization's rise. Coupled with the instability of the ninja world and Yahiko's personal charisma, Akatsuki quickly expanded. Within just a few years, the group grew into a mercenary force numbering nearly 1,000 ninjas. While most of these ninjas weren't particularly strong, it was important to note that only the 5 great countries, as well as the now defunct Hidden Rain and Hidden Waterfall villages, could assemble such a large group. Despite Akatsuki's rapid growth, they still had no plans to dethrone Hanzo of the Salamander. He remained a respected figure among them. During the Second Shinobi World War, Hanzo had waged war against both Sunagakure and Kanagakure, motivated by his desire to protect the smaller countries from the domination of the great powers. Though his efforts ultimately ended in failure, Yahiko saw himself as the successor to Hanzo's ideals. This was the goal that Akatsuki now sought to achieve. Boom. Thunder cracked through the sky, followed by a torrential downpour. In a small cottage near the border of the Land of Rain and the Land of Birds, 5 cloaked figures gathered. Their black cloaks were adorned with the familiar red cloud patterns of Akatsuki. These were the current leaders of the organization. At the forefront stood Yahiko, his orange hair unmistakable even in the dim light of the storm. Beside him was Konan, her blue hair slightly damp from the rain. To their side stood 2 more figures, one a giant of a man with a Buddha-like presence, known as Daibutsu, and the other, a ninja with strange markings on his face, named Kyusuk. Behind them stood a more subdued figure, Nagato, his red hair barely visible beneath his cloak. Though Akatsuki's ranks had swelled to include hundreds of ninjas, only a select few were truly elite, no more than 10 in total. These 5 were the leaders, the strongest among them. They were gathered to discuss the latest intelligence, their faces clouded with frustration and disappointment. The news that the Kazekage of Sunagakure, the Raikage of Kimogakure, and the Otsutsuki of Iwagakure were meeting in the land of birds confirmed their fears. The three major ninja villages had completely ignored Akatsuki's warnings. Damn it. What do these big countries think of others, invading another nation's land without a second thought? Kyusuke shouted angrily. His fury stemmed from the fact that he hailed from the land of birds. During the Second Shinobi World War, Kyusuke became an orphan due to the battlefield and was forced to flee to the land of rain, where he became a ninja of Omegakure. This is the arrogance of the great nations. Daibutsu added, his voice tinged with sorrow as he reflected on the sorry state of things. Konan, despite her now stunning beauty, still carried a hint of childhood innocence in her expression. She glanced at Yahiko, who had remained silent throughout, and quietly asked. Yahiko, what should we do now? Her gaze was filled with concern. This mission was one Yahiko had worked tirelessly to convince everyone to support. Yet, many of them had been skeptical, unsure that the larger ninja villages would take a small mercenary group like Akatsuki seriously. And, as it turned out, they were right. Hearing Konan's words, Yahiko turned to her with a soft gaze. Though his heart stirred, he scratched his head and smiled sheepishly. Sorry, I guess I was too naive, huh? Seeing Yahiko still smiling made Konan relax a little. Daibutsu, trying to offer some comfort, spoke up. This isn't your fault, Yahiko. We're just too small. These big villages don't even see us as a threat. His words hung heavy in the air, and the room fell into a quiet, tense silence. After a long pause, Yahiko finally raised his head, his expression serious. I still want to try. The words caught everyone off guard. Try? What do you mean? What are you going to do? Konan asked, her voice filled with worry. Kyusuke, who had secretly developed feelings for Konan, felt a sting of jealousy, but his concern for Yahiko's safety outweighed it. Yahiko's eyes remained steady as he spoke. I plan to meet with the three Kage. If possible. Before Yahiko could finish, the others reacted sharply, including Nagato, who was rarely so vocal. What? Are you crazy? No, absolutely not. What if they? Yahiko met their worried gazes with a calm smile before answering. Since Akatsuki was founded 3 years ago, we've been preparing for this moment. Isn't this what we've been waiting for? If this war continues, it will end up just like the last one, dragging the entire ninja world into the chaos. How many more will die? How many more will become orphans like we were when we were young? What would be the point of everything we've worked for? His soft yet resolute words left the room in stunned silence. They wanted to argue, but the words stuck in their throats. But. Don't worry. I'm not an idiot. Yahiko added, sensing their hesitation. His smile was reassuring as he continued. I won't just recklessly march in there. And those three Kage might not even want to meet with me. Everyone let out a collective sigh of relief. So, what's your plan? Daibutsu asked, his tone a little less skeptical now. The three Kage will be arriving in the land of birds soon, right? I'm going to request to meet with each of them, as the leader of Akatsuki. If they agree to meet me, I'll do my best to convince them. Kyusuke clenched his teeth and muttered. It won't work. Yahiko nodded, his expression resolute. I know. But we won't know unless we try. Otherwise, all of this will have been for nothing. The atmosphere in the room grew heavy, the weight of their words sinking in. Outside, the rain continued to pour, the thunder rumbling in the distance. This is the despair of living in the ninja world. Just as the silence seemed unbearable, Nagato, who had been quietly observing, spoke up for the first time. Yahiko, I'll go with you this time. Bonuses are here. 1000 PSs equals 5 bonus chapters. 2000 PSs equals 10 bonus chapters. Chapter 59, The Land of Birds. Without the ravages of war, the Land of Birds could have been one of the most stunning countries in the world. The sky would be a brilliant blue, the forests thick and vibrant, and the lake sparkling like crystal. It would have been a sanctuary for countless species of birds, and that's precisely how the land earned its name. But with the arrival of the ninja forces from the three great nations, the birds fled, and the lush forests were ravaged. The once pristine land now lay smothered in smoke, its beauty overshadowed by the scars of battle. The summit where the three Kages were to meet was located in a village near the site of the clash between the three nations' forces. By the time the war had erupted, the villagers had already abandoned their homes, fleeing in fear of the violence. Ninjas from all three villages had taken positions around the village, carefully watching each other, wary of any sudden moves from the other factions. As the closest to the land of birds, Anoki, the third Kazekage, was the first to arrive. Next came Rasa, the Kazekage of the land of wind, who shared a border with the land of birds. Accompanying him were his bodyguards, Baki, the leader of his Umbu, and Yoshimaru, his brother-in-law and a medical ninja. Rasa had made these arrangements for his own protection. Considering his current strength, the only real threats to him were genjutsu or poison. The summit was scheduled for the following day, so Rasa, accompanied by his 2 trusted guards, first met with Pakura and Michikawa. "It looks like everyone is in good spirits," Rasa remarked with a grin, observing the relaxed and well-rested Pakura and Michikawa inside the tent of the Sunagakure faction. Pakura rolled her eyes in response, while Michikawa spoke seriously. "Just as you expected, Kazekage-sama, Iwagakure and Kimogakure have no intention of attacking us. So, even though we're facing ninjas from 2 nations, the pressure isn't overwhelming." But Rasa's next question shifted the tone, as it was something that truly concerned him. "What about the Jinchuriki from Iwagakure and Kimogakure? How strong are they?" Pakura and Michikawa both furrowed their brows at the question. They didn't try to act tough, instead speaking candidly. "They're very strong. If it was just the partial tailed beast transformation, I wouldn't be too worried. But when they go into full tailed beast form, their power becomes nearly uncontrollable. The best we can do is delay them." Michikawa continued, his voice grave. "Facing those chakra beasts, if it weren't for the star-release chakra you gave us, Kazekage-sama, we'd truly be in serious trouble. The tailed beasts are the ultimate weapons, the symbol of a nation's power. Sunagakure also needs its own Jinchuriki." Michikawa's words immediately captured everyone's attention. Sunagakure did indeed have its own Jinchuriki, Bunpuku, the host of Shikaku. However, he was already far too old and unfit for battle. This made Michikawa's words all the more pointed. A new Jinchuriki meant the death of the previous one and the rise of another monster. Baki's eyes shifted toward Rasa, who was likely the only one in the village fully aware of Bunpuku's condition. Rasa understood why Michikawa would be thinking this way. Compared to the limitations of human power, the tailed beasts, born as natural chakra monsters, had the potential to drastically change the outcome of battles. It wasn't surprising that every ninja village coveted them. Selecting a Jinchuriki should not be rushed, choosing the right candidate is no simple task. Rasa remarked with a stern voice. Michikawa nodded in agreement, clearly understanding the gravity of the situation. This was indeed the truth. Suppressing the chakra of a tailed beast was no easy feat. It took more than simply picking a random person to host its power. Rasa then shifted the conversation. "How's the meeting location?" "It's a nearby village. We've surveyed it multiple times, and neither Iwagakure nor Kimogakure has interfered with our reconnaissance. It seems relatively safe for now, but we can't afford to let our guard down." Pakura paused, then added. "So, does this mean we won't have to fight anymore?" Rasa shook his head. "The fight must continue. However, whether our enemies will be Iwagakure, Kimogakure, or Konohagakure depends entirely on the outcome of this summit." Pakura and Michikawa exchanged uneasy glances. They certainly didn't want to be caught in a war with either Kimogakure or Iwagakure. The more they fought against ninjas from other villages, the more they could sense the relative weakness of their own forces. Compared to Kimogakure and Iwagakure, which boasted vast amounts of talent and even wielded tailed beasts as weapons, Sunagakure's high-level combat forces were noticeably lacking. Their only advantage came from exploiting Konoha's vulnerabilities. Noticing the concern in their expressions, Rasa reassured them. "Don't worry. The fact that the Raikage and Tsuchikage have agreed to attend this summit shows that they share my views." The two nodded in understanding, the weight lifting off their shoulders as their anxiety eased. One couldn't help but admire Rasa. With his calm and steady leadership, they felt more confident, even in such turbulent times. From their perspective, if they were in Rasa's position as the Kazekage, would they have been as composed in the face of such chaotic circumstances? The conversation eventually shifted away from the summit, and Pakura spoke with a sly smile. "Oh, by the way, there's a letter from that organization called Akatsuki. It's addressed to you, Kazekage-sama." She pulled out a scroll and tossed it to Rasa. Pakura wasn't privy to the contents of the letter, as it was specifically for the Kazekage's eyes only. Still, curiosity naturally gnawed at her. Rasa froze for a moment as he caught the scroll. When he opened it, his expression shifted to one of bemusement. "How cute. They are really naive." Rasa muttered under his breath, a slight smile tugging at the corners of his mouth. But his amusement faded quickly as he made up his mind. "If the leader of this Akatsuki organization wants to meet me, I'll give them a chance. Respond to them, if they have the guts, they can come to our Sunagakure camp after the summit tomorrow." He tossed the scroll back to Pakura and the others. After a quick glance, they understood the contents. With a curious look, Pakura asked. "So, what exactly is this Akatsuki organization? When they appeared 3 days ago, I was surprised. But why does their leader seem so childish?" Baki stepped in to explain. He recounted the origins of Akatsuki, sharing that their stated goal was to promote peace within the ninja world, and they intended to do so through nonviolent means. At this revelation, both Pakura and Michikawa were momentarily stunned. Such an ideal was rare, almost unheard of, in the ninja world. Intrigued, Rasa leaned forward and asked. Have any of you met members of Akatsuki? What do you think of their strength? Michikawa paused for a moment, carefully considering his response. They're all very young. Their leader is quite powerful, but the others are fairly average. However, the sheer number of their ninjas is impressive. Who would have thought there was such a mercenary organization in the Land of Rain? Given Hanzo's nature, how could he have allowed Akatsuki to exist? I've heard that Hanzo hasn't been seen in public for a long time. Baki added. I wonder if... Rasa frowned, shaking his head. Since Yuhiko is still alive, Hanzo shouldn't have died. If things were following the original timeline, even my transmigration wouldn't have altered that. Just then, a ninja rushed into the tent. Kazekage-sama, the Reikage from Kimogakure has arrived. Bonuses are here. 1000 PSs equals 5 bonus chapters. 2000 PSs equals 10 bonus chapters. Chapter 60, The Three Kage Talk, Part 1. In the early hours of the morning, as the first light began to filter through the sky, the vast forest remained in peaceful slumber. But deep within the dense woods of the Land of Birds, a large group of ninjas, each wearing their village's headbands, moved swiftly through the trees. Their destination was clear, the village nearby. The village, small but visible in the distance, had already been surrounded by ninjas from Sunagakure, Kimogakure, and Iwagakure. The three groups had formed a tense perimeter, each village keeping a careful watch on the others, their awareness of each other thick with caution. At that moment, three figures emerged from the shadows of the forest in the direction of Kimogakure. Leading the group was none other than the third Reikage of Kimogakure. His muscular chest was bare, his imposing figure exuding a heavy, powerful aura that made the ninjas from the other villages swallow nervously at the sight of him. Am I really the first to get here? That old fool Inoki and the Fourth Kazekage are so slow. Reikage muttered with a grunt. Flanking him were his bodyguard, Darui, a skilled jonin from Kimogakure, and a young girl with a ponytail, Yujito ni, the two-tails Jinchuriki from Kimogakure. Before anyone could reply, an elderly voice rang out from behind them. Humph. Old fool. Reikage, you're not exactly a spring chicken yourself. From the sky, three figures descended. The first was the small but dignified Inoki, the third Tsuchikage, wearing his signature Tsuchikage robes. He was accompanied by the Kimogakure Jonin Kurobachi and the elderly Rashi, the four-tails Jinchuriki. The third Reikage didn't even bother to respond to Inoki's words. He simply surveyed the area around him, his gaze sharp. Now it's just the Fourth Kazekage left. Ae asked, his voice carrying a hint of impatience. Inoki, with a smirk on his face. Kids these days really don't know how to show respect to their elders. Just then, a gust of yellow sand burst out from the forest, swirling toward the gathered ninjas. As the sand settled, the last of the three Kages appeared, a tall figure clad in the Kazekage robes, Rasa, the Fourth Kazekage. Behind him stood his trusted companions, Pakura and Michikawa. Rasa surveyed the other Kages and their guards with a sharp, calculating gaze before speaking. It's only natural that the main act comes last. Rasa grinned as he rubbed his robe. The main act. Inoki sneered, his voice laced with mockery as he looked down at the young Kazekage. Kid, what makes you think you have the right to be the main act here? Do you honestly think you're above me? Deserve. Rasa's expression remained unchanged, his calm demeanor never faltering as he met Inoki's glare. He then shifted his gaze to the third Reikage. Let's get this straight. This time, it's your villages that are asking for our help, not the other way around. Are you sure you know what you're saying, brat? The third Reikage's face twisted with anger, his muscles tensing as if ready to spring into action. The tension in the air thickened immediately, and every ninja present braced themselves, sensing the volatile atmosphere ready to explode at any moment. Yet, Rasa remained unfazed by the Reikage's fury. What, is that not the truth? If it's not, then there's no reason for this three Kages summit. We can all go back to our villages and forget this ever happened. Ha! The third Reikage's pupils widened in pure anger. His fists clenched so tightly that they seemed ready to shatter with the force of his grip. Darui, standing beside the Reikage, quickly raised a hand to stop his leader, saying, Reikage-sama, please calm down. Then, turning his stern gaze toward the young Kazekage of Sunagakure, who had provoked the Reikage so quickly, Darui spoke initiated the issue. Kazekage of Sunagakure, let's not forget that it was you who initiated this summit. If I understand things correctly, our objectives should align, so there's no need for this back and forth, right? Darui's words drew the attention of the Kages and their bodyguards, and the atmosphere shifted slightly. Rasa, the Fourth Kazekage, was momentarily taken aback by Darui's sharp insight. He nodded, acknowledging the point. It seems Kimogakure still has some smart people after all. Inoki snorted, his disdain obvious. Well, if that's the case, let's not waste any more time. With that, the tension of the initial exchange eased, and the three Kages summit began in a slightly more relaxed manner. The Kages, along with their respective bodyguards, proceeded to the heart of the village, where the meeting was set to take place. Inside the village stood a traditional Japanese-style temple, its atmosphere somber and formal. Due to the absence of a neutral party and the deep mistrust between the villages, the meeting room was kept deliberately plain. 3 tables were arranged at the center, each symbolizing one of the 3 nations, Sunagakure, Kumogakure, and Iwagakure. Behind the tables, 3 massive statues of Buddha stood serenely, their peaceful faces now draped with flags displaying the emblems of the respective villages. Creak. The sound of the Kages settling into their seats, with their bodyguards standing at attention behind them, signified that the 3 Kages summit had officially begun. Anoki, known for his impatience and perhaps eager to assert his authority, was the first to speak. Before we begin, I need to clarify something. As the Reikich's bodyguard pointed out earlier, Kazekage of Sunagakure, are you truly aligned with us in purpose? This is a requirement before we can continue our discussions. Rasa, sitting calmly in his seat, feigned confusion. Aligned in purpose. Otsutsuki, what exactly do you mean by aligned in purpose? The third Reikage, ever direct, wasted no time. Stop with the nonsense. Kazekage, does Sunagakure intend to join us in attacking Konoha? The bluntness of the Reikage's question shocked everyone in the room. However, Rasa remained composed, as by now, there was no reason to hide the truth. To us, the 4 great nations of the ninja world, Konoha. Rasa's voice slowed as he glanced briefly at the third Otsutsuki and Reikage before continuing. Konoha is a formidable enemy. The Senju, Uchiha, Hyuga. If there's a chance to weaken Konoha, I'm sure no nation would turn it down. Rasa's words seemed to alleviate some of the tension in the room. At least now, it was clear that all 3 sides shared a common objective, allowing the talks to move forward. Anoki, never one to beat around the bush, cut to the chase. If you understand that, Kazekage, then why refuse our proposal to join forces? Rasa glanced at Anoki before responding, his tone measured. It's simple. As the leader of my village, I have to carefully consider what joining this war would bring to Sunagakure. While the idea of weakening Konoha is tempting, if it means putting my village's interests at risk, I'll need to think it over more thoroughly. Bonuses are here. 1000 PSs equals 5 bonus chapters. 2000 PSs equals 10 bonus chapters. Chapter 61, The 3 Kage Talk, Part 2. From the perspective of a village Kage, Rasa's words at this moment were perfectly reasonable. Neither the third Reikage, nor the third Otsutsuki, Anoki, could find any fault in Rasa's statement from this angle. So, Fourth Kazekage, what exactly are you getting at with this? The third Reikage, couldn't hold back and asked impatiently. Rasa, already prepared, replied with a calm demeanor. My position is simple, and I've outlined it clearly in the letters. As long as our village receives the benefits owed to us and support for Sunagakure's involvement in this war, we'll be fully committed to sending our forces into battle. But Anoki immediately shot him down. Don't be ridiculous, Fourth Kazekage. Even Kirigakure, who joined this war as mercenaries, is covering their own military costs. There's no chance we'd pay for your army. Besides, I heard you got a pretty hefty sum during your raid on the Land of Fire over a month ago, right? Rasa's eyes showed a trace of arrogance as he nodded coolly. That's correct. But Sunagakure isn't like Kumogakure or Iwagakure. The harshness of our environment means we're severely lacking in resources. The funds from that raid only helped to slightly ease our financial strain. Pakura, standing behind him, couldn't help but look at him with a strange expression on her face. As I thought, I'm just not cut out to be Kazekage. If it were her, she wouldn't have the nerve to say something like that. Michikawa, however, maintained his calm. The room fell silent again, the tension palpable. By now, both the Kumogakure and Iwagakure representatives could clearly see Rasa's intent. The young Kazekage of Sunagakure had one simple goal: if Sunagakure was to join the assault on Konohagakure, either Kumogakure or Iwagakure would have to help pay for the military costs. But that was out of the question. Neither Kumogakure nor Iwagakure would ever agree to such terms. Anoki narrowed his eyes and sneered. No. You must be joking, Kazekage. There's no precedent for such a thing in the entire ninja world. Every village's military expenses are precious. We're not going to allocate any of our funds to you. That would make us the laughingstock of the entire world. The third Reikage, added his own voice to the rejection. I've also heard that the daimyo of the Land of Fire has been pressuring Konohagakure to invade your Land of Wind. If you let Konoha rebuild, they'll surely come after your nation. Rasa, however, remained as unshaken as ever. That's a problem for Sunagakure to handle. You don't need to worry about it. Seeing Rasa remain so resolute, the third Raikage's anger boiled over, veins bulging in his forehead. Anoki's frown deepened. At this moment, Darui, standing behind the third Raikage, stepped forward again. Apologies, Raikage-sama, but I have something I'd like to say. Seeing Darui, the third Raikage sighed and allowed him to speak. Internally, he knew he couldn't let the fourth Kazekage toy with him. Oh, Darui, go ahead. Understood. Darui stepped forward, gave a nod, and saluted each of the Kage before turning to Rasa and speaking. Kazekage, since you're the one who called for this 3 Kage summit, you must have come prepared. Why not just state your conditions directly? Of course, if they're as outrageous as before, then forget it. Kumogakure's no fool, and we'll just meet you on the battlefield. At these words, everyone's attention shifted to Rasa. Rasa gave a slight smile. It's so easy to talk with smart people. My plan is simple. He looked around at everyone present and slowly began explaining his prearranged strategy. With Sanagekyu's current military strength, it's impossible for us to commit to a full-scale assault on Konohagakure. I'm sure none of you can afford that either. But honestly, this is a golden opportunity to weaken Konoha, and Sanagekyure doesn't want to miss it. So, here's my suggestion, let's treat this as a mercenary deal. Mercenaries. Everyone was taken aback. That's right. Your Iwagakure and Kimogakure can issue missions to Sanagekyure, anything you want. Whether it's invading the Land of Fire, attacking Konoha, or disrupting their rear lines, we'll take it on. And we won't ask for much, just pay us according to the standard mercenary rates in the ninja world. The third Raikage and the third Tsuchikage both fell into thought. Since Rasa refused to budge on the matter of a full-scale attack on Konoha, this did indeed seem like a possible alternative. However, convincing Kimogakure and Iwagakure to accept these terms was unlikely. Anoki was the first to voice his thoughts. No. That won't work for us. Mercenaries are too weak. What we need is for Sanagekyure to launch a full-scale assault on Konoha. Only that way can we apply enough pressure on them. A full-scale assault. Rasa sneered, his tone slow and deliberate. Don't be ridiculous, third Tsuchikage. If the third Raikage said that, he'd have the authority to back it up. But you're Iwagakure. So far, all you've done is watch from the sidelines while Kimogakure attacks Konoha. When your village is ready to go all in against Konoha, then you can talk big. You brat. Anoki's face darkened, his expression souring at the insult. His anger spread to his advisor, who visibly fumed as well. The Four-Tails Jinchuriki, Rashi, only furrowed his brows slightly but remained silent. Meanwhile, the three from Kimogakure watched the exchange with amused expressions, taking in the drama. Thankfully, the third Raikage knew how to keep his focus. Well then, Kazekage, state your conditions. What exactly can you offer? What can I offer? Feigning deep thought, Rasa responded. So, Raikage, does this mean you're willing to consider a mercenary arrangement? No. The third Raikage shook his head firmly. As Anoki said, mercenaries are useless on the battlefield. Besides, the mist ninjas are already causing enough trouble in the Land of Fire. Adding you from Sanagekyure wouldn't make much of a difference. Hearing this, Rasa raised an eyebrow. I see. Well then, Raikage, what exactly do you expect Sanagekyure to do? At the very least, you need to tie up some of Konoha's forces. Unlike the calculating Anoki, the third Raikage, who was directly engaged in the fight against Konoha, was more focused on ending the war quickly, which made him more aggressive in his negotiations. The Land of Rivers. Rasa's calm response left the third Raikage momentarily stunned. Sanagekyure can posture as though we're attacking Konoha, but the battlefield will be confined to the Land of Rivers. As a gesture of goodwill, this part will be free of charge. However, if you want us to take further action, that will come at an additional cost. You brat. Are you even a Kage? All you talk about is money. Don't you want to avenge your village's third Kazekage? Anoki's irritated words were met with an even sharper retort from Michikawa. That's our village's concern, Tsuchikage. You're out of line. Anoki wasn't fazed at all and shot back. Kazekage, it seems you can't even manage your subordinates properly. No manners whatsoever. Rasa, completely unfazed, responded. Well, as I've said, being Kazekage isn't an easy job. Though he said this, there wasn't a hint of annoyance in Rasa's tone. Instead, it carried a slight tone of indulgence, almost as if he were humorously tolerating his subordinates. Pakura couldn't help but crack a peculiar smile at this. Seeing this, Anoki could only grumble in frustration. You little brat. By this point, Rasa's patience had reached its limit. Enough with the nonsense, old man. Just tell me, does Iwagakure agree to my proposal or not? Bonuses are here. 1000 PSs equals 5 bonus chapters. 2000 PSs equals 10 bonus chapters. Chapter 62, The Three Kage Talk, Part 2. Rasa wasn't one to wear rose-colored glasses. He had no intention of helping Inoki rediscover some lost sense of self. Seeing the old man's dismissive attitude, Rasa shot back without hesitation. You. Inoki's expression soured immediately, but this time, he didn't go so far as to call Rasa a brat with that same condescending tone. He simply sank back into his seat, looking like he'd lost the desire to voice any more complaints. Fine by me. The Third Kazekage didn't waste any time making his decision. He shifted his attention to the Third Shinobi. Inoki, what about you? Don't forget, we now share a common enemy. Inoki clearly wasn't bothered by the threat itself. However, he was a man who always weighed the benefits carefully. The deal Rasa was proposing wasn't a bad one for Iwagakure, it actually lined up pretty well with their interests. The lingering shadow of Madara Uchiha's past actions on Inoki was far too heavy to ignore, and anything that could weaken, or even bring down, Konoha was a deal too sweet to pass up. As for the mercenaries, Inoki wasn't blind to the situation. He saw it for what it was. If he could solve this problem with money rather than sacrificing the lives of his own ninja, it was a no-brainer. No problem. I agree too. With Inoki's agreement, the meeting wrapped up far more smoothly than anyone had anticipated. Now, the only thing left was to sort out the finer details. But that was no longer their concern. Once the general framework of the cooperation had been established, the specifics were to be handled by their subordinates back home in their villages. As a sign of goodwill, the ninjas from each village began to leave, and the Kage returned to their respective camps. With the cooperation in place, the next step was to focus on preparing for an assault on the Land of Fire. Of course, Konoha's spies wouldn't miss this, and the ninja world was already starting to buzz with the news. Meanwhile, in Sunagakure, the ninjas were withdrawing in groups, but Rasa didn't seem in a rush to leave. Are you really sure you want to meet with the leader of this Akatsuki organization? In the Sunagakure camp, Michikawa, who had already been preparing to leave, asked with a touch of hesitation. From Michikawa's perspective, it didn't make much sense for Rasa, the Kazekage, to want to meet with the leader of the Akatsuki. To him, it seemed like a small, naive group of kids running some kind of half-baked operation. Since I've already agreed, there's no harm in meeting them. I see. Since Rasa had already made up his mind, Michikawa figured he wouldn't be able to change his stance. Then I'll leave with the village's ninjas first. Make sure you're ready. The battle with Konoha is next. Just then, Pakura arrived. Rasa had assumed she was coming to say her goodbyes, just like Michikawa, but to his surprise, she chose to stay. Seeing Rasa's confused look, Pakura rolled her eyes and gave him an explanation, somewhat with rosy cheeks. Just in case, I'll stay behind to protect you. I don't want you to end up like the Third. Her words sounded caring, but Rasa couldn't shake the feeling that something was off. What did she mean by like the Third? There's no need. With Baki and Yoshimaru around, we won't run into any problems. Pakura shot him a look, clearly not pleased by his dismissal. No. I'll stay. On one hand, I'm the one handling the communication with the Akatsuki. On the other hand, I'd like to meet this Akatsuki brat myself. At this point, Rasa couldn't exactly refuse. The two of them left the camp together. As Michikawa led the rest of the village's ninjas away, the camp slowly started to lose its structure, growing more disorganized and scattered. Pakura watched the exhausted ninjas depart, and for some reason, a thought crossed her mind. She turned to Rasa with a question. Do you think there will ever be true peace in the ninja world? Peace. Rasa looked at Pakura in confusion. She wore a melancholy expression, her face marked by a sense of disillusionment. Why do you ask that? Pakura's voice softened as she responded. I don't know why, but it feels like, in my memory, this world has always been at war, or preparing for it. She slipped into a nostalgic tone, as though lost in thought. When I was born, the first great ninja war had just ended. I was too young to understand war back then, and I thought it was just grown-ups fighting. That was the happiest time of my life, until 13 years ago. I had just graduated as a genin when the second great ninja war broke out. I was 12, and I joined the war as a lowly genin. I still remember my first time killing someone. She closed her eyes, pausing for a moment before reopening them. That was when I understood what war really meant, death. And from that moment on, in my memory, the battlefield has never stopped. There have always been dead bodies, my teammates, my family, my teachers, all of them died in that war. I thought, once that war ended, maybe the ninja world would find some peace. But just a few years later, another war started. Though Rasa had the original host's memories, as a transmigrator, he couldn't truly empathize with Pakura. He wanted to comfort her, to tell her that one day, war would end, but knowing how things played out in the future, Rasa knew that was a lie. Even if the third great ninja war ended, there would be the fourth. And after the battle with Kaguya Otsutsuki, the Otsutsuki clan would return. War, it seemed, would never truly stop. Pakura must have sensed Rasa's discomfort, because she smiled awkwardly. Is it really that hard to answer my question? Rasa paused for a moment, then nodded slowly. It is. The existence of ninjas is meant to serve war, and human desires will never stop. As long as there are desires, war will never end. Never end. Pakura's face grew even more somber. Exactly. Rasa gave a slow nod, but then added something to soften the blow. While war may never end, we can try to make peace last longer. But, these methods are difficult. Pakura suddenly turned to look at Rasa, intrigued. What methods? Rasa's answer was straightforward. It's simple. Either we find a common enemy to unite all the ninjas against, so war doesn't break out so easily, or we unify all the divided nations for a permanent solution. Pakura's face became serious as the weight of Rasa's words sank in. Both options seemed nearly impossible, finding a common enemy or unifying the entire ninja world. Neither seemed likely. Do you really think it's possible? Who knows? Rasa didn't answer directly. Instead, he looked out toward the horizon. Maybe one day, we'll be the ones to achieve that goal. Pakura was taken aback. Her eyes gleamed as she stared at Rasa, a flicker of something unreadable in her gaze. She opened her mouth, as if to ask something, but for some reason, the words never left her lips. Just then, Rasa turned back, a smile curling on his face as he said. Well, let's stop daydreaming. Looks like our guest has arrived. Bonuses are here. 1000 PSs equals 5 bonus chapters. 2000 PSs equals 10 bonus chapters. Chapter 63, The Akatsuki Trio, Part 1. Outside the Sunagakure camp. Yahiko, Nagato, and Konan, dressed in the Akatsuki signature black cloaks, arrived at the entrance of the Sunagakure encampment. As they observed the retreating Sunagakure shinobi, they became a bit tensed. So soon. It had only been a day since the Three Kage summit, yet there was already a resolution. In theory, Sunagakure's retreat was a good thing, it meant that the war might not happen. However, the Akatsuki members couldn't shake an uneasy feeling. A summit that ended this swiftly could only mean one thing: a much larger war was imminent. As the trio stood in confusion, a striking figure appeared before them. She was the girl who was often seen beside the Kazekage. Are you the leaders of the Akatsuki? Yahiko steadied himself, took a few steps forward, and replied calmly. Yes. My name is Yahiko, the leader of the Akatsuki. These are my comrades, Konan and Nagato. I am Pakura, a shinobi of Sunagakure. Follow me. Kazekage-sama is expecting you. Under Pakura's guidance and the watchful eyes of the surrounding Sunagakure shinobi, the three slowly entered the camp. Throughout the journey, they remained on high alert, wary of any potential traps. Thankfully, they reached their destination without incident. Yahiko glanced at the cold and expressionless Pakura before mustering the courage to ask. Is Sunagakure retreating? Has the Three Kage summit already concluded? Pakura ignored his question, diverting to the main topic. You can ask the Kazekage when you see him. Soon, the trio arrived at Rasa's tent. The moment they stepped inside, they saw Rasa, clad in a white Kazekage robe, seated behind a desk. For a brief moment, the large tent seemed to fall into complete silence. Rasa hadn't expected the visitors to be Yahiko, Konan, and Nagato. Their boldness was commendable. His first impression of the three was how young they looked. Despite their attempts at maturity, there was still an undeniable trace of youthful inexperience in their expressions, especially Yahiko, whose bright-eyed gaze carried an almost naive foolishness, reminiscent of a certain future Naruto Uzumaki. Konan, on the other hand, was undeniably beautiful. Her striking eyes were particularly captivating, drawing attention effortlessly. As for Nagato, his long red hair concealed his Rinnegan, making it difficult for Rasa to gauge him fully. While Rasa was silently observing them, the trio was also studying the Kazekage. Their first impression? Young. They had known beforehand that the Fourth Kazekage was relatively young, but seeing him in person still caught them off guard. The title of Kage carried an image of an older, seasoned leader, making Rasa's youthful appearance somewhat surprising. Beyond his youth, however, the most distinct impression Rasa gave off was his air of maturity and composure, a true leader's presence. Yahiko, in particular, was visibly envious. In Rasa, he saw the kind of leader he aspired to be, calm, confident, and commanding. Unlike himself, who often felt clueless and lacking in ability. On the other hand, Konan and Nagato were struck by an eerie sensation. It might have been a mere illusion, but they both felt as if this Kazekage already knew who they were. Rasa's gaze lingered on the two of them with an indescribable strangeness. Especially Nagato, he could feel that the moment Rasa's eyes landed on him, they locked onto his own. However, before either of them could dwell on it, Rasa broke the silence in the tent. How old are you? The unexpected question made all three of them freeze momentarily, their brows slightly furrowing. Yahiko stepped forward, asking the question back. Kazekage, do you think we're just kids? Pakura watched the conversation with interest. She was curious about these young Akatsuki members, but even more curious as to why Rasa, the Kazekage, had agreed to meet them. Aren't you? Rasa countered. Yahiko instinctively wanted to refute, but Rasa's next words caught them off guard. For your age, you've already accomplished quite a lot, like developing your own organization. That's impressive. It was true. Yahiko and Nagato, the oldest among them, were only 15, while Konan was just 14. Compared to them, Rasa was already an adult at 23. The unexpected praise left Yahiko momentarily flustered. After a brief pause, he scratched his head and grinned awkwardly. Ah, thanks, I guess. Pakura shot Yahiko an odd look. This guy is really the leader of Akatsuki. Why does he seem like such an idiot? Even Konan, with her usually composed expression, tugged at Yahiko's sleeve in mild embarrassment. Fortunately, Rasa remained calm and continued. So, tell me, why do you, as Akatsuki's leader, want to meet me? If it's about peace in the ninja world, then don't bother. It's a waste of time. Why is it? Why should we not talk about peace? Yahiko asked, but Rasa just sighed internally. Yahiko, much like Naruto in the future, lacked the steadiness expected of a leader. The moment Rasa dismissed peace, he immediately reacted with frustration. Do you all really love war that much? Even if you don't care about smaller nations like ours, don't you at least care about your own village? About your own shinobi's lives? Pakura was slightly surprised by his reaction. She had initially assumed that Akatsuki was just another mercenary group using the illusion of ninja peace to serve their own interests. But now, she found these young idealists intriguing. She was curious to see how Rasa would respond. Rasa's answer was simple. He looked at the impassioned Yahiko and asked in return. Tell me, kid. What do you think a ninja is? The sudden question stunned all three of them. Because they had heard it before. Years ago, they had asked Jiraiya-sensei the same thing. But he hadn't given them an answer, he had told them to find it themselves. 4 or 5 years had passed since then, and yet, they still hadn't found their own answer. A heavy silence filled the tent. Yahiko had his own thoughts, but under Rasa's unwavering gaze, he hesitated. His hesitation revealed the weakness in his conviction. What's wrong, leader of Akatsuki? Do you not have an answer? Rasa's voice grew colder, his presence pressing down on them. Luckily, Konan stepped forward before Yahiko could falter any further. She met Rasa's gaze and calmly countered. Then tell us, Kazekage-sama. What is your answer? What is a ninja? With her words, all eyes shifted to Konan. Rasa looked at her with admiration. Clever girl. Leaning back in his chair, he assumed a relaxed posture and replied. My answer is simple, a ninja is nothing more than a tool. A tool. Not only Yahiko, Nagato, and Konan were stunned, even Pakura was taken aback. They couldn't understand why Rasa would say such a thing. Fortunately, he elaborated. That's right. Ninjas are nothing more than weapons raised by the daimyo of their respective nations, tools for war. You think it's a shinobi who love war, but that's not true. The ones who truly crave war are the great nations and their leaders. So if you want to convince someone to stop the bloodshed, don't waste your time on us. Therefore, go and persuade the daimyo instead. Bonuses are here. 1000 PSs equals 5 bonus chapters. 2000 PSs equals 10 bonus chapters. Chapter 64, The Akatsuki Trio, Part 2, Bonus. Let's count all the wars in Naruto. Aside from the Fourth Great Ninja War, the other 3 Great Ninja Wars, no matter how you look at them, were all wars between the nations that controlled the major ninja villages. On their own, the ninja villages had little reason to fight each other. After all, while the ninja world wasn't vast, it wasn't small either. If it were just the ninja villages, there would be more than enough space for everyone to develop peacefully. Take Konoha and Sunagakure, for example. Both are essentially just large villages, with a population of at most 100,000. The land they occupy is less than 1,000th of their respective nations. If not for the conflicts between the countries backing them, both villages could have stayed in their own territories, minding their own business and developing independently. Given their relatively primitive state of development, there was no real reason for them to engage in large-scale wars. The only tangible benefit war brought to ninja villages was military funding from the daimyo. As for the spoils of war, land, population, resources, those primarily benefited the countries, not the villages themselves. Rasa's words cast an eerie silence over the entire tent. Yahiko, despite his somewhat naive idealism, wasn't stupid. Having grown up in the war-torn land of rain, he had matured early due to hardship. With just a little guidance from Rasa, he quickly grasped the deeper implications. Pakura also fell into deep thought. To be honest, as a high-ranking member of Sunagakure, she wasn't oblivious to these things. However, as a shinobi, her ingrained mindset made it difficult to see beyond the perspective of a ninja. Like Yahiko, Nagato, and Konan, she had always viewed herself as a key player in the war. She lifted her head slightly, her sharp eyes meeting Rasa's, and a strange emotion stirred within her. Truthfully, as representatives of different factions, Pakura and Rasa had rarely interacted outside of official settings. For the longest time, they had opposed each other as rivals, but she had never truly understood what kind of person Rasa was. This was part of why she had always resented his rise to the position of Kazekage. But now that Rasa was truly leading the village, whether she liked it or not, they had been forced into closer contact. And the more she got to know him, the more she realized, Rasa was nothing like the arrogant, insufferable man she had once thought him to be. Now, he exuded a different aura, one of charisma, maturity, wisdom, generosity, and an unshakable sense of security. Even if she didn't want to admit it, she had to. When it came to being Kazekage, she couldn't do a better job than Rasa. That realization made her even more curious. Then why are the daimyo so eager to wage war? It was Pakura who raised the question. Yahiko and his friends, still lost in thought, raised their heads in surprise. They glanced at Pakura, then turned to Rasa, waiting for his answer. Rasa's response was as straightforward as ever. Simple. Because this ninja world was born into an unequal distribution of resources. Everyone once again looked confused. The land distribution in this world is inherently imbalanced. Take the 5 great nations, for example. The most fertile land on the entire continent belongs to the land of fire. With vast, arable fields, it can sustain a large population, which is why it is so wealthy. But what about the other 4 nations? After pausing for a moment, Rasa continued. Over 80% of the land of wind is desert. Most of the land of earth is barren rock and mountains where nothing grows. The land of lightning is dominated by steep, treacherous peaks. And the land of water is scattered across countless small islands. With such poor natural resources, the other 4 nations have only one way to secure what they need, by taking it from others. And the fertile lands of the land of fire have always been an irresistible target. Rasa's words were like a thunderclap, shaking the 4 people before him. They began to realize, this was truly an unsolvable deadlock. So, even if you try to convince the daimyo, it won't change anything. Because the real cause of war in this world isn't the people, it's the twisted distribution of land and resources. This isn't something that Akatsuki, or even a single ninja village, can decide. Even if a savior were to bring temporary peace, after their death, the ninja world would inevitably fall back into war over resources. Having said this, Rasa had nothing more to add. But the 4 before him, Pakura, Yahiko, Nagato, and Konan, were all lost in thought. For the first time, they could see it, no matter how much time passed, no matter how many years went by, the ninja world would remain trapped in endless chaos and war. Yahiko wanted to argue, but he knew Rasa was right. That bleak future crushed his dreams once again. He clenched his fists tightly and asked. Is there really no hope at all? Rasa smiled and shook his head. No. There is still hope. Either find an enemy so great that all ninja must unite against it, making war between nations less appealing, or unite all the fragmented countries into one, solving the issue once and for all. Pakura had already heard this answer from Rasa before, so she wasn't too shocked. But Yahiko and his friends were stunned, staring at Rasa as they struggled to process his words. After a long silence, Yahiko let out a deep breath. Then, with a bright smile, he said. That's a headache to think about, but still, thank you, Kazekage-sama. I can tell, you're different from everyone else I've met. Not only were you willing to see us, but you also took the time to explain all of this. At that moment, Rasa couldn't help but see traces of Naruto in Yahiko. A strange thought crossed his mind. Could it be? Is Yahiko, like Naruto, also a reincarnation of Azura? That foolish optimism, it was just too similar. Come to think of it, the timeline matched. Yahiko was born after Hashirama Senju's death, which would make him the reincarnation of the previous Azura. And Yahiko died during the Third Great Ninja War, right before Naruto was born. And then there is Jiraiya's child of prophecy, belief. Nagato, as a member of the Uzumaki clan, seemed like the obvious candidate for the prophecy. But he lacked that unique, almost naive charisma that Hashirama, Yahiko, and Naruto all shared. And maybe, that quality was more important than raw power. Was it just a coincidence? Rasa didn't know. But for some reason, a bold idea formed in his mind. You don't need to thank me. I only agreed to meet you because I never imagined that such fools could actually exist in this ninja world. Yeah. Being called fools, none of the three looked offended. Rather, they were a little embarrassed. Yahiko even scratched his head and laughed, as if Rasa had just complimented them. And then, Rasa said something that shocked everyone. But now, I have a different idea. Would you like to join Sunagakure? Chapter 65, Ambush, Bonus. Rasa's idea had come to him suddenly, but it was indeed a highly risky move. However, let's think about it. Not just because of Madara Uchiha, even the hidden Black Zetsu would surely take notice of his actions. But the risks are manageable. First, with the help of the Kama seal, Rasa was confident that his power would rapidly grow to the point where he could compete in the ninja world's highest circles. Second, his knowledge of the future events allowed him to prepare multiple countermeasures for the dangers ahead. If the risks could be controlled, then the potential gains were enormous. Not only would Sunagakure's strength increase dramatically, but the entire Naruto storyline would be pushed in a completely different direction. If Rasa could protect Nagato's Rinnegan, or take it a step further and destroy Madara's eyes entirely, then Madara's revival plan would fall apart. Without his eyes, Madara wouldn't be able to execute the infinite Tsukuyomi plan, meaning Kagaya Otsutsuki would never be resurrected, and the ninja world could enjoy a period of peace. As for the future threat of the Otsutsuki clan, Rasa wasn't worried. By the time they would arrive, he and Sunagakure would have grown even stronger. Without Madara causing chaos, many of the tragedies in the ninja world would have been avoided. Heck, even the Fourth Great Ninja War might never happen. This meant that the world's overall strength would be preserved, making it far better prepared to face the Otsutsuki threat. While the Otsutsuki clan was indeed powerful, they were far from invincible. From what Rasa knew, Kagaya, despite being labeled as the disgrace of the Otsutsuki clan, was actually stronger than any of the Otsutsuki introduced later in Boruto. After all, it took a fully powered Naruto and Sasuke working together just to seal her away. They couldn't even kill her. Meanwhile, even the most hyped-up Otsutsuki, like Ishiki, ultimately ended up as little more than a sacrificial pawn for a new Jinchuriki. Oh, and there was also something about an Otsutsuki god. Rasa wasn't too familiar with Boruto's storyline, so he didn't know much about this so-called deity. But he was aware of the Shinjutsu techniques. Now that was a terrifying ability. However, Rasa himself was also a Kama user. He still didn't know where his Kama mark had come from, but it gave him confidence that he could handle whatever crises lay ahead. Especially those godlike Shinjutsu techniques. Maybe, one day, he, too, could master the power of the gods. Land of Birds. After sending off the Akatsuki trio, there was no longer any reason for Rasa and Pakura to stay. Accompanied by Baki and Yoshimaru, they began their journey back to Sunagakure. Deep within the forests of the Land of Birds, their figures swiftly moved towards the Land of Wind. Although Rasa had the ability to fly using his sand, there was no way the leader would act as a chauffeur for his subordinates. So, the four of them traveled the old-fashioned way, running like ordinary ninja. As high-ranking members of the village, Rasa and Pakura naturally walked at the front, with Baki and Yoshimaru flanking behind on either side, staying vigilant of their surroundings. Are you serious? In the forest, the scenery rushed past them quickly. Pakura's voice sounded in Rasa's ear. What are you talking about? I mean, do you really want to invite this Akatsuki group into our village? Rasa didn't answer immediately, instead asking a question in return. What do you think of these three Akatsuki kids? Pakura thought for a moment before answering. The one called Yahiko looks a bit foolish, but he's quite likable. The girl named Konan is beautiful and intelligent. As for the one called Nagato, I didn't really pay attention to him since he didn't seem to speak a single word the entire time. Rasa nodded. These three might be young, but considering they've already managed to form an organization called Akatsuki and gathered so many people, they must have significant potential. Pakura nodded in understanding. I see. So, you have a soft spot for talented individuals. Maybe. You should be able to tell by now that there are very few ninja in our village who can stand on their own. Besides you and Michikawa, there's hardly anyone I can rely on. Elder Chiyo and Elder Ebizo are both too old, and I'd rather not have them spend their final years on the battlefield if I can avoid it. Pakura was a bit surprised by Rasa's gentle tone. She hadn't expected him to show such tenderness. I heard you're planning to have Karura help out too. Yeah. It'd be a waste for Karura's talents to be confined to just being a housewife. However, as her husband, I can't let her get involved in dangerous missions, so I'll keep her in the village for now. This made Pakura's eyes brighten. Even Yoshimaru, behind them, couldn't help but smile gently. So, are you not planning on having children with Karura? Pakura's sudden question caught Rasa off guard, and he turned his head to look at her. He saw Pakura's delicate face, calm but with a hint of unease. Rasa's mood lightened before he chuckled. Of course we are. We've been working on it recently. Pakura's face turned slightly red, but Rasa continued. What about you? Children are the future of the village, and as an elite ninja of the village, you can't fall behind. Pakura, who usually had an ice-cold expression, showed a rare moment of embarrassment before rolling her eyes at Rasa. Just worry about your own business. With that, she leaped away, intending to speed up and put some distance between herself and Rasa. But just then, Rasa suddenly stretched out his hand and blocked her path. Watch out. What? Pakura didn't have time to react. Rasa swept his hand, and countless grains of yellow sand shot up from the ground, forming a circular sand wall that completely surrounded them. In that instant, a barrage of kunai rained down on them from the forest. Whoosh! The entire sand wall was immediately covered in a layer of kunai, like a bed of needles. Pakura's face turned pale. The ambush had come too suddenly, she had been completely unprepared. If Rasa hadn't intervened, she likely would have been pierced through by the kunai. Baki and Yoshimaru, also startled, quickly moved to Rasa's and Pakura's sides, forming a defensive perimeter. Luckily, once the ambush proved ineffective against Rasa's defense, the forest around them fell eerily silent. But in that moment, looking at the dark forest surrounding them, Pakura, Baki, and Yoshimaru all wore grim expressions. The disappearance of the Third Kazekage was still fresh in their minds, and although none of them were professional sensory ninja, as high-ranking jonin, they all had a certain degree of sensory awareness. However, despite their vigilance, they couldn't sense anything in the forest. Chapter 66, The Iburi Clan, Bonus. Pakura, who had almost been ambushed and killed, was now filled with rage. Although she was a ninja and understood that life and death were common occurrences, dying in such an inexplicable way would be far too frustrating, especially in front of Rasa. Who is it? Pakura glared angrily into the surrounding forest, but there was no response. The forest was eerily silent, as if no life existed within it. Rasa also observed his surroundings. Just moments ago, he had sensed a strange energy. This energy was not chakra but was similar to the natural energy found in the dragon vein. That was why he had been able to detect the trap in advance. However, now, he could no longer sense the presence of an enemy. So, he immediately issued the orders. Baki. Force these insects out. Got it. With Rasa's command, the furious Baki immediately formed hand seals. Wind release, great breakthrough. A powerful gust of wind surged from Baki's mouth, blowing toward the forest where the kunai had come from. The immense wind force knocked down a large section of trees. As Baki used his wind release, Rasa once again sensed that familiar presence. At the same time, Pakura and Yoshimaru also saw it. Countless figures seemingly appeared out of nowhere in the forest. They did not look like professional ninjas. Their clothing was simple and tattered, and they each held a kunai. By rough estimate, there were around 40 to 50 of them. Among the foreman squad, only Rasa, due to his advanced perception, had witnessed how these individuals had materialized. What is this? They saw countless wisps of purple smoke gather among the branches of the forest, taking the shape of human figures before solidifying into flesh and blood bodies. Rasa was certain this was neither genjutsu nor a transformation jutsu. These were real bodies, formed from condensed smoke. He also detected no chakra fluctuations, only the same kind of natural energy as the dragon vein. Interesting. At that moment, Rasa was truly intrigued. This scene reminded him of the elemental transformation he had seen in the anime One Piece. Just then, seeing the ambushers forced out, Baki seemed to recall something and spoke up. Kazekage-sama, if I'm not mistaken, these should be ninjas from the Iburi clan. Baki's words caught everyone's attention. With an annoyed expression, Pakura raised a question. The Iburi clan. What is that? Baki coldly eyed the ninjas before explaining. The Iburi clan is a group of ninjas residing within the Land of Fire. They do not belong to Konohagakure but are instead wandering shinobi. The Iburi clan possesses a unique ability called the Smoke Transformation Jutsu, which allows them to turn their bodies into smoke, enabling silent assassinations. Even sensory-type ninjas have difficulty detecting them. I see. Pakura finally understood why she had nearly been ambushed. Hearing this, Rasa was curious about this kind of clan. Is this technique similar to the hydrification technique of the Kirigakure Hozuki clan? Yes, Kazekage-sama. However, there is a difference. The hydrification technique of the Hozuki clan is a secret technique that requires training to master. The Iburi clan, on the other hand, is different. Their smoke transformation jutsu is an ability they are born with. Because of this, they cannot control it as skillfully as the Hozuki clan controls their water transformation. This lack of control has led to a high mortality rate among the Iburi clan's members. Aside from that, Baki glared viciously at the Iburi clan ninjas in the distance before continuing. The smoke transformation jutsu, like the hydrification technique, has a major weakness, and that is, when in their smoke form, the Iburi clan is extremely vulnerable to wind release techniques. As Baki finished speaking, the expressions of the Iburi clan ninjas grew even darker. Seeing this, Rasa immediately understood. It seemed that the Iburi clan's ability was somewhat similar to Yugo's, which made it even more intriguing. Taking a few steps forward, he asked coldly. Did Konoha send you to assassinate me? Upon hearing the mention of Konoha, everyone's expressions changed. The Iburi clan ninjas looked utterly stunned. Upon seeing their reaction, Rasa was certain. At this point, the only village that had the strength and reason to orchestrate his assassination was Konoha. He had just secured an alliance with Kimogakure and Iwagakure, and he had no significant dealings with Kirigakure. The only village that still held a grudge against him was Konoha. It looks like I am right after all. Hearing this, the Iburi clan ninjas became even more flustered before one of them roared. Kill them. In an instant, all the Iburi clan ninjas transformed into humanoid purple smoke and surged toward Rasa's team. Baki and Yoshimaru were about to act, but Rasa stopped them. I'll handle this. If these had been ordinary ninjas, Rasa wouldn't have bothered baking a move himself. However, this smoke transformation jutsu intrigued him. Seeing Rasa's confidence, Baki and Yoshimaru nodded and stepped back. Rasa formed a single-hand seal. Magnet release, sand tendrils. Fine yellow sand began to spread through the air, condensing into multiple tendrils that lashed out, binding the closest Iburi ninjas. Whoosh! However, the captured Iburi ninjas instantly turned into smoke, slipping free from the sand's grasp. It was clear they feared wind release, so they immediately reformed into their smoke-like human forms, preparing to turn solid once again. How intriguing! With a sudden movement, Rasa disappeared from his spot. When he reappeared, he was in midair, his right hand reaching out. Boom! One of the Iburi ninjas in his smoke form was suddenly grabbed by the throat. How is this possible? The surrounding Iburi ninjas were dumbfounded. Their smoke transformation jutsu was supposed to make them immune to physical attacks. And yet, their horror had only just begun. In midair, a purple chakra flared around Rasa's right hand. The smoke-formed Iburi ninja let out a blood-curdling scream before vanishing completely, seemingly consumed by the purple energy. This scene shocked not only the Iburi clan but also Pakura and the others. They had never known their Kazekage possessed such an ability. However, Rasa didn't bother explaining. As he absorbed the Iburi ninja through the Kama seal, he immediately felt a slight change in his body. However, it wasn't enough. The amount of chakra absorbed still wasn't sufficient to cause a complete transformation. His cold gaze swept over the remaining Iburi ninjas, not as if he was looking at living people, but as if he was staring at mere food. Since that was the case. 5-seal barrier. A massive barrier enveloped all the Iburi clan ninjas. Realizing Rasa's intent, their expressions turned to sheer terror, as if they were staring at a demon. Why? This was nothing like what they had planned. Chapter 67, Sunagakure vs Konohagakure, bonus. Somewhere in the land of birds. Deep within a dense forest, a group of shinobi clad in Konoha ANBU uniforms lay hidden, as if waiting for something. However, an hour had passed, and their expected target had yet to appear. 3 figures slowly emerged from the shadows of the trees. Orochimaru, it seems your plan has failed. Draped in a black cloak that concealed his entire form, Orochimaru remained unfazed by the failure, and then spoke in a calm, indifferent tone. Isn't that only natural, Danzo-sama? After all, we're dealing with the Kazekage. If he didn't have at least this level of caution, that would be the truly strange part. Ha! It's just a shame we wasted those test subjects. Half of Danzo's face remained hidden, his expression dark and unreadable. If we don't find out from this Kazekage who leaked Root's secrets, neither you nor I will be able to sleep soundly, Orochimaru. However, Orochimaru seemed completely unconcerned. Just then, a Root shinobi appeared before Danzo and reported. Danzo-sama, the battle ahead has already ended. What's the situation? F4, forgive me. We couldn't get too close, so we don't know the exact details. But the Kazekage has already left. We investigated the scene afterward, and it seems all the Iburi clan ninjas are dead. Danzo furrowed his brows slightly, while Orochimaru's face showed a trace of amusement. Interesting. The smoke transformation jutsu of the Iburi clan is an exceptional escape technique, yet not a single one managed to flee. This 4th Kazekage of Sunagakure is quite fascinating. The Root ninja continued reporting. Orochimaru-sama, we observed that the Kazekage appeared to have used a barrier jutsu to trap all of the Iburi ninjas. A barrier, huh? Orochimaru seemed deep in thought. Danzo, however, showed no interest and simply ordered. Forget it. Since the mission has failed, we're withdrawing. I have more important matters to handle back at the village. One by one, the Root shinobi began to retreat. With no other choice, Orochimaru followed suit. However, just as he was about to leave, something caught his attention. He looked up toward the sky. High above, a giant floating eyeball was watching them. How interesting. Orochimaru said nothing more, merely flashing a cryptic smile as he followed Danzo away. The Eye of Sand. One of many sand manipulation techniques developed by the Second Kazekage. It was essentially a variation of the transformation jutsu. By condensing sand into the shape of an eyeball and linking its vision with the user's own, this technique allowed for long-distance reconnaissance. With the ability to adjust the eye's size, the Eye of Sand could observe movements up to 10 kilometers away. Unfortunately, it lacked X-ray vision, meaning it could only detect large, visible movements and provide a general outline of what was happening. Still, it was more than enough. Ha! It is those two again. Seriously, what the hell? Is this level of intelligence of the leader of Root? Even though the vision was slightly blurry, the distinctive attire of Danzo and Orochimaru made them instantly recognizable. There was no need for a clearer look. Seeing the reaction, Pakura asked. Are they from Konoha? Yes. Danzo of Root and Orochimaru of Konoha. Hearing the names Danzo and Orochimaru, the three shinobi present were all visibly shaken. Danzo was the one Rasa had identified as the mastermind behind the assassination of the Third Kazekage, and Orochimaru was one of the legendary Sannin. What do we do now? Pakura gritted her teeth as she spoke. Konoha had dared to assassinate their Kazekage. This was a blatant provocation against Sunagekure. Rasa was naturally furious, tempted to march straight over and take their heads, but he restrained himself. Rushing in when we know it's a trap would be foolish. However, I will not let this slide. I was just looking for an excuse to declare war on Konoha, and now they've delivered one right to my doorstep. With that, he turned to Baki, issuing an order. Baki, in my name, use this assassination attempt to formally declare war on Konoha on behalf of Sunagekure. Inform every shinobi in the village, this time, it won't be like last time. We will make Konoha pay in blood. Hi. Kazekage-sama. The news that Konoha's elder Danzo and Orochimaru had failed in their assassination attempt on the Fourth Kazekage spread rapidly throughout the shinobi world. Sunagekure used this as justification to formally declare war against Konoha. Upon confirming the news, both Third Raikage, Kimogakure, and Third Tsuchikage, Iwagakure, were ecstatic. They had initially been worried that Sunagekure might hold back in the upcoming war against Konoha. But now, those concerns vanished completely. Assassinating a Kage was an act of war in any shinobi nation, it was the greatest diplomatic offense imaginable. Sunagekure's response was far from passive. Immediately after the formal declaration, their advance forces began mobilizing swiftly, crossing the land of rivers and heading straight for the land of fire's borders. And unlike their previous raids, this time Sunagekure was dead serious. Because behind the advance troops, a massive logistics force was following, transporting supplies out of Sunagekure. This meant Sunagekure wasn't just planning a skirmish or a quick raid, they were prepared for a full-scale, prolonged war against Konoha. The main army's deployment now depended on the finalization of the three-nation alliance between Kimogakure, Iwagakure, and Sunagekure. Both Kimogakure and Iwagakure understood Sunagekure's plan. Eager to seize this golden opportunity to cripple Konoha, they rushed to finalize the three-way alliance as quickly as possible. Konoha, Land of Fire. The moment Konoha received the formal declaration of war from Sunagekure, tension spread through the village like wildfire. Danzo's actions had been completely unauthorized, but at this point, there was no way to pin the blame solely on him. For one, Konoha needed internal unity now more than ever. And secondly, Sunagekure joining the war was inevitable, regardless of Danzo's actions. Besides, Danzo had his own justification. His attempt to assassinate the Fourth Kazekage had been to protect Konoha. If he had succeeded, Sunagekure would have descended into chaos, preventing them from participating in the war at all. But now, that was no longer relevant. Sunagekure was fully committed to war, and both Kimogakure and Iwagakure were mobilizing their forces at the borders, preparing for an all-out confrontation. Seeing this, Danzo finally seized the opportunity to push his real agenda. It's time for the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki to enter the battlefield. With the power of the Nine-Tails, we can turn the tide of war in Konoha's favor. Minato Namikaze, the Yellow Flash, and future Fourth Hokage, strongly opposed the idea. However, given the dire situation, many began to see the Nine-Tails' involvement as Konoha's best chance for survival. As the Konoha leadership clashed in heated debate, Rasa had already returned to Sunagekure, where he was greeted with an unbelievable report. Something had happened to the god tree he had planted. Chapter 68, Changes in the God Tree, bonus. Above the Demon Desert, near the borders of Sunagekure. Rasa had barely stepped foot back into the village before he was off again, racing into the vast desert at full speed. The reason? Bunpoku had summoned him with great urgency. And the cause of this summons? Something extraordinary had occurred to the god tree he had planted. It had only been half a month since Rasa had sown the dragon vein chakra fruit into the desert sands, yet its astonishing vitality had already begun to manifest. By tapping into the hidden underground rivers coursing beneath the dunes, the chakra-infused tree had woven a network of verdant lifelines across the barren expanse. From above, the sight was breathtaking. Vivid green tendrils snaked across the golden sands, resembling the tributaries of a vast river, bringing forth life where once there had only been desolation. Upon closer inspection, Rasa noticed that these veins of life were not composed of the usual hardy desert flora. Astonishingly, plants from other regions had also begun to take root. The reason was clear: Tsunagekire's subterranean waterways originated from neighboring lands such as the Land of Birds, the Land of Rivers, and the perpetually rain-drenched Land of Rain. As these hidden streams meandered beneath the Land of Wind, they carried with them seeds from distant territories. When exposed to the immense life force of the dragon vein, these seeds germinated and flourished at an unnatural rate. This phenomenon was a miraculous blessing for Tsunagekure and aligned perfectly with Rasa's grand vision. At this rate, in just 10 years, the dragon vein's influence could reshape the desert into a lush, habitable paradise. But if its chakra could alter the land so dramatically, what effect might it have on the human body? Could exposure to the dragon vein's power fortify Tsunagekure's shinobi, enhancing their strength beyond natural limits? With these thoughts swirling in his mind, Rasa pressed forward until he reached the edge of the flourishing greenery. And what he saw left him utterly speechless. Rasa had been meticulously monitoring the god tree's growth from the moment he planted it. Even amid his burdensome village duties, he made a point to visit daily, eager to observe its progress. 3 days ago, this area had been little more than a modest desert oasis, dotted with sparse shrubs and dry grasses. But now, a dense, thriving forest, comparable to the fertile woodlands of the Land of Fire, had sprung forth, seemingly overnight. Though not expansive, roughly the size of a football field, its very presence in the unforgiving desert was beyond comprehension. Could this be the transformation Bunpuku spoke of? Descending on a floating wave of shimmering golden sand, Rasa touched down in the heart of the forest. At the center, encircled by 4 towering statues that anchored the dragon vein's seal, stood an awe-inspiring sight: the god tree itself, its emerald canopy reaching skyward. Nestled at the base of the seal was a modest stone hut, the dwelling of Bunpuku, who had dedicated his life to safeguarding this sacred place. As soon as Rasa's feet touched the ground, his gaze swept across the landscape in quiet astonishment. The scene before him was both familiar and alien, an eerie blend of the known and the impossible. Bunpuku, having sensed his arrival, had already emerged from his stone dwelling to welcome him. Rasa turned toward the elderly man and asked curiously, "Is this the surprise you spoke of, Bunpuku-sama?" Now an elder of the village, Rasa's manner of address toward Bunpuku had changed. It was clear that in recent times, Bunpuku's health had improved significantly. Gone was the frail, deathly look he had when they first met. Now, he seemed full of life and energy. His eyes gleamed with newfound vitality, his stance no longer weighed down by exhaustion. At Rasa's question, Bunpuku pressed his palms together in a solemn gesture, awe flickering across his aged features. "Yes, Kazekage-sama, but this is only one of the surprises." Rasa arched a brow. "One of the surprises?" "That's right, Kazekage-sama. Please, take a closer look at this god tree. Do you notice anything unusual?" Narrowing his eyes, Rasa studied the tree intently. At first glance, nothing seemed out of the ordinary, aside from its increased size. It had certainly grown larger, its thickened trunk and flourishing branches a testament to its continued expansion. But then, his pupils constricted. His breath hitched. A jolt of disbelief surged through him. Because nestled among the tree's lush, verdant canopy, a fruit had appeared. A spiraled fruit. Rasa stood motionless, his mind grappling with the sheer impossibility of what he was witnessing. Had he not trained himself to maintain a Kazekage's unwavering composure, he might have blurted out something wholly undignified. Because this fruit, this shape, was unmistakable. It looked exactly like a devil fruit from One Piece. Did I transmigrate into the wrong anime? His thoughts spiraled wildly. Is this even Naruto anymore, or have I somehow ended up in the world of One Piece? He turned sharply to Bunpuku, his confusion slipping into his voice. "What the hell is going on, Bunpuku-sama?" Bunpuku pressed his palms together once more, his expression mirroring Rasa's bewilderment. "Kazekage-sama, I do not know. If not for Shikaku's warning, I might never have noticed this fruit." "Shikaku warned you?" "Yes. As a being that has dwelled in the desert for centuries, Shikaku possesses an acute awareness of any disturbances in its surroundings. 3 nights ago, the very night you left the village, I was resting in my hut when his voice echoed in my mind." Bunpuku paused, as if weighing his next words. "He told me something had changed outside. And when I stepped out, I saw this fruit." Rasa's brows knitted together as he sank into deep contemplation. "Did Shikaku say anything else?" Bunpuku gave a slow nod. Yes. Shikaka said that this god tree you planted is radiating an extremely peculiar chakra, and that this chakra is actively nourishing the land. Nourishing the land. Rasa was stunned. His mind flooded with countless thoughts. This wasn't supposed to happen. Rasa's original goal had been simple: harness the natural energy of the dragon vein to alter the harsh desert environment, transforming it into something more hospitable. But ever since the chakra fruit had metamorphosed into a towering tree, an unshakable fear had taken root in his heart. And that fear was this. What if this tree was not a mere anomaly, but an Otsutsuki god tree? Because the true purpose of an Otsutsuki god tree was never to restore life. It was to consume it. Each of these trees was nothing more than a tool, a monstrous siphon designed to extract the very life force of a planet. Its end goal. The birth of a ten-tails beast. A harbinger of devastation. Rasa's gaze drifted downward, settling on his right palm. There, etched into his flesh, was the unmistakable black spiral, the mark of the Kama seal. A chilling thought slithered into his mind, sharp as a kunai's edge. Is this the true purpose of my Kama seal? Did the Otsutsuki intend for me to nurture a new ten-tails? Rasa might have been a transmigrator, but against the Otsutsuki clan, he was still just a native of this world. A mortal. And he had no intention of letting this planet become mere fuel for their endless cycle of evolution. Yet now. Shikaku had told him something unthinkable. This god tree wasn't absorbing chakra. It was giving it back to the land. How is that possible? Is it because I deliberately sealed its roots inside the black tea kettle? Or, am I just overthinking everything? As his thoughts twisted and tangled, trying to make sense of the impossible, a sound suddenly echoed through his mind. A voice. Deep. Husky. Feminine. A whisper, strange and rhythmic, coiling around his senses like an unseen force. Chakra. Chakra. Chapter 69, Consciousness. Who? Rasa was instantly on alert, his sharp gaze sweeping the surroundings. His abrupt reaction startled Bunpuku, who stood nearby. Kazekage-sama, what's wrong? Did something happen? Rasa didn't hesitate and immediately turned to Bunpuku. Did you hear anything just now? Bunpuku looked at him in confusion before shaking his head. No, Kazekage-sama. I didn't hear anything. A flicker of realization crossed Rasa's eyes. Slowly, his gaze shifted toward the towering god tree before him. A trace of shock surfaced in his expression, yet he still sought confirmation. What about Shikaku? Bunpuku was momentarily taken aback but quickly narrowed his eyes, focusing inward as he communicated with the one-tail. Moments later, he opened his eyes and shook his head, his expression grave. Shikaku didn't hear anything either, Kazekage-sama. I see. Rasa's eyes darkened slightly as he locked onto the god tree once more. The answer was now evident. The voice he had just heard, there was no mistake. It had come from this very tree. In other words, the god tree had developed consciousness. And more than that, it was asking him for chakra. Rasa felt a wave of tension surge through him. This was yet another indication that the god tree might be deeply connected to the legendary ten-tails of the Otsutsuki clan. But what unsettled him even more was the nature of the voice he had heard. It had been a woman's voice. Could it be Kaguya Otsutsuki? If that was the case, then did it mean the Kama seal on his right hand originated from Kaguya herself? Would he eventually transform into a woman, just like how Madara Uchiha had been influenced by the god tree? I mean, he had no idea what it felt like to have a puss. Absolutely not. Rasa forcibly cut off his own ridiculous train of thought. He exhaled slowly, his mind quickly regaining focus. The sudden change in the god tree had caught him off guard, but at the same time, he realized something important. This wasn't just an anomaly. This was an opportunity. Not only could he confirm whether this god tree was truly the ten-tails, but he could also investigate the connection between his Kama seal and Kaguya Otsutsuki. A gamble, yes, but one worth taking. Even if this really was Kaguya Otsutsuki, what of it? At this point in time, her true form was still sealed on the moon. There was no way she could revive on her own. If anything, she would have to rely on him. With that thought, Rasa quickly made up his mind. Bunpuku-sama. Bunpuku straightened slightly, ears perking up at the Kazekage's call. I'm going to inject my chakra into this god tree. If anything unusual happens to me, separate me from it immediately. Bunpuku furrowed his brows, uncertainty flashing across his face, but seeing Rasa's resolute expression, he nodded firmly. I understand. Leave it to me, Kazekage-sama. Good. Only then did Rasa feel at ease. He trusted Bunpuku completely. Betrayal was the least of his concerns. With that resolve in mind, Rasa stepped forward, moving past the colossal statue and approaching the very heart of the seal, where the towering god tree stood. Its trunk was so thick that it would take at least 3 people to wrap their arms around it. For a brief moment, he hesitated. Then, pressing his right palm, marked with the Kama seal, against the tree's ancient bark, he let out a slow breath. Logically, he didn't have to take this risk himself. He could have used an alternative chakra source, such as Shikaku, who was nearby. That would have been the safer choice. But Rasa wasn't just seeking an answer, he wanted to understand the truth behind this god tree on a deeper level. And so, his decision was made. A soft glow of chakra began radiating from his palm. As expected, the moment his chakra touched the bark, it was absorbed instantly, like a sponge greedily drinking up water. This reaction didn't just startle Rasa, even Bunpuku, standing beside him, widened his eyes in shock. However, as time passed, a hint of disappointment crept into Rasa's heart. Nothing was happening. Aside from the god tree absorbing his chakra, there was no other reaction, no strange visions, no sudden disturbances, no immediate changes. Just as he began to wonder if he had been overthinking things, that same feminine voice echoed in his ears once more. Chakra. Chakra. Strangely, although the voice itself remained unchanged, Rasa could now sense something else beneath its tone. A feeling of insufficiency. The chakra he had given her, it wasn't enough. Rasa furrowed his brows. Normally, with his cautious nature, he would never continue such a risky endeavor. However, the way the god tree absorbed his chakra felt different. Unlike the tentails described in the legends, it didn't display any hostility or aggression. It was gentle. That realization convinced him to push a little further. You want more chakra? Rasa narrowed his eyes, determination flashing within them. Fine. I'll give it to you. Let's see what you really are. With that thought, he activated Star Release, Chakra Mode. A powerful surge erupted from his body as a faint blue chakra cloak formed around him. His energy, no longer a mere trickle, now roared forward like a mighty river, flooding into the god tree. It absorbed everything. Then, time stopped. It was as if he had been caught in a genjutsu. The world around him twisted and warped, shifting uncontrollably. Space and time stretched into thin, elongated lines, spiraling into a chaotic loop. Yet, despite this eerie sensation, Rasa felt no discomfort. That allowed him to remain calm and collected, his mind focused on observing the changes around him. When the distortions finally settled, everything was gone. Time, space, light, sound, all of it had vanished, leaving him in an endless, dark void. It felt like floating in a boundless starry sky, yet there were no stars. Just a dead, infinite silence. Even though Rasa had always been mentally strong, his identity as a transmigrator giving him an advantage in adapting to this world, this emptiness filled him with an unsettling sense of loneliness. For the first time in a long while, he truly felt isolated. Just as he was about to question where he was, a bright light flared behind him. Instinctively, he turned around and witnessed something unbelievable. Before his very eyes, a massive, glowing green Raisnon floated in the void. What in the actual heck? Yes. A giant, green Raisnon. Rasa could feel it, an immense power surging within the glowing sphere, a force unlike anything he had ever encountered. This was not chakra. It carried a resemblance to natural energy, yet at its core, it was something entirely different. Curious, Rasa slowly extended his hand and lightly touched the radiant sphere. The moment his fingers made contact, a warm, gentle energy flooded into him, brimming with immense vitality. Rasa froze. He hadn't even processed what was happening yet when suddenly, the massive Raisnon began spinning faster, its rotation accelerating at an alarming rate, as if time itself had been set into motion. And then, it changed. It was evolving. The once simple sphere of energy twisted and reshaped itself, shifting into something far more complex. As the green Raisnon spun rapidly, land masses formed across its surface. Vast oceans followed, swirling with deep blue currents. Clouds drifted into existence, casting shadows over the terrain. Then, as if life had been breathed into this miniature world, plants began to sprout. Lush forests, rolling fields, and towering mountains emerged in the blink of an eye. Animals soon followed. Birds soared through the sky, while creatures of all shapes and sizes roamed the land and seas. And finally, humans. Before Rasa's very eyes, the Raisnon had transformed into a breathtaking, vibrant blue planet, alive, thriving, and teeming with existence. At that moment, an inexplicable thought surfaced in his mind. Could that mysterious voice just now have been the will of the world, the very consciousness spoken of in countless myths and legends? The scene that followed seemed to confirm Rasa's suspicions. On a peaceful planet where humans and animals coexisted in harmony, a meteor suddenly descended from the sky. This sight felt strangely familiar. Hadn't this been how the Otsutsuki clan arrived? As expected, the meteor crashed down with an earth-shattering impact. From the center of the devastation, a towering tree began to rise. A god tree. It looked eerily similar to the one Rasa had cultivated using dragon vein chakra. But the moment the tree emerged, an ominous crimson hue began to seep outward from its core, like ink spreading through the fabric of reality, slowly engulfing the entire planet. Before long, the once beautiful blue world was swallowed by a suffocating blood-red glow. And then, it appeared. A familiar sight manifested on the planet's surface. An eye. A terrifyingly familiar eye. A Rinne Sharingan with 9 tomo. Kaguya Otsutsuki's eye. With its awakening, chaos and madness erupted across the once peaceful world. Rasa's vision pierced beyond the surface, revealing the world's very essence. At its core, the warm, gentle green energy that had once nurtured life was now tainted. Corrupted by the Otsutsuki's power, it raged violently, twisting and fracturing apart. Then, the green energy shattered into dozens of smaller orbs, each glowing with a unique hue. Meanwhile, countless streams of energy splintered off, weaving into the atmosphere like an intricate, sprawling web. These new energies carried an aura entirely different from the original life force. Among them, one sphere stood out, the largest of them all. It radiated a deep blue glow. And from it, Rasa finally sensed something familiar. Chakra. It pulsed, wild, ominous, and chilling. And within it, a woman's face, contorted with malice. Kaguya. Rasa's heart clenched. Beyond this massive blue sphere, 3 other large orbs stood out, one deep red, one dark green, and one light blue. Their energy. It felt akin to the power of the toads from Mount Mayaboku. As for the smaller orbs scattered throughout the space, each radiating a different color, one, in particular, drew Rasa's attention. A familiar sensation pulsed from it. Dragon Vein Chakra. Chapter 70, Revelation and Change. The transformation unfolding across this world struck Rasa as eerily familiar. Kaguya Otsutsuki had been sealed away, the moon had emerged in the sky, and the god tree had vanished. The immense power of chakra had been passed down to humanity through the teachings of the Sage of Six Paths, leading to the birth of ninjutsu. As time marched on, the world descended into the chaos of the Warring States period, where shinobi replaced samurai as the dominant force in warfare. As Rasa observed these changes, the structure of the shinobi world began to take shape before his eyes. The land of wind, the land of fire, the land of lightning, the land of earth, the land of water, the land of rain, and the land of rivers, all of them came into existence, their borders taking form. His gaze fell upon the land of wind, and in that moment, realization struck him. He finally understood why this land was nothing more than an endless desert. It was the birthplace of the god tree. When Kaguya Otsutsuki descended upon this world, the god tree had taken root there, greedily draining the land of its energy. What was once a thriving, verdant forest, much like the land of fire, had withered away, leaving behind an arid wasteland. As history unfolded, shinobi villages began to rise, Sunagakure, Kanahagakure, Kyumogakure, Iwagakure, Kirigakure, and Amegakure. The shinobi world plunged into turmoil as war after war erupted. And then, when it seemed chaos had already reached its peak, a meteor descended from the heavens. At first, Rasa assumed it was yet another member of the Otsutsuki clan arriving. But when the meteor crashed into the ground and transformed into a small, glowing humanoid figure, he was utterly stunned. Because that figure was himself. Then, something truly astonishing occurred. The soul that had transmigrated into this world, his soul, seemed to possess a purifying force. The chakra within the original Rasa's body, upon being taken over, underwent an extraordinary transformation. Its impurities were stripped away, reverting it to the pure green energy that had existed at the dawn of the world. But the purified energy did not remain stable for long. The new chakra generated by his body resisted the change, surging forward to taint the purified energy once more. In response, the pure energy began to gather, condensing in his palm until it took the shape of a black, diamond-shaped mark. It was in that moment that Rasa finally understood the origin of the Kama seal on his hand. And strangely enough, something about this process reminded him of a concept from a game he had once played, Elder Gods and Outer Gods. And, no idea what this game is. If anyone knows, please comment. Elder Gods were the native deities of a world. Outer Gods, however, were entities from beyond. Clearly, the force revealing all of this to Rasa was akin to an Elder God, one that had been tainted by the power of an Outer God from another world, the Otsutsuki clan. As a transmigrator, Rasa possessed a soul capable of purifying that corruption. What happened next confirmed his suspicions and resolved some lingering doubts. A glowing exclamation mark suddenly appeared above the little Rasa's head. It was just like an NPC in a game offering a quest. This consciousness, similar to an Elder God, truly had the ability to peer into his memories and thoughts. This also explained the appearance of the magnet fruit. It must have been drawn from his recollections of One Piece. The vision shifted again, replaying everything Rasa had done since arriving in this world. As the Kama seal absorbed Shikaku's chakra, the chakra of the stars, and the chakra of the dragon vein, the Otsutsuki tainted energy within them had been purified. Meanwhile, the green energy inside Rasa continued to grow stronger until it finally became powerful enough to rival chakra itself. Then came the pivotal moment. Rasa had planted the dragon vein chakra fruit in the desert. A new seed of green energy had been sown into this world. With the god tree formed from this green seed as its core, the chakra of the dragon vein had undergone a gradual purification. 3 days ago, the process had finally been completed. The energy sphere that once represented the dragon vein's chakra had been entirely transformed into pure green energy. At the same time, a magnet fruit, identical to the one from One Piece, had appeared on the god tree. The other Rasa, the one within the vision, plucked the fruit and ate it. The exclamation mark above his head vanished. It was exactly like completing a quest in a game and receiving a reward. Interesting. Rasa understood what this consciousness was trying to convey. It wanted to make a deal. If he continued to purify the forces corrupted by the Otsutsuki, it would reward him with powers similar to One Piece's devil fruits. This deal, however, felt unfair. Simply by using the power of the Kama seal, he could already acquire similar abilities on his own. He did not necessarily need these chakra fruits. As a transmigrator, Rasa did not concern himself with morality. Whether power was right or wrong, good or evil, did not matter to him. Power was only meaningful if it could be wielded effectively. But was there truly a difference between these chakra fruits and his own bloodline limit? Could they actually grant abilities identical to One Piece's devil fruits? Just as this thought crossed his mind, the world around him shifted again. His body plummeted from space, hurtling toward the ground. At that moment, a voice echoed in his ears. In an instant, he snapped awake. Everything returned to normal. He was once again standing beside the god tree, his right hand pressed against its trunk. A deep, bone-weary exhaustion settled over him, heavier than anything he had felt before. Bunpoku's voice still rang in his ears. Rasa steadied himself and raised his right hand. "Don't worry, I'm fine." Bunpoku hesitated, but the reassurance eased his concern, though uncertainty still lingered in his gaze. Was Rasa truly fine? Of course not. At that very moment, he realized something that darkened his expression. His chakra was gone. Not drained. Not sealed. But completely absent. His body could no longer generate even the smallest trace of chakra. For a moment, he stood there in stunned silence. Before he could fully comprehend what had happened, he became aware of something else. A different kind of energy pulsed within him, radiating an overwhelming vitality. This energy was unlike anything he had ever encountered. It surpassed both chakra and natural energy in sheer potency. And yet, it felt eerily familiar. It was the same green energy he had seen in the illusion, the primordial energy from the dawn of the world. Realization struck him. Was this consciousness trying to guide him? Urging him to abandon chakra and embrace this power instead? Feeling the immense life force contained within it. It did not seem like a bad trade-off. Even so, his brows remained tightly furrowed. Stripping his chakra away without his consent, wasn't that a little too forceful? As if responding to his dissatisfaction, the branches of the god tree above him began to tremble. A fruit emerged from the canopy, its shape resembling a cactus. Rasa's eyes narrowed. It was the Sunasuna no Mi, the sand fruit. Okay, I know some of you may be furious, but trust me, he will gain something even more overpowered in the future. Besides, this won't change much. Sunagekure, Kazekage's office. For the first time in over 2 months, Kazekage Rasa was late to an important village meeting. However, unlike before, none of the attendees voiced any complaints. After fighting alongside him for 2 months, they had gradually come to acknowledge him as their Kazekage. His presence commanded respect, and his leadership was no longer in question. The atmosphere in the room was also noticeably lighter, thanks to the presence of 2 women. One was Karura, the Kazekage's wife. The other was Queen Saramu of Rorin. Both had been summoned here by Rasa himself. As the saying goes, 3 women make a drama. Karura was well liked in the village for her kind and gentle nature. Even Pakura, who had once harbored resentment toward Rasa, could not bring herself to say anything bad about Karura, let alone Chiyo. As for Saramu, she had been working hard to integrate into this unfamiliar environment. With Karura's support, the people of Rorin had begun relocating to Sunagekure over the past few days. For the sake of her people's future, she made an effort to connect with the other women, despite being an outsider. With Karura facilitating the conversation and both Chiyo and Pakura understanding that Rasa must have had his reasons for bringing Saramu here, they treated her with courtesy. The discussion remained light, filled with small talk rather than tension. As time passed, they continued chatting, waiting for Rasa's arrival. After more than an hour, the sound of familiar footsteps echoed from the corridor. The Kazekage-sama has arrived. The moment Rasa stepped into the office, clad in his Kazekage robes, the entire room fell silent. Every senior official of Sunagakure, including Karura, froze for a moment. They could all sense it. Something about Rasa had changed. Chapter 71, Senjutsu Energy. In the world of ninjas, where chakra is the foundation of power, the strength of nearly all shinobi is raw and unfiltered, radiating from within. This is determined by the very nature of chakra itself. Formed by refining both spiritual and physical energy within a ninja's body, chakra flows and is stored in a remarkably simple manner before being released through ninjutsu. As a result, most ninjas with sensory abilities can perceive the chakra within their opponents and use it to gauge their strength. For example, when facing Rasa, the Kazekage, even the Jonin of Sunagakure could faintly sense the surging chakra within him, even if he didn't make a move. This was proof of his overwhelming power. The same could be said for the high-ranking officials of Sunagakure currently gathered in the Kazekage's office. Chiyo, Ebizo, Pakura, Michikawa, and his wife, Karura, all of them were ninjas capable of taking on hundreds, even thousands, by themselves. Their sensory abilities were exceptionally sharp, honed through years of experience. Yet, at this very moment, as they looked at Rasa sitting before them, they all felt something strange. Although the Kazekage was right in front of them, their senses returned an eerie emptiness, as if there were nothing there at all. Or rather, it felt as if the person sitting in the Kazekage seat was an ordinary man, one who possessed not even a single trace of chakra. Was that possible? Of course not. And considering that Rasa had arrived an hour late to this meeting, there could only be one explanation. Something had happened to Rasa, something even they were unaware of, preventing them from sensing his chakra. In that moment, everyone's gazes were fixed on the Kazekage in astonishment. However, neither Chiyo, Ebizo, Pakura, nor Michikawa questioned him further. Ever since the surprise attack on Konohagakure, Rasa had already given them far too many unexpected surprises. In truth, it wasn't just them who were shocked. Rasa himself was equally astounded by the changes in his body. After an hour of experimentation and acclimatization, he had come to a basic understanding of his transformation. Simply put, he could no longer refine or use chakra. That meant all chakra-based ninjutsu and even his bloodline limits were beyond his reach. However, as a substitute, he could now directly absorb and store the senjutsu energy of nature itself as his new source of power. Yes, senjutsu energy. That was the name Rasa had chosen for this world's primordial, verdant energy. And to replace his former bloodline limits, his magnet release, his sand manipulation, and his vaporization technique, Rasa had consumed 2 chakra fruits from the god tree, the magnet fruit and the sand fruit, granting him a new form of power. He called it Senjutsu Limit, a bloodline limit that utilized Senjutsu energy instead of chakra. After consuming the 2 chakra fruits, Rasa regained access to Senjutsu Limit, Magnet Release and Senjutsu Limit, Sand Manipulation. To be honest, even now, Rasa wasn't entirely sure, had he grown stronger or weaker. Although Senjutsu Limit, Magnet Release and Senjutsu Limit, Sand Manipulation felt noticeably stronger than their original bloodline limits when Rasa tested them, there were significant changes to consider. First, he no longer needed to refine chakra or fuse 2 different chakra natures to create magnetism for controlling gold dust. Instead, the process was completely bypassed. His senjutsu energy inherently carried magnetism. This not only saved him the effort of refining chakra, reducing energy consumption and making control more convenient, but it also expanded his ability to manipulate metals. He was no longer limited to controlling gold dust, he could now manipulate the iron sand that the Third Kazekage had once been so proud of. Second, Senjutsu Limit, Sand Manipulation granted him an elemental ability, allowing him to ignore most taijutsu in this world. This compensated for his previous weakness in close combat, giving him a significant advantage against physical fighters. Finally, because Senjutsu energy was fundamentally different from chakra, Rasa discovered that ordinary genjutsu no longer worked on him. This eliminated his greatest weakness, his susceptibility to illusions. However, he was still unsure whether he could resist dojutsu like the Sharingan, which operated on a higher level of complexity. Of course, Senjutsu energy didn't come without drawbacks. The biggest issue was that all of his previously mastered 5 elements ninjutsu, sealing techniques, and clone techniques were now completely unusable. This left Rasa feeling somewhat restricted, as he lost many tactical options in battle and could now rely only on his 2 senjutsu limits. Additionally, despite the power of his elemental ability, this was still a world governed by ninjutsu and the 5 elemental affinities. This meant there were still techniques capable of countering him, especially those that exploited elemental weaknesses or required intricate chakra manipulation. Fortunately, some fundamental abilities of special energies were retained. The curse mark power from Shikaku's chakra, as well as abilities from the dragon vein chakra, such as inorganic reincarnation, matter transformation, accelerated regeneration, and chakra absorption, remained functional through senjutsu energy. However, one unfortunate loss was the power of star release chakra, which had completely disappeared. This meant that, aside from Pakura, Michikawa, Baki, and Yoshimaru, star release mode had become a thing of the past. Still, overall, Rasa felt that he had become stronger. Because no matter what world one was in, physical strength was the foundation of everything. And just like the spiritual energy, chi, in cultivation novels, senjutsu energy possessed incredible vitality, continuously nurturing and strengthening his body. With the powerful life force of senjutsu energy nourishing him, Rasa hadn't expected to develop a body as invincible as the monsters from One Piece. However, he hoped to at least achieve a physique comparable to Hashirama Senju's sage body. Additionally, chakra-based techniques were completely ineffective against the Otsutsuki clan. Fighting them with chakra was like tossing meat buns at a dog, utterly useless. But with senjutsu energy, the situation was different. Now, Rasa had a way to confront the Otsutsuki in the future. Yet, there was one more unknown factor to consider. Rasa's maximum capacity for senjutsu energy was only half of what his chakra reserves had been. While he could replenish his energy by absorbing senjutsu energy from nature, the natural energy in this world had only just begun to recover. Aside from the area around the God Tree, where the concentration was higher, the rest of the ninja world remained barren, making regeneration painfully slow. Fortunately, as Rasa continued to use the Kama seal to absorb and convert chakra into senjutsu energy, the world's senjutsu energy concentration would slowly rise. However, as a reincarnator, Rasa was determined not to depend on external sources of power. True strength, he believed, could only come from within. Therefore, he needed to overcome his body's limits to store even more senjutsu energy. Using the Kama seal to enhance his physique seemed like the most obvious solution, but Rasa was someone who preferred to rely on himself. After all, the God Tree had already taken his chakra without his permission, which had left him greatly displeased. Now, only one plan remained in his mind. Perhaps he could treat senjutsu energy like spiritual energy, chi, in cultivation novels and train it as a cultivator would. But nope. He didn't want to become some sex elder with an inflated ego, cleaning up the mess after his subordinates. Besides, that task was for the future. Right now, with war looming, his immediate priority was managing the village. As these thoughts settled in his mind, Rasa gently tapped his fingers on the desk, bringing everyone's attention back from their shock. Apologies for the delay. Now, let's get down to business. Chapter 72, Announcement. First, I have an important announcement to make. Rasa's gaze swept over the small group in the room before finally resting on Seramu. As you may already be aware, the people of Rorin have now joined our village, Sunagakure. While we cannot hold a welcoming ceremony for them due to the looming war, I trust that all of you here will help guide the villagers and ensure their smooth integration. His eyes shifted to the rest of the room. Additionally, Seramu, as the former queen of Rorin, has outstanding abilities in governance. It would be a waste not to make use of such talent. I have decided that she will join the upper ranks of our village. As soon as the words left Rasa's mouth, Seramu's eyes widened in shock, quickly giving way to joy. If she could become a high-ranking member of Sunagakure, it would greatly help her people settle into the village. However, Rasa's words caused some unease among the other high-ranking officials present. First, Sunagakure, being a relatively small village, had limited positions of power. Bringing in a new member would undoubtedly affect the interests of others. Second, Seramu, while skilled in harnessing the energy of the dragon vein, was not a formidable kunoichi. Despite her past as queen, she lacked combat abilities, and in a shinobi village, the distinction between shinobi and ordinary citizens was clear. It was rare for non-shinobi to rise to high positions. Fortunately, Rasa was not the same as he had been 2 months ago. His standing in the village had significantly improved, especially after the success of the Three Kage summit. As a result, after his announcement, the officials exchanged glances but remained silent. It was Michikawa, a representative of the noble faction, who finally spoke after a brief pause. Kazekage-sama, where do you intend to place Lady Seramu? Rasa did not plan to immediately assign her to a high-ranking position. Instead, he offered a carefully thought-out plan. At first, she will serve as my assistant in my office, helping with village affairs. Once she becomes more familiar with the village, we will find a more appropriate role for her. Seramu, what are your thoughts on this? Naturally, Seramu did not object. As a member of the village, I am willing to serve in any capacity. Since the position was merely an assistant to the Kazekage, a personal role, no one voiced any objections. Very well. From this point on, Seramu, you should take your time to learn about the village. Karura will be there to assist you. Karura smiled kindly at both her husband and Seramu, giving a subtle nod. With Seramu's role settled, the conversation turned to the topic of the upcoming war. Sunagakure had long been ready for an official war against Konohagakure. There was little need for further discussion, all that was left was to execute the plan. However, as Rasa detailed the specifics, the officials began to sense something different about him. He appeared genuinely furious this time. It didn't take long for them to understand why. Konohagakure has underestimated us for far too long. They have never given us an explanation for the death of the Third Kazekage, and now, they have attempted to assassinate me. I believe it's time to make them remember who they're dealing with. The group nodded in agreement, no objections. After all, an attempt on the Kazekage's life was nothing less than a slap in the face to every shinobi of Sunagakure. However, Kazekage-sama, how do you plan to respond? Ebizo asked calmly. Rasa's answer was nothing short of shocking. It's simple. This time, I want to completely annihilate the Konoha forces that come to challenge us. In that instant, everyone, including Karura, stared at him in disbelief. Their eyes were wide, mouths slightly open, unsure of how to react. Only Saramu appeared confused, not fully grasping the magnitude of Rasa's words. Rasa's ambition was immense. The idea of utterly destroying Konoha's forces had been a thought shared by many in Sunagakure, but it was an ambition that had never been realized in history. Something like this. Is it even possible? Michikawa and Ebizo looked visibly shaken. Pakura, ever direct, cut to the heart of the matter. What's your plan? Rasa turned to Saramu and spoke, his tone serious. From this point forward, listen to me closely. If you have any questions, feel free to ask, as I will be explaining the strategy. Saramu, slightly nervous, nodded. Karura kindly handed her a notebook, signaling for her to take notes. With that, Rasa shifted his gaze to the others and began. First, I am calling this operation the Konoha Annihilation Plan. The name alone made the air grow tense, and everyone in the room held their breath. This mission requires an even higher level of secrecy than our last raid on the Land of Fire. Everything shared in this room today must remain strictly confidential. If any of you leaks this information, you will be treated as a traitor. Your subordinates only need to know their specific roles, nothing more. During the previous raid on the Land of Fire, Rasa had not possessed the authority to issue such strict orders. Now, however, everyone understood the gravity of the situation and nodded solemnly in response. The Konoha Annihilation Plan can be broken down into a series of actions designed to deceive Konoha, giving them a false sense of security. We'll gradually lead them into our carefully constructed trap, and in the end, deliver a crushing blow. To accomplish this, the operation will unfold in 3 phases. Rasa began outlining the details of the plan. The first phase, which I call the Deception Plan, follows the approach of our original strategy. Pakura and Michikawa will each lead 800 shinobi into the Land of Rivers and engage Konoha's forces in battle. You will have full freedom to choose your tactics, but there's only one condition, neither victory nor defeat. Neither victory nor defeat. Both Pakura and Michikawa were taken aback, unsure of Rasa's exact intentions. Rasa explained further. Much like our last raid on the Land of Fire, you must make Konoha believe that we aren't interested in an all-out war. Instead, they should think we're just stalling for time. Pakura's eyes lit up in understanding. I see. But after they've fallen for our deception once before, do you really think Konoha will take the bait again? Rasa smirked and raised a finger. That brings us to the second phase, the Reassurance Plan. During this phase, I will intentionally leak certain details about our dealings with Kimogakure and Iwagakure. If needed, we can even plant false intelligence. The officials in the room looked around with realization. Michikawa nodded, impressed. A brilliant move. Konoha will definitely want to avoid overcommitting their forces against us. If we do this right, they'll lower their guard and send fewer troops. Pakura nodded as well but added. Even so, completely wiping out Konoha's forces won't be easy. Given the shinobi's ability to travel across land, sea, and sky, as well as their advanced intelligence networks, even with reduced numbers, completely annihilating them would still present a monumental challenge. Rasa's eyes gleamed with anticipation as he responded. That's where the third phase comes in, the bait plan. Bait. Yes, but to make this phase work, we'll need a bit of luck. Luck. Rasa's cryptic tone left everyone wondering about his next move. Just then, a knock echoed through the room. The door to the office opened, and Baki entered, bowing respectfully as the gathered officials turned their attention to him. Kazekage-sama, we've received word from the advanced scouting units. The commander leading Konoha's forces against us is Danzo. Oh. It seems that luck is on Sunagekire's side after all. The satisfaction in Rasa's voice was evident, and everyone in the room could feel it. But Baki wasn't finished. He continued. There's one more thing, the Uchiha clan has also joined the battle. Chapter 73, the Uchiha clan. Since the Second Great Ninja War, The Uchiha clan had gradually become isolated within Konoha, especially after the death of Kagami Uchiha, the only member of their clan to ever hold a position in Konoha's upper ranks. This isolation was caused by two main factors. The first was Konoha's systematic suppression of the Uchiha clan. The second was the Uchiha's overwhelming pride as once the greatest clan in the ninja world, a pride that only grew as the Senju clan declined. This pride led most of the Uchiha to place their clan's interests above the village's. As a result, the Uchiha became increasingly defiant toward Konoha's leadership, an act that was intolerable to any ruling authority. Take the current war, for example. Months had passed since it began, yet Uchiha shinobi were scarcely seen on the battlefield. Rumors even spread that the Uchiha were waiting for Konoha to weaken, intending to seize the opportunity for a coup at the perfect moment. These rumors wiped out the little goodwill the Uchiha had earned after the truth of Danzo's secret Sharingan experiments came to light. Instead of being seen as victims, the Uchiha were now painted as villains. The village responded by tightening their surveillance of the clan. This only intensified the Uchiha's resentment toward Konoha, making their involvement in the war even less likely. But then, everything changed when Namikaze Minato personally visited Fugaku Uchiha, the clan leader. No one knew what was said during that meeting. However, after it, despite fierce opposition within his clan, Fugaku ordered the Uchiha to join the war. The Uchiha, though the most powerful clan in the ninja world, had a complex internal structure with many factions. Even so, Fugaku still commanded considerable authority, and many of the clan's most formidable shinobi followed his orders. With the Uchiha joining the fight, Konoha's pressure on the battlefield immediately began to ease. Land of Rivers. A country nestled between the Land of Fire and the Land of Wind, the Land of Rivers was true to its name, filled with numerous rivers, some flowing, others long dried up. These dry riverbeds had become natural hiding spots. Ever since Sunagakure declared war on Konoha, both Sand and Leaf Shinobi had been using these riverbeds for troop movements and supply transports. 7 days had passed since Sunagakure's official declaration of war against Konoha. During this time, countless skirmishes erupted across the Land of Rivers. But a closer look would reveal that Sunagakure was not truly engaging in full-scale war. Nonetheless, these skirmishes managed to tie up a portion of Konoha's forces in the Land of Rivers, creating a perfect opportunity for Kimogakure and Iwagakure, who eagerly launched large-scale invasions into the Land of Fire. Unlike Sunagakure, which was still engaging Konoha in a calculated battle within the Land of Rivers, the battle-hungry forces of Kimogakure had already advanced deep into the Land of Fire in just 7 days. Iwagakure, ever the opportunist, seized the chance to push forward, occupying nearly a third of Konoha's territory. The situation in the Land of Fire was growing more dire. Land of Rivers, a dried riverbed. A Konoha supply convoy slowly made its way forward. Hurry up. We need to reach the camp before nightfall. The one shouting was a Konoha Jonin from the Aburame clan, Fuka Aburame. Dressed in the clan's signature long robe and dark sunglasses, he was in charge of escorting the supply mission. Yes, sir. The convoy quickened its pace, but not by much. Most of the people transporting supplies were ordinary civilians, lacking the speed and agility of shinobi. Realizing that yelling wouldn't help much, Fuka Aburame made his way toward the center of the convoy, where 3 shinobi clad in Uchiha clan attire walked. Unlike most of their clansmen, who carried an air of arrogance, these 3 Uchiha had relatively mild expressions. Remembering Minato's instructions, Fuka Aburame softened his tone and addressed the youngest among them, a boy who appeared barely old enough for the academy. Shursue, how are you holding up? Can you handle the battlefield? Even as he spoke, Fuka Aburame couldn't help but feel a twinge of pity. Shursue was only 8 years old. If this were a normal time, he'd just be starting school. Yet here he was, already a genin. A true Uchiha prodigy. But sending a child to war, it was cruel. Then again, Konoha had no other choice. With battles raging on 3 fronts, the village was being crushed under immense pressure. Unlike the Jonin's somber thoughts, Shursue, experiencing life beyond the village for the first time, looked eager. He smiled gently and said, "Don't worry, Fuka-senpai. I'll be fine. I want to do my part for the village." Haha, no need to overdo it. Right now, your biggest priority is staying alive. Fuka Aburame chuckled before nodding toward the 2 Uchiha Chunin beside Shursue. "I'm counting on you too." The Chunin exchanged complicated looks before giving slight nods. The convoy continued moving forward. Shursue glanced at the towering riverbanks on either side, his sharp eyes analyzing the terrain. "Fuka-senpai, why are we taking this route? If the enemy attacks from above, wouldn't we be trapped and completely vulnerable?" Fuka gave him an approving look. "As expected of a Uchiha genius. You've got a good eye. Unfortunately, we don't have much choice." Shursue blinked. "No choice?" "That's right. The Land of Rivers has a complex terrain, mostly rivers and mountains, with very few flat plains. Compared to rough mountain paths, the dried riverbeds are far easier to travel. Especially with so many supply carts, oxen, and wagons. There's no way they'd make it through the mountains. Fuka added. But don't worry too much. The rivers here crisscross like a giant web. The sand ninja would have a hard time tracking us down. Shursue nodded in understanding. But just as he relaxed, Fuka Abirame suddenly turned toward the front of the convoy, his voice growing wary. No way, are we really that unlucky? Everyone, stop and stay on guard. At that moment, every member of the convoy realized Tsunagekire's ambush had arrived. Shursue tensed. This was his first time facing enemy ninja. And then. Boom. 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 Explosions erupted along both sides of the riverbanks. It's explosive tags. Someone shouted in alarm. The next instant, the riverbanks collapsed. A rain of boulders and dirt came crashing down. For the shinobi, avoiding the falling debris was easy, they leapt to safety in an instant. But the civilians weren't so lucky. Within moments, they were crushed, buried under the landslide. Their screams of terror and agony filled the air. Suspended in midair, Shursue Uchiha looked down at the carnage below, at the sheer brutality of war. For the first time, he truly understood the meaning of battlefield cruelty. Chapter 74, Despair. Ah, my leg. Help me. Cough, cough. The relentless explosions had collapsed the riverbanks, cutting off the entire ravine. The scene was one of chaos and despair. Some were buried alive under the rubble. Others had their legs crushed by falling debris. A few, caught in the shockwaves, coughed up blood as their lives slowly slipped away. Shursue Uchiha's dark eyes widened in shock. This was the first time he had witnessed such devastation up close. The cries of the wounded, the blood-soaked earth, the broken bodies, it was overwhelming. His heart ached, and his instincts screamed at him to act. He wanted to jump down and save them. But before he could move, a fellow Uchiha clan member grabbed his arm firmly. Where do you think you're going? The older Uchiha demanded. I have to save them. Shursue protested, his voice filled with urgency. The older Uchiha shook his head, his gaze cold and unyielding. They're already beyond saving. If you go down there, you'll just end up like them. But, we can't just stand here and watch them die. They're our fellow villagers. Shursue argued, his voice trembling with emotion. The Chunin's expression remained unchanged. His tone was calm, yet it carried a chilling weight. Look closely, Shursue. You are not a god. This is war. Life is fragile here. Shursue's pupils constricted. His small frame trembled slightly, but he didn't take another step forward. The words struck him deeply, and for a moment, he felt paralyzed by the harsh reality of the situation. Around him, the other Konoha shinobi stood helpless, their faces etched with frustration and anger. Against the sheer destructive force of the explosions, there was little they could do but hide and curse their powerlessness. Damn it. How many explosive tags did the Tsunagekure shinobi plant? The explosions raged on for a full 3 minutes before finally subsiding. Yet, even as silence followed, the Konoha forces remained on edge, weapons drawn, waiting for an ambush. But the attack never came. The smoke began to clear, and all that remained was the wreckage, no enemy in sight. Captain Abirame. All eyes shifted to Fuka Abirame. He felt the messages his insects were sending, and, gritting his teeth, he replied. Tsunagekure didn't advance. A heavy sigh escaped his lips as he gazed down at the devastation below. Search for survivors. It looks like we'll have to find another route. The rest of the journey was silent. No one spoke. The weight of war had settled deeply into their hearts. Even Shursue Uchiha, once so full of energy, now remained quiet. After what felt like an eternity, they finally reached Konoha's outpost in the Land of Rivers, Tsurumaru Castle. And, I believe it's an original location since I've never heard of it in Naruto. Alright, I'll arrange a place for you all to rest, Fuka Abirame said. I need to report to Danzo-sama. The mention of that name caused the three Uchiha to tense. The relief they had felt upon reaching the camp immediately evaporated. Thank you for your help, one of the Chunin said, his voice stiff. Fuka Abirame nodded. Of course, he understood their reaction. The tensions between the Uchiha and Danzo Shimura were no secret. Personally, Fuka sympathized with the Uchiha. His older brother, Abirame Shibi, was a close friend of Minato Namikaze. As a high-ranking member of the Abirame clan, Fuka knew all too well the kind of man Danzo was. But, for the sake of the village, he kept those thoughts buried deep within. The moment Fuka stepped into the command tent, a cold, oppressive atmosphere settled over him. At the center sat Danzo Shimura, Konoha's notorious spymaster. Beside him stood Ryoma Aburame, one of Danzo's most trusted subordinates, an Aburame who had defected to Root long ago. Perhaps because of this bond, the village had assigned Fuka Aburame's unit to assist Danzo, despite Fuka wanting nothing to do with him. The tension in the air was palpable, as it always was in Danzo's presence. Though they were all Konoha shinobi fighting for the same cause, the shadow of Danzo turned the room into a silent battlefield. It was Shibi Aburame, the head of the Aburame clan, who finally broke the silence. "You're here, Fuka. I heard you were attacked by Sunagakure." Fuka hesitated for a moment before nodding. "Yes, but as before, the Sunagakure shinobi only harassed us and then retreated." Danzo, his face as unreadable as ever, finally spoke, his voice cold and precise. "It seems our intelligence was accurate." Fuka's frown deepened in confusion. Sensing his confusion, Ryoma Aburame spoke up, offering clarification. "We've just confirmed it. Sunagakure has no intention of engaging us directly in combat." "What?" Fuka's confusion only deepened. Shibi stepped in to explain further. "According to intelligence from our spies in Sunagakure, Kumogakure, and Iwagakure, the recent Three Kage summit resulted in an agreement. The Fourth Kazekage convinced the Raikage and Tsuchikage that Sunagakure would not commit its forces fully to the war. Instead, Sunagakure will only engage Konoha in limited skirmishes, using mercenaries rather than their own shinobi." "Mercenaries?" Fuka repeated. "Yes," Shibi confirmed. "Kumogakure and Iwagakure will issue missions to Sunagakure, who will complete them for payment, rather than formally declaring war." Fuka blinked, taken aback by the revelation. "I see. I never expected Kumo and Iwa to agree to such a deal. This new Kazekage is more cunning than we thought." Danzo's sharp gaze narrowed at that. His expression remained impassive as he spoke in his usual, emotionless tone. "This benefits Konoha." Shibi nodded in agreement. "If Sunagakure isn't looking for a full confrontation, then we don't need to force one either. We should instruct our shinobi to hold back unless absolutely necessary." Danzo, despite his ruthless nature, was not a warmonger. His true goal wasn't simply to fight for Konoha, he was here to uncover the secrets hidden in the Kazekage's plans. If a full battle could be avoided, it only made sense to conserve their forces. Though always cautious of Danzo, Shibi felt a sense of relief at this decision. But then, Danzo suddenly steered the conversation in a new direction. "Shursue Uchiha, the prodigy of the Uchiha clan. He has arrived, hasn't he?" Meanwhile, in Sunagakure, a vast, ever-expanding oasis stretched before them, Dragon's Oasis, a new land personally named by the Fourth Kazekage, Rasa. It was no ordinary oasis. The divine tree at its core pulsed with pure senjutsu energy, transforming the barren desert into a lush, vibrant green. Every day, the oasis grew, and the changes were nothing short of astonishing. Bunpuku, the Jinchuriki of Shikaku, was left stunned each morning by the rapid growth. Baki, the head of the Umbu in Sunagakure, felt even more unnerved. The deeper he observed Rasa's work, the more he sensed that the Kazekage was beyond human comprehension. As for Rasa himself, for the past 7 days, he had immersed himself in relentless training within this sacred land. Apart from returning home at night to be with his wife, every waking moment was spent here. His sole focus: mastering senjutsu. His chakra reserves, once vast, were now only half of what they had been. That was unacceptable. Rasa knew that to proceed with his next plans, he needed to push beyond his current limitations. But how? With no clear answers, he resorted to the only option he had: return to the basics. He forced his body to its limits with intensive taijutsu training, using senjutsu energy to refine his physique, pushing his body to evolve. After a week, the results were evident. His physical strength had improved, and his capacity for senjutsu energy had expanded. But it still wasn't enough. Not nearly enough. The progress was too slow. The efficiency was too low. At his current level, he had already reached the peak of what most shinobi would consider Kage level. But his future enemies were far beyond that. Otsutsuki level. Six Paths level. If he wanted to stand among gods, minor improvements would never suffice. There was a shortcut. Bunpuku. If he could convert Shikaku's chakra into pure senjutsu energy, the results would be nothing short of staggering. Not only would his body undergo a radical transformation, but the world's senjutsu energy would rise exponentially. But there was a problem. A serious problem. The Sage of Six Paths was still watching. That ancient specter lurked in the shadows, silently observing the world. Rasa had no intention of drawing his attention, at least not yet. It wasn't time to take that risk. For now, he would have to find another method. Something faster. Something more efficient. Chapter 75, The Land of Grass. The Land of Grass. A small nation ensnared in a web of danger. Surrounded by the land of fire, the land of earth, the land of rain, and the land of waterfall, each posing its own threat. The land of fire and the land of earth were undisputed great powers. The land of rain, though small, had produced Hanzo of the Salamander, the legendary demigod who had shaken the world during the Second Shinobi War. The land of waterfall. Though seemingly insignificant, it possessed a tailed beast. With such formidable neighbors, the land of grass had survived only by mastering the art of diplomacy, skillfully navigating the tensions between them to ensure its continued existence. But now, with the land of earth launching a full-scale invasion into the land of fire, the land of grass was no longer the battlefield between the two giants. For the first time in years, there was peace. Or so it seemed. Unbeknownst to the world, the Fourth Kazekage, Rasa, had entered the land of grass under the cover of night. Alongside him were 9 elite members of Suna's secret mobile corps. Upon crossing the border, 3 more agents, already embedded in the land of grass, emerged from the shadows. Their code names, Sand Rat, Black Scorpion, and Red Thistle, each named after deadly creatures of the desert. Kazekage-sama. We move while we talk. Understood. A team of 12 jonin, led by the Kazekage himself. This was no ordinary mission. As they sprinted through the dense forest, Black Scorpion, the most physically imposing of the 3 scouts, reported their findings. Kazekage-sama, we've located the woman you asked us to investigate. She is from the Uzumaki clan. Her name is Hana Uzumaki. At the mention of the Uzumaki clan, the 9 masked agents tensed. The Uzumaki had been all but wiped out. Why would the Kazekage be searching for one? Black Scorpion continued. After the destruction of Uzushigakure, Hana wandered into the land of grass, where she was secretly taken in by Kazekage. Why? Rasa asked, though he already knew the answer. Because she has a unique ability. Any injured shinobi who bites her skin can instantly heal their wounds and restore their chakra. It is said she can even save those on the brink of death. The revelation sent shockwaves through the squad. Rasa, however, remained calm, his expression unchanged. Does she have any living relatives? Any other Uzumaki? No, Kazekage-sama. Hana is only 13 or 14 years old. Rasa lightly bit his finger, his mind turning over the information. I see. That means Karen has not been born yet. This was valuable information. Where did you learn this? Kazekage-sama, Kazekage is riddled with corruption. Money can buy almost anything. Black Scorpion's tone grew darker. More importantly, there's a growing division within Kazekage itself. The village is controlled by 2 opposing factions. The first is the war faction, calling themselves Grass Fruit, the Grass Fruit. They seek to strengthen the village through conflict and expansion. The second is the anti-war faction, known as Grass Flower, the Grass Flower. With the world at war, they have steadily lost influence. Currently, Grass Fruit holds most of the power, while Grass Flower is being suppressed. Rasa processed the information quietly. So, Grass Flower is desperate for support. Black Scorpion nodded. Yes, Kazekage-sama. We've already made contact with members of Grass Flower. In exchange for our backing, they provided us with this intelligence. Oh. Well done. Rasa's eyes gleamed with satisfaction. It seems my plan can proceed even more smoothly than expected. The 12 shinobi exchanged glances. Until now, Rasa had kept the purpose of this mission secret. But now, he saw no reason to withhold it any longer. It's time. His voice was calm, but it carried an unmistakable authority. Our objective is simple, we attack Kazekage and take Hana Uzumaki with us. The 12 jonin, all highly intelligent, instantly connected the dots. With the ongoing war, Tsunagekire's tailed beast, Shikaku, needed a new host. The current Jinchuriki was too old to continue serving as a weapon. That explained why even the Kazekage himself had mobilized for this mission. However, Kazekage-sama, if we only need Hana Uzumaki, we can use our connections with Grass Flower to have them smuggle her out quietly. No. Rasa shook his head firmly. If that were our only goal, I wouldn't be here personally. We have another mission, one just as important. We are going to be bait. Bait. That was never a good word to hear during a mission briefing. Yes. Our real target is Konoha's commander in the land of rivers, Danzo. A heavy silence fell over the group. Danzo. The man who had orchestrated the assassination of the third Kazekage and even attempted to eliminate Rasa himself. And now, the Kazekage was planning to strike back. Rasa didn't feel the need to elaborate further. Instead, he gave direct orders. We will launch a full-scale assault on Kazekage, forcing them to hand over Hana Uzumaki. In the meantime, I need you to use your contacts within the village to convince Kazekage's leader to request help from Danzo. Can you do that? The 12 shinobi now fully understood Rasa's true strategy. Sand Rat, responsible for contacting Kazekage's leadership, thought for a moment before nodding. It won't be difficult. The hostility between Kazekage's factions is severe. If we assist Grass Flower in eliminating some key members of Grass Fruit, they will be willing to cooperate. But Kazekage-sama, let us handle the diversion. There's no need for you to risk yourself. Of course, Rasa had no intention of taking that risk. In truth, he had no interest in eliminating Danzo. Danzo was like a poison, slowly rotting Konoha from the inside, exactly what Rasa wanted. However, Danzo possessed something far more valuable to him. Hashirama's cells. Sharingan. And most importantly, at this point in time, he did not yet possess Shirsue's eye. His power was at its lowest. This was an opportunity too tempting to ignore. No. Whether it is revenge for the Third Kazekage, or justice for his attempt on my life, this village deserves an answer. Since Konoha refuses to give us one, we will take it ourselves. Understood. Seeing Rasa's unyielding resolve, the 12 Jonin could only obey. Just then, Red Thistle, the final member responsible for gathering intel, spoke up. Kazekage-sama, while investigating the Land of Grass, we came across another interesting rumor. It's about a legendary artifact said to have been left behind by the Sage of Six Paths, the Box of Ultimate Bliss. Rasa paused. He knew that name. A relic that had appeared in a certain timeline, a so-called treasure of the Sage of Six Paths. He wasn't particularly concerned about it now, but... interesting. Keep investigating. He turned his gaze toward the rest of the team. In the future, if you uncover anything like this, any legends, artifacts, or secrets, report them to me immediately. After all, even though Rasa had knowledge of the future, there were always details that could slip through the cracks. Yes, Kazekage-sama. Good. With their objectives clear, the 13 shinobi vanished into the forest, moving toward Kazekage. Chapter 76, Kazekage. Kazekage sprawls across an immense plain, its vast landscape dominated by fields of ryujo flowers. These blossoms, with their crimson-hued buds, resemble flickering flames, making the entire terrain appear like a sea of fire under the sun's glow. Lacking natural defenses, Kazekage has been fortified into a near-impenetrable stronghold. Towering walls of solid rock encircle the village, forming concentric layers of protection. Within these walls, the architecture echoes the grandeur of European castles, each structure hewn from the same hardy stone. Perched atop the walls, Kazekage ninjas keep a watchful eye on the plains. Their forehead protectors glint under the light, and their stern expressions reveal unwavering vigilance. A closer look at their attire reveals two distinct factions within the village, most bear flame-like insignias, marking them as members of the Grass Fruit faction, Kazekage's primary combat force. The remainder wear emblems shaped like budding ryujo flowers, signifying their allegiance to the Grass Flower faction. From their elevated position, the sentries scan the horizon, their view unobstructed by the open plains. This keen surveillance allows them to detect potential threats with ease. Thus, when 13 figures streaked across the ryujo-covered expanse at incredible speed, the Kazekage guards spotted them instantly. However, their reactions lagged behind the sheer swiftness of the intruders. Before they could even raise an alarm, the strangers had already reached the base of the fortress walls. Who goes there? A sharp voice pierced the air. Whoosh! In a blur of motion, the 13 figures leaped onto the wall. Only then did the Kazekage ninjas get a clear view of their forehead protectors. They're from Sunagakure. Clang! 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 The village alarm bells erupted in a frantic chorus, their chimes ringing across Kazekage. Heh! A cold scoff escaped Rasa's lips. His dark eyes flickered with resolve as he addressed the 12 covert operatives at his side. Proceed as planned. Hi! With no hesitation, the 12 Sunagakure ninjas dispersed, each one vanishing in a blur of motion. Only 3 remained by Rasa's side. Seeing this, Rasa lifted both hands, channeling an overwhelming surge of natural energy through his body. The air around him vibrated as he unleashed his technique. Sage Art, Sand Control Jutsu, Flowing Sand Waterfall. In an instant, the vibrant plains surrounding Kazekage transformed. The soft, fertile ground shifted and churned as an ocean of golden sand erupted, swallowing the landscape. Towering waves of sand roared across the terrain, darkening the sky as they surged toward the village. Kazekage, though once prosperous, was not a vast village. Rasa estimated it to be only 3 to 4 times the size of Hoshigakure, a place he had encountered before. Thus, his sandstorm, rivaling the scale of a natural disaster, was more than enough to engulf the entire stronghold. A suffocating fear spread through Kazekage as the sky turned ominous beneath the shifting dunes. Panic gripped the village. The lower-ranking ninjas, the backbone of Kazekage's forces, stared in horror. Even the mid-tier elites, considered high-ranking within this village, had never witnessed such devastating ninjutsu before. This can't be real. Is this really ninjutsu? Are you joking? A stunned silence overtook the battlefield. At this moment, even the Sunagakure shinobi couldn't hide their own astonishment. All 12 members of the covert mobile unit were momentarily stunned by the sheer magnitude of Rasa's technique. The vast, shifting sands that now dominated the landscape were a stark reminder of his overwhelming power. But they quickly shook off their awe. None dared to be careless in executing the mission he had entrusted to them. Just then, 4 figures emerged from the depths of Kazekage, moving like shadows before coming to a halt in front of Rasa. They wore long robes and masked their faces with intricately carved animal masks. These 4 were among the rare elite jonin of Kazekage, warriors who had long stood at the pinnacle of the village's strength. Who are you? Why has Sunagakure invaded Kazekage? Sir, there are agreements between the great nations. You cannot attack us without justification. Their voices carried urgency, but Rasa paid them no heed. Instead, he turned slightly to Sandrat, the operative standing at his side. Is it just these 4? Yes. Sandrat confirmed with a firm nod. Though Rasa had arrived in Kazekage with his 12 covert operatives, he had taken the time to lay the groundwork before the assault. One of the most crucial steps had been Sandrat's mission, securing contact with high-ranking members of the Grassflower faction, Kazekage's internal opposition. Kazekage was rife with corruption, its 2 factions locked in bitter strife that had escalated into near civil war. The Grassflower faction's demands were simple. In exchange for cooperation, Sunagakure would eliminate the high-ranking shinobi of the Grassfruit faction, their primary rivals. Rasa, seeing Sandrat's confirmation, wasted no time. Sage Art, Sand Instant Body. His form dissolved in an instant, swept away in a spiraling torrent of sand. What? The 4 Kazekage jonin recoiled, dread seeping into their expressions. They immediately activated their sensory abilities, desperate to pinpoint Rasa's location. But the air was still, save for the swirling sands that clouded their vision. Then, pain. Sage Art, Sand Instant Body, slash. A deadly silence hung in the air before Crimson streaked the battlefield. This technique, a fusion of Rasa's Sage Art, Sand Control and advanced elemental manipulation, exploited a fatal weakness in most shinobi, their inability to perceive natural energy. Moving undetected, he had closed the distance with chilling ease, striking them down before they even sensed his presence. Though not as instantaneous as the Flying Thunder God technique, nor effective against those with extraordinary reflexes, it was devastating against unsuspecting targets. Slash. 3 Kazekage jonin gasped as deep, lethal gashes split across their abdomens. Their bodies crumpled to the ground, blood pooling beneath them. Only one remained. His entire body trembled, his breath uneven as he stared in abject horror at his fallen comrades. His lips quivered as he forced out a single, shaken question. Who are you? Before he could turn, a cold voice whispered from behind him, sending an ice-cold shiver down his spine. My name is Rasa, the Kazekage of Sunagakure. Go tell your leader. Hand over the Uzumaki girl. The remaining jonin's breath hitched. But upon realizing Rasa had no intention of killing him, terror swiftly turned to desperation. Without a second thought, he spun on his heel and fled, his heart pounding with relief at having escaped the clutches of death. At the heart of Kazekage, within the towering fortress that loomed over the village, a tense gathering was underway. Seated around a long table in the dimly lit chamber, the high-ranking members of Kazekage had convened in urgency. Yet, their numbers were alarmingly scarce. There were only 9 jonin present, a testament to just how few elites Kazekage truly had. Though their faces remained concealed behind their signature animal masks, their frenzied voices betrayed their fear. The weight of the crisis had shattered any illusion of composure. How did the Kazekage of Sunagakure find out about the Uzumaki girl? One demanded, his voice sharp with paranoia. Could someone from our own village have leaked the information? Another questioned, suspicion creeping into his tone. Idiot. Is this really the time for infighting? Then what do you propose we do? What else can we do? The Kazekage of Sunagakure is here in person. Do we really have a choice but to hand her over? Damn it. I can't accept this. One of the jonin clenched his fists, his frustration boiling over. That girl carries the power of the Uzumaki clan. If we just had more time, we could. More time. Another cut in coldly. Survival is more important than ambition. Didn't you see? Kudo and the others were killed instantly. Do you really think you're stronger than them? A heavy silence settled over the room. Faced with the stark reality of life and death, even the most reluctant among them knew there was only one rational decision. Rasa's display of power had been overwhelming. If they resisted, Kazekage wouldn't just lose the Uzumaki girl, it would cease to exist. And it wasn't just Rasa, other high-ranking Sunagakure shinobi were here as well. Just as the conclusion seemed inevitable, a voice cut through the stillness. No, we can hand her over. But we can't make it easy for them. Chapter 77, the Uzumaki clan. What does that mean? All eyes immediately turned toward the speaker. If we can't claim the power of the Uzumaki clan for ourselves, then we must ensure Sunagakure doesn't get it either. Otherwise, where would that leave our village's pride? We understand that, but how exactly do we create trouble? The Kazekage is far beyond our capabilities. We may not be strong enough, but there are others who are. Have you forgotten about Konohagakure? With the bond between the Uzumaki clan and Konoha, there's no way they would willingly hand the Uzumaki orphan over to Sunagakure. Realization flickered in their eyes. That's right. Sunagakure wants the Uzumaki girl, likely to harness her clan's power and make her a Jinchuriki. But Konoha would never allow that. At that moment, the one who had first spoken leaned forward, his voice measured yet firm. Sending the news directly to Konoha would take too long. Instead, why not inform Danzo, the leader of Konoha's forces currently engaged with Sunagakure? Why him? It's simple. The Kazekage must pass through either the land of rain or the land of fire to return from our land of grass to the land of wind. He will inevitably cross the land of rivers, and Danzo is stationed there. He can act on this information faster than anyone. After a pause, he continued. Besides, there's lingering bad blood between Danzo and Sunagakure. Whether it's the Third Kazekage's mysterious disappearance or the failed assassination attempt on the current Kazekage, the tension between them hasn't faded. And let's not forget Danzo himself, his thirst for the Uzumaki clan's power is just as strong as ours. The logic was sound, and the higher-ups exchanged knowing glances, convinced by the plan. As Kazekage frequently dealt with the major nations, they had established covert communication channels with Konoha's ANBU en route. And so, just over an hour later, Root received the message from Kazekage. Land of Rivers, Tsurumaru Castle. In recent days, it had become clear that, much like during their previous raid on the Land of Fire, Sunagakure had no real intention of going to war with Konoha. As a result, Konoha's front lines had gradually withdrawn. Along with recalling some of its shinobi, Konoha also made a tactical decision to avoid direct confrontations with Sunagakure's forces whenever possible. However, due to past experience, Konoha remained cautious, keeping over 1,000 troops stationed in the Land of Rivers to prepare for any unexpected conflict. Despite the lack of major battles, Danzo Shimura, Konoha's commander, had chosen not to return to the village for rest. There was something here that intrigued him far more than a return to Konoha ever could. Such remarkable talent. Shursue Uchiha. Inside Konoha's military encampment, Danzo sat alone, poring over intelligence reports gathered by Root on Shursue Uchiha. His normally cold, calculating eyes gleamed with interest. He had long heard whispers of this young prodigy, but given the deep-seated tensions between himself and the Uchiha clan, he had never paid much attention. However, after a week of direct observation, Danzo had come to a realization: this 8-year-old boy was far beyond ordinary. In Shursue, he saw traces of an old comrade. Uchiha Kagami. Danzo's eyes narrowed slightly, his expression darkening. Kagami, let's see just how far your bloodline can go. Just then, hurried footsteps approached from outside. Danzo-sama. Enter. The tent flap parted, and one of Danzo's most trusted subordinates, Ryoma Aburame, stepped inside, gripping a small note. His tone was urgent. Danzo-sama, Root has just received a message from Kazekage. Kazekage. Danzo's brow furrowed slightly. It was an unexpected source of information. But the look on Ryoma's face told him this was no trivial matter. Taking the note, Danzo's sharp gaze scanned its contents, and his expression grew even colder. Has this been verified? Ryoma reported what had been confirmed. The message came through a special channel, one that only Kazekage's leader would know. Additionally, we captured several Kazekage shinobi and used interrogation techniques to confirm the claim. It appears Kazekage is harboring someone who may possess the Uzumaki clan's bloodline. Danzo's grip on the note tightened slightly. His voice dropped to a deadly whisper. Those grass rats. How dare they hide a survivor of the Uzumaki clan right under our noses? A tense silence followed before Ryoma cautiously asked. What are your orders, Danzo-sama? Danzo's mind was already calculating the best course of action. How many jonin can we mobilize here? Ryoma took a moment to consider. If we include the 2 Uchiha jonin and Root's elite forces, we can field a total of 38 jonin. The Uchiha, huh? Danzo's expression shifted ever so slightly, an unreadable glint in his eyes. Gather all of them. Immediately. Understood. Ryoma bowed before vanishing into the night. Such a large-scale mobilization by Danzo couldn't go unnoticed. As deputy commander, Shibi Aburame quickly detected the unusual movement within the camp. The sudden assembly of jonin was anything but routine. Without hesitation, he went straight to Danzo. Danzo-sama, what is happening? Why are all the jonin being gathered? Danzo had no intention of concealing the truth. Without a word, he handed Shibi the message Root had received. Shibi's eyes scanned the note, and his composed expression faltered. This was no small matter. Danzo, however, didn't give him time to fully process the information. We absolutely cannot allow Sunagakure to obtain the Uzumaki orphan. If they want her, it's undoubtedly to make her their Jinchuriki. Shibi nodded, his face grave. He did not dispute the logic. So, Danzo-sama, are you planning an interception? Should we inform the village? It's too late, Danzo replied without hesitation. By the time we report to Hiruzen and wait for his response, Sunagakure will have already taken her. Shibi understood the reasoning. Here in the land of rivers, Danzo had full authority over military operations. Then, what is your plan? Danzo's gaze darkened, his voice carrying an unmistakable edge. I will lead the Jonin to intercept them. If everything goes as planned. A glint of ruthless intent flashed in his eyes. We might just ensure that this young Kazekage of Sunagakure never makes it back home. Without him, Sunagakure will no longer be a threat. Shibi stiffened. It was an undeniable opportunity, yet something about it unsettled him. He couldn't shake the memory of the last raid on the Land of Fire, where he had witnessed Sunagakure's young Fourth Kazekage in action firsthand. A sense of unease crept into his mind. He hesitated before voicing his concern. Danzo-sama, could this be a trap? A trap? Both Danzo and Ryoma Aburame turned to Shibi in surprise. Why would you think that? Shibi furrowed his brows, struggling to put his intuition into words. I can't say for sure, but this young Kazekage isn't someone to underestimate. Last time, even Minato and Jiraiya-sama struggled against him. He deliberately invoked the names of Minato Namikaze and Jiraiya, hoping it would add weight to his argument. Instead, it had the opposite effect. Humph. Danzo let out a sharp scoff, his tone laced with disdain. Without a shred of doubt, he issued his final order. If you don't know for certain, then don't speak nonsense. Gather the Jonin. I'll take 30 of them. This time, we will capture the Fourth Kazekage alive. Chapter 78, A Salvation. Danzo had never imagined that one day, Minato Namikaze, someone he had always considered to be without any substantial foundation, would become his greatest obstacle to obtaining the position of Hokage. It wasn't until Minato successfully convinced the Uchiha clan to join the battle to prevent the Ninetales Jinchuriki from entering the fray that Danzo's suspicions were finally aroused. In that moment, he realized that something was deeply amiss. Upon reflecting, Danzo came to the unsettling realization that Minato had quietly transformed into a force so powerful that even he, with all his cunning and resources, could do nothing to oppose it. Minato was no longer just the disciple of one of the legendary three ninjas, Jiraiya. He was the beloved husband of Kushina Uzumaki, the current Ninetales Jinchuriki, and a close friend to the leaders of the Ino Shikacho and Yamanaka clans. He was also the mentor to Konoha's White Fang's son, Kakashi Hatake, and a celebrated hero on the battlefield. All of these connections tied back to the yellow flash of Konoha. Even the Uchiha clan, once wary of him, was now willing to stand by him. If Minato ever chose to run for Hokage, Danzo realized, there would be no one left in the village with enough power or influence to stop him. In that moment, Danzo finally understood why Hiruzen Sarutobi, the third Hokage, held Minato in such high regard. Despite the crisis that had befallen the village, Hiruzen continued to support Minato, refusing to allow the Ninetales Jinchuriki onto the battlefield. Perhaps, even Hiruzen had come to see Minato as an unstoppable force. Danzo seethed with frustration. How could he allow this to continue? Especially now, as Minato had repeatedly opposed Danzo's decisions, particularly on the matter of the Ninetales Jinchuriki. His opposition had caused Danzo to lose face in the eyes of the villagers. Even worse, it had given the Uchiha clan, long suppressed by Danzo's root organization, a much-needed opportunity to regain their strength. The thought of it sent Danzo's anger spiraling further. So, when Shibi Aburame spoke, Danzo's reaction was swift and cold. He immediately issued his orders. Shibi, however, found himself powerless to act. There was nothing he could do but watch as Danzo gathered his forces. Within a short time, Danzo, leading 30 Jonin, slipped out of Tsurumaru Castle under the cover of darkness. As he watched Danzo and his contingent depart, Shibi's unease deepened. A small incident just moments before had triggered his sense of dread. Danzo had stubbornly insisted on drafting 2 Uchiha Jonin into the ambush against the Kazekage of Sunagakure. There was little Shibi could do about it. All he could do was issue orders to his clan's ninjas, urging them to spread the word and heighten their vigilance. At the same time, Sunagakure's Anbu, who had been covertly observing Tsurumaru Castle, had noticed the departure of so many Konoha Jonin and immediately relayed the information. Land of Rivers. The long-abandoned Tetsuya Mine. This was Sunagakure's base, located at the farthest edge of the Land of Rivers. Unlike the bustling Konoha camp, this place felt eerily quiet and desolate. Apart from the main command tent and the storage tents, there were few others scattered around. This was part of Sunagekire's strategy for this mission, splitting their forces into smaller, more manageable units. Inside the main tent, the three leaders of the main forces, Chiyo, Pakura, and Michikawa, had gathered. With Rasa absent, Chiyo, as the elder, naturally held the highest rank. However, she wasn't inclined to speak first, leaving the composed Michikawa to step into the role of the de facto commander, as had been arranged by Rasa. The ANBU messenger arrived with an update. Everything was proceeding according to the Kazekage's plan. Konoha's forces had walked right into the trap. Danzo, the elder of Konoha, had led most of the Jonin out of Tsurumaru Castle, while Sunagekire's main force had already been positioned around the castle, ready to execute the plan of breaking their forces into smaller units. With a single command, they would be able to surround Konoha's defenders. Has the timing for the attack been confirmed? Chiyo asked, her gaze still fixed on the messenger. Yes. According to the Kazekage's instructions, we plan to launch the attack 6 hours after Danzo departs from Konoha. All orders have been issued, and our ninja will arrive at their designated positions. It will take a little time. Since it's confirmed, issue the order, Chiyo said, her voice steady. Hi. Within moments, Michikawa's orders were transmitted via Sunagekire's ANBU network. Let's move out as well, Chiyo said, preparing to stand. Suddenly, Pakura, who had remained silent up until this point, spoke. How many people from Konoha's side have gone to Rasa? Chiyo and Michikawa exchanged puzzled looks, but Michikawa, ever the curious one, responded. According to the intelligence we received, Danzo, the elder from Konoha, left with 30 jonin. I didn't expect Kazekage-sama's prediction to be so accurate. He truly understands this Konoha elder. Michikawa's words of praise were met with a sharp reply from Pakura. Even so, for the leader of his village to personally serve as bait is far too reckless, Pakura said, her voice laced with frustration. Michikawa was stunned by her reaction, confused as to why Pakura would say this. Hadn't this already been decided? However, Chiyo, with her sharper, more perceptive instincts, seemed to understand. Her eyes widened in realization, but she quickly composed herself, offering a reassuring smile to Pakura. Don't worry. Since Rasa is confident, we should trust him as comrades. Besides, this message has already reached him. If he knew he couldn't win, he wouldn't take such a risk. Pakura nodded slightly, her expression softening as she absorbed Chiyo's words. With that, the three of them left the tent, leading their subordinates to prepare for departure. In the blink of an eye, the land of rivers was thrust into motion, setting the stage for the coming battle. Meanwhile, in the land of grass, within the heart of Kazekage, in a building that resembled a massive, foreboding tower, several wooden barred prison cells lined the stone walls. This was the facility where the land of grass kept its prisoners, a place of darkness and isolation. Deep within the dim, oppressive cells, there was a small room with only 2 palm-sized windows, through which scant sunlight filtered in. A young girl, her striking red hair a sharp contrast to the bleak surroundings, lay curled up on a simple wooden bed, clutching her head in her hands. She wore a plain long dress that resembled prison attire, her bare arms and thighs marked with bite wounds. Her feet were bound with chakra-sealing chains, rendering her powerless. The air was heavy with the stench of despair and neglect. Suddenly, hurried footsteps echoed down the corridor. As the footsteps drew closer, 2 Kazekage guards in ninja attire arrived at her cell. Without a word, they swiftly unlocked the bars and barked at the girl, their faces cold and unfeeling. Come with us. The girl offered no resistance. She had long grown accustomed to such treatment, her spirit dulled by the countless torments she had endured. Without hesitation, the guards quickly escorted her through the long, dreary corridor. Eventually, they reached a door leading outside, where bright sunlight poured in from the open air. As the girl stepped into the light, the blinding rays forced her to squint. She took a moment to adjust her eyes, but when she finally opened them fully, she was met with a sight beyond her imagination. It was as if the world itself had fallen into chaos. A vast sandstorm, dark and swirling, engulfed Kazekage, obscuring the once vibrant green landscape. The storm's powerful winds howled, and the once familiar surroundings were now cloaked in a menacing haze. It was only then that the girl noticed the fear etched on the faces of the Kazekage ninjas who had once tortured her. Their stoic expressions had vanished, replaced with panic and confusion. What's happening? A flicker of life returned to the girl's otherwise vacant eyes as she tried to make sense of the situation. Just then, a voice broke through the tension, addressing the scene unfolding around them. Is this the one? Yes, Kazekage-sama. This is the orphan of the Uzumaki clan, her name is Hana. Hana Uzumaki, her head slightly raised, turned her gaze toward the source of the voice. From above, descending like a divine being, a man with short red hair and an air of overwhelming authority floated down before her. His presence was commanding, and the very earth seemed to bow in respect. Chapter 79, Hana Uzumaki. It was no wonder that she would one day become the future mother of Karen. Standing before Rasa was a young girl who bore a striking resemblance to Karen, around 80% alike. She appeared to be no older than 13 or 14, youthful and fragile. Her hair and pupils were both the distinct red of the Uzumaki clan. She wore what seemed like prison garb, and her exposed skin bore the marks of past torment, bite marks that marred her innocence. Her posture was tense, and the aura of fear and uncertainty that radiated from her made it clear she was on edge as she nervously met Rasa's gaze. This sight caused Rasa to frown slightly, a wave of displeasure crossing his face. He turned to the high-ranking Kazekage officials standing nearby and spoke with authority. "Release her restraints." "Why yes." The officials, sensing the weight of Rasa's displeasure, scrambled to comply. They hastily ordered the prison guards to unlock Hana's shackles. Clang. The sound of the chakra-sealing handcuffs hitting the ground echoed in the air. For a moment, Hana, who had been trembling with fear, seemed to undergo a change. Her eyes widened in disbelief, and she stared at Rasa in shock. Her lips parted, as if she was trying to speak but could find no words. This shift in her behavior did not go unnoticed. Everyone present, including Rasa, observed it carefully. Rasa, curious but unperturbed, did not wait for an explanation. He had already obtained what he came for, and there was no need to linger in Kazekage any longer. A cloud of golden sand began to form beneath their feet. Hana, taken aback by the sudden movement, lost her balance and fell onto her butt. The sand, however, was soft, cushioning her fall. Rasa, without a second glance at the Kazekage ninjas, ignored the hidden resentment in their eyes as he dispelled the barrier sealing the village. With a slow, deliberate motion, he ascended into the sky, leaving Kazekage behind. In this world, those with absolute power could act without explanation or justification. Soon, Rasa's figure was nothing more than a speck in the distance, disappearing from sight. The Kazekage ninjas, their faces twisted in hatred, watched the departure. But they wasted no time, quickly sending all the information they had gathered to Konoha. A little while later, in a forest 10 kilometers from Kazekage, Rasa did not rush back to the village. Instead, he waited quietly in the forest, allowing time to pass calmly. Not long after, the figure of the black scorpion appeared beside him, moving with remarkable speed. After glancing briefly at Hana, the orphan of the Uzumaki clan, who looked somewhat dazed, the black scorpion spoke. "Reporting to Kazekage-sama, the bait has been set." "Good, then let's head out as well." "As you command." In the forest, 12 shadowy figures moved swiftly, clearing the path ahead for Rasa. Rasa summoned the cloud of gold dust beneath them once more, lifting them slowly into the air. He didn't rush. Even though the bait had been set, they still needed to wait for the fish to bite. Their journey would take them across the land of grass, into the land of fire, through the land of rivers, and finally back to the land of wind. The reason they weren't taking a more direct route through the land of rain was simple: the constant rainy weather there would significantly hinder Rasa's abilities, especially in the crucial moments ahead. This battle was too important, and Rasa wasn't about to leave any vulnerabilities open. Finally, he turned his attention to Hana, who stood beside him. Unlike the fear and unease she had shown earlier, when the shackles were still on her, Rasa now noticed that the girl regarded him with a mixture of curiosity and surprise. As Rasa observed her, Hana became aware of his gaze, and a slight panic flickered in her expression. This intrigued Rasa further. "You don't seem to be afraid of me." Hana, startled by the comment, hesitated for a moment. Her lips trembled slightly before she nervously spoke in a voice low enough that only the two of them could hear. "Chakra. Your chakra is very warm." The answer took Rasa by surprise. He recalled that Karen, from the future, was known for her exceptional sensory abilities, including the mind's eye of the Kagura, which allowed her to sense chakra. But that was just chakra, wasn't it? It seemed this girl, Hana, an orphan of the Uzumaki clan, could even sense the sage energy within his body. Rasa raised an eyebrow, his curiosity piqued. "You can sense the power inside me?" Hana nodded cautiously but then raised her voice slightly, speaking with more confidence. "Yes. It's unlike any chakra I've ever sensed. It's as warm as the sun." "As warm as the sun?" Rasa's expression shifted slightly as he processed her words. The idea of his chakra being compared to the sun was unexpected. Yet, he didn't press her further on the matter. Instead, he reached into his belongings and pulled out some food and water, placing them in front of Hana. "Your body is too weak. Eat something to replenish your strength. We'll have another battle soon." Hana's eyes widened in surprise, but without a second thought, she grabbed the food and water, hastily consuming it in large bites, much like another Uzumaki from the future might have done. Rasa had initially wanted to tell her to eat more slowly, to comfort her in some way, but after a brief moment of contemplation, he chose not to say anything further. It wasn't that he didn't care, it was simply that he understood the girl's circumstances. He wasn't one for unnecessary words, especially not now. Time passed slowly, the air around them quiet and still. The world around them moved at its own pace, while Rasa and Hana remained suspended in their moment. Around 2 hours later, the familiar figure of Black Scorpion appeared again, his presence sharp and commanding. Kazekage-sama, the intel from the ANBU reports that Danzo from Konoha, along with 30 Konoha Jonin, is attempting to intercept us halfway. Hana, who had just regained some of her strength, froze at the mention of the 30 Jonin. Although she still didn't fully understand the significance, the term was enough to make her stomach churn with fear. It brought back memories, the destruction of her homeland, the fall of the Uzumaki clan. Rasa, however, remained composed, his voice smooth as he responded. 30 Jonin-level ninjas, huh? Quite a bold move. Let's proceed as planned. Let's see who is the mantis and who is the cicada. As you command, Kazekage-sama. Hana remained silent, staring wide-eyed at the unfolding situation. She didn't fully grasp the plan or its significance, but an overwhelming sense of unease began to settle in her chest. Then, Rasa's voice broke through the silence again. You must have figured it out by now. I am Rasa, the fourth Kazekage of Sunagakure. The reason I'm here personally is to take you back to Sunagakure. Sunagakure needs the power of the Uzumaki clan. Hana's eyes dimmed as his words sunk in. She had long known that her greatest worth was tied to the Uzumaki bloodline that ran through her veins. It wasn't the first time she had been used for that very reason. So, will you join Sunagakure? Rasa asked, his voice unbothered. Hana, lost in her painful memories, spoke softly but with a sorrowful undertone. Sunagakure. Kazekage. To me, there's no difference. She hugged her knees tightly, curling up into herself as if to shut out the world. Rasa watched the girl for a moment, sensing the deep sadness that lingered in her heart. After a brief pause, he spoke in a low voice, his words carrying a rare sincerity. I don't like making empty promises, but there's one thing I can assure you, in the name of the Kazekage. In my village, no one will ever think of hurting you. Hana's red eyes flickered, a mixture of both hope and uncertainty flashing within them. Rasa didn't press her further, sensing her emotional conflict. Focus on recovering your strength for now. We have another battle ahead. But don't worry. Everything is proceeding as planned. He paused, his gaze narrowing slightly as he considered the situation. He had no intention of sending Hana back to Sunagakure alone. He didn't fully trust his subordinate's abilities to protect her or to handle the incoming confrontation with Danzo. If he was going to use himself as bait, he needed Hana by his side. Only then would he have a chance to ensure the plan unfolded the way he intended. Chapter 80, Perception. At the border between the Land of Fire and the Land of Rivers, near the edge of the Land of Rain, Danzo led a group of Konoha Jonin, positioned in a carefully planned ambush. While the border between the Land of Fire and the Land of Rivers stretched long and vast, it was the quickest route for the Sunagakure ninja to return to the Land of Wind. Danzo had considered the geographical advantages and strategically chosen this location. He had also thoroughly reviewed his intel, concluding that it would be impossible for the Sunagakure forces to travel through the Land of Rain to reach the Land of Wind. The Kazekage's bloodline techniques, including his sand manipulation and magnet release, sand gold, would be rendered ineffective in the rain-drenched terrain of the Land of Rain. However, ever the cautious tactician, Danzo had positioned Jonin with sensory and reconnaissance abilities along the border, ensuring he could track any movement from the Sunagakure forces. After hours of tense waiting, a report finally came in. Sunagakure ninja have appeared. Above the vast forest, an eagle soared high in the sky. Its intelligent gaze was sharp and calculating, revealing that this was no ordinary bird. This eagle was a summoned creature, part of the ninja world's common arsenal of summons. While not typically known for their offensive prowess, summoned eagles, like dogs or cats, were invaluable for their reconnaissance abilities. The eagle's flight skills, keen vision, and unmatched ability to track movement over long distances made it an ideal scout. It could detect an enemy from as far as 10 kilometers away, far surpassing the sensory abilities of most ninjas. Hidden in the shadows of the forest below, Danzo, concealed among the trees, turned to the oil girl, Ryoma, awaiting confirmation. Has it been confirmed? Danzo asked, his voice calm yet filled with the tension of the moment. Ryoma, nodding, answered, after the eagle spotted them, I verified with the insects. It's definitely the fourth Kazekage of Sunagakure, and the red-haired girl accompanying him matches the description of the Uzumaki clan orphan, Hana, as reported by Kazekage. Danzo's expression remained impassive, though his mind raced. How far are they now? Less than 8 kilometers. Then let's proceed. Understood. At the border of the Land of Fire, high in the sky, Rasa stood upon his sand cloud, his gaze steady as he surveyed the land below. He had been traveling for over 4 hours, and by the afternoon, he had reached the border of the Land of Fire, just about to cross into the Land of Rivers. The terrain was unique, serving as a crossroads between 3 countries. Beyond the Land of Fire, the landscape seemed surreal. The surface of the land of rivers appeared to have been peeled away, creating a steep, sheer cliff-like drop that left the entire region feeling as though it were situated in a massive canyon. The reason for the many rivers in the land of rivers became apparent: the land's low-lying terrain gathered water from the surrounding nations. As the saying went, water flows to lower ground, and the land of rivers was a prime example of this natural phenomenon. Rasa's sensory abilities, though not extraordinary, immediately sensed the hidden danger in the area. The low-lying land felt like a trap, waiting for prey to wander in. It was as if the land itself was designed to entrap anyone foolish enough to enter without caution. Rasa, ever the strategist, knew that he was the mantis and that Konoha was the cicada. Yet, he would not let his confidence lead him blindly into a trap. He signaled to his sand cloud to descend, bringing him and Hana down into the forest below to conceal themselves from any prying eyes, including the Konoha summoning eagle high above. The eagle, which had been monitoring their movements, lost track of them as they descended into the trees. Moments later, 12 Sunagakure Jonin arrived, respectfully standing by Rasa's side. Despite their experience, they were no less cautious, and Rasa did not waste time asking them about the dangers of the forest ahead. Instead, his focus turned to Hana, the young girl by his side. "Hana," Rasa began, his tone firm yet thoughtful. "I know you have excellent sensory abilities. Can you sense how many Konoha ninjas are ahead, and their general positions?" The question caused a stir among the Sunagakure Jonin, who looked at Hana with surprise. This girl, the orphan of the Uzumaki clan, was already showing powers beyond what they had expected. Could it be that the Uzumaki clan had such abilities? Their thoughts raced, but Rasa's calm demeanor remained unshaken. Hana hesitated for a moment, gathering her thoughts before she formed a hand seal. Closing her eyes, she focused on the chakra signatures ahead. The Sunagakure Jonin watched in silence, awe-building as they witnessed Hana's talent unfold. 1, 2. Hana murmured softly, her voice trembling slightly as she began to count. Soon, her eyes snapped open, her expression serious as she relayed the information she had sensed. 31 people in total, she began, her voice gaining steadiness as she spoke. Their chakras are very large and divided into 4 squads. The first and second squads each have 9 members, the third squad has 7, and the fourth squad has 5. The first squad is 3 kilometers away, the second is 4 kilometers away, the third is 5 kilometers away, and the fourth is 7 kilometers away. She paused for a moment, her gaze distant as if trying to sense more deeply. One person in the fourth squad has an exceptionally large chakra, Hana continued, her voice lowering slightly, and he has a very cold aura about him. Her body trembled slightly as she spoke, the fear evident in her tone. "Well done," he praised, his voice filled with genuine admiration. Hana's head tilted slightly, but she didn't respond. The 12 Sunagakure Jonin, hidden behind their masks, couldn't conceal the astonishment in their eyes. It wasn't just Hana's bloodline that made her valuable to the Kazekage, but this sensory ability, which no one in their village could match. With a glance at his subordinates, Rasa continued. "It seems Konoha's ninjas are trying to use their squads to delay you all one by one, so they can focus on me, the Kazekage." One of the Jonin, his voice tinged with uncertainty, spoke up. "Then, Kazekage-sama, what should we do now?" Rasa's lips curved into a slight smirk. "Hey, since Konoha's ninjas have already made such a plan, we can't let them down by not playing along with their little show. You'll accompany Konoha's ninjas and play with them. It would be even better if you could deal with them." For a moment, the 12 covert squad members stood still, processing the command. It wasn't that they were unwilling, but the power disparity seemed enormous. They were just 12 against 30 Konoha ninjas. The numbers seemed against them, and yet Rasa's confidence was unwavering. Sensing their hesitation, Rasa's expression shifted, becoming more resolute. He calmly pressed his hands together, and his chakra began to pulse in a distinctive rhythm. The energy around him grew more intense as he tapped into his senjutsu powers. Sage Art, Shikaku's avatar, Tanuki Warrior. With that, a burst of golden sand and chakra enveloped him, forming a towering, ethereal samurai figure around his body. This powerful transformation, a combination of his natural abilities and senjutsu, was designed to protect him and give him overwhelming strength. The golden samurai towering beside him glowed like a protective guardian, a reminder of the Kazekage's extraordinary power. In the dense forests of the land of rivers, the Sunagakure ninjas suddenly came to a halt. Their movements were smooth and synchronized as they blended seamlessly into the surroundings. The Konoha ninjas lying in ambush, hidden in the trees and brush, were taken by surprise. They hadn't expected their presence to be detected so swiftly. Ryoma Aburame, standing near Danzo, tensed up, sensing the shift in the air. "Have they discovered us, Danzo-sama?" Danzo's gaze hardened, and a quiet, almost imperceptible smirk curled his lips. So what if they have? The knowledge of their location didn't faze him. He had long seen Rasa as a thorn in his side, especially since a secret about him had been leaked, making the Kazekage an even greater target in Danzo's mind. "Regardless of this, I will deal with this Kazekage." But more importantly, the Uzumaki clan. If I can control the orphan, Hana, I might be able to harness the power of the Nine Tails for Konoha. The thought of this new advantage filled Danzo with renewed resolve. With the death of Kushina after the appearance of new Jinchuriki, Danzo would not only be able to lower Minato's position but also control the power of Nine Tails. Danzo's eyes narrowed as he gazed toward the towering cliffs in the distance. He had sensed the sunken, almost suffocating aura of the Land of Rivers, and he knew this was a strategic location to confront the enemy. He turned to the 4 Konoha ninjas behind him, each one carrying a large scroll. Let's begin. Hi. Chapter 81, White Zetsu's Tailing. Deep within the forest. On a massive tree branch in a secluded area, a figure emerged from the ground as if the earth itself had given birth to it. Pale white from head to toe, its head bore a distinctive spiral-like design, resembling a mask. In a voice both childish and curious, it muttered, why is Danzo here? This figure was none other than White Zetsu, a subordinate of Uchiha Madara, tasked with keeping a close watch on Danzo. For months, White Zetsu had been monitoring Danzo from the shadows under Madara's command. Yet, perhaps sensing that he was being watched, Danzo had been exceptionally cautious. There was no visible trace of Hashirama's cells or the Sharingan during this period, making it difficult to confirm any suspicions. However, White Zetsu's keen sensory abilities had already detected something unusual. The elder of Konoha was concealing something on his right arm. A powerful seal had been placed upon it, one even White Zetsu could not fully perceive. As he contemplated this, movements in the forest drew his attention. Hidden Konoha ninjas were on the move. A total of 25 shinobi split into 3 squads, making their way toward the Land of Fire's border. They scaled a towering 100-meter cliff before vanishing into the dense forest. White Zetsu's eyes gleamed with interest. Oh, so a mission is underway. Expanding his sensory perception, he instinctively reached out to assess the situation, only to recoil in shock. I've been discovered. At the border of the Land of Fire. Within the depths of the forest, an overwhelming surge of Sage Mode energy radiated from Rasa. The ground beneath the shinobi trembled before transforming into yellow sand. The grains gathered and shaped themselves into enormous tanuki-like figures clad in black armor. One wielded a sword, while the other bore a massive shield, their forms reminiscent of the mighty Shikaku itself. This was an advanced technique created by Rasa, Dragon Vein, Shikaku's avatar, splitting technique. Sage Art, Shikaku's avatar, Tanuki Warrior. By merging the abilities of Sage Art, Magnet Release, and Sand Control techniques, Rasa had refined the method, replacing the original limitations of his bloodline limit. With reduced chakra consumption and the immense energy boost from Sage Mode, he further reinforced these creatures with a layer of sand-iron armor, enhancing both their durability and agility. What were once mere puppets with the strength of Chunin had now ascended to special Jonin-level power. The presence of these Tanuki warriors sent waves of unease through the gathered shinobi. Even the Jonin, hidden behind their masks, couldn't fully suppress their astonishment. This power. Rasa's piercing gaze swept over them. Now, do you have confidence in handling those Konoha ninjas? A spark of fervor ignited within the 12 Jonin. Overwhelmed by the sheer strength before them, they dropped to one knee in unwavering loyalty. Leave it to us, Kazekage-sama. Though they hadn't counted the exact number of Tanuki warriors, one fact was clear, they now held the advantage over Konoha's forces. With a Kazekage this formidable, how could they not feel a surge of pride and excitement? At that moment, Hana, who had been monitoring the situation from a distance, quietly murmured. The Konoha ninjas are approaching. Rasa's lips curled into a faint smile as he nodded. I'll leave it to you. As soon as his words fell, the 90 Tanuki warriors surged forward. Their massive bodies shook the earth with each step, charging ahead like an unstoppable tidal wave toward the incoming Konoha shinobi. The 12 covert operatives remained behind, acting as backup. Meanwhile, Rasa lifted himself into the air, standing atop a floating cloud of golden sand. From above, he could oversee the battlefield, ensuring precise control over his warriors. Although he had imbued the Tanuki puppets with a semblance of life through Sage Mode's inorganic reincarnation abilities, they still lacked true intelligence. Like traditional puppets, they required a guiding hand to maneuver them. Thankfully, with the fusion of Magnet Release and Sand Control, Rasa didn't need to rely on cumbersome chakra threads like ordinary puppet users. His control was swift, seamless, effortless. Just as he and Hana ascended, a sudden, sharp gasp escaped Hana's lips. Her body stiffened. Her pupils dilated in shock. A wave of dread washed over her face, turning her complexion pale. Rasa immediately noticed. His sharp instincts flared, and he demanded. What's wrong? Hana, her fingers trembling, pointed toward a specific direction in the forest. Over there, there's an incredibly strange chakra presence. Rasa's expression darkened. His gaze followed her pointing finger, but before he could fully focus. It's gone. Hana's voice was barely a whisper, yet the weight of her words pressed heavily on the atmosphere. Rasa's eyes narrowed. A vanishing chakra signature at such a crucial moment. If someone was watching, he needed to confirm who it was. What kind of chakra was it? Hana, still shaken, took a deep breath, trying to recall the sensation. It was evil, cold. I've never felt anything like it before. It was as if, she hesitated, her voice quivering, as if it was trying to pull my soul away. Rasa's expression darkened further. Evil and cold. The description alone wasn't enough to pinpoint the intruder. But the sinister aura she described, it was familiar. Too familiar. Then, as if a thought had suddenly struck her, Hana hurriedly added. Besides being evil and cold, I also sensed an immense life force. Oh. And I think the owner of this chakra had sensory abilities too. At that moment, the fragmented clues in Rasa's mind snapped into place. Among all the enemies he knew, shinobi who possessed overwhelming vitality, heightened sensory perception, and extraordinary speed, there was only one that fit the description. White Zetsu. Madara's informant. Why is White Zetsu here? Is he monitoring me, or Danzo? Rasa pondered, his mind racing. Even more concerning than White Zetsu was the possibility that Black Zetsu was lurking nearby as well. If that was the case, things could take a far more dangerous turn. But right now, there wasn't much he could do. After a brief moment of contemplation, Rasa turned to Hana. From now on, keep tracking that chakra. If it appears again, inform me immediately. Hi. Though still nervous, Hana nodded with determination. At the same time, down below, on the forest floor, the Tanuki warriors and the Suna shinobi finally collided with the advancing Konoha forces. What are these monsters? The Konoha ninjas had heard the heavy, earth-shaking footsteps long before reaching the top of the cliff. The ominous rumbling from deep within the forest had been a warning in itself. Yet, as seasoned jonin, bound by duty and Danzo's direct orders, they had no choice but to press forward. Among them, 2 Uchiha clan members were strategically placed in separate squads. Though they harbored deep resentment toward Danzo, the battlefield left them no room for defiance. Their Sharingan eyes flickered ominously as they scanned the incoming threat. Massive tanuki-like creatures emerged from the shadows of the trees. 3 to 4 times the height of an average man, these colossal figures were entirely composed of sand. Their black iron armor gleamed under the faint light filtering through the canopy, and in their hands, they wielded immense swords and shields. The sheer pressure they exuded was suffocating. A deep unease settled among the Konoha shinobi. Instinctively, the jonin leading the squads signaled for a halt, their minds racing for a strategy. But before they could act, the Tanuki warriors had already locked onto them. Rasa, hovering in the sky above, gave a simple command. Attack. Boom. One of the Tanuki warriors surged forward with a speed that defied its massive frame. In a single leap, it closed the distance, its enormous sword raised high above its head. A thunderous roar echoed through the forest as it swung its blade down with devastating force, aimed directly at the Konoha shinobi. Chapter 82, Tanuki Warriors. Be careful. The Konoha jonin at the front felt the overwhelming power radiating from the massive creature and instinctively stepped back. Boom. The several-ton Tanuki warrior crashed down with earth-shattering force. The ground trembled violently, sending shockwaves rippling through the forest. Its enormous blade cleaved through thick trees, each as wide as 2 people embracing, slicing them cleanly in half. Cold sweat trickled down the foreheads of the Konoha jonin. If that strike had landed on them, they would have been split in 2 without a doubt. Fortunately, as elite shinobi, they had numerous techniques at their disposal. Leave it to me. One of the jonin quickly stepped forward, fingers forming a rapid series of seals. Earth-style, swamp of the underworld. The ground beneath the Tanuki warrior softened in an instant, morphing into a deep, viscous swamp. The creature's massive weight caused it to sink, rendering it immobile. It's over. Let's move Just as the jonin was about to issue the next command, his voice caught in his throat. His eyes widened in disbelief at the sight before him. You've got to be kidding me. From the depths of the forest, a horde of massive Tanuki warriors emerged, marching like an unstoppable army. Their towering figures filled the jonin's entire field of vision. Then, without hesitation, they launched an all-out assault. Boom. 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 The battlefield erupted into chaos. Trees shattered, the ground cracked, and the air filled with the roars of the colossal warriors. Below the cliff, hidden in the shadows, Danzo furrowed his brows at the deafening commotion above. What's going on? By his calculations, Konoha's jonin, outnumbering the Suna shinobi 2 to 1, should have been able to overwhelm them with ease. His orders were merely to disrupt and divert Tsunagekyu's forces, not engage in an all-out war. Yet, from the sounds of the battle, it was clear that something had gone terribly wrong. Ryoma Abirame, standing beside him, was equally unsettled. "I'll go take a look." "Forget it, we're going up together," Danzo ordered, stopping him before he could move. At this point, there was no point in staying hidden. With that, Danzo led Ryoma up the cliffside, leaping swiftly across the rocky terrain until they reached the Land of Fire's territory. But the moment they stepped onto solid ground, they were met with a sight that even Danzo hadn't anticipated. The once thriving forest had been devastated. Countless Tanuki warriors, each towering like a giant, rampaged across the battlefield. Their massive blades and shields clashed against Konoha's elite shinobi, shaking the ground with every impact. The Konoha forces fought back fiercely, unleashing a barrage of ninjutsu. Flames roared, wind blades sliced through the air, torrents of water crashed down, lightning arced across the battlefield, and earthen dragons surged forward. The sky and land alike were filled with a relentless storm of jutsu. Yet, despite this relentless assault, most of their techniques barely fazed the monstrous Tanuki warriors. In close combat, the Konoha shinobi found themselves utterly outmatched. Their only advantage lay in one critical weakness, the Tanuki warriors' speed. Relying on their superior agility, the Jonin desperately evaded the onslaught, looking for any possible opening to strike back. What the hell is going on? Danzo stood frozen, his sharp eyes scanning the battlefield. Ryoma, equally stunned, suddenly noticed something. "Danzo-sama, look." In the sky. Danzo instinctively looked up. Suspended in the air atop a shimmering cloud of golden sand stood two figures. One was unmistakable, the fourth Kazekage, Rasa. Beside him floated a red-haired girl. Danzo's eyes narrowed. That hair color. She's from the Uzumaki clan. And that's the fourth Kazekage of Sunagakure. 10 kilometers from the battlefield. A ripple disturbed the soil as White Zetsu emerged from the ground, a trace of lingering fear in his expression. Whoa, that was terrifying. Someone actually sensed me. Good thing I ran fast. Otherwise, Madara-sama definitely wouldn't have let me off easy. Right now, Uchiha Madara was operating in complete secrecy, carefully enhancing the powers of the sage body and working toward the execution of the Eye of the Moon plan. A single misstep could jeopardize everything. But what is that guy Danzo even doing here? Ugh, whatever. I just need to report this to Madara-sama. With that, White Zetsu sank back into the earth, disappearing once more. The border of the Land of Fire. High above the dense forest canopy, Rasa, the fourth Kazekage, and Danzo, Konoha's elusive elder, stood in silent opposition. Neither seemed eager to make the first move. Danzo-sama. No rush, Danzo interjected calmly. Things didn't go exactly as expected, but as long as the target hasn't escaped, we proceed as planned. As he spoke, his right hand clenched instinctively. Heh. Meanwhile, down on the battlefield, Konoha's battle-hardened Jonin were finally adapting to the Tanuki warriors' overwhelming presence. Don't waste chakra. Fire style, water style, and wind style don't work on these creatures. Use lightning style to destroy their bodies and earth style to restrict their movements. With this realization, the shinobi swiftly adjusted their strategies. However, while many possessed multiple chakra natures, not all specialized in lightning or earth style. Among the 25 Jonin present, only about half could effectively counter the creatures, while the enemy's numbers stood at a staggering 90. Danzo-sama, I'm going in to help. Ryoma Abirame assessed the worsening situation and made his decision. Proceed. Without hesitation, Ryoma formed a sequence of hand seals. His chakra surged, and in the next instant, an ocean of insects poured from his body like a living tidal wave. The dark swarm moved as one, surging toward the Tanuki warriors. The Suna Jonin, well-versed in the Abirame clan's techniques, reacted instantly. This was the Abirame clan's feared jutsu, insect deception jutsu. A tide of parasitic insects surged forward, a writhing black wave moving with deadly precision. If left unchecked, these insects would latch onto their prey, devouring chakra until nothing remained. Realizing the threat, the Suna shinobi stationed behind the Tanuki warriors wasted no time. They leaped onto the massive creatures' backs, forming hand seals in swift succession. Wind style, wind cutter jutsu. Fire style, fire dragon bullet. Sunagakure's shinobi, predominantly wind style users, unleashed razor-sharp gales that split through the air with surgical precision. The few fire style users among them combined their flames with the wind, amplifying the destruction tenfold. A deafening roar followed as the combined elemental assault tore through the battlefield. Trees were reduced to splinters. The ground cracked and burned. The very air shimmered from the heat. The raging inferno met the oncoming insect swarm, obliterating thousands in an instant. Yet the insects continued to pour forth, undeterred. And so, the full-scale battle between Konohagakure and Sunagakure erupted completely. The only ones who had yet to make a move were their leaders, Rasa and Danzo. Hana, untrained in direct combat, hovered anxiously at Rasa's side. But Danzo paid her no mind. He remained motionless, standing atop the highest tree canopy, his lone visible eye cold and calculating. He was waiting. Having studied every piece of intelligence on the Fourth Kazekage, Danzo knew that only by restricting his movements could he stand a chance at subduing him. That was why, from the moment he had been assigned as Konoha's commander against Sunagakure, he had ensured his barrier squad was always close at hand. They were already in position. He just needed a little more time for them to set up the barrier. But just as he was about to give the signal, a voice rang out, sharp and mocking, slicing through the battlefield's chaos. As expected of a rat lurking in the sewers, always sneaky, always scheming. So, how much more time do you need? Chapter 83, A Trap. Rasa's words made Danzo's pupils contract sharply. He looked up to see Rasa hovering in the sky, his gaze filled with disdain. Danzo's face tensed, his expression turning grim. I've been discovered. Being called a rat in the sewers did little to rattle him. He was not the type to be provoked by mere insults. Remaining composed, he tilted his head slightly and squinted his lone eye at Rasa. You're mistaken, Kazekage of Sunagakure. I came here to resolve the misunderstanding between us. A misunderstanding? Rasa raised an eyebrow, genuinely taken aback by Danzo's shamelessness. Still, he saw no harm in playing along. If anything, it might lower Danzo's guard. And what misunderstanding would that be? Seeing that Rasa had taken the bait, Danzo's tone became more natural. Naturally, it concerns the Third Kazekage. I never laid a hand on him. Oh. Is that so? Rasa's expression remained unreadable. His gaze shifted to Danzo's right arm and right eye. If that's the case, why don't you reveal your right arm and right eye for me to see? Danzo's left eye narrowed, his face darkening. It was clear now. Sunagakure was determined to pin the death of the Third Kazekage on him. If that was the case, there was no longer any reason for pretense. His voice grew cold. I'm curious. How did you come to know the secrets of my body? Initially, Rasa had intended to give a vague answer. But upon noticing the growing intensity in Danzo's expression, he suddenly changed his mind. Do you really think I'd tell you? Even without naming anyone, a statement like that would immediately make Danzo suspect that Konoha had a spy. For all his shortcomings in diplomacy, Danzo was an expert in internal power struggles. Sure enough, his expression darkened further. Slowly, he placed his left hand on his right arm. With no attempt to hide his intent, his voice carried a murderous resolve. In that case, I'll just have to capture you and extract the truth from your mind myself. Now. At Danzo's command, 4 barrier squad shinobi stationed at the 4 corners of the surrounding forest sprang into action. They unfurled large scrolls onto the ground and swiftly formed hand seals, channeling chakra into them. Ninja art, 4 violet flames formation. It is a non-canon technique used in many fanfics. If you have not already known, most of the author's knowledge is deriving from other fics instead of original source. Still, good if the story not being tied with canon. In an instant, 4 beams of purple light shot into the sky, extending outward to form massive walls of burning violet flames. The barrier, stretching as wide as a football field, sealed off the battlefield. This dramatic shift naturally drew the attention of both Konoha and Suna shinobi. Yes. Danzo-sama's plan worked. Aburame Ryumai, brimming with confidence, turned to look at the Suna shinobi, expecting to see panic on their faces. But what he saw instead unsettled him. The Suna shinobi were completely unfazed. They continued fighting as if nothing had changed. Inside the barrier. Seeing the barrier fully activated with Rasa trapped inside, Danzo finally let out a breath of relief. Yet, for some reason, a flicker of unease crossed his eyes. Despite being sealed within the 4 violet flames formation, Rasa showed no signs of distress. Instead, the only one who looked truly shaken was the red-haired Uzumaki orphan beside him. A strange sense of dread crept over Danzo, but as he felt the immense power coursing through his right arm, his confidence quickly returned. Lifting his chin like a victorious commander, he declared, Kazekage, if you tell me who leaked my secrets, I might consider changing my course of action. Rasa's expression shifted slightly, a helpless look flashing across his face. Dear Lord, why does he have to use these cringeworthy lines? But just as quickly, Rasa regained his composure. Oh. So you think you've won? Danzo felt a drop of sweat roll down his temple, but he maintained his confident smirk. This barrier technique was developed by the first Hokage himself, 4 violet flames formation. It can even trap a tailed beast. Without my command, Kazekage, you cannot escape. To his surprise, Rasa merely shook his head and smiled, his gaze filled with something unsettling, anticipation. No, Danzo. You're mistaken. I am not the one trapped with you. You are the one trapped with me. Meanwhile, Land of Rivers, Tsurumaru Castle. On the crumbling walls of Tsurumaru Castle, Shibi Aburame stood pale-faced, his gaze locked on the distance. Around him, most of the Konoha shinobi were sweating, hands trembling as they clutched their kunai. A cold mist, laced with a suffocating killing intent, slowly crept around the castle. By the time Shibi's insects warned him of an attack, it was already too late. From 3 directions, Sunagakure's forces had completely encircled Tsurumaru Castle, and their numbers continued to swell. At that moment, even a fool could understand, Konoha had walked into a trap. This had been Sunagakure's true objective all along. They had drawn Danzo and Konoha's top jonin away, only to launch a crushing ambush. Among those standing on the castle walls was a young Shisui Uchiha. From his vantage point, he could see through the mist-covered river channels outside the fortress. Everywhere he looked, Sunagakure shinobi, their forehead protectors gleaming in the dim light, emerged like ghosts from the fog. Their numbers were at least twice that of Konoha's forces. What was even worse, Sunagakure had brought far more jonin. A Konoha jonin, gripping his kunai so tightly his knuckles turned white, turned anxiously to Shibi. "Shibi-sama, what do we do? Even if we send a message to Danzo-sama now, it'll be too late." At that moment, Shibi Aburame fully grasped the gravity of their predicament. He wasn't about to send his men to die in vain. With a bitter smile, he gave his orders. "Tell everyone to abandon all supplies. Chunin will lead the retreat while jonin provide cover. Move in teams of 4 and escape as fast as you can. Save as many as possible. And send word to the village if it is not already too late." The shinobi's pupils shrank, but after clenching his fists, he nodded firmly. Understood. With the command given, Tsurumaru Castle descended into chaos as Konoha shinobi rushed to evacuate. Outside the castle, 3 figures watched the scene unfold. Pakura, Michikawa, and Chiyo observed the disarray in Konoha's ranks. Chiyo smirked. "Now is our chance. Attack." Back at the barrier. Unaware of the disaster befalling Konoha, Danzo stood tall, his gaze locked onto Rasa with unwavering confidence. "Enough talk. Once I take you down, all of your arrogance will become nothing but a joke." His lone eye fixated on Rasa as his left hand reached for his right arm. His fingers moved steadily to unravel the bandages. "Didn't you want to see my right arm? Very well. I will grant your wish." The final layer of bandages fell away. A golden sealing device, used to suppress the immense chakra within his arm, detached and clattered to the ground. Then, his monstrous right arm was revealed. It was unnaturally pale and lifeless, resembling the limb of a corpse. 5 crimson Sharingan eyes lined its surface. Combined with the one in his right eye socket, that made 6 in total. The grotesque sight sent a shudder through Hana. Her face paled as she struggled to even look at it. On the other hand, Rasa quickly overcame his initial disgust. Instead of fear, a gleam of excitement flickered in his eyes. 5 Sharingan on his arm. 1 in his right eye. And combined with Hashirama's cells. This mission might yield far more than I expected. Smirking, Rasa clasped his hands together, preparing to strike.